The family of swordsmen that ruled over more than half of the world was called Reincarnated, a family that was born with strong bodies and excellent talent. This allowed them to rule the world with their overwhelming power. Every battle they took part in ended with their victory. In any conditions, this family stood at the top, above their enemies. Thanks to this, they had absolutely everything. They enjoyed life and did it with joy. All this briefly described the lands where power rules, in which the strong devour the weak. And this is the family into which he, Jin Reincarnated, the youngest son of the Reincarnated family, was born. Jin was the child who chose the family sword in a selection ritual that could predict his future. He was the child who would receive his family's destiny. The guy always believed that only success and fame awaited him in the future. However, everything was not nearly as sweet as he could have imagined. As it turned out later, he had no talent for wielding a sword, and his family's blood was enough for minimal skills in handling a sword. Shame, dishonor, someone who is worse than the average representative of the Reincarnated family, all this was about Jin. One day, the boy's brothers came to his training and immediately noticed that he was aimlessly waving a wooden sword. They kept laughing at him the whole time and saying that the balisade, the sword he had chosen as a child, was not something he should play with. Jin couldn't answer them and fight back, because deep down he understood that they were actually right, and he had not lived up to the hopes that were placed on him. But the older brothers clearly didn't like that Jin continued to ignore them, so they asked him to answer the question again. Well, for motivation, one of them decided to hit the guy so that it would be easier for him to think, and he would find the answer to their question faster. They kept calling him useless, and that everything he did was useless. Jin decided to reach for his sword to fight them back, but this attempt was also successfully stopped. The older brother continued to assure the guy that he would never succeed, and that it would be better for him to stop right now, so as not to disgrace their glorious family anymore. They started going through his pockets and found a small notebook that contained basic sword fighting theory. And this caused even more laughter for these guys. They found it funny to realize the fact that the guy thinks that he can achieve something just by studying theory. No matter how much Jin asked them to stop and give him back his things, they didn't listen to him and continued to break his things, saying that he shouldn't have been given a chance. It seemed to them that because he was once given a chance, the guy now doesn't know his place, and worst of all, that he has hope. Jin tried to tell them that there was no point in breaking his things to get that across to him, but these words only further angered his brothers, who took him on. They told him this for his own good, and he simply has no right to contradict them. And given that he continued his disobedience, they decided that they needed to teach him some manners. Their bullying and his absolutely worthless talent, he felt it every day. But this did not stop him at all, and he believed that if he continued to work and try, then one day the family would recognize him, and he would finally be able to become a full-fledged member of Reincarnated. Jin really believed this until his family decided to expel the guy from the family. When he was 25, he was expelled from his family and became a miserable nobody who wandered aimlessly. It was hard in that period of his life, but there was still one positive moment. He met a master, and then Jin found out that he had talent too. But more importantly, it was a talent that was forbidden in his family, the art of magic. Exactly 3 years have passed since then, and Jin was not going to stop developing his abilities as a magician. Moreover, he planned to combine the magical power that exists in nature and the magical power of a wizard. It seemed to him that in this way he would be able to strengthen his power. But at some point these experiments went too far and the guy ended up in a place unknown to him. Jin spent some time in this place, and at some point heard an otherworldly voice, which he introduced as Soldred, and according to this creature, he is the master of all shadows. Soldred, as it turned out, it was not for nothing that Jin was called here. As the god of shadows, he intended to offer him a contract. According to this creature, if Jin makes a contract with him, he will be able to use shadow technique, which means that he will be able to destroy any curse. Soldred noticed that it seemed like the guy had been accumulating hatred from other people since childhood. The Shadow King immediately realized that he was unable to show his talent because of this primitive curse. Jin didn't understand what Soldred was trying to tell him, so the Shadow Lord explained to him that this curse was called the Blade Illusion, which suppressed his sword skills. Especially this curse was terrible for the guy because he was from the Reincarnated family. Soldred decided that this was why he was so drawn to the guy and why they were talking now. He decided that from that moment on there would be no more curse that brought him pain, and after these words he broke the magic chain that was around the guy. But the Lord of Shadows decided not to stop there and decided that now he needed to make Jin an unprecedented magician. According to Soldred, he will be very pleased to watch him. A few seconds later, Jin found himself back in his room and just stood there for a while, recovering from the shock, because he sincerely did not understand what had just happened to him. But this did not last long, and as soon as he came to his senses, the first thing he decided to do was take his sword in his hands and try to remove the curse. Jin ran out into the street, removed the protective cover from his sword, and was able to deliver a crushing blow. Everything was as Soldred said. The guy finally began to feel the strength in his hands. As soon as he raised the thing again, he began to feel new things with each new second. It literally made the guy crazy in this regard. It seemed to him that this sword had no weight at all. Jin felt like he was just waving his hand. The weakest boy of the Rungkandel family will finally be able to show what he is capable of. After the curse was lifted, he finally saw the fruits of his hard work. Moreover, he understood that he could add magic to it, and then his title of the weakest would miraculously disappear. But after some time, after another battle, he lay on the ground and heard only screams. Jin felt that his body was very heavy, and apparently his life was coming to its logical end. He tried to call his master and Soldred, but unfortunately no one answered him. Jin understood that unfortunately there was no one here. He couldn't even imagine that he would die as a nobody. It seemed to the guy that this was all because nothing was supposed to work out for him. The magic and power of Soldred that he finally received, he didn't even have a chance to use it. But most of all, he didn't understand why he was given a chance at all, if everything was supposed to happen this way. After which he lost consciousness, but not for long. Jin woke up again and saw his childish hands in front of him. And when he raised his head, members of his family stood before him. And around him there was a huge number of swords. Jin did not understand what was happening here at all, because he was sure that he was dead. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jilly, who asked the guy not to lose heart, because he was the young Master Jin. The guy simply didn't understand what was happening until he saw that very sword. Barisada, the sword he chose as a child but was never granted the honor of using. Now, little Jin realized that he was about to undergo a selection ritual. In other words, he went back in time, returned to the body of 1-year-old Jean Rungkandel. As a child, he accidentally picked up this sword, which led to great surprise on the part of his family. But in this life, Jin chose it consciously, even though he understood what it meant for him. The family members did not understand how this could even happen. After all, according to the rules, this was the head of the family's sword, and if the laws were followed, then now the head of the family is young Master Jin. At this point, the selection ceremony ended, and gradually everyone dispersed, although they could not stop thinking about it. But this story did not end so easily, and one of the heads of the family ordered to send the youngest of them to the Thunder Castle, and 6 years have passed since then. During this time, Jin learned to read and managed to read quite a few books from the first row, so he decided to move to the second, although his small height did not allow him to do this yet. According to the family's rules, he has to stay here until he turns 10, so there are only 3 years left. But all this time lasts too long, because the guy was so bored and lonely in this castle. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of his maid, who was afraid of something. The girl stood in place and tried to recover from the shock of what she had just seen. There was a rather large bird lying on the floor, although it most likely won't fly anywhere again. Jin was absolutely calm, because he understood that the only ones capable of such an outrage in Thunder Castle were his old acquaintances. And his thoughts were confirmed. These were his 2 older brothers, who in this life also behaved disgustingly and humiliate Jin. One of them was named Daytona. He was the 11th of the 13 Rungkandel brothers, and he was most sorry that the bird was found first by the maid and not by their little brother. His friend Hayton, who was the 12th brother, confirmed that they would personally bring it so that he could look at it. Looking at their brother, they hoped that he liked their gift. They so wanted him to shed a tear. Jin did not forget that when these brothers became commanders in their past life, they became famous for destroying everyone. And in this life, as you can see, nothing has changed. Now they are at most 9 years old, and just for the sake of tormenting Jin a little, they destroyed this bird. While Jin was thinking about this, they continued to ask him not to cry, because it irritates them a lot. But the guy continued to ignore them, and this began to irritate them. They decided to remind him that he had chosen the Barisada, and essentially chosen the fate of the head of the family. And now it seemed to them that he was behaving so badly. Jin tried to answer but didn't have time, because Hayton decided to teach him a lesson for his brother speaking so quietly. But his blow was successfully blocked by Jin, who was clearly tired of enduring all this bullying. Hayton clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Fear of his little brother was clearly visible in his eyes. And it was not in vain, because Jin looked quite frightening. Besides, Jin considered his brother too noisy, and therefore politely asked him to shut his mouth for now. Hayton didn't intend to do this and wanted to say something, but he didn't have time because Gina couldn't stand it and hit him right on the head. This made Jin's older brother even more angry, so he started shouting. Jin couldn't stand it and hit him again so that he finally closed up. After which he added to them that up until this point he had tolerated them, but they had irritated him too much, and therefore he was tired of doing this. And from that moment on, he warned them that the less he saw them, the better for them. Suddenly, one of the elders entered the room, saw this picture, and immediately wanted to ask Jin what happened here. The man saw Hayton and Dayton lying unconscious on the floor and began to visibly panic about it. Jin decided to tell everything as it happened, and said that these two suddenly had a fight and knocked each other out, and he just happened to be near this incident. This man did not doubt Jin's words for a second, because he actually knew very well that the children of the Reincarnated family were distinguished by their cruelty, even towards each other. Khan, that was the name of this man, and he decided that he needed to take the Jin brothers to the doctor, but little Jin thought differently, and immediately told the man that they should be taken to another place where they needed to be. They went outside, where at that time it was raining heavily, and it was even difficult to move. The genie asked to put his two brothers near the tree and dug a small grave next to them. Kan was quite surprised that the little boy decided to leave his brothers here. Moreover, their condition is not so stable, and the storm will only intensify over time. Jin turned to him and said that he was doing all this only so that the brothers would finally learn to be responsible for their actions. Kan was only acting as a servant, so he couldn't argue with the young master. Although no one forbade him to think that when he looks at Jin, he sees a strange energy around him, which clearly does not look like an aura. It began to creep into his mind that it might be magic. And if this is so, then he is sure that this was clearly not just a fight between brothers. Kan decided that the head of the family should know about this situation, so he immediately ordered one of the servants to bring him a horse. Jin carefully watched what was happening below and of course saw that Kan asked to bring him a horse. The guy understood that the man was clearly going to report this to his father. Kan was their guardian knight, but for a common knight, Jin thought he was too attentive. Jin assumed that Kan would first inform the head of the family that he thought the young master had used magic. All this energy around the guy is proof that their contract with Soldred is still in force. Moreover, he had the bonus of their connection with him. He had immunity to curses, and in this life, Jin managed to get rid of the illusion of the blade. The loser Jean Runkendel no longer exists, and from that day on, Jean decided that his life would be radically different from the past. Now the only thing left for Jin to do was meet his father, who at that very moment was listening to what Kan was telling him, and was slightly surprised that the younger one could do such a thing to his brothers. Therefore, hearing such things, he ordered Kan to gather all the commanders. After a few hours, all the commanders began to gather around the chief, and after some time, the chief was informed that 7 Rungkandal commanders and 200 knights had been gathered. The head of the family was grateful to them for getting ready so quickly, and now they all went together to the formidable castle. Mary Runkandal, who held the position of the 7th captain, decided to ask her interlocutor why they had all been gathered here so urgently. Deepus, who was the 4th captain, said that he also did not fully understand. It seemed to him that it was somehow connected with the magicians, but he quickly threw this thought away, because he remembered that they were going to attack them next year. Therefore, he discarded all such thoughts and assumed that they were going there only to see the younger one. Mary didn't understand this at all. Why would they go so far just to see the youngest? Although on the other hand, she remembered that it was he who chose the ceremonial sword, and apparently no one was against him becoming the next head of the family. Although looking at their father, they understood that they could not even guess what the man intended to do. Luna, who held the position of 1st captain, turned to Mary and Deepus and asked them to be quiet, because they were talking too loudly about this. From this, Mary concluded that it really was important, since her father was eager to see everything in person, and apparently they have high hopes for the younger one, since they all decided to go to him together. The maid Gina was so glad that the Lord would soon come in person. It seemed to her that he wanted to meet the young master because he missed him very much, So without thinking twice, she decided to dress up the young Gina. At that moment, the guy was thinking that Khan had most likely reported everything in detail. Although he knew that Khan was a very straightforward person, it still seemed to the guy that he would hardly have directly told the head that he had used magic, and most likely he reported everything exactly as he saw it. Jin assumed that he did it in the following way. The youngest of the Reincarnated used an unknown power that did not resemble either magic or aura, and therefore his father would personally come to see what it was. The guy clearly realized that he would want to find out in detail what kind of power Jin used against his brothers. And most importantly, the father will decide whether this power will be useful for the prosperity of the family or not. My lord and all his commanders arrived at the formidable castle, and the first thing he did was order the brothers Heighton and Dayton to be called to him. First, he told them that he heard that they had a fight with Jin and wanted to know whose fault it was. Daytona immediately assured his father that they had not actually done anything wrong, and Daytona completely agreed with him, saying that Jin had hit them first. Moreover, they told their father that the younger one did this using a force about which nothing was known. It seemed to them that it was clearly not an aura, and one of the brothers, at one point in the story, nevertheless decided to suggest that it was more like magic. They both understood perfectly well what would happen to the younger one if it really was magic, because it was forbidden in their family. Hayton and Daytona continued to claim that it was magic, and they furthermore believed that Jin needed to be interrogated before he covered his tracks. But their father stopped them in time and told the boys to keep it all a secret, after which he looked at them and added that one cannot survive here with truth alone. He then sent Hayton and Dayton to rest and asked to call Jin, who was already ready to go into his father's room. At that moment, the thought was in his head that his father was Shiran Rungkandal, and he was stronger and more cold-blooded than everyone he knew. The most powerful being of this era, who reached the level of a demigod, and in other words, he was called the Knight of Genesis. He used to be an ordinary human, but the price he had to pay for gaining godlike power was human emotions. A being who was left with only a blind obsession with his family and its prosperity. So it was obvious that Jin was much weaker than his father. And for this reason, the man simply did not notice his son. Jin always remained in the shadow of his brothers and sisters. But he understood that in this life everything would be completely different and absolutely no one would dare to ignore him. Jin walked in with full confidence and bowed to his father, thereby greeting the leader. Shiran didn't understand why his youngest son called him his leader and not his father. Jin answered him that more than 100 members of their family had gathered here, so he decided that it would be more correct to be the head here, and that is why he addressed the man in this way. This was a satisfactory answer, which pleased the chief, but he immediately moved on to why he was there in the first place, so he asked the boy to call him father. And now he decided to ask Jin the same question that he asked his brothers, in which he wanted to know who was to blame for the quarrel that broke out between them. Without thinking twice, Jin put his hand on his heart and declared that it was actually revenge, after which he added that if he was from the Rungkandal family, then when someone did something to him, it was his duty to repay the debt, and it didn't matter whether it was help or insult. After such an answer, the head of the family suddenly ordered everyone to leave the hall and asked only young Master Jin to stay. After a few minutes, absolutely everyone left the hall, and so the leader started talking about the fact that he needed to ask the guy something. So he told everyone to leave the hall, and at that moment he finally started talking about the fact that the Heighton and Daytona brothers told him that Jin had some kind of special power. He also did not forget to add that Rungkandal strictly forbids any use of magic, and therefore if the guy owns it, he will not be able to exceed the limits. And now, taking into account everything that was said, the head of the family wanted to ask the guy what kind of power this was. But before the guy gave him the answer, he decided to once again point out the fact that if this was magic, then he convinced the guy that he wouldn't get off that easy. Jin understood perfectly well that since his father knew about this power, he most likely would not miss the opportunity to learn more. Because it was known that Soldred's power was not magic or an aura, the guy himself didn't know exactly what it was. Therefore, Jin decided without thinking twice to demonstrate to his father what power he possessed and what was the man's surprise when he saw the power of the first head of the family. Shiran couldn't believe that this guy really had the soul of a Barasada in him, and that he was truly destined to become the head of the house. Considering all this, The father came to the conclusion that this was the power of the shadow god Soldred, and he was absolutely right. Jin pretended that he didn't understand what his father was talking about. This caused the man to tell him that Soldred had made a pact with the first head of the Run-Candle house, Lord Tamar, and that this god had since become the patron of the family. But after Lord Tamar's death, Soldred no longer appeared before the members of Run-Candle. Shirin didn't fully understand why, but apparently Soldred had returned to watch them through Jin. Then the guy had a question in which he wanted to know whether God Soldred was stronger for him. Shirin couldn't answer him that question because he had never fought with the gods, so he didn't know. This clearly made Jin smile. The mere thought that he could become stronger than his father made the boy incredibly happy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when the man placed his hand on his head and said that Jin had asked him a very good question. The guy understood that in this way, he was giving him a reason to think, and Shirin himself believed that coming here personally was the right decision, and finally he decided to ask his son how he plans to use the soul of the Barisada. Without thinking twice, Jin immediately said that his plans were quite simple. He was going to use her for the good of his family. The man's reaction was quite unexpected. He suddenly started laughing loudly and telling Jin that it was quite a funny lie. He thought so because just recently the guy beat up his older brothers, then left them lying on the street during a storm. And after all this, he tells him that he wants to use this power for the good of the family. Jin knew that it wouldn't be that easy to fool his father, so he had to think of something to say. And he decided to tell the truth this time, so he said that he planned to use her to his advantage. Although the face of the head of the family changed, he still answered the guy that such an answer more than suited him. After which he was about to leave. But before that, he told his son that from that moment on, he would be under his supervision. And as soon as the man left, Jin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had managed to survive this. It was enough to use this power as he pleased. But now his father would be watching him. Jin could not even imagine that everything would go so well. And now it seemed to him that his new life would be radically different from the past. Sister Mary gave the boy a small gift before they left. According to her, it was a special gift that she had prepared especially for him, so the maid would take it because it was quite heavy. The only hint she left him was that Mary told him to cook it and eat it, after which she added that he needs to become strong quickly. Jin didn't fully understand why she gave this gift to him, but as soon as he opened the box, he realized what was going on. Inside this box was a phoenix heart, an extremely rare item. Jin couldn't quite understand why Mary would give something like that to a 7-year-old child, but he couldn't say he was particularly upset. Mary Run-Candle, 7th Captain and 6th Rank Knight, is known as Storm Mary, and she also has a lesser-known nickname. But not many people knew this nickname, only those who managed to survive and called her the crazy woman of the southern lands. Thinking about it, the guy came to the conclusion that his crazy sister had given him such a valuable thing, and that the words in which she asked him to grow up faster, she had put a certain meaning into them. Jin decided that if he ate the heart of a phoenix at such an early age, he would most likely increase his resistance to fire and of course speed up his growth. And if you think about it, the heart of a phoenix is required by experienced mages to safely summon phoenixes. Jin did not deny the fact that perhaps in this life he would be able to summon his phoenix, which would obediently carry out his orders. Jilly distracted his thoughts when she brought him the prepared heart, for which Jin was very grateful. The maid thought that Lady Mary had given him a wonderful gift before leaving, so she asked him to eat it while the soup was still warm. But the guy was not given peace by his brothers, who were watching him, and at one point Jin could not stand it, and asked them to immediately talk about what they wanted from him. Dayton answered him that in fact nothing like that. It just seemed to them that there was too much food for him alone. They noticed that Jilly was running around with such a huge pot, and they thought that maybe there was enough food for them too. Jin realized that they apparently wanted to eat this soup so much that they were ready to do anything to get it. Then the guy decided to let them do it, but first he wanted to ask them to fulfill one of his requests. After some time, the brothers did not understand at all why they were doing this because there was nothing there. Besides, they were worried that something might happen to them when someone found out that they were digging here. But on the other hand, they understood that this shouldn't bother them, because if someone gets into trouble, it will be the little ones, and they will still get this soup. When both brothers returned back to the castle, Jilly was slightly surprised at what happened to them. They were in a terrible state, and Jin even managed to make fun of them, saying that he had been waiting for them for so long, But they did not want to listen to this and wanted to immediately get their portion of soup. Jin didn't understand who he was not to leave them some soup, so he got up from the table and said that they could start eating since they wanted it so much. But the plate was absolutely empty, and the brothers did not understand where he left it for them. But then they realized that he left them 2 teaspoons, and it seemed to them that this was too little for them. But Jin did not understand why they were complaining, because he said that he would leave them. He just did not specify how much it would be. The guy thought that he had fulfilled his promise and therefore was about to leave, and of course before leaving he did not forget to wish them bon appétit. He went down into the tunnel that he had asked his brothers to dig, and was extremely surprised that they took his request quite seriously and did everything as he asked. Jin first knocked on the walls and determined that for such thickness, a first-tier spell would be more than enough for him. He couldn't wait for this moment anymore because he was extremely bored saving up all this mana and not using it. But finally, he could do it. The guy used one of his most powerful spells, which allowed him to get into a secret place, and it was about none other than the secret library of Reincarnated. In his past life, he never managed to get here, so he felt a little strange. It seemed to him that his older brothers were saying that a special phrase was needed to open it. And Jin knew what phrase to say, so he said in a quiet voice, "The child of Reincarnated came to console Murakan." After these words, the doors in front of him immediately opened, and finally Jin could enter this library. The Reincarnated Secret Library is a place that holds many secrets from the clans that the Reincarnated have exterminated over the last 1,000 years. Only Reincarnated commanders were allowed to enter, and it was truly enormous in scale. In his past life, his brother immediately said that it was useless for him to know about this place because Jin was never able to become a commander. But he still managed to learn something useful, and, as was evident, he made good use of this knowledge. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after his short walk through this library, when he saw a man who was locked in a transparent prison. Looking closer, Jin noticed that the man had scales visible on his face. That's why it seemed to him that he was simply not a person, but some kind of animal that his family had caught and put in this prison. Suddenly he remembered the words he needed to say before entering this library. That's why he suggested that perhaps this is the Black Dragon Murakan. Jin heard that he lost to the first head of the house and fell into a deep sleep, but Jin never thought that it was really true. In any case, he didn't have time for this now. He needed to find the clan's secret materials as soon as possible. After a few minutes, Jin still managed to find the secret tomes of other clans. To begin with, he decided to read a tome from the once famous Kungan Swordsman clan. But the content of this book was clearly difficult for him to understand, with his knowledge of third-rank theory. He decided that it would be a good idea to take this book with him, but he was aware of the fact that he could be caught. So he decided that it would be best if he came here from time to time and rewrote the book little by little. And Jin did this for quite a long time, until someone distracted him with their noise. It seemed to him that at this time no one would go to the library of the formidable castle now. But apparently he was wrong, because as soon as he opened the door to see what was happening in the corridor, he saw a man in front of him who immediately wanted to ask the guy what was going on here. Jin immediately realized that Murakan was standing in front of him, but he didn't understand how this was even possible. In his past life, nothing was said about him being able to wake up, so the guy didn't pay attention to it. But apparently, it was a mistake. He tried to mentally force himself to calm down, because it was worth remembering that Murakan was the guardian dragon of their family. So if he was polite and pretended to be an ordinary child, then perhaps he wouldn't do anything to him. So the first thing he decided to do was to greet the guardian of their family once again as the child of Reincarnated. But for some reason this made him very angry, and he literally went berserk in 1 second. Murakam started yelling at the guy because he thought that Jin called him a pathetic guardian. He still didn't understand why people who don't know anything, treat him like some kind of guardian. According to him, he hated the Reincarnated, and he did not understand at all how they dared to say such things to him. It was obvious that Murakam wanted to take out all his anger on this poor guy. But he was still able to come to terms with it and calm down, after which he added that he woke up because he smelled a good smell for the first time in a long time. But only this scoundrel was there. Murakan didn't understand why this guy smelled of spiritual energy and tried to sniff the guy from all sides, and it looked strange, to put it mildly. He went on to say that although he had slept for 1,000 years, he still remembered that smell very well. That thick aroma of spiritual energy. Such a smell can only be found in those who have made a contract, like Tamar did in his time. Jin did not expect that the reason why Murakan suddenly woke up was his spiritual energy. Murakan couldn't believe that this smell was coming from the little guy, so he carefully began to look around, trying to find where this smell was coming from. Jin was watching carefully at this time and thinking that perhaps it wouldn't hurt for him to check something. So he turned to Sir Murakamu, and he was sure that the guy clearly knew something. So he turned to him. Jin created a small ball in which a lot of energy was concentrated and added that his father said that this was the power of the shadow god, Lord Soldred. Murakam immediately began to shake with fear and asked the guy to tell him that it was just a joke. But looking at the expression on Jin's face, he understood that it was clearly not a joke. After which he fell to his knees and began to say something about the treaty promised 1,000 years ago. Jin didn't understand what this guard was talking about, but he still continued to listen to him attentively. Suddenly, Murakam looked up and told Jin about the promise he had once made to Soldred, in which he will be obliged to help a person his whole life, and apparently this person turned out to be Jin. Murakam then said that he would tell him all the details a little later, because he had just woken up, so he was still a little confused. And besides, it would be difficult for a child his age to understand everything. But still, he did not forget to formally introduce himself to the man whom Soldred had chosen. His name was Murakam. He was Soldred's confidant, his friend, and the last descendant of the original Shadows, and following his 1,000-year promise, from today on, he would be on his side. Apparently, Jin really would need a little more time to digest this information, because it was difficult to believe that such a giant would help him. At this stage, Murakam only wanted to know the name of the person Soldred had chosen. Jin happily introduced himself to his new friend as the 13th and youngest child of the Rungkandel family. The name of the Black Dragon Murakan comes from the famous mountain on which the Thunder Castle is located. It was a powerful creature that ruled these lands for a long time. However, 1,000 years ago, the dragon fell at the hands of the first head of the Rungkandel family, Temar. After which the legend says that having abandoned his lands, Murakan fell into a deep sleep. Now Jin understood that he was not their enemy. On the contrary, Murakan was the guardian and good friend of the first head of the family. A man who has made a pact with God is accompanied by a guardian dragon, but nothing was known about Soldred's guardian dragon until now. Now the guy understood why no one knew about Murakan. The next morning, Jin came back to Murakana with the thought that he would have a personal guardian dragon. And so he decided to get to know his keeper as best he could. So he decided to start with a small gift for him. He brought him some food that Jilly had prepared. After his awakening, Murakan did not leave the library for several weeks, and the first question Jin decided to ask him was why he fought with Timar. In response to this, the dragon told him that it was 1,000 years ago, and as it turned out, he did not remember the reason for their fight. The only thing Jin could learn from Murakan that day was that he was madly in love with strawberry pies. At one point in their dialogue, Murakan decided to ask the guy what he was always doing there when he came, to which Jin told him that he was copying books to take them with him, because if he took the originals, then they could find out about his visits to the library. Murakan was surprised that the guy even understood what they were talking about, but Jin assured him that this was not entirely true. According to him, he understood about 30% of the entire material. But the dragon decided to cheer him up, and said that for his age he was doing great. Other children wouldn't even try, that he was doing well. Regarding the other children, he of course agreed with Murakan, but in his family this was only the average level. According to the guy, there are 12 more children in the family, in addition to the father, mother, and elders. And if he wants to surpass them all, then he must work much harder. So he suddenly became interested in asking Murakan how much he thought the first head of the Tamar family would understand if he read this book. Jin wanted to compare himself to the strongest known being in history. He wanted to know what level he was in comparison to him. Murakan thought for a bit and said that in fact, at the same age, Tamar could not understand absolutely a single word from this book. But the Black Dragon hastened to assure him that the theory was in fact very different from the real battle, and Tamar had once fought well even without reading it. Although it still seemed to Murakan that Tamar had talent, and Jin definitely had it, though not as outstanding. These words made Jin think that he might never become as strong as the first chapter. In response to this, Murakan told him that he had made a deal with Soldred, and that he had enough brains to read such books. So all the Black Dragon could advise him was that he just needed to train hard and be patient. Then, if he followed his advice, he could become as strong as Timar. Murakami did not deny that perhaps little Jin would even surpass his distant relative, which Jin himself had little faith in. But the Black Dragon asked him not to lose hope, because he at least had the strength of Soldred, whose nickname had always been Limitless. And this can only mean one thing. Since Soldred has unlimited power, then he, as the Chosen One, has the same potential. So Murakami forbade him from getting upset ahead of time, and also promised him that he would teach him a new skill so that he could feel better. This skill was called Spirit Release, and Murakami believed that the guy had to be able to use this skill. According to him, everyone who uses the energy of the soul must master this skill. It is the basis of everything related to its use. But he immediately warned him that it was extremely dangerous, and if used without proper training, there could be problems. So he immediately asked Jin not to rush and carefully study this skill. Jin understood him, and quickly wanted to know what he needed to do. According to Murakami, he first needed to master the mana emission. Jin didn't quite understand why he needed to do this, because he had done this hundreds of times in his past life. Murakami explained that spirit release involved mana emission and mana transfer, so he needed to master these skills to a proper level. But the worst part was that the Black Dragon felt like it would take about 2 or even 3 years to learn. Listening to all this, Jin immediately realized that it was too long for him. Murakami continued to talk about how he couldn't teach him anything worthwhile until he mastered the basics. And while he was saying all this, Jin decided to try releasing his mana right now. And he managed to do it the first time, which shocked Murakami. The Black Dragon spent some time trying to figure out how the guy did it at all, but according to Jin, he knew how to do it before. Murakami asked him not to say that the boy also had the ability to transfer mana, but before he could say this, Jin demonstrated this skill. The Black Dragon could only say that only geniuses were capable of such things, and apparently the boy really had enormous talent. That's why he finally agreed to show what the release of the soul looks like. And finally, Jin can breathe a sigh of relief. And Murakami began by saying that the talent of the shadow spirit is ultimately drawn from the shadows. Every shadow in this world is born by the will of Soldred, so he owns all the shadows. And Jin, as they have already found out, is the only chosen one of Soldred, so the guy can become the master of all shadows. After Murakami showed him what the release of the spirit is, and immediately wanted to ask him how he felt, Luna destroyed the huge monster, and her assistant immediately ran up to her and informed her that the area was cleared and there were 5 more areas left to clear and the mission would be completed. She was glad to hear this and immediately said that 4 months should be enough for this, so she asked to tell all the knights to rest. But while he was still there, she suddenly decided to ask him what, in his opinion, 9-year-old children like. 6 months after meeting Murakami, the Tona twins turned 10 years old and left Thunder Castle. And a few days later, Jin turned 9 years old. Jilly and other subjects in this castle congratulated him on this, and the guy in turn asked to share the cake among everyone. That day, Khan also came to visit him, and the first thing he did was ask for forgiveness for the unexpected visit. Jin thought that something had happened, so he started to get a little nervous. But as it turned out, the thing was that the guy's sister Luna had come to visit. The guy clearly didn't expect such a meeting because they had never been close to her. Why would she suddenly decide to visit him? The first commander of the Reincarnated family and a knight of the 9th rank, the eldest of the 13 Reincarnated children, the White Whale, Luna, the strongest of the current siblings, who at one time clearly stated her position that she did not want to be the head of the family, also does not participate in the disgusting war for the inheritance of Reincarnated, which is why she is called the White Whale, which seems to swim alone. For this reason, she never took an interest in her younger brothers and sisters, to such an extent that she seemed to him like a stranger in her past life, and not a member of the family. They were so different from each other. That's why Jin was so surprised that she suddenly decided to come to him at Thunder Castle. Apparently something happened since she was here, and the first thought that came to him was that the girl found out that Jin was visiting the library. Luna came closer to her little brother, and the first thing she said was that he had grown quite a lot. Jin told her that if she had told him in advance, he would have worn something more appropriate to meet her. She put her hand on his head and said that it sounded pretty cute, but she still thought it was weird that she had to warn someone just to see her little brother. She also noticed that he looked quite bad, and it seemed to her that he was sick, but that was far from the case. He decided to tell her straight out that he was a little nervous because it was his first time talking to her, so he couldn't help it. At that moment, Luna was thinking that crushing and taking everything from each other was the custom of Reincarnated. But still it was strange for her to see how Jin thought that she had come to intimidate him. In any case, she said in a quiet voice that apparently he simply didn't understand her. She then added that he might still be young, but even in that case he was still a member of the Reincarnated family. Then she actually knelt down and asked her younger brother for one request. She would very much like for them to be left alone because she would like to talk to him. Jin couldn't even imagine why she needed to talk to him personally, but he decided that such an opportunity could not be missed, so he agreed without any problems, although he did not know the reason, but it seemed to him that she did not want to do anything bad to him. As soon as they were alone with him, she told him that the reason she had come to him so unexpectedly was that she needed to tell him something. After which she started talking about how when his father came to him personally, he became the center of attention for the whole house. This means that when he leaves the Thunder Castle, then all his brothers and sisters will try to control him. But she immediately said that she didn't want him to get caught up in this family's squabbles and feel unhappy. She also clearly wouldn't want the Reincarnated family's dirty customs to harm him. Now Jin began to understand why the girl had abandoned the idea of becoming the head of the family. But he couldn't understand, if she didn't want him to suffer from the showdown within the family, then why didn't she warn him about it in his past life? Was it really just because he wasn't worthy of her attention? Or is it because his siblings didn't see him as a rival before? He had different thoughts in his head, but he still decided to thank his sister for warning him. But still, he already has a reason why he doesn't intend to participate in this. Luna immediately began to tell him that this was all serious. She was telling him this not because she considered him a threat to herself in the future, but before she could finish speaking, Jin interrupted her and said that he already knew this very well. According to him, he understands all this so well because there had already been an attempt on his life, which surprised the girl. This literally left her in shock. She couldn't believe that someone in the Thunder Castle had already tried to destroy the guy. She immediately began asking him to tell her who it was, but Jin was not going to do this, and to be honest, he himself did not know. He also added that they tried, but it didn't work, and he was still fine, so it seemed to him that there was clearly no need to worry. In response to this, she said that she was very glad that the guy helped her understand that not all her brothers and sisters hate her. After which she decided to hug him, which Jin clearly did not expect, but she is still very saddened by the news that he got caught up in their family's squabbles. At that moment, Jin was thinking that he couldn't even imagine that Sister Luna would be such a sensitive person, so he tried to calm her down a little and tell her not to be so sad. Luna agreed with him and added that one shouldn't only talk about the bad on such a wonderful day. After all, she didn't forget that today was his birthday. And in honor of this, she came here today to give him a gift. She took a small box out of her pocket, inside which was a pendant, after which she asked Jin to turn around so that she could put the pendant around his neck. And while she was doing this, she told him that only once, when he was in a hopeless situation, he could break the blue stone in this pendant, and then no matter where he was, the moon would immediately come to his aid. So she asked him not to forget about it and to always carry it with him. In this way, she congratulated her brother on his 9th birthday. Jin was clearly pleased to have such a gift and such a sister. After a short get-together, Luna decided that it was time for her to leave, and after she congratulated the guy once again, she said goodbye and headed towards the exit. Jin was very happy to talk to her, and in response could only wish her a good journey. That same evening, Jin went down to the library again to continue his studies, and the first thing Murakami decided to ask the guy was what was hanging around his neck. Jin was surprised that the black dragon even noticed this, but still told him that it was a birthday present. Murakami immediately began to say that he does not know who gave it to him, but apparently this person cares about it very much, because it is a very special pendant. And according to Murakami, it belonged to the Beast King Orgel 1,000 years ago. Countless people died trying to get this pendant. Besides all this pendant gives him resistance to any magical attack below the 5th rank, enhances the wearer's magical skills, and Murakami assumed that it also has a summoning function. Jin was surprised that Murakami knew so much, but the black dragon asked him not to be surprised, because at that time it was the peak of his activity. In any case, he assumed that this gift was given to him by the person with a strong aura who came here. Jin confirmed that it was his older sister, and the guy was very surprised that he was able to feel her energy. Murakami confirmed this information and, moreover, added that his sister should have also felt it. Jin immediately began to worry because he thought that she might tell everyone else, but Murakami assured her that the guy had nothing to worry about. After all, he considered that she was an older sister who gave him such a valuable gift as if it was a trifle, so it seemed to him that after that she would hardly go and inform on her younger brother. Luna really did feel a strong energy when she came out of the storm castle, which clearly had not been there before. She decided that she should pretend that she didn't know anything yet. But in her mind, she told her brother that it didn't matter what he did or who he became because she was going to support him always. He thought that the time spent in Storm Castle would be extremely useless, but on the contrary, he received many things, such as the recognition and expectations of his father, the phoenix heart he received from his older sister Mary, the support of his older sister Luna, and most importantly, he met his guardian dragon Murakami. He could not even dream of all this in his past life. Soon he turned 10, and he finally began preparing for the trip home. He began to spend a lot of time with his knight companion Khan, who taught him the basics of combat. During training, Khan often thought that Jin was the type of person the boss might be interested in, and that he usually assessed such people. But with each training session, he became more and more convinced that it was Jin who was assessing him. And after another such training, as soon as Khan finished it, he told Jin that they had something to talk about with him. The guy didn't even guess what could have happened, but his first thought was that something was wrong with their training. But to his surprise, Khan suddenly bowed down to Jin and told the boy that it was an honor for him to train the boy. He then added that he would soon be leaving the Thunder Castle, and then Khan promised that he would make every effort to teach him as much as possible by the end of this period. Jin was pleased to hear such words, so he answered Kanu that he would count on his knight. After another training session, Jin decided to play with fire a little and tried to stick his finger in there, and as soon as he did this, he realized that he did not feel any pain at all, and finally the effect of the phoenix heart began to work. The guy's maid, as soon as she saw this, tried to stop the guy because it seemed to her that it should be very hot and painful. But Jin assured her that everything was indeed fine. It now felt like he was dipping his finger into warm water. She was glad to hear that Lady Mary's gift had already had a positive effect. She had only heard about the effect of the phoenix heart, and was seeing it for the first time in reality. Jin was not much different from her, and was also experiencing how it worked for the first time. But even in this case, he considered that this was not the maximum, and it seemed to him that he had only learned half of it so far. And he was thinking that most likely in a few years he would fully receive all the effects from the heart. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who once again reminded him that they were leaving the castle tomorrow morning, and therefore she asked him to warn her in advance if he needed anything. In response to this, he suddenly said that he urgently needed to go out for a short while, and this was really quite unexpected. He decided to visit Murakami and remind him that they were leaving the castle tomorrow, but the Black Dragon did not forget about it even without him, because he had actually been waiting for this day for an eternity. But Jin was still worried, because he couldn't even imagine how the Black Dragon would follow him. Murakami immediately told the guy that there was no point in worrying about it, because he was at least a legendary shadow dragon. And at the moment it doesn't matter at all how much he has weakened. For him it's still as easy as pie. According to him, he will take care to follow the guy carefully, so that he can't be noticed. Jin didn't understand why he was telling the guy such important information only now, but Murakami told him once again that there was no point in worrying about it, because he had been sleeping for the last 1,000 years, and it was normal that he was not in perfect shape yet. The guy suddenly began to wonder whether his guardian would be able to regain his former strength, and according to Murakami, he would do it, moreover. With the guy, he would become even stronger. After all, the whole point is that he is his guardian dragon after all, so Jin also needs to hurry up and become a powerful mage swordsman like Timar. Hearing this, the guy decided to ask again if his family was originally mages and swordsmen at the same time. The guy knew about this because in his past life, Soldred told him about it. Initially, the Reincarnated family only had magical swordsmen, and the first head of the house was the strongest of them. But almost no one knows this, and this upset Jin a little. Murakami added that the reason why the current Reincarnated rejected magic and began to study only swordsmanship is because of the humiliating pact made 1,000 years ago. According to the Shadow Dragon, people still called him the guardian of the family, but he was sure that they would be very embarrassed if he appeared in front of them. And if this had happened 1,000 years ago, he was sure that everyone would have run wherever their eyes looked and would have been horrified by the fact that he was next to the most respected creature in the world. Jin was very doubtful that his family would do such a thing, but he still continued to listen to Murakan. The Shadow Dragon was not surprised that the guy doubted it. In any case, there was no point in proving it now, and he only asked the guy not to worry about him, because he would hide very well. Jin believed him, but he didn't know what to do with the capsule that contained Murakan, because his family members could come in at any moment and notice that the Shadow Dragon was not there. Murakan thought that this issue was too easy to solve with the help of dragon magic, with which he would create a copy of himself. For him, creating a copy of himself is such a trifle that he can do it with his eyes closed, so he assured Jin that there was no need to worry. But still, he did not forget to note the fact that he had not yet regained all his strength, so maintaining it for a long time would be quite difficult. But he was ready to continue in the same spirit until Zhang grew up. The guy was pleased to hear this, so he immediately thanked his guardian for his care, and Murakan asked him to respect him more after that. And just in response to that, Gina told him that he brought him something special today. The guy was talking about a pie that was made from the first batch of strawberries this year, and wine that he stole when Gilly wasn't looking, a kind of gift to Murakan. But Jin had one condition. He asked Murakan not to make a bad copy while drunk. The Shadow Dragon's joy knew no bounds, and he immediately declared that he would do everything perfectly for such a gift. After some time, Gilly was already helping Jean get dressed, and while she was doing this, she told him that when he returned home, he clearly should not expect quiet days, even if he had trained hard. After all, she thought that there would be more work there, and it would clearly be much more difficult for him, and she would no longer be able to cook pies whenever he wanted. Jean assured her that there was no reason to worry about this because he intended to work very hard when he returned home so that he would not have any problems. Gilly was very happy to hear this. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by two knights named Jerome and Holtz. Today their task was to help Jin get home safe and sound. They would accompany him until he reached the safe zone, and Jin himself was not against such good protection, so he did not say a word. After this dialogue, Jin and his comrades finally left the storm castle, and the next stop of the young master was the main monastery of Reincarnated, which was called the Garden of Swords. At one point on their journey, Gilly noticed that the snow had become very heavy, and she immediately suggested that Jean wait out the blizzard in the nearest village. She felt like they wouldn't be able to get through the teleportation gate in this weather, and Jin eventually agreed with her. Suddenly, their carriage began to shake, as if it had been caught in the middle of an earthquake. Two knights immediately began shouting to them that there was an ambush and that it would be best for them to stay inside the carriage, which is what they did. At that moment, Gilly tried to calm the young master down as much as possible, saying that Jerome and Holtz were 7th rank knights and that she was also next to him. But looking at her, it was clear that only she needed support. She saw that they were attacked by 20 magicians and the same number of warriors. Perhaps there were archers, but she didn't know for sure. Jin, hearing this, realized that he and Gilly needed to get out of the carriage immediately, after which he began to talk about how the Reincarnated guards would never just abandon a child from a family without protection, and at least one of the two should be with him. Based on this, Jin decided that these two knights were either fake escorts or simply traitors. In any case, the guy thought that it was not so important now because some device could be installed in the carriage, and therefore they needed to escape urgently. Although the girl was incredibly scared, she still agreed with the young master's idea. And from that moment on, she decided to show her true face, and she, as a servant of the Reincarnated family, would protect the young master as long as necessary. So she immediately warned him that she might be a little rude to him. As they ran away, Gilly told him that she should receive due punishment for this incident upon arrival at the family estate, but Jean felt that now was not the best time to worry about it. After which he asked her to go to those two knights, because he needed to check something. Gilly didn't quite understand why they were doing this, so the guy explained to her that those attacking guys could possibly be their allies, and if he had been their target, then as soon as they ran out of the carriage, they would have immediately tried to destroy them. But it was suspiciously quiet around. As soon as they came closer, just as Jin had expected, they saw a coat of arms with a leaf and a pattern with a black beast. This is the Yuta family, a clan of magicians from Middle, and next to them were the mercenaries of the Black King. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the magicians, who shouted that he saw Jilly McCrolin, and also confirmed that Jean Runkandel was alive. And as soon as he said this, the head of the magicians immediately gave an order to all the squads that their main goal was to protect Jin Runkandel. A few seconds later, a man appeared in front of them, who introduced himself as Murkayo, and he is the vice captain of the 3rd squad of the Black King's mercenaries, and at the request of the Runkandel family, they will protect them. Looking at these two knights, Jin understood that most likely this was not a betrayal. Rather, they were initially fake escorts, and if they were actually 7th rank knights, then dealing with these troops would not be difficult for them. Jilly couldn't help but start screaming at them because she immediately wanted to find out who they were and what their purpose was. For one of them, it was funny that they actually thought that they would tell everything to the Runkandels. The girl tried to talk to them, but suddenly Jin asked her to destroy one of them. He then asked Jilly to try and cut off the other man's arms and drag his body to him. The girl, hearing this, immediately went into battle and was ready to carry out the order of her young master. She was able to complete the first task in a matter of seconds, and one of them died immediately. The second one also did not wait long for his turn and lost his hand in the same way. And then, without thinking twice, Jilly took his other hand away. Then, as Jin had asked her, she took him by the head and dragged him to Jin, while telling this knight that it seemed his masters had greatly underestimated them. After she brought the body of this knight to her master Jin, she finally told him that in order to become a servant of the Runkandel family, one must be at least a 7th rank martial artist. Jin completely agreed with her, and added that in order to destroy a child from the Runkandel family, they should have sent at least 3 or even 4 8th rank knights. The knight, who could still speak, began to shout and ask not to make him laugh, because in his opinion this was just a warning, after which he added that the era of Runkandel's rule would soon end. Jin did not understand why he was shouting like that, but he still agreed with this knight and, moreover, added that he also strived for this. Instead of the era of the Runkandel family's rule, he would like to see the era of Jin Runkandel's power come. At these words, the knight shouted again, but this time only 3 words. He shouted, "Glory to the great Zippels." The Zippels are a clan of mages that rule the rest of the world. They are essentially the opposite of the Runkandel family, and while some strive to reach the peak of swordsmanship, others do the same with magic. 1,000 years ago, when the first head of the Runkandel house died, the Zippels forced the Runkandel family to enter into a humiliating pact that forbade its members from using magic, which is the reason for the suppression of magical abilities in the Runkandel family. Considering all this, it was not difficult to guess that for the Runkandels, the Zippels were literally enemies of 1,000 years ago, and Jin was quite interested to know who would dare to take such a step. But now, thanks to this stupid knight, he knows everything. After which he asked Jilly to throw him away somewhere nearby, because he believed that there was simply no point in interrogating him further. Of course, even for the Zippels, Runkandel are sworn enemies, although they constantly terrorize Runkandel. But today's incident is different from their usual antics. It clearly looks more like an attack by independent extremists. He carefully examined the crime scene and was sure that something was clearly wrong, but it was really difficult for him to find what exactly. Jin knew that no matter how skillful his disguise was, it would still be extremely difficult to fool a 7th rank martial artist. So, considering all these facts, Jin began to think that it might be the interference of that same guy. Jilly approached her young master and said that she had done everything as he had asked, in response to which Jin praised her and said that she had done her job well. After which he approached Murkayo, who held the position of vice-captain of the Black King's mercenaries, if Jin remembered correctly. In any case, the guy approached him to tell him that thanks to the fact that they distracted them, he and Jilly managed to escape, and therefore, as soon as they get to their estate, Jean will immediately report on their exploits, and the family will repay them in full. In the meantime, he asked the man and his men to take care of him until they reached the gate. Murkayo, after such words, was ready to do anything for Jin, so he assured the young master that they would try to do everything possible. Although he thought mentally that despite the fact that he was a descendant of Runkandel, who left the castle for the first time, and that he was only 10 years old, all these facts were surprising, because he was already confident in himself and behaved with dignity. So he began to wonder if perhaps the things he had said earlier about the Jean Runkandel era had been more than just childish chatter. After these reflections, he approached his people and said that until they reached the gates, he asked them to control themselves and think about their actions. The mercenaries did not understand what kind of strange order this was, and such a sudden one at that, because they had absolutely not cared all this time. But he once again asked them to shut their mouths and do what he ordered them to do. Jilly interrupted their not-so-nice conversation and told Murkayo that they could move out. Murkayo listened to them without any problems and at the same time put his heart to his heart, which greatly surprised his subordinates. On the way, Jilly was a little worried that they had just abandoned those imposters there, but Murkayo assured her that everything was actually okay, because it didn't matter whether they were found alive or not, they would still serve as a good example for their comrades. Jilly was glad to hear this, and she was also pleased by the fact that in about 2 hours there should be a village. Jean suggested waiting out the storm there. And since they were already talking, the guy decided to ask Jilly not to be upset about the incident with the escort, because she should understand that it was not her fault in the first place, because even the Knight Khan, who has the 9th rank, did not notice it. And for a warrior of the 7th rank, it is even more difficult. And for Jin, it will not be difficult to tell her what a guardian knight should do. The Rungkandle family's nannies share the fates of the children they care for. Jilly was Jin's nanny in his past life, and the family looked down on her because of him not having any abilities, but despite this, she never blamed the guy for it. When he was expelled, she was also ordered to leave with him, and even then she asked him for forgiveness for not being able to serve him worthily. This is how she was then, so Jin most of all did not want to be rude to her in this life, but now everything will be different, and therefore the guy believed that Jilly should become stronger. While he was thinking about this, Jilly came up to him and said that she was ready to accept any punishment that he considered necessary for what happened. Jin got tired of putting up with her constant apologies, so he started yelling at her, and as a result, he ordered her not to blame herself anymore. After which he added that perhaps she was his nanny, but he also asked her not to forget that she was the only guard he had now. And if even now such trifles throw her off track, then in the future there may also be problems with support. So he asked her not to make him repeat it again, and he hoped that she understood him. Jilly told him that she would try her best to improve. In her mind, she thought that the young master cared about her so much, so she decided that she needed to be on guard so as not to cause him any more trouble. Looking at Jilly, Jin immediately noticed that his words clearly raised her spirits, even a little too much, but he was still glad about it. While Murkayo was booking 2 rooms for Jean and Jilly, the guy was thinking that the man wasn't that clean. And if his guesses are correct, then most likely Murkayo is also involved in the situation with the imposters. At that moment, Jin was thinking about the reincarnator Bubar Gaston, who was an excellent master of transformation. This skill is a kind of feature of dragons, but the problem was that not all dragons can transform perfectly. Moreover, it could be said that Bubar was the only one who was capable of this. And he also knew this, so he used this ability to commit many crimes and thereby plunge the world into chaos. So, given all this, Jin understood perfectly well that if Bubar was really behind all this, then it would be a real thorn in his side. But so far the guy really had no reason to think so, because he hadn't done anything to give it away. Jin remembered very well that in his past life, he was arrested by the special squad Bement when he was about 20 years old. But Jin planned not to allow this, because he understood very well that if such a character became his ally, it would be extremely useful. But on the other side of the coin, he had no reason to trust a man who had already attacked him. So he decided that before Bubar got himself into even more trouble, the guy decided that he needed to find out if anything was different from his past life. Jilly turned to the young master to tell him that she would be outside, and if he needed anything, he could call her. But before she could finish speaking, she noticed that Jin had already fallen asleep, so she decided to be quieter and not disturb the young master. But Jin never managed to sleep, because over time he was awakened by some noise from the street, which literally forced him to get out of his bed. He sat down and didn't even remember when he fell asleep, but the culprit of the noise was immediately noticeable. The guy thought that even despite his persistent training in the Thunder Castle, such loads were still too much for the body of a 10-year-old child. But then he decided to turn his attention to the one who was screaming, and it was a black cat, whose appearance made it seem like he urgently needed help. although at that very moment the guy thought that perhaps it wasn't just a cat. He remembered Murakan's words, who told him that he would hide well and that Jin had nothing to worry about. The guy was sure that this was his friend the Shadow Dragon, and apparently this is what he meant when he said that he would follow him. Jin was surprised that Murakana was so good at transforming. Until the end, the guy thought that he would turn into a servant or a rider, but definitely not into a cute kitten. But as soon as he returned to his appearance, he was no longer so cute and immediately began to shout that if he had done this, the knights from his family would have immediately understood everything. He decided to approach the guy to tell him the next plan, but he tripped over a piece of wood on the floor and, to put it mildly, did not land very well. Jilly immediately ran into the room, frightened for the young master. She saw a strange man next to Jin who was screaming in pain. Therefore, she immediately turned into a not-at-all-kind servant, who did not understand how this worthless thing dared to threaten the young master. It took her only 1 second to put him on the ground and start demanding information from him. Who is he and what does he want? Jin tried to stop Gilly and explain everything to her, but Murakan continued to lie with a very strange smile. After which, he stood up and realized that Jilly was the same maid who baked those wonderful strawberry pies, and how glad he was to meet her again. Jean was a little ashamed to hear this, and Jilly agreed with him. But she still stopped and no longer wanted to destroy this man and was even ready to listen to him. To begin with, Jin decided to introduce this man and told Gilly that he was the guardian of the Reincarnated family, the Black Dragon Murakan. After which he wanted to introduce Gilly, but Murakan interrupted him and said that he already knew her. She was his strawberry pie. Gilly decided to ask him for forgiveness for showing disrespect to the guardian of the family, but Murakan clearly did not intend to be offended. Moreover, he said that he would gladly forgive her. The girl decided to ask him why he calls her that. Murakan happily explained to her that it was because she makes these wonderful, amazing, and simply perfect strawberry pies. Gilly was shocked when she heard this. She literally couldn't believe that Jin asked her to make these pies every day just because of Lord Murakan. The guy asked her to sit down so he could explain everything in detail, and after a few minutes of explanations, she realized that a lot had actually happened without her knowledge, and Jin was sorry that he had been deceiving her all this time, but she was only surprised by how outstandingly talented Jin was. All these things, magic, the contract with Soldred, and even the dragon as a personal guardian, all this amazed her. But considering all this, she could certainly say that she was incredibly happy to be his nanny. Jin was glad that she reacted that way, but still did not forget to tell her that in any case, she was now an accomplice in this story, and at his request, the family should not know that Murakan had awakened, and they were closely connected to him. But he was interrupted again by Murakan, who asked his strawberry pie not to be so nervous, because everything would be fine. This was very strange for her, but still she was very grateful to him for this. Gilly still asked Jin to step aside for a minute because she wanted to check with the guy whether they could trust Murakan, but the young master himself was not really sure about it. The next day they reached the teleportation gate, and Gilly and Jin were very grateful to the Black King's mercenaries, and they did not forget to say that the Reincarnated family would soon repay them for their work. Murakaya was grateful in return because he thought it was a good experience for them. He also said that they were eager to see what the future held for young Reincarnated, whom Gilly served. But before leaving, the man decided to ask Gilly one question, in which he was interested to know why someone with such outstanding abilities as hers left the McRowland family to become a nanny for a child from another family. Immediately after this question, she turned around and told him that there was really no reason worth mentioning, and that was her answer. The man realized that he had asked a rude question, so he decided to apologize for it. After which they entered the building where the teleportation gate was, and the first thing they were asked to do was present their identification. This was not a problem, and they immediately showed their badge, and the employee of this department immediately understood that they were from the Reincarnated family, and they needed to get to Callan, the Hufestra Union. It was an honor for this employee to meet him, so he asked them without any problems to follow him so that he could lead them to the teleportation site. But everything was not so simple, because in order to move to the desired place in an instant, they had to wait here for 2 whole hours. However, they decided that it would be better to wait than to go there on their own feet. At that moment, Gilly decided to tell the young master that she was actually very worried about him, and specifically about the fact that they might find out about Murakana or something else, and then they wouldn't be able to keep silent about magic. After all, she knew very well that this was the only thing that was forbidden in the Reincarnated family, but Jin assured her that there was really nothing to worry about, because he also knew about it very well, and therefore would carefully hide it. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from behind. And the first thing Jin noticed when he turned his head was the coat of arms with a golden dragon. This coat of arms represented nothing other than the Zippel family, among which was a boy and 2 guards. He decided to sit down opposite Jin and his comrades, and he immediately felt a little pressure. The guy tried to discreetly assess the person he saw in front of him, because all these faces looked quite familiar to him. Then suddenly this guy from the Zippel family spoke up and said that he knew it was not worth going to Hoofest today, and all because he met these scum who were sitting opposite him. The only plus he noticed while sitting there was a cute kitten, which he immediately wanted to pet. The kitten himself was not against approaching this guy to be petted. At least that's what it seemed like at first. After all, Murakhan suddenly went wild and scratched Zippel's hand. His guards immediately ran up to eliminate the threat, but this guy stopped them and said that everything was fine, because it was just the animal's day off. Apparently it was just an attempt to start a fight, which caused him trouble. Besides, he thought that it would be very stupid to draw a sword in front of the Reincarnated family members. This guy, looking at Jin, thought that he wanted to piss him off out of curiosity, but he didn't react even to direct insults. This could only mean that Reincarnated's youngest son was very cold-blooded. The guy liked it, so he decided to come closer and introduce himself. His name was Veridin Zippel, and he would like to apologize for his rude behavior. Jin had heard of this name, the general mage, and a worthy contender for the position of head of the Zippel family in the future. He was very popular among young mages, because he had a noble character coupled with brilliant skills, and in his past life, there was a huge gap between them when Jin was engaged in magic. He couldn't even imagine that he would meet this guy at such an early age. He even felt a little awkward. In any case, he decided to answer him and told Veridin that he was also curious about what kind of person he was, and considering that he apologized, Jin was glad to see that he was not just an idiot. Veridin decided to clarify why he decided so, and Jin explained to him that if after his antics, his men had drawn their swords, then in the end he would have had to wander around Hoofester without protection, and perhaps he would have lost 2 more of his fingers. With these words, he made Veridin laugh quite a lot. It seemed to him that this was a very creepy joke. Jin put on his most serious face and let him know he wasn't joking. Veridin still didn't stop smiling, and at some point decided to give Jin some advice, after which he said that if he ever met Zippel again and found himself in a similar situation, he asked Jin not to get excited and not to cut off anyone's fingers or something like that, because in the future, this could bring a lot of problems to both families. In response to these words, Jin said that now this is a really funny joke. The boy found it funny that he actually thought that his father Shiron Reincarnated and his father Keliak Zippel would start a war between their families over a child's fight. Veridin couldn't really disagree with the guy and said that even if he lost a few fingers, it would all end up with a small amount of money as compensation. Considering all this, Zippel decided that Jin had taught him something today, so he promised that he would repay him one day. Jin, hearing these words, told him that he would not need to return it later and wanted Veridin to do it immediately, and according to Zippel, he would do it with pleasure. The guy asked Veridin to remain silent and not say a word until the gate was activated, and he especially asked not to disturb him. It was an unexpected request for Veridin, so he thought that in a few years, Jin Reincarnated would become a good guy. Veridin even thought that if it weren't for the feud between their families, he would have asked the guy to become his friend, but now he can only become his sworn enemy, because he is Reincarnated. Jin, looking at how Veridin was acting, simply did not understand how he could act like that if he had recently almost lost his fingers, so he assumed that perhaps the Zippel family was all like that. In any case, 2 hours passed rather quickly, and they were invited into the teleportation room, where they were immediately warned that due to the teleportation wave, they could feel pain and fatigue. But these were normal sensations. And while Veridin was teleporting, he still decided to tell Jin that it was a pretty fun meeting, and that's why he wanted to offer the guy to meet again. Without thinking twice, Jin immediately told him that he was out and suggested not to do it. As soon as the guy arrived at his palace by carriage, he was immediately met at the entrance by the deputy chief butler, Peter. He understood that the guy had a long and rather difficult journey, so he happily congratulated the guy on arriving at the main estate of the Reincarnated family. The Garden of Swords is the place where only those who have achieved special heights and contributed to the prosperity of the Reincarnated family were allowed to leave their sword. It symbolizes all the dreams and honor of the Reincarnated family. And while Jin was passing by this place, he thought that there was a time when he also wanted to leave his sword after his death. In his past life, he was weak because he had no abilities, and he had no leadership qualities or intelligence, so when he tried to do something, he obviously looked very stupid. But in this life, living in this hole seems quite expedient to him. The first of the Reincarnated family to speak to the boy was the Black Panther, Rose Reincarnated, who was the mistress of the Reincarnated estate. She was happy to see her son again, and the boy reciprocated her feelings. The first thing his father wanted to know was what kind of cat was on his shoulder, and Jean couldn't think of anything better to say than that he had tamed it. But the father clearly didn't believe him, and this was evident from the expression on his face, after which he added that he liked how Jin responded cheekily, because Reincarnated always expressed themselves like that when they received something. The cat immediately approached Rose and wanted her to take him in her arms, and the woman herself wanted to ask Jean what he called this cat. Jin expected this question, so he confidently said the name Nabi Reincarnated, which translated means butterfly. And as soon as he said this, one of the brothers of the Reincarnated family began to shout that he, of course, understands that Jin is still young, but this still does not give him the right to give the surname Reincarnated to some animal. The father asked him to stop shouting. First, he wanted to know from Jin himself why he gave the cat his last name. The boy didn't understand why they were making such a fuss about the cat, but he assured his father and other family members that he did it to be responsible for it. He also believed that it might just be an animal, but it was the first living creature he had managed to tame, so he wanted his name to have some meaning. This was a worthy answer in the father's opinion, but he still decided to clarify once again whether Jin understood what such a decision entailed. Jin understood this perfectly well and decided to say out loud that if someone harms a Nabi, then this means that he must respond in kind. The man believed that Jin simply had a talent for making enemies, and to confirm these words, one could only look at how his brothers and sisters looked at him. Jin wasn't going to argue with him, but he thought it wasn't that bad, since it would allow him to learn how to get rid of his enemies much faster. This kind of insolence never ceased to please the father. He believed that since they all had to put up with their younger brother, then everyone was already on the edge. 4 years later, Jin was already 14 years old, and by this time he had managed to obtain the rank of a second-rank knight. Today he finished another training session, and his coach told him that he has made noticeable progress, and at this rate he is quickly rising in rank. His instructor Garen Altamiro also reminded the boy that he also had training with Lady Luna planned for today. Jin actually forgot about it, so he decided to go eat and return to Luna. Garen decided to tell the guy that it would be better for him not to eat with other knights, because his mother doesn't like it. But Jin thought that everything was fine, because he just doesn't want to start a silent war with his relatives. Garen actually understood the guy perfectly and didn't even intend to judge him. Belub Schmitz was a primary school cadet who was aiming for the position of Reincarnated Guardian Knight, and it was he who decided to help the young master today and therefore brought him food. Jin was very grateful to him, and while they were eating, the guy thought about the fact that Belub Schmitz was an ordinary 13-year-old boy who would soon be kicked out of the Reincarnated family. At least that was how it was in his past life. The guy still felt sorry for him because he was deprived of his cadet rights and simply expelled without regret, which Jin clearly didn't like, but then he couldn't do anything about it. But Belub is actually a good and kind guy who was just unlucky. He also always talked about how grateful he was to the Reincarnated family for giving him the right to eat meat quite often, and he was also very grateful to the young master for always sharing meat with him. Jin noted that he says this every day. Has he really learned this phrase by heart? The young master tried to convey to Belub that he sometimes needed to be more laconic, because people despised him because he chatted too much, something the cadet clearly did not expect to hear. Jin confirmed this once again and asked him to raise his nose and gather the rest of his dignity. He asked him to be proud of the fact that he is a cadet of the Reincarnated family's guardian knights. Belub noted that it was hard to think like that because his grades were below the plinth and he hadn't even reached the first rank. But according to Jin, being a cadet of the Reincarnated family was already a heavy burden. What he was trying to tell him was that even if Belub was at the bottom here, he was elite compared to the rest of the 13-year-olds in the world. During the conversation, Jin understood why the family abandoned him. because this guy is too submissive. But in the future, he joined the Heran family, another family of swordsmen, and became a loyal dog of the Beemant Empire, walking the true path of a heartless butcher. In his past life, Jin was more than surprised to learn that he had become part of the Imperial Guard, and was soon saddened by the news that he had committed suicide, which is why the boy so badly wanted to intervene in Belob's fate, so that history would not repeat itself. Jin decided that this time he would do everything possible to avoid being expelled from the Reincarnated family. He thought that this guy didn't deserve to live such a bad life twice. As Jin walked to his second training session of the day, he tried to calculate what he had already achieved. His soul release was at rank 2, his mana mastery was at rank 4, and his sword mastery was at rank 2. It seemed to him that everything was going quite smoothly, and at this rate he would be able to become a third-rank swordsman in just 2 years. In the meantime, he has yet another training session with his sister Luna, who promised him that today's training would be similar to yesterday's. But she immediately told him that he should perceive the same workout differently every day. She asked him to follow the call of his heart, and then she believed that he would definitely succeed. Jin understood that today he would probably have to come up with a way to get through this training that he had never heard of. He repeated in his head that he needed to follow his heart, and that learning this skill was very important for those who walked the path of the sword. Before the training began, Luna asked him to concentrate and under no circumstances to open his eyes. In this way, she wanted him to concentrate. The guy had thoughts in his head that the call of the heart is a stage of enlightenment for knights of the 7th rank, and above, and his sister is clearly trying to teach him despite the fact that he is only 2nd rank. It was nice to realize this, but will he succeed? Moreover, he was well aware that this skill was very similar to the emission of aura, but Luna did not use aura during training, so he slightly did not understand it. But on the other hand, he had already told her that he trusted her, and so he was sure that she had some kind of plan, so he just needed to concentrate on training, and one day he would be able to understand what the essence of this training was. After some time, Luna announced that their training for the day was over, and she praised him, saying that he tried hard today. Luna had always expected her little brother to be good at it, but she was also happy that he always exceeded her expectations. 680. The girl immediately noticed the fact that he had amazing concentration and stance that you wouldn't see among other 2nd-rank knights, so she was sure that in a few years his potential would definitely be recognized. She just mentally asked him not to stop and to continue to grow as quickly as he does. The next day, at cadet training, everyone was on edge and couldn't help themselves. After all, the point was that today's sparring would bring the most points for the final assessment, and a good final result would help them all quickly become the guardians of the family. All this was told to Jin by one of the cadets, who also added that today was also a special day for the young master, because Mrs. Rasma said that if he could defeat the 10 strongest people among the cadets today, then next year he would be able to get into the advanced group. Jin heard about this for the first time, but it was still great news for him, although it was not noticeable from his facial expression. The thing was that he was worried about Belob, who was again in very bad condition, and apparently this time he was nervous before the fight. Although the young master still thought that it was not that important, since he would make sure that he was not kicked out, it still wouldn't hurt for him to be more confident in himself. Their instructor also told them all that today each cadet would have 3 sparring sessions, and after each fight they would change partners. Also, the top 10 fighters will fight against young Master Jin in a one-on-one fight. A few minutes after the instructor told them all this, the guys started sparring. Jin watched them closely and immediately noticed that they were all not so bad, and it seemed that the right to be a cadet of the Reincarnated family was not given for free. After some time, the instructor was able to select 10 people who would fight with Jin, and he asked the rest to return to their places. The first fights for Jin went quite successfully. He quickly dealt with the first guys who decided to go into sparring with him. During sparring, he thought that the record for consecutive sparring was 8 people, so he would need to win 2 more. And to do this, he only had to be wary of Mesa Milcano, who was a primary school cadet for the position of Guardian Knight. She is an elite fighter who will complete the cadet training course in the future and immediately become a Guardian Knight. The girl hadn't changed a bit from her previous life, and she was still just as sharp-tongued, and the first thing she did after she went out to spar with Jin was to assure him that she would definitely win. The guy himself understood perfectly well that sparring with Mesa was the most important fight in this place for endurance, but still this did not frighten him at all, and he happily answered her that he was looking forward to her attempt. These words smoothly turned into a fight, and Jin immediately had to defend himself from all the blows of the girl, who was clearly fighting with full force. As soon as the fight began, Jin noticed after the first blows that Mesa had become much stronger, but it still didn't seem like he could lose to her. Besides, she was only the second opponent, and after her, he would need to defeat 8 more people, meaning he needed to finish her off as quickly as possible while using as little energy as possible. During their fight, Mesa couldn't understand why the guy was only using basic attacks, because before that she had seen him use various combinations of attacks. She couldn't believe that he was doing this on purpose, but even if so, why would he do it? But then it dawned on her that the guy simply thought she couldn't beat him. He was literally looking down on her. These thoughts made her angry, so she decided to show the young master everything she had learned at the academy. The other guys didn't expect to see such a strong battle between these guys. Maya continued to attack one after another, and at this time she thought that she simply could not lose to him this time either. But her overconfidence at some point played a cruel joke on her, and Jin was able to catch her and thus broke her sword. The girl clearly didn't expect this, so as soon as Jin did this, she literally froze and didn't know what to do next. And the guy understood perfectly well that their fight was over, and all he could tell her was that they had just had a great fight. After this fight, the guy thought that he needed to change his sword, because it was all cracked and would soon fall apart into pieces. And then it dawned on May that all this time their swords had clashed so many times, but the guy still managed to hit the same spot all the time, and apparently, that was the only reason he used basic attacks. She understood that they did not have a big difference in strength and endurance, which meant that she lost only because she lacked persistence and accuracy. And this led the girl to think that the guy really was a descendant of the Reincarnated family. But she wasn't going to leave it like that, so she immediately told the young master that she would train even harder, and thanks to that she would definitely be able to defeat him next time. The fights continued, and as Jin had guessed with his current skills, sparring with 10 opponents in turn was no easy task. But Mesa's defeat drove it into the heads of the other guys that a one-on-one fight with him would end in their defeat. And over time, his plans did come true, and he was able to defeat 10 cadets, and everything went as he had planned. After the guy won the last fight, the instructor immediately approached him and said that he did a great job and that it would clearly help him join the advanced group earlier next year, so he congratulated the guy in advance. Garen also added that lunch was in 10 minutes, so here he suggested finishing the training. But Jin asked him not to rush so much and said that there was actually someone here with whom he would still like to spar. And after he took his sword in his hands, he shouted that he was going to spar one-on-one with Belob Schmitz. Poor Belob clearly wasn't expecting this, so he was even more scared than the rest of the guys. But Jin kept telling him to come out here because he wanted to fight him. The guy was very worried about whether he should go out for this fight, so Jin had to tell him that at this rate, he would never survive in the Reincarnated family. And in order to prove to everyone, including himself, that he is capable of something, he must come out here right now and fight him one-on-one. These words finally made the guy leave the crowd, but Jin didn't stop the whole time and continued to say offensive things to Belob, like that he would crush him like a bug. At that moment, Belob did not understand at all why the young master wanted to fight him so much. Was it because he was very weak and he wanted to get him into shape in this way? Before starting to spar with the guy, Jin turned to him to tell Belob that he was clearly tired after sparring with 10 cadets, which clearly could not be said about Belob. But even despite all this, Jin believed that he was stronger than Belob, which is why he wanted to fight him. Belob didn't quite understand this logic and why they were fighting at all. But there was no time to think, because Jin had already gone on the attack, and he had no intention of sparing Belob, so he dealt him blows that were received by the best cadets with whom he fought. Even after that, he continued to ask Jin why he was doing this, because he himself said that he was stronger than him. But Jin didn't answer him, but simply continued to attack no matter what. Belob was able to block Jin's blow at one point, and the young master was happy to praise his sparring partner, who thanked him for the praise in a trembling voice. After which, Jin jumped back a few steps and used his sword to throw several particles of earth directly into Belob's eyes. And he did it not just like that, but in order to inflict another attack on him, only this time he was going to knock the guy off his feet. The plan worked without any problems, and a few minutes later, Belob was lying on the floor and literally screaming in pain. The guy tried to stop the young master because he thought that this sparring was useless, but his words were interrupted by Jin. He told Beloba that he had called him to a difficult sparring match. He had said that he wanted to fight him, and these words meant that he could destroy the guy now. So he ordered the guy to immediately get up and start fighting with all his might, because the young master would spare him only once. Beloba now realized that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid a fight just like that, so he decided to join it, but he would clearly do it for a reason. The other guys immediately realized that his sword didn't just start glowing for no reason. Most likely, Beloba had learned to emit an aura and was using it right now. Mezi immediately turned to Instructor Garen and told him that they must immediately end this fight, because if this was a real aura, then the young master could be in danger. But before she could finish speaking, Jin himself turned to the instructor and told the man that he should keep something he saw here a secret. It was a kind of order. Garen realized that he had no other choice, so he agreed with the young master. Beloba once again asked the young master if he really wanted to do this before going on the offensive. All Jin told him was that if he knew how to use aura, he was just asking him not to hold back and attack him with all his might. These words made Belob angry and say that the young master clearly made a mistake when he wanted to fight the guy. Beloba thought that Jin should have done it before he fought 10 people. Now it was up to Jin to block the attacks, and it became much more difficult to do so. These attacks were incredibly powerful, so much so that one such attack simply destroyed Jin's sword in an instant. The guy realized that he had slightly underestimated his opponent, and he clearly did not expect Beloba to be so strong. In fact, Jin knew that Belob was a very experienced cadet, because when he watched his sparring, Belob analyzed the opponent's movements and skills. He lost, but was always very close to winning, although all these defeats gave him much more benefit than victories did to his opponents. And all this led to unimaginable results. At least the fact that he already knows how to use aura should have amazed everyone. And now, with the help of this aura, he split Jin's sword into 2 halves, and the next target was the young master himself, who eventually managed to launch a counterattack that Belob was unable to block. This blow stopped the guy and brought back all his fear, which is why he stopped and could no longer continue to fight. And Jin took advantage of this, and placed his opponent in a hold from which he would hardly be able to escape. But still, the guy stopped at one point and did not strangle him, which surprised Belob, because he thought that the young master was going to fight for real, and he clearly should have brought all this to a logical conclusion. The boy thought that the young prince was just having fun playing with him, although Jin himself did not think so, and in response received a shout from Belob, who did not understand why Jin started this at all. According to the young master, he himself found it very unpleasant to resort to stimulation methods there, and he really didn't want to do exactly that, but there was simply no other way out. After which, Jin once again repeated Belob's words, who said that Jin didn't know him at all, and therefore didn't dare to say that. But he still knows one thing for sure, that such determination can only be shown when a person is strong. Jin told Belob that he was a very kind person, and he liked that about the guy. But he asked Belob to understand that in this world you can't survive by relying only on kindness. So from this moment on, he will only hope that one day he will become strong enough to protect this character trait as well. Besides, he couldn't help but say that he and everyone else at this academy were very sorry that they had been so strict with him all this time. By this time, the cooks had already arrived to start preparing dinner. But when they entered, they began to assume that the training was not over yet, but Gina assured them that they could already start cooking. At that moment, Beloba was thinking about the words that Jin had spoken to him and decided that today the young master would go get his own food. Jin completely agreed with him. Moreover, he was ready to bring Belob something to eat. Report this whole story to the head of the Reincarnated family that same day. And this caused him to laugh strangely, which ended with a phrase about how this was apparently the credo of this young man. Even when he dominates others, he still looks after the weak. He then decided that he needed to check if this route was worth anything, so he asked Khan to come back and pass on something. The boss was about to send the boy on his first mission, so he asked Khan to convey the news to him personally. A year later, Jin was able to reach the 3rd rank at 15 years old, and during the first vacation, the cadets either returned to their homes or worked on themselves using their own methods. And once the cadets moved to the advanced group, instead of wooden swords, they must use more suitable ones. So some cadets ordered swords that they liked, and Jin, in turn, needed to find a suitable sword in the family vault. But his sister Luna decided to help him with this, according to whom it was very difficult to find a sword that would suit him perfectly. Jin was sure that at least she knew more about weapons than he did, so she would probably choose the best of the available options. But he clearly didn't expect Luna to pull out a huge sword that was almost as big as Jin himself. From the expression on the guy's face, it was clear that he clearly expected to see a different sword. But Luna assured him that this sword was previously known as Bales's cleaver, and she used it often at his age, around the time she came up with this axe-like sword. So she could safely say that this was the prototype of her Krantel, the sword she currently uses. Jin immediately told her that he was simply huge, and that was putting it mildly, after which he added that he was very grateful that she had chosen such a sword for him, but he still felt that it would be difficult for him to handle it. It was immediately obvious from Luna's face that she was upset, although she tried to say that it was just a joke, but the guy understood perfectly well that it didn't look like a joke at all. She still tried to convince him once again that Bale's cleaver was an excellent sword. Perhaps it was a bit heavy, but she believed that it was not really such a big obstacle. But the guy's silence made it clear to her that he didn't like this sword, so she nevertheless agreed to show him another one. On the way, she told him that she had thought about it for a long time, which sword would be better to choose, because she wanted to find the sword that was intended specifically for the guy. And at some point it dawned on her. She thought that since he chose the Barasada in the selection ritual, she decided that this sword would suit him perfectly. The sword that Luna took out was very similar to the Barasada, the sword used by the head of the Bradamante family. Jin immediately liked this sword, and it could be seen with the naked eye. The guy immediately told her that it was an amazing sword, even compared to many of the legendary swords that their family owned. Jin believed that this was the weapon that he had to get no matter what. He couldn't even imagine that she would personally give him Bradamante. Everyone in the Rundakandal family knew that Bradamante and Barasada were the swords that were best suited for using spiritual energy, and if Jin had chosen it, it would have soon had to be given up due to the protests of his siblings. The guy told his sister that this was the sword that the rest of the relatives wanted to get, and she still chose it for him, so he didn't even know how to repay her for such kindness. But Luna immediately made it clear to him that he clearly didn't need to do this, and also noted that apparently he hadn't yet decided how he felt about her, and these thoughts make her very sad. But Jin immediately tried to assure her that in reality, everything is different. Luna leaned towards him and said that there was no point in telling her anything anymore, because she was already sad, so he would have to console his sister's sad heart. He didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but according to her, he didn't need to understand, after which she asked him to close his eyes so that they could begin another training session. After which she said that she would teach him something else, and if her words are to be believed, then among Jin's brothers and sister, who are constantly engaged in feuding with each other, there are those who unconditionally love him. So she asked him to remember this well, and not to make his sister sad anymore. Now Jin understood everything. She also decided to tell him that before he was born, she was alone among their kind, but he should not share her fate, so she helps him and hopes that he understands her. He told her once again that he understood everything perfectly and would not do it again, and since he was so sure of it, Luna suggested that he continue training, and first he needed to use the call of his heart. After another training session, Jin returned joyfully to his room, where Murakan was already waiting for him. But as soon as the guy entered the room, the first thing Murakan asked was to put this sword back in place, because he believed that the guy did not yet control spiritual energy so well. Because in order to use Bradamante for its intended purpose, he needed to master the control of spiritual energy of the third rank. And as they both knew, at the moment Jin was at the second rank, and therefore Murakan was sure that he would not be able to even have a pitiful semblance of awakening this sword. But the guy himself believed that he was very close to getting the third rank, which meant that he would soon be able to use it. But as soon as he said these words, Murakan closed his book with great aggression and asked this scoundrel to listen to him carefully. After which he immediately began to talk about how Barasada and Bradamantine were simply swords that could not be used indiscriminately, and that control of third-rank spiritual energy was the bare minimum. And so Murakan believed that until the guy reached at least the fifth rank, he asked Jin to use this sword as a normal one. Jin removed Murakan's hand from his head and immediately told him that he was not so patient, so he wanted to ask him what would happen if he reached rank 5 before the end of the year. But this made Murakan even more angry, so he started talking about how even if some kid won first place in a spiritual energy competition and ate only that instead of regular food, he still wouldn't be able to use that sword. Murakan asked him to stop talking nonsense that would make even dogs laugh. And if Jin was done with that, he asked the guy to stop being so stubborn. But apparently Jin wasn't going to end it there, so he grabbed Murakan's book and asked the Shadow Dragon to repeat what he said about the scoundrel. Their sport was suddenly interrupted by Jilly, who entered the room at a rather inopportune moment, and Jin immediately thought that perhaps something had happened. According to the girl, Instructor Garen is looking for him. She also added that usually he always came in person, but this time he asked to tell Jin that he needs the guy so that he can explain the plan and show everything in detail on the map. Jin didn't understand at all what was being discussed, and Marukan didn't even try because he was very nervous about his book, which the guy had quite unexpectedly snatched from his hands. Jilly explained to the guy that apparently the matter was that Instructor Garen gave him his first assignment. He says that Jin is leaving as soon as the holidays are over. It was quite unexpected for the guy, but he still thought it was about time, considering that he had become a third-rank swordsman, although leaving at the end of the holidays was quite strange. Jilly thought it was because the assignments were quite difficult, and were usually assigned to those in the advanced group, while Jin thought it was most likely because his transfer was approved. The young master wanted to check this out, so he asked Gilly to stay here with Murakan. The first thing Jin did was go to Garen's office to tell him that he had been given a message that he had been assigned a mission. Garen confirmed this information and added that the task was also given to the 9 remaining junior cadets. He also mentioned that they would be divided into 2 groups. This is a reconnaissance mission in the districts of the southern border with the Kingdom of Jan. This is near the lands of the Beastmen, and the marked territory belongs to the possessions of the White Wolf tribe. Jin listened carefully to the meaning of this task, and with each passing second he became more and more convinced that this was not really the place where junior cadets would be sent. And he didn't even take into account the fact that they were assigned a task earlier than usual, and this seemed difficult to him, as for the first mission. In addition, the guy saw in his group cadets with below-average grades and Belub, whose grades were not stable. Having put all these facts together, the guy came up with the idea that everything looked as if someone had deliberately distributed people like this. Jin began to suspect that his father found out about his fight with Belub and that he wanted to test him in this way. And if this is so, then Jin was absolutely ready to show everything he is capable of and that there is no hesitation in his choice. 4 days later, at the southern border, Jin announced the purpose of the mission to everyone. According to him, they needed to find the heir to the Jin kingdom from the Bill family, Sember Bill, and upon arrival, they would set up a camp in the central part of the border. Also, when the preparations are finished, each group will begin to search, and once a day a person must be sent back to the camp with a report, and the most important thing is that from now on, he is not a young master for them, but a captain. Therefore, they must follow his orders without question. Those who are injured will remain in the camp until they recover, and that's where he ended. They stopped at a small pass, and one of his group approached Jin to report that they had seen a water tail from the Beastman's territory nearby. Jin knew very well that these guys avoided predators and were short creatures themselves, so they would not encounter the White Wolf tribe here. He then turned to Belab and told him that their progress would be slowed by the snow, so he asked the boy to head back to base 2 hours early, after which he would need to head to Zone 13. He ordered the rest to search the 13th zone, to which they all quickly agreed. At this time, Jin couldn't help but think that something was clearly wrong here, because he guessed that this task was assigned by order of his father, but so far, everything was going too smoothly. The guy thought that this task would be a test for him, but so far everything is leading to the fact that he was simply mistaken, and this task is real. He understood that if they went beyond the boundaries of the 13th zone, they would most likely end up in the territory of the Beastmen, and considering that they were low-ranking cadets, a fight with them was clearly beyond their capabilities. So he decided that they didn't need to spend too much effort to achieve results. He was going to finish inspecting this territory in the next 4 days. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Belob, who ran back in a hurry. As it turns out, the second group was ambushed, so he's here to report it. Jean immediately ordered everyone to get ready and immediately told them that they needed to move out. Belob also added that it was known that the second group had retreated and they had split up, and one of the escapees had reached the main camp and reported the situation. Belob saw that they were attacked by ordinary people. It is also known that there are only 3 of them, but even with such a number, they would not have just attacked, and most likely they had more people. At least that is what Jin thought. So the captain decided to order his subordinates to return to the camp and comb the area, and if they saw the enemy, he forbade them to engage in battle. Instead, they were to quickly report this information to him. He understood that it was too dangerous here to plan a counter-ambush, so it was difficult for him to understand what their goal was and why attack the second group instead of the one he was in. In any case, whoever they were, he made them pay for interfering in Reincarnated's affairs. But when they arrived at the place where the attack had taken place, Jin realized that they had already finished and that there was blood and traces of strangers everywhere in that place. Belob simply couldn't believe it. Was the second group really destroyed? But Jin assured him that there was no reason to panic yet, because the blood was still fresh. Moreover, the captain saw no corpses or pieces of flesh, only traces of blood. It seemed to him that a battle had begun here and the second group had begun to retreat, and judging by the tracks, it could be said that there was only one attacker. Suddenly, one of his squad said that she found used bandages, and they were similar to their medicines from Hufester, and she found them on the western side. Jin immediately realized that this meant that the second group was attacked, and here they were trying to heal their wounds, after which one of the attackers found them, so they began to run away to the west. After these thoughts, he decided to ask Sierra, Eddington, and David to go back to base and report on the situation, and he took Belob with him and they set off on the fresh tracks of the second group. After some time, they were still able to catch up with them, and Belob saw the second group, but they didn't want to rush the guy. The thing was that there were still attackers there and the battle was not over yet, and he could not help but notice that Mesa was not among them. In any case, Jin thought that they needed to do something, so he asked Belob to close his eyes for a while, and once he was ready, he would need to deliver a strong attack to the man on the left. At that moment, Jin's mind was filled with thoughts about the spiritual essence that Moroccan had told him about. Everything that was enveloped in spiritual energy would cut better and have greater destructive power. Therefore, he was able to destroy one of the attackers with lightning speed, and Beloba was going to deal with the second. But his opponent, unfortunately, was able to cope with this attack at the last moment and blocked it. Fortunately, Jin was nearby, who helped him destroy this opponent. And as soon as they freed the guys, they immediately told us that there were still attackers who, unfortunately, took Mesa with them. One of the attackers suddenly began to beg the guy for mercy. Jin, looking at him, understood that since he was asking for mercy, it meant he was not just a stupid dog of the Zippel family. So Jin decided to give him a choice. He tells them their affiliation, their goals, and the location of the base, and in that case, only one of them dies or they keep their mouths shut, and everyone who is connected to them in any way dies. 928. The guy also decided to add for confidence that he is indeed a man of his word, because his name is Jean Reincarnated, and he swears by the name and honor of his family. This bandit understood him perfectly and believed the guy, but he still wanted to get a guarantee that his family would still be able to survive. After Jin promised him this, the man revealed that he was a member of a revolutionary group called Kinzello. Jin suddenly realized that he was talking about a terrorist organization that had been around even before his death in his past life. He is sure that it was they who destroyed the head of the kingdom of Jin and became known to the world thanks to the atrocities they committed in the cities of the kingdom. They called themselves the Revolutionary Organization of Kinzello. More than anything in this world, they wanted to achieve that their leader would become the king of the world, so they believed that everything would be fine for them. Next, Jin wanted to know why they attacked the Reincarnated family cadets at the border, but this man was just an ordinary soldier, so he didn't know much. He didn't even have a clue where their main base was. According to him, the camp to which he was assigned is located near the entrance to the territory of the Beastmen. There are about 20 magicians and the same number of 4th rank knights. Then Jin was interested in another question, in which he wanted to know why they took Mesa. According to this bandit, it was done for celebration, His superiors said that they needed them in honor of the announcement of the beginning of their revolution, so they ordered them to take all the girls alive. At this point, his story ended because he didn't know anything else, and Jin answered him that he would keep his promise. After which he turned to his charges to find out how much time had passed since they captured Mesa. According to the guys, about an hour had passed, which meant that they would still be at the entrance to the Beastman's territory, so he asked his people to recover a little, after which they would need to go back and ask for help from the main house of the family. They couldn't believe that he was going to go there alone, because all the attackers were knights of at least the 4th rank, and there were about 20 of them there, so they tried to convince him that he couldn't handle it alone, and they also thought that they were ordinary cadets and it was stupid to risk so much for them. Jin obviously disagreed with him. He believed that since one of them was taken hostage, the son of the Runkendale family could not sit idly by. Moreover, he immediately made it clear to them that he was much stronger than they thought, so he ordered them to immediately carry out his order, because further disobedience would be regarded by him as an act of insubordination, after which he turned to Belob and told him that considering that everyone from the second group was wounded, he was the strongest of the remaining cadets, so he asked him to pull himself together and do everything that depended on him. These were Jin's last words before he set off for Mesa, and the rest of the way he thought only about making sure it wasn't too late. He had thoughts in his head that there were about 20 enemies, and all of them were 4th rank martial artists, and he, in turn, was a 3rd rank swordsman with a 4th rank mana level and a 3rd rank spiritual energy emission. Jin understood that even though he was quickly becoming stronger, he still didn't think he could fight them openly, and his main goal was to save Mesa. To do this, he needed to avoid unnecessary battles and focus on finding Mesa. So he decided to use one of his skills that he hadn't used before. This skill was called Seismic Sense. But Jin wasn't going to stop there, so in addition to this, he also used Wind Search, which significantly increased the search speed. And after a few seconds, he knew that they were heading towards the plains. That's why he immediately set out on his journey, because he understood perfectly well that they definitely wouldn't be able to go far. Suddenly, on the way, several hunters started shooting arrows at him and shouting that he was a cadet of the Runkandle family. This clearly interested them, so they wanted to grab him as quickly as possible. But they definitely won't be able to do it that easily, if only because this guy used magic, which is forbidden in his family. In any case, this is not the main thing now, and the hunters just wanted to finish him off so that he would not interfere with them. At this moment, Jin clearly did not lose his head, and quite in time, he took out his sword and struck the body of one of the hunters. This provoked the mage of this group to enter the battle, and for this he decided to use fire magic, which allowed him to tie Jin's hands and thus immobilize him. At least that's what it seemed to them, because Jin destroyed one of the attackers with one movement, and with the second movement, he got out of this fiery prison. But the magician wasn't going to stop there, so he dealt the guy another fiery blow, which was already more difficult to dodge, but Jin was still able to do it. After which, without thinking for long, he went on the attack on this magician, who could not believe his eyes that his fire did not work on this guy. Then he decided to try to pierce the guy with ice. He believed that this attack would definitely benefit him. But unfortunately for him, this attack did not work. Jin, with the help of his sword, was able to destroy all the ice arrows that flew in his direction. The magician tried to understand how the guy was able to dispel his spells so easily, but apparently it was too late to think about it now. Jin dealt him only one blow, which helped him finish off this magician, after which he looked around carefully and found tracks, so he assumed that these guys from Kinzello did not even intend to cover their tracks. Thus, it could be understood that they looked down on the Runkandle cadets, only because they had no experience in real battles. But Jin had a great skill at reading tracks, and looking at this pile of tracks, he immediately realized that they had met up with the others and continued on their way in a cart. He also didn't forget that Kinzello was an organization with a clear hierarchy, so he believed that there was a high probability that the loot they managed to get was distributed according to rank. Considering they won't touch anything that's meant for high command, this is the only chance to save Mesa before they do anything to it. Looking at the map, he realized that he was approaching the territories of the Beastmen, which meant that their camp should be nearby. In that case, he decided to distract them, and for this he would use the confusion to save Mesa. Using magic, he set fire to a huge area of the forest, which would clearly cause panic. Jin was counting on the fact that when they saw such a huge fire, they would have to come to put out the flames, and then the guy would take advantage of this. A few minutes after the guy set fire to several houses in this camp, people ran out of them and immediately began trying to put out the fire. One of these bandits started shouting that they were all stupid because they couldn't put out even such a small fire. So he had to tell everyone what to do. He tried to convey to the magicians that they needed to use ice and water magic and put out a bigger fire. He ordered everyone else to take water and put out what they could. Jin realized that apparently this guy was the boss here. No wonder they call him the boss. In any case, he was the most savvy, because he immediately said that in such weather, a fire was simply impossible. So those who started it should be nearby. So he ordered them to find him immediately. But apparently, it was already too late. Jin was already too close, so the big guy couldn't block the guy's blow, and the young master was glad that he finally found a way to get inside. He was a little scared to walk around these places, but still he was here for Mesa, so he had to, when suddenly he discovered the entrance to the basement. And as it turned out later, this is what he needed, because there he was still able to find Mesa. She clearly didn't expect to see him here. Because it was so dangerous here, Jin immediately told her that she didn't have to worry about it, and the first thing he wanted to know from her was whether she could walk. According to the girl, she could walk, but she immediately said that she could not run. In any case, Jin didn't expect her to be conscious at all, so at least that. But as soon as they decided to leave, suddenly there was too much noise above them. After that, Mesa asked the guy to promise her something, although Jin did not want to listen to her, because now was not the best time for this. But she still asked him that if his situation got out of control, then she asked him to leave her, because he definitely shouldn't die here. In response to this, Jin remained silent, and then asked her to get up and finally get out of here. But as soon as they went outside, they noticed that there were bodies of their enemies lying around, which someone had clearly destroyed. Jin, looking at their injuries, immediately thought that perhaps the beastmen did this, because only people from the fighting tribe could do this. And when they finally turned around, they saw a huge wolf, and now Jin had no doubt that the White Wolf tribe had been at work here. The girl tried to say that she could buy him some time to run away, but before she could finish, Jin hit her. This wolf immediately turned to the guy, because he believed that it was he who made such a fire, and therefore he was not going to leave him alive for such behavior. Jin was not going to run at that moment. He confidently stood up on his feet and told that wolf that he was the son of Reincarnated Jin. And before they started this fight, he wanted to know the name of this beast man. But the wolf enjoyed what he had just heard. He really liked understanding that in front of him were the offspring of the Reincarnated family. A few days before the mission, at the Reincarnated family's main estate, Jin tried to use all his strength to gain some mastery over his new sword. But he was unable to finish it, because at one point he was interrupted by Mythical, who jumped on him. After which he began to tell the guy that it was very dangerous, and that he shouldn't do that unless he wanted to die. He had to repeat to the guy again that his level was not high enough, so if he thoughtlessly awakened the sword, then he would most likely get stuck in the flow of spiritual energy. So he looked into the boy's eyes again, and told him that if he didn't want to die from this, then he shouldn't even think about trying to awaken the sword anymore. At present, Jin stood before a huge wolf, who told him that the day had come when the greatest prey in the form of Reincarnated's son had finally fallen into his hands. And this wolf's name was Quasito Truca, and he came from the Truca tribe. White Wolf tribe, it is said that they are a tribe whose members are born only for slaughter and battle. The skill of an adult white wolf is approximately equal to the 6th rank. The White Wolf tribe is also known for their hatred towards the Reincarnated family, and the reason for this is because the first head of the house destroyed the great white wolf Javier, whom they revered as their god. Therefore, taking all this into account, Jin understood perfectly well that it would be simply impossible to escape from this monster with Mesa. And while he was thinking about this, Quasito was already shouting that he would sacrifice his body on Javier's altar and thereby make his soul happy. But before that, he offered the guy a choice, whether they would clash in a fair fight or whether he would simply tear him to pieces when he decided to run away with his tail between his legs. Jin didn't think about it for long and almost immediately said that they would fight one-on-one. Quasito was glad to hear this answer, because it meant that today he had come across a guy from Reincarnated who knew about honor, and it was especially pleasant for him to destroy such people. after which he launched his first attack and along the way asked the guy to show him what a real fight was. As expected of a member of the White Wolf tribe, blocking even one attack seems to be quite a difficult task. And this is just the beginning of the battle. Jin understood that he urgently needed to come up with something. Otherwise, he would definitely lose this fight. He had thoughts in his head that he could still win. It seemed to him that he had aces up his sleeve that his enemy knew nothing about, and it was the very same pendant that his sister gave him. But then he suddenly realized that the pendant should not be used for such a minor problem, because if he could not overcome even such an obstacle, then he would definitely not be worthy of rising above the rest. As we know, he also cannot use magic, because 4th rank magic is not capable of penetrating the skin of a white wolf. Besides, he understood that if his family sent a detachment to investigate Kinzello's camp, the night guards would find traces of magic, and then he would be exposed, and the family would find out that he had violated their ban. So considering all this, Jin came to the conclusion that he had only one option left, and that was to use spiritual energy. The guy was going to awaken his new sword, which would help him destroy this wolf. But for now it was quite difficult to do this, and he had to block his opponent's attacks. And he constantly repeated that Jin had a very bad sword, and it was not worth resisting him with such a weapon. Besides, it did not really suit the emblem of his family's black sword. Before Jin could answer him, he suddenly saw a huge hammer above him that would literally crush him if he couldn't dodge the blow. At that very moment, he was visited by the feeling of the awakening of the sword that he felt that night. And while the guy was trying to do at least something, the Beastman literally went crazy with the idea and thoughts about how he would sacrifice the guy on the altar of Javier. But Jin wasn't going to give up just like that, and was going to do everything to defeat this monster and remember how he tried to subdue the sword. Suddenly, Quasito's confidence disappeared and fear could be seen in his eyes. And this, to his great regret, was the last thing he saw before Jin dealt him several dozen blows at once. After which the guy started talking about the fact that he himself didn't know until recently why the sword emblem was black. But now it seems he understood. Quasito couldn't believe his eyes. But it was too late to change anything, and all that was left to tell Jin was that it was a good fight. But apparently the price of victory was too high, and as soon as Jin finished with Quasito, he literally began to crack. He began to hear the voices of people shouting at him that he was useless, and with such talent, he had no right to use such a sword. He was just a disgrace to the family, who had problems with understanding reality, and in general they were ashamed that they were of the same blood as him. These words literally destroyed the guy morally from the inside, until at one point he heard Moroccan's voice, which reminded the guy of what he had already told him about the consequences of this sword. According to him, if a child who lacks spiritual energy awakens the sword, then he must pay the corresponding price. Considering all this, he couldn't believe that the guy was going to die here in the flow of spiritual energy. But if he still didn't plan to do this, then Moroccan asked him to finally wake up, because if his mind leaves his body, then everything will be over forever. Moroccan had already told the guy several times what he needed to do in such a situation, and Jin remembered very well that he only needed to throw out a particle of spiritual energy, although it turned out that doing this was not so easy. He couldn't use this skill fully because of the spiritual energy floating around, but he kept convincing himself that he couldn't let himself be consumed and needed to try again. So he put all his efforts and tried to do everything right. But first he needed to calm down, although it is quite difficult to do this in such a situation. After several attempts, he still seemed to be able to do it. Jin could not fully believe that he managed to get out. The pain inside him disappeared so suddenly that he even became a little nervous, and his body seemed to be filled with spiritual energy. After a few minutes on the ground, he began to think that there shouldn't be any problems with movement, so he decided that he needed to go back with Mesa. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some strange noise that came from not far from him. As it turned out, it was a simple resident who was watching everything carefully, and was trying to hide all this time, but he realized that it was apparently useless to do so, so he decided to try to ask for mercy. Jin initially thought that he might be a survivor of Kincello, but the man assured him that this was not the case at all. The man immediately introduced himself and said that his name was Sember Bill and that he was from the Bill family, which was located in the kingdom of Jin. Jin didn't expect to hear this because he was the one they were tasked with finding. As soon as Sember heard this, he immediately began to rejoice and scream with happiness. because he understood that in front of him was a member of the Reincarnated family, and he managed to survive all this horror, although in fact, because of the mess with Kinzello, Jin completely forgot about his original goal. While they were walking back home, Sember repeated several times in a row that he was in his debt to him, so Jin had to ask him not to worry about it, because they were paid for this work, and now they just need to go back. But before that, Jin wanted to ask the guy how Kinzello managed to kidnap him, and the answer was quite unexpected. According to the man, he simply went here for his beloved. Although this was not the essence of his story, because as it turned out, he went not just for his beloved, but for a girl who died 2 years ago. Although he was still sure that her face, voice, even 2 moles on her wrist, all of this was exactly the same as in life. He understood that perhaps this sounded crazy, but he repeated once again that this was the pure truth, because he would never confuse her with anyone else. Jin listened to him attentively, and thoughts crept into his head that it seemed like these were the tricks of Bubar Gaston, the Reincarnator. Most likely they kidnapped Sember for money, but Jin did not fully understand what connected Kinzello and Bubar, because this was the second time that he came to mind. So Jin had a bad feeling, and he wanted to meet him personally to understand what he was really planning. The first thing the boy thought about was the workshop he runs, which is located in the capital of the Kurano Duchy, and he decided that he needed to find a way to get there while he was a mid-rank cadet, after which Jin added that his family would soon send reinforcements, so they should return quickly. Sember was surprised that even knights were called for him. Jin decided not to tell him that it was not for him. But apparently Sember was really very grateful, because he repeated that he would remember today's meeting forever, so he was ready to help Jin in any way he could at any time. Jilly was so happy when she finally saw Jin after he returned from his first mission that she immediately began to congratulate him on his first successful completion of the mission. She knew he would most likely be very tired, so she made sure to prepare a bath for him in advance, which was good news for Jin. Although before that he still decided to approach Murakin to pet him a little. But this was definitely a big mistake that the guy made, because as soon as he came closer, Murakin immediately bit him with all his might. Jin couldn't resist, and immediately threw this impudent cat against the wall so that he would think about his behavior. After which they started yelling at each other. Jin yelled because the cat bit him, and Murakin yelled because he threw him into the wall. But their quarrel did not stop there, and the cat continued to climb up to the guy and beat him for using the release of spiritual energy. Although he repeated to him that this could not be done, he did not even want to listen to the guy, although he clearly had something to tell. Murakin wasn't going to listen because he didn't understand what the guy was thinking, because what could be more important than the life of the person Soldred chose? Gilly tried to stop Murakin, but he asked his strawberry pie not to interfere because it was a man's conversation. The girl realized that it was better not to interfere and made the right choice, because the Shadow Dragon Guardian began to torment the guy even more and tell him that he was a stupid boy who could not even use the pendant that his sister gave him, although he knew perfectly well that it was not just to hang around his neck. Jin was clearly fed up with all this, and he started shouting back that all this was just some kind of circus, because no one knows what kind of opponent he might meet in the future and how strong he will be. So he decided to keep this pendant until worse times. Because of these words, Murakan almost lost consciousness. He thought that the guy clearly did not understand what he was talking about. Jin decided to get off topic, and therefore decided to ask Murakan how he found out that the guy had awakened the sword. According to Murakan, he noticed that the rank of his spiritual energy had suddenly jumped from 3rd to 4th, so it was hard not to notice, but the guy himself really didn't notice it. He just had the feeling that his body was overflowing with spiritual energy, and it turns out that he had increased his rank by 1 level. Murakan thought that he should thank Soldred for the fact that the guy was still alive, because it was worth mentioning that out of 10 people who fell into the flow of spiritual energy, 9 of them died. But instead of paying attention to this, Jin wanted to know who the second person was who was able to survive this. Jin thought that this was the first head of their family, but Murakan was forced to upset him, because according to him, Temar would have died even if this second person had been Murakan himself. Based on this, Jin concluded that in fact, they were not so different anymore. But in order for Murakan to calm down, the guy decided to assure him that there was no reason to worry, because the guy himself had no desire to experience such pain. But this did not suit Murakan at all, So he began to tell Gilly that she should deprive him of food until he learned this lesson. But she also did not intend to listen to him. Besides, she just had to go to prepare food for the young master. The older siblings couldn't understand how the young third-rank knight Jin was able to defeat a member of the White Wolf tribe, so they began to assume that it was just a bandit who had donned a wolf's skin. Anne Reincarnated, who held the position of ninth captain, believed that there was a theory that might be true, and perhaps the one Jin was fighting might be particularly weak. Reincarnated, the eighth captain of the family, believed that even in this case, nothing was working out, and what alarmed him most was that their mother so easily believed this whole story. And Hayton and Daytona, who stood peacefully nearby and nodded, completely agreed with Mu. Although Daytona still decided to check with his brother if this was true, it seemed to them that although Jin was strong, this was too much even for him. Moreover, Haytona believed that the main problem was not that he had destroyed a member of the White Wolf tribe, but that he was already moving to an advanced group, and this was what angered them the most, because they knew they would be finished if he managed to pull this off. And this was depressing them too much, when suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by Anne, who called them. She wanted to ask them what they were whispering about. Were they really worried about Jin moving to the advanced group? They immediately gave her the answer that they didn't care. But Anne was not going to let them go so easily, and asked them not to lie to her, because more than anything in her life she dislikes being lied to, and it makes her want to rip the tongues of such people out of their filthy mouths. They realized that it would be easier if they told everything, and when they did this, Enna offered to help them a little. Haytona and Daytona were roughly speaking not against it, but did not understand how she would do it, until she said that they would lend them their slaves for a while. In the Reincarnated family's advanced cadet group, only the strongest survive. This group was made up of cadets from rank 3 to rank 5. It trains both newly arrived cadets and those who have not been able to move on to the next group for more than 10 years. Mu and Anne managed to get to several of the stranded cadets in the group and make them their slaves. So they were willing to give these slaves to Dayton and Hayton to use against Jin, because they had a bad feeling about him too. But she also immediately warned them that if they failed to properly handle this task, then there would be consequences. So she immediately asked them to prepare for this. Jin was getting out of the shower at this time and was thinking that since his first mission was successful, his transition to the advanced group was guaranteed, and he had also managed to raise his spiritual energy to the 4th rank, so it seemed to him that there was only positive news around. He also understood very well that in order to properly manage his spiritual energy, he needed to reach the 6th rank in swordsmanship at least within the next 5 years. This level means that he has become an excellent swordsman, and starting from the 7th rank you receive the title of Sword Master. But this designation is only for ordinary people, because starting from the 8th rank, a person receives a special status, and this changes everything. While there are no more than 100 people of the 9th and 10th rank out of 2 billion on the entire continent, and only one person in the whole world was able to rise head and shoulders above the rest, he was called the Knight of Genesis, equated to the demigods. But what's most important is that Jin was going to reach that rank in this life, and maybe even surpass it. This means that his first obstacle is promotion, because he knew perfectly well that the twins Hayton and Daytona are already in the advanced group. Jin already knew, even though it hadn't shown up yet, but once he joined the advanced group, not only the twins, but also his parents would try to keep him in suspense as much as possible. The initial groups were full of kids of similar ranks, so there was a friendly atmosphere, but in the advanced group being soft is not an option. In a place where skill and brute force decide everything, he has only one goal: total domination over the advanced group. And Jin planned to do this with the help of a force that he thought would be enough. Before continuing his studies, Jin entered his mother's room at her request. The first thing she started with was that she heard that the guy was able to successfully complete his first task, and she thought that this was an excellent result. But she called him here because she read the head butler's report, and judging by it, Jin refused her offer to change rooms. Therefore, she decided to personally call him to him and remind him that living in this room is only allowed for those who may become the head of the family in the future, and it has been empty since Joshua left. And considering all this, she once again decided to ask him to settle in this room. Jin was very grateful to her, but still he immediately told her that he was forced to refuse such an offer. She wanted to know the reason for such a refusal, and according to the guy, perhaps it really is a great room. But in the end, it is just a room, and to the guy it seemed too big for him alone, so he was forced to refuse. Rose asked him again if he really didn't want to live there, and Jean once again confidently answered her that this was his final decision. After this answer, she decided to let him go, and as soon as he left the room, she began to discuss whether her son lacked greed or whether, on the contrary, it overwhelmed him. After all, she offered him the eldest's room, a room that only the one who will be responsible for the entire family in the future is allowed to live in, and Jin most likely knows that as soon as he steps foot in there, everyone will treat him properly. But at the same time, he will become the #1 target for the children who were not given such an honor. But she still leaned towards the option that the guy simply realized that it was a test, which he successfully passed. Now she just wanted to see how he would cope in the advanced group that Jin was moving to tomorrow. The guy knew that there were many different groups in it, and since Jin would not be there alone, but with his friends, he decided to tell them right away that together they would have to endure any ridicule and dirty tricks from the other guys in this group. But he immediately decided to calm them down, and therefore said that he would not leave it like that, and all these jokes and dirty tricks would end when he conquered the advanced group. Until then, he told them that they were to stay in groups of at least 3, even outside of training hours, and to refrain from walking alone, which they clearly understood. Jed Reincarnated, the elder of the Reincarnated family, he was an 8th rank knight and the younger brother of Chiron Reincarnated. He was the one who introduced the advanced group classes, and before the start of the next lesson, he announced in front of everyone that this year 10 new recruits had joined them and 27 students had left them. The first thing he said was that all newcomers should learn the advanced group's procedures from their elders, and his main task was to teach and evaluate their sword skills. He also told them that any situation other than destruction should be resolved only between them, and none of the senior knights would interfere. And now he asked the older guys a question. He wanted to hear from them what he always told them, and they all shouted in one voice that Reincarnated doesn't need weaklings. Jin noticed that they were shouting so loudly and with such great anger, as if they were doing it in order to immediately break the will of the newcomers who had just arrived here. The first thing Jean decided to do was to take a look, and the first people he saw were the Hunton and Dayton brothers, who were no exception, and were also shouting this slogan. And the man standing next to them looked like he had been a cadet for a long time, so Jin doubted that they hired him without help from their dear sisters and brothers. Jin almost immediately thought that it was Sister Anne who decided to help them. The guy thought that their plans probably included shaking the will and confidence of the newcomers, but Jin immediately decided that the first thing he would do would be to show that they would not succeed. So Jin walked straight towards his brothers without any hesitation. Hayton and Daytona sincerely did not understand why this patient was coming to them at all, although on the other hand, they also believed that they had nothing to fear, because from today on, they were under the protection of Sister Anne and Mai. But Jin didn't even think about stopping, and as soon as he came closer to the man who was standing next to him, he immediately took out his sword, as if he wanted to challenge him. Jed didn't really understand what Jin was doing, but he still didn't stop his nephew. Jin cut off the guy's hand without much hesitation, causing him to scream madly. In this way, he made them all understand that if anyone should be afraid, it was only them, after which he turned to this cadet and wanted to know his name. The guy, through his anger, introduced himself and said that his name was Keijin Romero, after which Jin wanted to know his opinion. What did he think Jin cut off his hand for? While he was talking to Keijin, Dayton approached him and asked the same question several times, but Jin continued to ignore him until he raised his sword and ordered Jin to answer his questions, after which he nevertheless turned around and asked them to look carefully, because at the moment he was talking to Keijin and not to them, and he would gladly accept their challenge later, but for now he asked them to be quieter. Hayton couldn't help himself and shouted at Jin, "How dare he speak like that after he cut their cadet?" But then he immediately closed his mouth, because he realized that he had said too much, but it was already too late. After all, Jin immediately understood that this Keijin was from their group, and according to the guy, he cut off his hand only because he felt the bloodlust with which he looked at him. The other guys immediately realized that they were now watching brothers essentially fighting for dominance. Jed was watching all of this closely at this point, and thinking that instead of breaking their little brother, They had to learn a lesson from him, and it brought him joy that everything turned out far from how it initially looked. Also, considering what one of the twin brothers said, Kajin was publicly recognized as one of the Tan brothers group. So it was perfectly clear that Jin's actions could not be called an accident, but could definitely be regarded as part of the Reincarnated family's eternal tradition. The battle for dominance, in any case, he believed that it was a daring act. But that wasn't the end of it. Jin asked for the attention of all the cadets, after which he began to talk about how they could point their swords at him or try to ambush him. But he asked them then to immediately understand that if they showed even the slightest hostility towards him, then he would, without any hesitation, cripple them, as he had just done with Kajin. He finished his speech and heard Jed's voice asking him a question, in which he wanted to find out from the guy, or does he really think that he is allowed to do such things in front of him? Jin didn't understand what the point of this question was, because he believed that he could do this without any doubts. After all, he believes that he showed his fangs not only to Tan's brothers, but also to him as an elder. Jed thought this was quite an interesting idea, but he still asked Jin to explain himself now, because then, depending on his answer, he might cut off his head here and now. Jin realized that now he had a serious choice before him, either continue on his path, or bend over backwards to Jed so that he wouldn't cut off his head in front of all the cadets. After which the guy decided to say that despite the fact that he was also a cadet, the man still ordered the entire advanced group to try to intimidate them. So, as it seemed to the guy, it was an ordinary challenge, which he successfully responded to. Jed still landed his blow, but it only gave Jin a small scratch. But the most important thing is that the guy didn't even move from his place. The man decided to ask the guy again, did he really want to say that he made a fuss just because he didn't like the fact that he wanted others to keep him in constant tension? Jin, without much fear, answered him that, except for the fact that he didn't like it. Then yes, that was absolutely true. Then Jed didn't understand why he cut off the cadet's hand and didn't point his sword at him. But it seemed to Jin that the answer to this question was quite obvious, because he couldn't defeat the man. Besides, if he thought he had even the slightest chance, instead of hurting Kajin or the Tan brothers, he would have done it to Jed without a second thought. After these words, the man concluded that the guy apparently did not value his life very much, and it seemed to him that Jin was overestimating himself only because he was the son of the head of the family. Jin thought that this was not entirely true, because it seemed to him that not reacting just because his opponent was stronger than him did not quite fit the values of the Reincarnated family. Listening to Jin, Jed at one point concluded that the guy believed that life could be taken in an instant, but honor would remain forever. But the man himself thought that this was just another stupidity, but on the other hand he was glad to hear it, because this stupid reason amused him, although he still didn't mind admitting that Jin was worthy of bearing the name Reincarnated. After which he turned to the rest of the cadets and asked them not to forget what they saw here, because today they were lucky to see a real member of the Reincarnated family, because what this brat showed them all today is their true essence as sword demons. That's why they have to fight every day, and none of them even have the right to forget who they are. At this point, his speech ended and he allowed them to disperse, and the training would begin tomorrow. The Tona brothers were clearly not in the best of spirits after one of their friends was destroyed, but Jin still decided to give them advice as their younger brother. He wanted to tell them that he understood them perfectly well when they thought that their older brothers and sisters were frighteningly strong, but he asked them to think again, or would everything really remain like this in the future? Jin asked them not to look only at what was right in front of them. He asked them to think about the future before they took any action. Jilly was a little surprised that Jin had returned from training so early today, but the guy said that she could take her time with dinner. After all, he wanted to tell her first that he had started a battle for dominance with the Tona brothers. But today, Jin found out that it looks like the sisters Anne and Mai are behind them, and they are helping them a lot. In any case, the guy did not forget to tell about the fact that he cut off the hand of a cadet who was under the wing of the brothers, but he also understood that if you think about it, he was more likely one of the sisters' henchmen. And now, thanks to his brother's mistake, he has become part of their group. So Jin is currently confident that Anne and Mu will not like this at all. If I could guess, it seemed to Jin that it was unlikely that the Tun brothers could have a 5th rank assistant, because they usually deal with someone weaker than them. Jilly understood everything perfectly, but she couldn't help but notice that the ladies had already received the title of captain, which meant that the unspoken rule of the family could be applied here, which stated that captains could only compete with other captains. Jin thought that even considering all this, he was still okay, because the fact that his sisters were trying to keep him under control was a very good thing, because today he managed to cause them serious damage, and they couldn't personally try to deal with him, since they were captains. As far as Jean was concerned, the only thing they could do was use their powers to change his mission schedule and the difficulty of his missions, thereby simply increasing the risk of his injury or death. But on the other hand, he understood that most difficult missions were solo, which meant that no one would be watching him, and this in turn meant that during their execution, he would be able to use all his skills. Jilly listened attentively to the guy, and at one point it dawned on her that in fact all this played into Jean's hands, which is what the guy wanted to convey to them. He also promised not to forget that he would thank his sisters when he reached new heights. He also planned to take his beloved cat with him, who would clearly be useful to him. Jin immediately told Murakin that he was not going to take him on missions. He just needed him to do some things. But the guy will tell them about this later, but for now, he would like to ask them to keep a low profile. The next day, the three Runkendell brothers were approached by Jed, who told them that from now on, after the morning training, he would train them with methods that only pure-blooded Runkandels could know. According to him, this was a special privilege for them, but they should not expect everything to be easy. The first thing he told them was that the sword-wielding in their family could be compared to tyranny, just as destructive and merciless, fighting and plundering. The whole essence of the Runkandels was reflected in their handling of the sword. It is also worth noting that they do not have a special form of combat, but they do have secret techniques and finishing blows, but to learn them, they will first need to become captains. Jed believed that their unearthly swordsmanship had no rules, no step technique, no specific form, and this is what distinguishes them from other military families. After which, he asked them a question in which he wanted to know if they knew why they did not have a specific form of sword fighting, and Jin immediately decided to answer this question, saying that the Runkandel family had special physical abilities and a sense of battle. The answer was correct, because the Runkandel family is truly blessed. The bodies of this family cannot be compared even approximately to ordinary people, and all are born with incredible talent as a swordsman. Jed assured them that there might be differences in personal abilities, but he believed that every Runkendel was born with this power. And now he wanted them to learn one simple thing, and for this each of them should take a stone ball. As soon as Jin took this stone ball in his hands, he immediately realized that there was clearly something inside it. According to Jed, they are called cleaning stones, a nickname given to them because they can produce a clear sound if handled correctly. And now he will show them 3 different sounds that this stone can make, so they must listen very carefully. He hit the stone with his sword, and it made the boys cover their ears in pain because the sound was incredibly unpleasant. He didn't stop there and hit the stone again to demonstrate another sound to them. This one was of a completely different nature. At least the guys didn't have to cover their ears from the noise. After this blow, Jed began to tell them that, as they could notice, this stone makes different sounds depending on how hard they hit it. When they hit it weakly, it makes a dirty sound, but if they hit it with a certain force, they get a pleasant ringing sound. Jin understood everything perfectly, so he immediately thought about the fact that he needed to make it produce a clear sound when hitting, which meant that this training was aimed at force control, muscle memory, and concentration. The guy also thought that if you think about the physical abilities of the Runkendel family, then this is an excellent but simple training. After all, it only required repeatedly hitting the stone, so he felt that it was not dangerous enough to classify it as the Runkandel family's secret training yet. But he did not forget about the third sound, from within which a metallic clang could be heard. Although when Jed struck again, in order to show them the third sound, Jean and his 2 brothers froze in anticipation. But they didn't do this for long, because Jin suddenly jumped up and ran towards his brothers in order to tell them to immediately duck, although these 2 did not understand at all why he was telling them this. Although understanding did come with time, when the ball that Jed hit with all his strength suddenly exploded. After the explosion, the guys lay on the floor and did not move, and they actually had a good reason for that. But Jed found it quite funny, and as soon as they had recovered a little from the explosion, the man praised Jin for his excellent intuition. Afterwards, he told the other two brothers that pure stones explode if you hit them too hard. And now that the man had shown them all this, he assured them that now they knew what they needed to do, so they began their training. He also didn't forget to add that they were the first after the moon who weren't affected by the explosion. And considering that all their brothers and sisters had studied with him, they could consider this simple demonstration a kind of rite of passage, although he himself would never have thought that another child would manage to escape unscathed after this. Jin suddenly became interested in knowing how Luna was able to dodge the explosion, so he came to his uncle with this question. Jed hung his head and said that the boy would be upset if he told him, because according to the man, it undermined the spirit of all his older brothers and sisters, but Jin assured him that everything would be fine with him. Well, if the guy is so sure, then Jed still decided to tell Luna that, to be honest, she was unable to dodge since they and their sister, like everyone else, were still hit by the explosion. But she simply did not suffer, because she had extraordinary power within herself that did not allow this to happen. In any case, the three of them will be striking clean stones every evening from today onwards, and according to him, they will do this until a clear sound is heard every time they hit a stone, regardless of the direction of the blow and other circumstances. Meanwhile, Luna was resting in her chambers, when suddenly her peace was interrupted by her nanny, who brought her tea. And the woman suddenly decided to talk about what Luna told her, about how their relatives wanted to destroy Jin. The nanny believed that the sisters Mew and Anne could have done it. According to her, it was very likely that they were behind this, considering how much they were interested in young Master Jin lately. Luna could not believe that they were so mad as to attempt destruction in the formidable castle. Moreover, Luna noted that the battle for dominance was forbidden with Reincarnated, who had not yet left the Thunder Castle. She also believed that if this had reached her father, he would most likely have turned the entire estate upside down, and in that case, even their lives would have been in danger. In response to this, the nanny decided to ask a question in which she wanted to know from Luna whether they could consider the possibility that young Master Jin had lied or made a mistake. Luna responded to this by saying that he was only 10 years old at the time, so she believed that both scenarios were possible. But to be honest, they investigated for 5 years after that incident, but they have no evidence. But she still didn't think that Jin could lie, because at that time the younger one was still afraid of her, so it seemed to her that he was afraid to lie. Luna understood that perhaps he was not afraid of her, but human nature would not allow him to do this either. Then the nanny suggested that Luna learn more about the affairs of Lady Mu and Lady Anne, and the girl agreed to this without any problems. But she had some kind of bad feeling, so she asked the woman to try in this matter. But the woman assured the girl that she should worry about Luna, because she thought that the girl's relatives might try to harm her again, but the girl believed that there was definitely no need to worry about this. Now she is more interested in how things are going with Jin, so she decided to go to him so that he can show her the result of his heart's call training. She believed that the explosion from the pure stone would be a very useful lesson for him, although she did not rule out the possibility that he could handle it, and at this point in her life, she was most interested in watching her younger brother grow up. The next day, Jin had a 4-hour workout, which he thought was the hardest he had ever had. She made him feel really bad. The only thing that saved him and the Tan brothers were 5-minute breaks, which were very rare. Jin thought in his mind that the purpose of training was to learn how to control physical strength, willpower, but he was clearly wrong, because from the very beginning, he needed to focus on increasing the destructive power of the aura. Since he clearly saw how his uncle was able to break a pure stone without using aura, but he still had to train his aura to compensate for his lack of physical strength. He knew he had to train her until he could hear a clear sound and break stone. Mentally, he tried to calm himself down and constantly repeated to himself that there was no hurry, and in order to do this, he first needed to calm down, because he did not forget that even his immature brothers managed to do this in their past life. So he believed that he was guaranteed to succeed. Jed was watching the trio closely at this time, and he immediately noticed that they were doing quite well with control. Moreover, they were still able to do something after so many hours of continuous work. But still, of the three of them, he couldn't help but single out Jin, whom he considered a special specimen. The uncle was so confident in him that at some point he thought that this guy could even break the moon's record. After the training was over, the two Tun brothers collapsed unconscious, and Jed called them worthless, and also asked Jin to tell them tomorrow that if they did the same thing, they could never come here again. In any case, when they left, Uncle thought about the fact that they fell later than he had expected, and in the end, even in their case, Reincarnated remains Reincarnated. But as for the younger one, thoughts about this guy made the man very nervous, because he did not understand why this particular guy had achieved such success. The mere thought that if only this guy had been born 10 years earlier, he would have had a talent that could outshine the entire Reincarnated family scared Jed very much. So he didn't understand what to do with this guy. Although on the other hand, he understood that in fact it wasn't that important, and it was better for him to forget about it. A month later, at the training ground of the advanced group, the first tasks that had already been distributed this year were announced. Therefore, whoever the guy on the stage calls, he asked the cadet to step forward, and to begin with, he decided to hand out the escort task, in which they would have to guard the newcomers of the Blacksmith Association. Time passed and the tasks were gradually distributed, and time smoothly reached the third task, in which the cadet would need to tame monsters, and the first targets would be orcs. He also mentioned that the mission would take place in the unprotected area of the Kurano Duchy, and they sent Mesa, Belob, Scott, Taimont, Kiko, Ju Shen, and a few other guys who would come later on this mission. According to the curator, there were 25 orcs in total, who tend to move in groups. They also regularly move from place to place, and this must be taken into account, so he asked them to prepare and try to complete this task. This clearly surprised the other cadets, who had been in the advanced group for several years, since none of them had been tasked with taming orcs in their first year of training. Some guys even said that they should probably prepare coffins for these guys, because they clearly wouldn't be able to handle such a task. The other guys actually started making fun of him, saying that they should probably go and ask their young master Jin for help to save them, because they were scared. Maisie decided to ask her friends to ignore these statements, because she soberly assessed the situation, and she believed that they clearly did not have enough strength to compete with these guys, and since the task had not yet begun, it would be a big problem if any of them got hurt. One of them didn't really want to listen to her, so the girl had to raise her voice so that he could understand everything. She believed that they should accept the task they were given as a fact and return after it's safe and happy that they were able to complete it. Only in this way she believed they could raise the rest of the cadets to the ground, but no other way. Meanwhile, Hayton and his two brothers continued to train hard and hit the stone. Then suddenly, at one fine moment, he managed to strike this stone so hard that it began to explode, which at first made the guy happy, and then he realized what he had done. But not only did this stone explode, it also released a beam of light that had an insanely strong energy that flew past Dayton. And in the end it hit Jin, who clearly didn't expect such a blow. Hayton was completely fine, and even for a second he felt sorry that because of him Jin received a blow, but the young master assured him that everything was fine with him, although he still asked Hayton to do the exercise away from him. It had been a month since they started training with pure stones, and his brothers also started to explode them. Jin was surprised because he thought it would take them much longer. But at that moment he was more interested in what he had just felt. The guy just had the path of this wave's flight drawn in his head, and he saw it so well, as if the trajectory of a flying arrow had been drawn in front of him. Considering all this, he began to understand that if something like this ever happened again, he would be guaranteed to be able to dodge the explosion of this ball. He wondered if this feeling was directly related to Luna's training. In any case, he understood that before he forgot this feeling, he urgently needed to repeat it. But just as Jin was about to hit that stone, Jed interrupted them and told them to listen carefully because they had been assigned a task. The Tona brothers, as soon as they heard their assignment, immediately began to cry because they already felt sick and tired, because for the assignment they would have to wear banquet clothes and they were so wooden. Even Jed sympathized with them. But the uncle believed that thanks to them, the older brothers and sisters would not have to dance at the ball. Jed got tired of these sighs, so he changed his face to the most serious and told the guy that he has no right to sigh when he has a task, and immediately warned him that if he sees such an attitude again, he will make sure that he wishes for death instead. Haytona and Daytona realized their mistake, so the first thing they did was ask him for forgiveness. At that moment, Jin was thinking that the sisters Mew and Anne were extremely cruel, and so he understood that they would not miss the opportunity to punish the younger ones by sending them to a social event in the Bement Empire. Jed thought that this was a big event that even the Runkandles would not be able to refuse. Other powerful families would also be present just for fun. But the task for Jin was much more interesting. According to his uncle, he was assigned to eliminate a high-ranking person, and his target would be the toy Talaris, who was the owner of the Ice Palace and, in short, one of her many lovers. Jed hoped that the guy himself knew very well about the Ice Palace and its owner. Ice Palace. That is what they call the big tower in the middle of the Western Sea on the continent. The owner of the Ice Palace is the one who owns the tower. The 51st person to be awarded this title is Talaris Endorma, who calls herself the Spider of the Abyss and is known for her boundless ruthlessness towards those who dared to touch her lovers. Jed immediately warned the guy that the Ice Palace was an independent force outside the influence of the Runkandle and Zippel families, and the owner of this castle was a very strong woman. But fortunately, Jin will need to destroy not her, but the woman's lover, whose name was Alcaro Chendero. At the moment, the man is under the custody of people from the Ice Palace, and he himself is in Mamita, an area where there are no laws. The Tona brothers immediately realized that if the goal was in Mamita, then this meant that they wanted to test everything that Jin was capable of, and it seemed to them that this was too much for him. Looking closely at the case, Jin noticed that the clients were the Chendero family, and it wasn't hard to guess that the family themselves hired them to destroy their own child. Jed confirmed this information without a doubt, and added that they did everything in their power to bring him back. But nothing was successful, so they decided that it was better for him to die than for outsiders to find out the family's secrets. Jin thought for a bit and decided to accept this task because it seemed to him that he was capable of completing it. It was strange for Uncle to watch how this boy knew about the mistress of the Ice Palace and Mamita, but still accepted the task so easily. He was more expecting to hear from Jin something like that. It was unreasonable, and that he would not go on this task. But in any case, he likes the guy's answer much more. Directness in this matter is good. Their missions begin at the same time, and they will set out in 2 days, but the brothers still could not believe that Jin would actually go to Mammoth. Jed said once again that the guy himself wants to go there, so there is no reason to contradict him. Before the start of the mission, their training with him is cancelled, and he immediately asked to ensure that their personal training does not affect the outcome of the mission. The brothers suddenly decided to take care of their youngest, and told him that if there was an emergency, then Jin would only need to say that he was from Rungkandle, and then no one would touch him. Jin was surprised to hear that they wanted to take care of him, but he still asked them to make a balanced decision before he returned. Who they liked more, Jin or the older sisters. After that, Jed immediately approached them and said that they both really needed to train more because they were both not strong enough yet and they clearly shouldn't go against Jin unless they wanted to die early. 2 days passed rather quickly, and now the guys were already seeing Jin off on a mission to Mammoth. The first thing they reminded him was that his hair color was not suitable for this mission, because it would immediately show everyone that he was Runkandel. That's why he later uses his disguise so that no one would guess about it. Jin understood perfectly well that his task was different from theirs, so he would need to go to another teleportation gate, because as the young master knew, they had been given the task of subordination. Looking at them, he immediately noticed that they looked quite worried, but according to Mesa, they were fine. They just came to say goodbye to him before he left. Jin didn't quite understand why she was saying the word goodbye, since they were clearly not meeting for the last time, but the girl noted that if one of them was unlucky, then someone could die. The guy responded by saying that nothing would change just because they were worried, so he simply asked them to concentrate on the task at hand. And he, in turn, promised them that he would return safe and sound and they could not worry about it. Jilly noted that Jin had some really cute friends. Jin agreed with her, so he asked Murakana to look after them. He also immediately added to the cat that he should not be caught or exposed, but these words clearly angered Murakan, and he responded by telling the guy to watch himself, and he also asked the guy not to behave recklessly just because he was wearing a disguise. After Murakan left, Gilly remarked that since he left, it would be quiet here for a while. Jin told her that she could take it as a vacation, and he also promised her to grab some souvenirs upon her return. But the girl couldn't just relax, because she believed that Jin was going on a very dangerous mission, during which he would need to destroy the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace. So she was very worried. although she knew that the young master was not an ordinary mid-level cadet. But Mamet seemed to her a very dangerous place. All he could tell her in response was that he would be on guard and would behave as carefully as possible. Mamet is a lawless area, where the worst criminals are known to gather. It was a haven for criminals of all kinds, and the people here are said to exude an incredibly terrifying aura. And everything was so bad that even plants refused to grow in this place, and it was here that Jin was sent. The guy decided to go into the first bar of this place and throw a coin, for which he wanted to get cold water and something to eat. The owner of this bar immediately realized that this guy clearly had fortitude, because he would not have come here. Jin was immediately approached by one of the local villains, who thought that the guy was behaving too brazenly for a newcomer, so he immediately wanted to ask the guy who he was anyway. After which he recommended the new guy to study the rules of Mamet if he had not been here before, and for his stupidity, this big guy ordered the guy to slowly kneel down so that it would be convenient for him to clean his feet. But before he could finish speaking, Jin immediately took out his blade and struck at this impudent fellow. After which he again turned to the owner of the bar to clarify how long he would have to wait for his drink and food. At first, all the criminals went silent because Jin destroyed one of the locals, but then they pretended that nothing happened and continued to have fun. Jin, looking at all this, simply confirmed for himself the words of his mentor, who told him that this place was full of experienced psychopaths. She also told him that in order for these criminals to accept him, he needed to demonstrate skills and an iron will. She had helped him a lot in his past and this life, so he could only hope that one day he would be able to repay her. As soon as the man gave Jin his food, he immediately assured the guy that he had not poisoned anything. Although Jin knew that poison was prohibited in this city, at least he had that information. The man thought that for a boy he knew a lot, so he was interested to know if his family lived nearby. The genie told him without any doubt that it was none of his business, and the man realized that it was better not to talk about it. So he decided to offer the guy drugs or something like that. But from the expression on the guy's face, he realized that apparently he was just looking for someone. The guy was glad that the man was so quick-witted, so he decided to ask him if he knew someone named Hister. The man immediately shook his head and said that he had not heard of such a thing. Then Jin asked him to recommend a place to spend the night. And it would be desirable if this place were not teeming with bugs, like those that had just approached him. According to the bartender, there was one that fit Jin's description, and he was talking about a tavern called the Moonwell, which was located to the west of the city. According to him, this is where the elite of Mamita spends the night, so he won't have to put on a show like this. Jin understood perfectly well that Alcaro Chendero was the spoiled son of a count who grew up with a roof over his head. Happily, this man was clearly obsessed with pleasure and fun. There was nothing in him except noble blood and a cute face. He was a typical scum who groveled and humiliated the weak. The guy believed that the only reason he was staying in this dangerous city was most likely to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace, who was currently busy with another lover. So Jin decided that this scoundrel could only be in this tavern. The man told him that there was a new drug in town, so there was a good chance that he was high in his room right now. And considering that he is the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace, he must have bodyguards, whom Jin will also have to neutralize. But first he decided to go inside this tavern and assess the situation in the lobby, and as soon as he went inside, he noticed a young guy yelling at a man because he couldn't get him a little more. Jin immediately realized that this was his client, and he couldn't even imagine that he would be so lucky. The man who spoke with this impudent fellow tried to calmly explain to him that he could not help him in any way, and that he needed to understand this, because his job was first and foremost to protect him, and not to indulge all his whims. These words obviously made the guy even more angry, so he started shouting even more and asking his security guard to shut up. After which he added that if he doesn't get it for him right now, he will remember it in the future and then they will get into trouble. He screamed until one day he was hit right in the stomach. One of the guards was already tired of suffering with this runt. He wanted this guy to die from an overdose because he sincerely did not understand why she kept this worthless thing. Jin watched everything carefully, and therefore almost immediately noticed that his guards were at least 6th rank knights. So he understood perfectly well that destroying Alcaro was a simple task, but problems came immediately after, and he believed that he needed to figure out how to eliminate him and get out of here so that the guards would not catch him. He understood that the use of poison was prohibited in Mamita, and if he destroyed it in this way, the whole city would rise to its feet and start hunting him. But on the other hand, the guards prevented him from going head-on. So Jin had to come up with some other hidden way to destroy Alcaro in the Moonwell. Milady wanted to know how many bodyguards they had, and according to her assistant, there were only 6. As soon as she heard this, she immediately decided to ask them for forgiveness for having to work so hard because of a scoundrel who forgot his place. One of them hoped to hear that today everything would end, and the girl came here personally to make their work easier. In response to this, she immediately said that in fact she could destroy him whenever she wanted, and since he was in the moon well at the moment, she suggested hurrying there and dealing with him. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a strong wave that came from the moon well. Apparently someone tried to deal such a strong blow. The girl immediately realized that she had apparently chosen a rather unfortunate day to visit her friend in the moon well. Jin thought for a bit, and still decided to use magic in his room to sow panic among the guests, although he only had the 4th rank. But if he added spiritual energy, it seemed to him that he could cast a spell with a power of at least the 6th rank. This made them think that there was at least a 6th rank mage going on here, and since he was a brat, no one in their right mind would think that he was the one doing this. He also understood that due to the peculiarities of using spiritual energy after casting the spell, there would be no traces that it was Jin who did it, so I would not be able to reveal it. He was going to make it look like they were attacking from the outside, so he decided that summoning lightning would be the best option in this case. By gathering all his strength into his hands and concentrating, Jin was able to release as much spiritual energy as he needed. At that moment, all he could think about was that he had actually managed to come up with an incredibly sinister plan that could work. Cirrus Endorma, captain of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace and daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, was at that moment in the very epicenter of this explosion, and her guard immediately began to say that it seemed that someone in the moon well had incurred the wrath of a high-ranking magician. But Cirrus wasn't going to listen to her assistant, because she felt like this attack might be aimed at the Ice Palace, so she immediately rushed into battle without any hesitation. She thought so because she only had to remember that there were 6 of their people in the tavern, and that didn't include her mother's lover, Alcaro. So she ordered her men to go there immediately, and she didn't care at all what happened to Alcaro. She just wanted to focus on finding their soldiers. When they got closer to the moon well, they saw ruins, and they had no idea who could have done this. But that wasn't the worst news, because as soon as they took a step towards the moon well, they had to hold on to anything to avoid being blown away by the blast wave. Cirrus understood that the force of this blast wave must be the last attack, and it would be relatively safe from now on. And she could only hope that everyone who was inside was able to survive, although she had doubts about this. Jin himself did not expect that he would be able to deliver such a powerful blow. It seemed to him that perhaps this was due to the fact that the last lightning was completely saturated with his spiritual energy. In any case, this spell was similar to the 7th rank, and only thanks to his sister's pendant, he managed to avoid serious injuries. He also noticed that all the guards of the Ice Palace were able to survive, but he was more interested in Alcaro, who was nowhere to be seen. The guy understood that if this scoundrel survived, then now was the best moment to destroy him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Cirrus, who was extremely surprised that she saw someone else the same age as her in Mamita. Jin didn't expect to see a girl here, and while she asked how he was feeling and whether he was badly hurt by the attack, the guy just remained silent and looked at her. In any case, she suggested that he get out of here as quickly as possible, and at that very moment, one of her people approached her, who was happy to report that all of their people escaped with minor injuries. She was glad to hear this, after which she asked him to gather them all outside, and she also did not forget to say that if they were still messing around with Alcaro, then she allowed him to simply be destroyed. She also believed that the magical blows were similar, which meant that perhaps these were the tricks of one person who needed to be found and tied up immediately. At that moment, Jin looked closely at the girl and understood that she was most likely the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, and judging by the conversation, she came here to deal with Alcaro. And now that Jin is sure that the man is destined to die, he decided that there is simply no point in making sure that this guy is dead. But given the fact that the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace is standing in front of him, all his trials are ahead. After all, even the fact that a girl can remember his face can lead to huge problems in the future, so he decided to hide it as best as possible and then get out of the city while chaos reigns in it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of Sirius's men, who told the girl that Alcaro had died and that they were very sorry that they could not fulfill their role as bodyguards. But the girl was delighted and said that this was simply wonderful news. After all, according to her, she came here only to relieve them of these responsibilities. Moreover, she believed that they had simply done a great job if they had managed to endure this idiot for so long. After which she raised her sword into the air and shouted that the Ice Palace was taking over this tavern, and she, as the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, had the right to declare that everyone who disagrees with this decision will become enemies of the Ice Palace. There were characters who were against this. Men started shouting that they didn't care that she was the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace because they were in the center of Mamet, and here it was impossible to take control of the situation instead of the kings of Mamet. This was a kind of abuse of her authority. Moreover, they did not rule out the fact that there was a possibility that they were attacked from behind the Ice Palace. All these words clearly did not suit Sirius, so she did not think for long and decided to finish off these guys by cutting off their heads. After which she added once again that she had made it clear that all those who disagreed were enemies of the Ice Palace, whom she would be happy to eliminate here and now, and she immediately told the kings of Mamita that they would not be able to look down on the Ice Palace just because they played kings in this gathering of scum. And if it turns out that the attacker's target was the people from the Ice Palace, then they will pay in full for it. But if this magician decided to destroy someone from Mamet and the Ice Palace just fell into his hands, then she became very interested to know what they would do in such a case. She considers this sufficient reason for them to confiscate the place. In response to this, they began to talk about how she could do whatever she wanted here, because they actually also wanted to find the magician who did this, but they immediately told her that there was not a single magician among them. She wasn't surprised by this, but she still thought that there was a chance that one of them, the scum of humanity, had incurred the wrath of a powerful magician, and had done something wrong somewhere outside of this city. After which she again turned to Jin with the words that she had already told him to get out of here. The guy smiled at her in response and said that he was just a little scared and that his leg was also injured. Sirius found him rather timid for a guy and rather small for a swordsman, but she couldn't help but notice that he was lucky to survive this attack, so she decided to help him and heal his wound. And if he didn't understand, then the great Sirius was healing him, so the guy could consider it an honor. Jin understood everything perfectly well, so he decided to ask her how he could repay her for this, but the girl assured him that in fact there was no need for this. Besides, she didn't understand how someone like him could repay such a great person like her, so she assured him that he could consider it a pleasant memory, and at least sometimes he could bow towards the Ice Palace. At this point, she was ready to say goodbye to him and wished him a speedy recovery. Jin also waved back and thanked her again for helping him get better. Although as soon as she left, his face immediately changed, although mentally he was glad that he was able to complete his first independent mission. Meanwhile, his guys were able to destroy 18 orcs, and one of them even suggested that they would be able to complete the task without unnecessary casualties. They were glad that they would be able to return in one piece and thus show those cadets what kind of stuff they were made of. Mesa immediately calmed them down and gently asked them not to relax. She wanted to remind them that there were still 7 orcs left, and that was still a large number. She noticed that the orcs, who usually walk in groups, decided to walk alone this time, and this played into their hands, so it seemed to the girl that God himself was watching over them in this way. Or maybe it was just Master Jin's words that blessed them so much and brought them such great luck. In any case, she was not going to let her guard down, so she ordered the guys to reconnoiter the area again and concentrate on the task. Murakun was no less happy for them. Only 7 orcs and he could finally return home. A few days ago, on the day Jin's group was sent on a mission, Murakun came to the orcs and ordered them to listen to him carefully, after which he ordered them to move one by one. And if any of them dare to form a flock, then he will destroy them all. And if they understood him, then he asked them politely to go their separate ways, which these guys did. Murakun understood that most likely in the future the brat would often order him to do this kind of thing. He couldn't believe that Jean thought he was a big shot because he was the man who made the deal with Soldred when it had nothing to do with it. In any case, he decided that when Jin returned, he would definitely need to ask for something as a reward for his work. After all, he believed that he had done quite a lot of work, for example. Thanks to him, none of these guys were ever hurt. And Merkin thought that this was the least he could do for him, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a very strange sound. And then he felt a rather strange energy that was coming from different directions. Murakami noticed that someone was approaching very quickly in their direction. Therefore, he had to take his true form, and he did not understand at all why he was coming here, but it was absolutely clear that he would hardly leave here later. In any case, he had good news because all these brats were third rank, and none of them were able to notice the barrier he would set up. Baloba, still sitting in place, suddenly noticed that the sky had become much darker. He assumed that it might start to rain now. And while they didn't suspect anything, Murakami decided to deal with the one who was passing by, but radiating incredibly strong energy. As soon as Murakami appeared in front of this creature, he immediately asked him who he was that he decided to appear on his territory without his permission. But when he looked closely, he saw not something alive, but simply a relic from the past, which was previously called a grave giant. He was sure that they, the dragons, got rid of them 2,000 years ago, but apparently this is not so. In any case, there was only one question in his head. What was the thing that was supposed to protect the tombs of the gods doing here? Although, on the other hand, it was absolutely clear that whatever it was, this meeting was clearly not a pleasant one. So Murakami decided that it would be best to destroy this creature with one blow, after which he carefully descended to the ground and noticed that he had not used his power seriously for a long time. Because of this, his whole body clearly hurt. But now, in his head, there were thoughts that he would never believe that this was just an extra grave giant that was left over. It seemed to him that the Zeipel family was involved in this. He decided that he wouldn't tell Jin anything for now, because at the moment he would be able to protect him if something happened. Besides, he believed that if Jin could grow at such a rate and become stronger and stronger every day, then in 10 years they would be able to calmly fight with the Zeipel family and finally show them who was stronger. The shapeshifter Bubar Gaston spoke to his lord Bishkel about his masterpiece, the grave giant, being destroyed. The vice president of the revolutionary group, Kinzelo Bishkel Ibriano, was already aware of the incident. He also heard that the grave giant fell in the middle of the night, and Bubar was even more upset by this, because he believed that no one was capable of such a terrible act, especially at night. But Bishkel immediately told him that at the moment, it did not matter, because the one who destroyed the grave giant was a dragon, a shadow dragon, and he decided so because he personally inspected the scene. Bubar felt sick because he thought that the dragons already knew about their grand plans. Bishel did not know this for sure, but he believed that it was a kind of warning, and he advised Bubar to be more careful, and for this he would assign him several skilled people, after which he suggested that he organize a meeting with the Zeipel family in the near future. Jed was glad to see Jean in front of him again, because he understood perfectly well that if the guy returned, it meant that he managed to complete the task and return safe from the hole called Mammoth. The boy's uncle believed that he had certainly outplayed the captains who had assigned him this task, and that they would not like it at all. At this point, the gathering of all the cadets of the advanced group was completed, so he ordered them to disperse. The young master's friends were very happy that their friend was okay, and Jin himself couldn't help but reciprocate their feelings, and also added that they had all tried hard. The other cadets watched the recruits and said that they were talking about the fact that there was an explosion in the tavern where Jin's target was, which was the result of magic. And for them, it was quite strange, because if it was true, then the guy was very lucky. They thought that the world was so unfair, because not only was he Reincarnated, but luck was on his side, and many of them would at best remain mid-rank cadets, no matter how hard they tried. But what confused one of them the most was that the young master was at best 4th rank, and his charges were 3rd rank, and therefore it was strange for him to see that Kajin was going to leave all this so simply. Kajin didn't understand what his friend was offering him, what he could do other than just watch, because he didn't forget that Jin was still a purebred Reincarnated. And he understood perfectly well that until Lady Mu and Lady Anne gave them a direct order, they would not be able to do anything until then. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when the guys saw that Jin was walking straight towards them, so the thought came to mind that he could hear them, although everyone understood that from such a distance it was practically impossible to do this. But apparently each of them was wrong, because when Jin came closer to them, he immediately told them that, to their great regret, he heard everything, after which he turned to Kajin to find out how his hand was, to which he received gratitude from the guy in response, for the fact that the young master cut it off so masterfully, because of this, it was not particularly difficult for the doctors to sew it back on. Jin was glad to hear this, after which he noted that they had a very interesting conversation here. Kajin decided to tell him that they were commoners, and all they could do was talk behind the young master's back. That's why he hoped that Jin would understand them and forgive them, but the guy thought that there was nothing to understand. He wasn't a captain yet, and this means that he is technically not yet higher than them in status. But Kajin believed that this was not entirely true, because one word from the young master and such a low-ranking person as he would be flogged, and maybe even destroyed completely. Jin didn't really understand why Kajin thought he could do that, but the guy thought the answer to that question was pretty simple, and then said that the reason could be at least because he was showing disrespect at least now. Then he stood up and told the master straight to his face that he was not pleased to see everyone praising him when he had managed to complete the task by pure chance. Jin immediately told him that apparently the guy simply didn't understand him, because Jin called him an eyesore, not because he didn't respect him or because he was making fun of him. The thing is that Kajin, as a 5th rank knight, is one of the most experienced people in the advanced group, which means that he is perhaps even stronger than the young master. After which, Jin took out his sword and wanted to ask the guy why all he does is throw mud at him behind his back. After all, it seemed to Jin that he had made it quite clear to him that the guy could challenge him at any time. Kajin thought that Jin was not being serious, but the young master insisted that he take out his sword because he would not get off easy, and he would have to fight with dignity. This sounded to Kajin as if Jin did not want them to have any restrictions in using the aura. Jin replied that the guy understood everything correctly, and as soon as Kajin heard this, he immediately told the young master that he would make him regret it, after which he went on the attack. The guy immediately noticed that Kajin's blows were quite heavy, but on the other hand, he understood that in fact, this was nothing compared to those he would have to fight in the future. But his thoughts were interrupted by Kajin, who literally flew above the young master in order to strike him more seriously and prove that Jin was not yet at the level to challenge him. Jin barely managed to block this blow, although apparently it was not important to do so, because the power of this blow was really much stronger than anything before. But Kajin was not going to stop there, so he continued to attack his opponent, although he continued to skillfully dodge them. Jin was not mentally in the fight at that moment. He was thinking about the day when Haytona's steel ball flew at him. He began to see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. He also remembered that there were an infinite number of possible directions to attack with a sword, but only a few of them could be used by a 5th rank knight, especially when his opponent fights him with a full sense of hatred. And when Jin finally counted, he realized that in order to end this battle, he would only need 3 moves. But first, he decided to tell Kajin that he had read all of his attacks, so he assured the boy that he could not defeat him. And this caused even more irritation in Kajin, which again only played into Jin's hands. In any case, this was a signal that he should start his attack right now, so he decided that he should first strike the left side, then parry the attack from below upwards. And in the end, he had to deal a blow that a knight of such rank could not block. And for this, he used a 4th rank aura. This plan worked perfectly, and within a few seconds the sword flew out of Kajin's hands. The guy sincerely did not understand how this was even possible, because he was 100% sure that he was much stronger than Jin. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who spoke about how he thought it would take him at least a few years to reach a 5th rank aura. Kajin thought that this was all a lie, and he was clearly not of the 5th rank. There was simply some kind of catch in all of this. But the guy assured him that there was no catch. It was just that he didn't get involved in fights he knew he would lose. The Tona brothers arrived at the scene of the fight too late, and only saw the end, so they were very interested to find out what actually happened here, but they clearly didn't expect to see the scene they saw. Could Jin really defeat Kajin, who is a 5th rank knight? Sisters Mu and Anne did not want to believe that Jin was able to crush Kajin at such a young age, but the boy had no other explanation, although they still continued to say that he was simply bribed or he succumbed to him because he was Reincarnated, although Keijin had already answered several times that this was not the case. At that time, they didn't understand at all why he did this. Was he seriously saying that Jin had mastered the aura of the 5th rank at such a young age? The guy told them that everyone who was present at the training saw it, so he was not the only witness. It seemed to him that it was probably a 5th rank aura, after which the sisters told him that he did not live up to their expectations, so he could go free. Anne thought that this was probably Jin showing them his fangs, but Mu thought that he did it not only for us, he essentially challenged the whole family. Mu believed that for their little brother's next mission, they needed to send several of their people along with him, to a place that will become his grave, no matter how talented he was. The next day, when Gilly brought the young master food, she noticed the fact that the sword garden was not quiet because everyone was very surprised by his achievements. Jin was actually very pleased to hear this, and he also assumed that Father and Sister Luna were the only ones who were able to reach the rank of 5th rank knight by the age of 15. And it turns out that he has the 5th rank of sword mastery, the 4th rank of magic mastery, and his spiritual energy is the 4th rank. To receive the 5th rank at such a young age, even Jin himself did not expect this. After all he did was train hard with pure stones, and apparently he just didn't have time to come to his senses before he became a 5th rank knight. And now it seemed to him that all 3 skills that he possessed, spiritual energy, magic, and aura, influenced each other every time one of them became stronger. When he was almost drawn into the flow of spiritual energy, the flow of his aura and magic opened and strengthened due to this. But he understood that little was known about this, since he was the only one who possessed all 3 skills. But these 3 powers were closely interconnected in him. When suddenly he noticed the flowers that Jilly said she brought here after they were given to the guy. She offered to remove them, but Jin allowed them to remain because he sensed no magic or curses on them. Now he was worried about another question: what his relatives thought of him, because he quite unexpectedly revealed to everyone that he became a knight of the 5th rank at the age of 15. It seemed to him that his relatives were now on the edge, including his older brother Joshua, who was touted as a possible future head of the family. Joshua Reincarnated, Jin's older brother, who after the first Captain Luna renounced her right to the throne, he immediately reached the necessary level of power to claim the place of the head of the family. For now, with the help of Rosa Reincarnated, their common mother, he is gradually expanding his sphere of influence. Of course, considering all this, Jin knew that it would be a good idea for him to hide his skills a little longer, but he decided that it would be more advantageous to show his level of strength now. Because he revealed the achievement of the 5th rank in front of many people, rumors would spread not only among the Reincarnated family, but also throughout the world. Murakami, listening to all this, noted that the guy was praising himself too much. But be that as it may, he was still right, and his brothers and sisters would have to hold their horses for now, because he was now the center of attention. Jin added that what was more important was that his father would personally come to the Garden of Swords, and all because he did not want to see Joshua as the heir to the throne, because he was not satisfied with any of his children for this position after Luna. The only one to whom he gave due attention was not interested in becoming an heir. Because of this, the father decided that she could not be the head of the family. Then Joshua began to make every effort to be recognized as the next head, and brother Deepus and sisters Runtia and Mary became secondary candidates, thus forming a line of heirs to the title of head of the family. But the appearance of a new player in the form of Jin completely turned the game upside down. Father is the kind of person who gives everyone an opportunity, regardless of age, so he will probably order him to do something, just like in the elementary group. Regardless of his decree, 2 things are known in advance. The first is that this will be a test, and to see if he can overcome the age difference with his brothers and sisters, who have already been nominated as candidates for the position of head. And the second is protection. His father doesn't want him to die at the hands of his brothers and sister before he can test him. And the only reason for this is that he considers the guy a special case. Jilly, in turn, believed that once the news about Jean was published, families and organizations from all over the world would want to meet him. Jean understood this perfectly well and believed that there was nothing better than to accept so many people at once. So Jin decided that as soon as his father arrived, a banquet would be organized, so he asked Gilly to make good preparations. He also asked her to keep an eye on Murakami and if he turns into a human and tries to blend in with the crowd, then everything will be over. These words angered Moroccan because Jin considers him a little child, but Gilly understood why the young master told her this. A few days later, Gilly walked into Jin's room saying that it seemed like all the butlers were up to their ears in work, answering official letters, and she decided to ask Peter, and he said that even the imperial Beemant family had sent one. This couldn't help but please the guy, because if it's true, then he's attracted the attention of even such mysterious individuals. She also said that the head of the family notified about the visit to the main house today, sending Khan. According to the girl, he will be here in a month, so she made a schedule that includes meetings with the rest of the families and organizations. But the rest of the young masters and ladies are extremely quiet, and this embarrassed the girl quite a bit. In response to this, Jean told Gilly that if they tried to do something while so much attention was on him, it would let others know that they were afraid or hated him. So the issue in this situation was only in the opinion of other people. And as soon as Jean finished this thought, Peter suddenly burst into the office, and he did it without knocking first, and this could only mean that he had some very urgent news. And so it was. Peter, out of breath, wanted to tell the guy that he had been given a task, but from the expression on the man's face, it was obvious that it was clearly not an ordinary one, and according to Peter, this task would take place in the ruins of Cologne. As soon as Rose Runkendel heard this news, she immediately called all her children, who were captains, and shouted at them very loudly, because she simply did not understand how they could call themselves captains when something like this happened. And while she was scolding them, Jean, whom Rose had called herself, arrived in her office. In her office stood Runtia, who was the third captain. Also there you could see Ren, who held the position of fifth captain, Vigo, who was sixth on the list. But the first thing Mother wanted to know from Jin was whether he had heard that his next mission would be in the ruins of Colin. Jin confirmed this information, and as soon as he did, Rose told him that this mission was cancelled and he no longer needed to go to Colin. Mu and Anne immediately became against this idea, but no one asked their opinion. She immediately made it clear to them that it would be better if they shut their mouths, because she understood perfectly well that they were both doing everything to destroy her youngest son, Jin. Mu stated that she didn't think there was anything strange about them wanting this guy dead, and Anne completely agreed with her sister. Besides, she didn't understand why the woman was covering him up like that. Rose told them that if they had not yet completely lost their minds, then they could continue to talk nonsense. But the sisters apparently weren't going to stop there, so they continued talking about how until now, they and their father had been egging them on to fight, and none of them had said a word. Wasn't it because this rivalry was needed in a family? Rose was silent, and so they continued to talk about how everyone standing here had been pressured by each other from an early age, and this could already be confirmed not only by the sisters, but also by other children who were also given difficult missions when they were in the advanced group. She realized that in fact they were right about this. She understood that they needed competition, and there were no special restrictions on this. But here she wanted to ask each of them who was able to reach the 5th rank at the age of 15. They didn't quite understand why she was even telling them this, but the woman assured them that everything was actually simple here. She was trying to convey to them that Jean was different from them. Rose believed that if they had reached the same level as Jean in his youth, she would most likely have protected them too. And if they still didn't understand, then she decided to say it straight out, that they were unworthy of her protection, and given their behavior after they became captains, she would not regret anything. As for Runtia, Ren, and Vigo, the woman believed that they were from the same generation of captains as these two, so they were automatically responsible for the actions of these two. She especially asked Runtia to think about this, and she ordered Ren and Vigo to return one famous family sword each, which was not entirely clear to them. But apparently she spoke in plain text, after which she added that in fact she would gladly take all of their special swords, but she still wanted to hear gratitude from them for the fact that she deprived them of just one of them. And now, after all this dialogue, she mentally wanted to know what Jean would do. After all, now that she had dragged his brothers and sisters, who were in no way connected to this situation, into this, she was interested to know whether the guy's conscience would play a role and ask him to punish himself instead of them, or whether he still felt superior to them and was happy that he had become the favorite. She wanted to see how he would deal with it, so she just waited for him to take action. Jin decided to take a different path. so he assured his mother that he liked the task that his older sisters assigned him. She couldn't believe he was saying this knowing what kind of place it was. According to Jin, he knew that this was the territory of the Zippel family, which the Runkandel family was unable to recapture, and he also understood perfectly well how dangerous it was. But he also knew perfectly well that he had no intention of retreating. He would also like to say that he knows that this is a dangerous place, but he does not consider it unfair. On the contrary, it seems to him that this can be regarded as recognition of his strength by his sisters. Rose thought that the guy was too self-confident when she heard his opinion, or did he just want to test his own mother? But Jin tried once again to convey to her that this was not the issue, but that if the task assigned to him suddenly changed, then the followers of their family might get the impression that the hierarchy and balance of power in the Runkandel family was very flimsy. Rose thought that this reason was not entirely justified because they had no followers who would doubt the family's actions because of such a trifle, and she saw this task as another opportunity for his sisters to harm him, and she also took into account the fact that they could not fight him directly. They could only use the power given to them. Jin agreed with her, moreover. He said that this was exactly what he was getting at, because he understood perfectly well that if he fought with the older sisters now, he would undoubtedly lose. Therefore, in order to put these two upstarts in their place, all that remains for him to do is complete this task. In short, he has only one battle in which he has a chance to win, and that is the task they gave him. All Rose could say was that any mistake in the ruins of Cologne could be fatal, but even after that, Jin declared that he was completely confident in his abilities. After which he added another request, in which he wanted the swords that his brothers had to return to be given to him. He considered this to be an insignificant reward, since he once again noted that she herself admitted that this task was very dangerous. The brothers didn't quite understand why Jin needed their swords, because if he wanted a sword so much, they could give him one of theirs, but for that it would be better for him to refuse the mission. One of his brothers actually believed that he should at least live until his father came here. In response to Jin, he could only say that his brother was telling him rather strange things. Jin asked them a rather logical question, because if that was the only issue, then he wanted to know why they didn't stop Mew and Anne when they assigned him this task. Rose decided to end this argument and said that if Jin could successfully complete this task, she would give him the swords of his older brothers, after which she ordered everyone to disperse. The woman was mentally worried that Jin might become like Luna, so she trampled the pride of the other children. But now she understood that apparently she had worried about this in vain, and she also understood perfectly well that when Chiron returned, he would clearly be happy about Jin's success. Before leaving, Anne approached Jean, wanting to know if the guy thought that luck would be on his side again. Jin answered them quite calmly that he was not really sure about that, but what he did know for sure was that he had had a hell of a lot of bad luck so far. Anne thought that this would bring an end to his casual attitude towards things, because it was not a solo mission, so at least he would not be lonely when he went to the next world. That was exactly what Anne thought. Jin was incredibly pleased that they cared about him so much, but all he could tell them was that they would see each other soon. As soon as Jin came out after this crazy meeting, he was immediately approached by guys who wanted to formally introduce themselves to him. One of them was called Mile Hass, and according to him, he would accompany him on this mission, and the second guy was called Lima Hass. They told Jean that it was an honor for them to go on a mission with him, and also Mile would like to immediately apologize for his behavior in the past, because now they were going to do everything not to disappoint him. Cajun was also on this team, and he signed up for every word the guys said, and promised Jin that now he would also follow orders and try not to disappoint Jin. The young master did not try to come up with anything, and simply suggested that they forget about everything and continue working together. In fact, Jin understood perfectly well that the three of them were Anne and Moo's wards, which most likely meant that the plan was to stab him in the back in a dangerous place. While Jin was thinking about this, the guys decided to instruct him about the task once again. The essence of the task was that they needed to steal the relics that are in the ruins of Colin, and there are only 4 of them. The ruins of Cologne, once a place where thousands of native tribes lived, but now it is the territory of the Zippel family, and under the control of the kingdom of Faelon. The Zippel family discovered Cologne several hundred years ago, and when they discovered the ruins, they massacred and enslaved most of the natives. Of course, now the Zipel family claims that they treat them well, but this is only so that others do not poke their noses into their affairs. From the outside, it may seem that the natives are taken into account, but they are the same slaves, and no one does anything to improve their situation, since the lives and rights of the indigenous inhabitants of Colon are of no interest to the majority of people in this world. The only reason the Zipel family did not exterminate all the natives was to preserve the old look of Colon and show off to atone for the sins of their past. The Zipel family usually strives for a fair model of governance in order to win the favor of those they will rule without unnecessary bloodshed. But given what Jin knew, he could say with complete certainty that they had crossed the line in Cologne in the past. And Jin believed the reason was that they were ready to sacrifice their reputation for the sake of the ruins of Cologne. And most likely, it was because the natives hid a mirror artifact here. The existence of the mirror is still a secret known only to the Zipel family, but the truth was revealed before its revival thanks to one brave journalist. His article contained evidence that all the actions of the Zipel family were aimed at finding a certain artifact, which, according to the stories of the natives, was called the Fountain of Mana. Just by looking at it, one could raise one's magical energy to the 7th rank. Using this, the Zipel family could mass-produce natural-born magicians. Jin knew that they would only be able to start doing this in 10 years, which meant that they had not yet found the mana fountain. But this time, Jin promised himself that he would never let the Zipel family get their hands on him. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when his companions told him that the magicians were returning, after which Mile added that the Zipel family barracks were located in these places, and the relics they were looking for were in the 3rd building. Kajin thought that it would not be difficult to catch them off guard, but it was worth considering that there was a magical barrier around this place. But he also told the young master not to worry, because no matter what happened, they would do everything to protect him, even if it cost them their lives. Jin obviously didn't believe a word he said, but still thanked him for comforting him. The young master himself believed that in order to avoid unnecessary risks during the return, they needed to conserve their strength, so he decided to make a stop at this place for about an hour, and after that they would strike. He gave each of them some food so that they could refresh themselves. And as soon as each of them took a bite of the food that the young master gave them, Jin suddenly said that he was going on a mission alone, while they would rest here. They didn't have time to say a word, when suddenly Mile became very ill, and the guys first thought that it could be poison, but Jin calmed them down and said that in fact, it was just a sleeping pill. Jin couldn't believe that they were so stupid, because it was clear to him from the very beginning that they were here to get rid of the guy. He thought that it would not be so suspicious if they remained as impudent, and not at all friendly towards him as always. But looking at their behavior, he was once again convinced that it is the nature of a dog to blindly follow the owner's instructions. The first thing Jin decided to do was attack the vault guards while they were talking about how they spent their evening yesterday. Jin was incredibly fast. He was able to destroy 2 guards with incredible speed, leaving them no chance. But what really bothered Jin the most was that there were only 2 people outside. He immediately had the feeling that no one was particularly guarding this place. Moreover, when he approached the door, he saw there an ordinary lock without any spells cast. Jin began to realize that they were most likely allowing ordinary people to inspect the warehouse, meaning that the Zipel family didn't consider it important. But still, the guy decided to look inside, and when he opened the doors, the first thing he noticed was a magic circle of blood and a barrier. Most people perceive them as a defense system that determines the purity of a person's blood, but in reality, it is a magic circle that checks what kind of creature activated it, a monster or a person, and also checks for diseases. In other words, it does not matter whose blood must be spilled on the circle, as long as it is human. Jin believed that there was no need to use his own blood and leave evidence, so he decided to use the blood of one of the guards. And as soon as he spilled blood on this seal, it began to glow. Jin decided that the first protective spell was simple, and now he only needed to find the relic. But apparently no one will let him do it so easily, because as soon as the blood got on this seal, he was enveloped in a loud noise and a very strong flame. Jin realized that he used the blood of the guard he knocked out, so if the circle was still active, the guard might be sick with something. Or there was another option, which apparently turned out to be correct. These guards were not people. Jin clearly didn't expect to see 2 huge orcs in front of him, so he immediately jumped back to avoid being attacked. The guy wanted to avoid using magic, since nearby mages could sense it, but looking at who his opponents were, he realized that he would have to change his plans. But looking at the huge ogre running towards him, he realized that it looked like he couldn't avoid a fight. Jin was able to dodge the first blows of these monsters, but immediately realized that this fight would probably be too difficult for him. So far, the guy had only to dodge the blows of these monsters, and so far he had not seen the right moment to attack. Jin decided that it was time to stop these games, and for this he took out his sword, which was completely in his aura, which meant that he was ready to attack. Looking at the faces of these monsters, Jin noticed that they seemed to realize that this aura was dangerous. But then he saw how the monster showed him that his body was capable of regeneration, and thus hinted that the guy would definitely lose this fight. Jin understood that such a speed of recovery was usually only found among high-ranking monsters, but these two could not be monsters of such a rank, because just a minute ago they were humans. Therefore, he once again remembered that this place was the territory of the Zippel family, where countless magicians were born and died, where the indigenous people are clearly being oppressed, and now these mysterious monsters have appeared on this territory. Therefore, Jin came to the conclusion that these could be living golems, and this is already a serious crime for which the creator must be punished. While the boy was fighting off another attack from this monster, he thought about whether the Zippel family could have used the ruins of Kolon as their laboratory to experiment with forbidden magic. Their strength and speed were at the level of a 4th-rank novice martial artist, and their movements were constrained compared to a 4th-rank knight, and considering all this, Jin decided that there should be no problem with them. Golems are magical weapons that can withstand the strongest blows and continue to move, but once their core is destroyed, that's the end of them. Usually the core is located in one of 3 places: the head, heart, stomach. So Jin believed that golems created with the help of forbidden magic would be an exception. In that case, he decided to start with the head of one of the golems to check if the core was there. But after such a blow, Jin noticed that his strength and speed did not decrease. On the contrary, he became even more aggressive. Although in that case, he still had 2 options of where to strike. So he didn't hesitate to deliver a direct blow to the stomach of one of the golems. But this time it didn't work either, until Jin moved his sword straight to the heart and thus finished off one of them. After that, he stood and looked at the body of this golem for a while, and still could not believe that the Zippel family decided to do something like this to people. And while he was in thought, the second golem had already crept up from behind and was about to attack. But the young master was more than prepared for this, so he was able to quickly react and attack this monster right in the heart. At this point, both golems were on the ground, and the guy managed to get through before his spell wore off. He was really lucky this time. As soon as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a human voice coming from one of the golem's bodies, which literally begged Jin to destroy it. Jin did not refuse and dealt the final blow to this poor man. The young master didn't know what had happened here, but he highly doubted that anyone in this world would want to become a living golem of their own free will, especially if it means that once you're transformed, you become expendable with no future. In any case, he decided that now was not the best time to be angry, because an unexpected situation had occurred, and he had even managed to find out the dirty secret of the Zippel family. He also began to suspect that his sisters knew about this when they chose his assignment. But Jin was absolutely certain that this did not mean that his mission had miraculously changed. He understood that even if he revealed this to the whole world, the Zippel family would most likely deny it all. The creation of living golems was such a grave crime that even suspicion could provoke an investigation on behalf of the Empire, and Jin understood this very well. But he still decided to take care of the evidence first, and then move on to continuing his mission. Because Jin knew very well that with the power that the Zippel family possessed, it would not be difficult for them to discreetly influence the investigation. But on the other hand, this is not so important now, because at the moment, he will not be able to solve this problem. There are no signs of mage activity yet, and this could only mean that most of them think that this is an ordinary warehouse. In the guy's opinion, they would not treat this place so frivolously if they knew that its guards are living golems, because this suggests that not everyone in the ruins of Kolon is involved in matters with forbidden magic. After looking around a little better, Jin noticed that the protective magic on the tablets was quite simple, but they clearly tried hard on one of the bowls, and in order to dispel the protective spell, you need to tinker a lot. At least that's what Jin thought. But with 2 dead golems, no matter what the guy does here, the Zeepel family will have to hide everything anyway. And so, with all this in mind, he decided to turn up the heat a little while he still had the chance. And for this he used his spell, which was called Fire Explosion, and from the name it was clear what it was needed for. Anne and Mayu suffered at the hands of their older sister, who decided to punish them for sending Jin on a mission to the ruins of Colin. Luna tried to understand why they did this, because he was 10 years younger than them? They were surprised that she didn't know, but the girl shut their mouths and asked them to assume that she was asking precisely because she really didn't know. Or were they like 2 captains fighting for dominance with Jin, who had only recently moved to the advanced group? They remained silent, and at that moment Luna once again reminded them that captains fight with captains, and the rest fight with the rest. This is the simplest rule that they can remember. After all this, she added that they should be ashamed, because she was damn ashamed of them for calling themselves captains after everything they had done. Anne immediately reminded her that Luna had never interfered in these matters, so she believed that even she had no right to do so. In response to this, Luna only said that she would not have told them anything if they had managed to win the argument with Jin, after which she informed her sisters that Jin had just successfully completed a mission in the ruins of Kolon and their mother should receive a report on this matter soon. And so Luna was now sure that they now understood why she said she was ashamed. After all, they just helped him move even further. She even wondered if there was a history in the Reincarnated family where captains were disgraced after trying to oppress the youngest, after which she drove them away. But still before they left, she decided to add that she saw that Jin was not so merciful. So Luna advised them to look back more often, and she tells them this only because she is sincerely worried about them. Luna understood that not everything went smoothly and well between them, but she reminded them that they were still sisters, especially younger ones, so she had to take care of them. After this, Luna's nanny came in and immediately told the girl that she was very surprised at how she punished her younger sisters, and being Luna's nanny, she had the impression that she was going through puberty again. Luna was quite surprised to hear about such a puberty at her age, but the nanny noted that the girl always had a rather unusual maturation. In any case, she was worried about the young ladies because she understood perfectly well that young Master Jin was not the type to forget about this so easily. Moreover, the woman believed that in 5 years they would not be able to defeat Master Jin in an official battle, so the nanny was interested to know if they only had 5 years left to live. Luna asked her not to say such terrible things, because they were still her family, but rather she asked her to tell her what the girl asked her to know. According to the nanny, the relatives who tried to destroy Jin were not young ladies. At that time they were in an advanced group, so they could hardly do anything. Luna agreed with her and added that it couldn't be Mary, Yona, or the Tona twins. This means that young Master Joshua, young Master Deepus, Ren, and Master Vigo remain, and of course young Lady Runtia. The nanny immediately said that it would be difficult to find out about the rest, except for the young masters Ren and Vigo, and Luna understood this perfectly well, because there was a fairly solid foundation under them all. So there was a good chance that they would get nothing from them except a headache. And so Luna decided that for now the best option would be to simply observe, because they could get into trouble if they dug into them without good reason. Nanny Luna noted that this was a rather wise decision. Even despite the assassination attempt, young Master Jin grew up healthy, so there was no need to worry about him too much. Meanwhile, Jin returned to his room and was happy to tell Gilly and Moroccan about this. The girl was incredibly happy to see him, and she was also happy to see that he returned safe and sound. Jin assured her that everything was fine from the start. He had already become quite strong, so much so that even Gilly would soon not be able to defeat him. But Gilly still believed that it was a dangerous place, and if something happened to him, she would devote the rest of her life to revenge. Moroccan immediately intervened in this dialogue and asked the strawberry pie not to say such terrible things, after which he wanted to ask Jin if he had filled out the report properly. Jin replied to him that now everyone thinks that everything worked out thanks to outside help, but he doesn't give a damn about it, because at the moment there is something more important. After which he put a jar on the table, inside of which was the living heart of a golem. Moroccan immediately noticed that Jin was very lucky. Considering that he returned without a single scratch, the Shadow Dragon thought that the golem was not very successful, but he was more interested in finding out where Jin found it. According to the guy, 2 warehouse guards turned into monsters and attacked him. He also did not forget to mention that they regenerated no matter where he hit them, and when he pierced their hearts, this fell out of them. Murakami was clearly not happy to hear that Jin had encountered a living golem after all. First he saw a grave giant, and now a golem. He didn't even have a rough idea what these guys from the Zippel family were planning. He then told Jin that if what he was saying was true, then it was the work of the Zippel family. Murakami also asked the guy not to make a tight schedule for himself, because they would probably need to go back to Cologne. Because Murakami thinks it's worth asking them personally what they're up to? Jin, hearing this, thought that he really didn't want to go back there. But on the other hand, he would go there with Murakami, so he most likely wouldn't be in any danger. He also didn't forget that if they were very lucky, he might even be able to find a mana fountain. So he agreed to Murakami's offer and promised him that he would try to devote his time to it. After the mission was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers themselves returned to the Reincarnated family, but Mew and Anne revoked their status as cadets and expelled them from the family, and as you know, expulsion is a very severe punishment for cadets who technically completed their mission, but no one argued with them. A few months after this incident, Jed stopped Jin at one point during training and told him that from today his training with pure stones was officially over, and from tomorrow only the Tona brothers should come here. He also added that morning training with the rest of the cadets no longer brought him any benefit, so next week he would have a conversation with the head of the family. The Tona brothers couldn't believe that their father was going to promote Jin to the rank of provisional captain so early. They also knew very well that being in this rank, he would have to leave the Reincarnated family in order to gain enough honor to become a full-fledged captain, and all this time he would have to act alone without the support of his family. Jin, although he didn't show it, was actually very happy about this news, because now he wouldn't have to worry about the others, and he could finally become stronger as he wanted. The leader and his small army were returning home, and one of his wards informed him that they would arrive at the Sword Garden within 2 hours. In response to this, Shiren said that his youngest son continues to interfere with his training, and he would like to stay in the Black Sea for at least 10 years. If his assistant's words were to be believed, he had immediately felt that young Master Jin had been an extraordinary child ever since the time of the formidable castle. But even he had not thought that it would be to such an extent, because the young master's actions in the Sword Garden were especially shocking. His fighting spirit is abnormal, and when he first entered the Thunder Castle, despite being a child, his eyes were full of discontent. Although Chiron then noticed that he tried in every possible way to hide it, he still failed to do so. The man didn't think he could forget how Jin provoked his brothers and sisters as soon as he entered the Sword Garden. Although no one taught him this, he literally instinctively understood how to break his opponents. The other children of Chiron knew about this very well, and even tried to keep Jin under control. But one look at this guy was enough to understand that they failed. Even though his elders sent him to his death, he still continued to come back stronger, becoming a 5th-rank knight. Chiron was most surprised by the first mission, rather than Mammoth or the ruins of Cologne, because he won the battle against a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Chiron could of course imagine that Jin would destroy this wolf using his subordinates as a shield, but for him to destroy him alone, that was a surprise for him. The man believed that with this action, he had succeeded in proving the essence of his principles. Although Chiron's charges did not believe that the boy could single-handedly deal with the warrior of the White tribe, the man still wanted to meet this guy as soon as possible and talk to him. During these conversations, they quickly arrived at the Sword Garden, where the head of the family was greeted according to all standards. Rose was the first to meet her husband, saying that they were all really looking forward to their head of the house, in response to which Chiron praised her preparation for the meeting. But the woman immediately told him that in fact, she did nothing, because their eldest son took care of all the preparations, so there was no credit for it on her part. Chiron was of course glad to hear this, but he still wished that they would first of all behave appropriately so that he would not have to leave the Black Sea, after which he turned his attention to Jin, or rather to his belt, on which hung 2 swords that were quite familiar to him. This provoked him to turn to his 2 other sons, Ran and Vigo. He wanted to know from them whether they had given Jin the swords that he had allowed them to take. Ran was the first to answer this question, and without any hesitation told them that Jin literally took these swords from them, because they were supposed to give them to him if he succeeded in the mission in the ruins of Colin. This caused Chiron to laugh incredibly loudly. It was so loud that at times it even frightened everyone around him. After he calmed down a little, the man decided to say that sometimes it seemed to him that Jin was not his son. That evening, Jin and his father stood in the hallway and talked about how this would be Jin's first banquet. Although the guy didn't forget in his mind that in his previous life he had attended banquets of different families, thanks to his teacher, this was the first banquet in his own family. Before, he always had to hide during banquets as if he were a criminal, but this time he is the star of this show along with his father. But what is most surprising is that for this to happen, Jin only had to die once. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his father, who wanted to tell the boy that their family does not often hold banquets. According to him, the reason is that they hold them only when there is really something to celebrate. With these words, he wanted to show how unique Jin's achievement was, and the guy was incredibly pleased to hear it. After which the father decided to ask the guy how many guests there would be today, and in Jin's opinion, there were about 1,000 people there. The father confirmed this information and also added that this was 200 people more than at the previous banquet, which was 7 years ago. And they both understood perfectly well that this could only mean one thing, that their family's influence had increased over the past 7 years. Banquets of 1,000 people are not uncommon in other families, but all the people present here are exceptional. The only thing Chiron did during these 7 years was destroy monsters and train in the Black Sea. Therefore, he believed that the reason why their clan's influence continued to grow was because he was the only Genesis Knight at the moment. In other words, Chiron believed that everyone gathered here would turn away from Reincarnated. Jin actually agreed with his father, because without him, their clan would not have been able to accumulate such great respect. They are called the two great families, along with Zippel, but Jin understood that as soon as his father disappeared, the gap between Zippel and Reincarnated would sharply increase, and then Zippel would become the sole ruler. So Jin decided to tell his father that if he was gone and they turned their backs on Reincarnated, things would most likely get to the point where they wouldn't be able to fight back against the Zippel family. And then Jin assured his father that if this happened, he would leave the clan. Chiron couldn't believe what his son had just said, so Jin repeated once again that if the family fell apart due to his absence, then the reason for the clan's downfall would be the incompetence of the next head. But he wasn't going to die a dog's death under such a leader, so he thought it would be better if he simply left this clan. He would also like to know from his father how many weaknesses are known to their family. The father did not quite understand what Jin was telling him, so the boy explained that in exchange for returning the sword to Vigo's older brother, he made him show him the contracts entrusted by the families, which only the captains can see. The head of the Byrne family deceived the emperor and stole the imperial treasures, but he can participate in this banquet thanks to them. The greatest martial artist of the Cliver family previously requested them to destroy the mage of the Zippel family. The daughter of the Gerald family secretly sold her family's treasure due to gambling addiction. In other words, just by looking through, Jin was able to find a ton of weapons that weren't swords, and so he's sure that there are a lot more of those weapons in the secret contracts that only Chiron and Rose have access to. And his father realized that Jin was trying to say that he could protect their family using these if he were gone. Jin just wanted to say that if the next chapter is not at the level of a Genesis Knight, then everything will depend only on negotiating skills, which was hard to disagree with. But Chiron also noted that they are not the only ones who keep the weaknesses of their enemies, because the Zippel family should have as many weaknesses as they do. However, Jin believed that they had no justification for exploiting these weaknesses, but Chiron did not quite understand what his son meant, so the guy said that he meant that the role of the villain belongs to the Reincarnated family. In any case, even with so many weapons, if the next leader cannot use them properly, he will not hesitate to turn his back on the family and leave. But in that case, he assured his father that he would prepare his revenge no matter how long it took him. Chiron thought at that moment that if his other children had not had the courage to put forward the hypothesis about Reincarnated's fall in front of him, they would have chatted about everything but this. But he was glad that Jin was not like that. The guy was able to reveal his intentions and did it quite briefly and clearly. Chiron only felt sorry that he was born after his prime. It was the same as Luna's talent, Mary's wildness, and Deepas's fighting spirit combined into one person. The man understood that from 10 to 15 years, that was exactly how long he would be able to defend the title of head of the family. and he thought it would be fun to see if Gene could flip the continuity dynamic before his time was up. Finally, it was time to go out to the guests. But before they did, Chiron told his son that he had something he wanted to tell him, so he asked Jin to wait until he called him. The guy himself understood perfectly well that most likely they would talk about becoming a temporary captain, so it seemed to Jin that he would leave this place for a short time as soon as the banquet ended. Now he only had to wait for the end of the 4-day banquet. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the headman's servant, who ran to the man to tell him that guests had arrived, to whom they had not sent an invitation. The first thing that Jin thought was that these uninvited guests could be Zippel. According to the butler, these were indeed people from the Zippel family. One of them was the deputy commander and 4 other family members. Chiron decided to tell the deputy to get out, and the rest of the family could come in. Jin agreed with his father that the deputy's visit was indeed impolite, but he still felt that dishonoring the deputy so much that he was thrown out the door was a bit much. Chiron seemed to be able to read minds, and so asked the boy if he thought his father did the right thing. Jin decided to say that it was refreshing. After which he added that most likely at that moment, when the deputy commander is overcome by emotions and is about to leave, he will ignore permission for his family to enter. Chiron agreed with him, and he also believed that the deputy would have to listen to his order, otherwise he would return home without both legs. In any case, it was time to start the banquet, and as soon as Chiron came out to the public, the first thing he did was thank everyone who had been able to overcome this path today to get here. He then went on to say that he was incredibly grateful to have had such a talented son in recent years, so he would first like to thank his youngest son, Gene Runcandle, after which he decided to remind all the guests that at such banquets there are only 2 rules that they must follow. If they start a fight while drunk, they will be immediately escorted to the arena by knights, and the loser must surrender, and the winner must show mercy, because it is still a banquet. Now Jin understood that this was the very banquet of fateful meetings. It's a gathering of thousands of people who control an entire continent. These people are connected to each other in a complex way. If they were having a normal banquet, they would just passive-aggressively treat each other before returning. But this is a banquet that is held in the Sword Garden. As long as they follow the 2 rules set by their father, they cannot go as far as destroying their enemy, but they can beat him to a critical state, in which case they can even gain official superiority. Now that Chiron had given his speech, he allowed everyone to enjoy this wonderful evening, and Jin was once again convinced of what a crazy family he was born into. The father believed that the boy also had the right to relax, so he told him that if he had someone he liked, he asked Jin to drag him to the arena with him, but he immediately warned the guy that he could not challenge someone who would be weaker than him, unless they insulted him or the family as a whole. Jin knew all this perfectly well, and was also aware that he had no right to lose under any circumstances. The father was glad that the boy understood this, but still reminded him that if Jin suddenly lost, then he would take away Barisada from him, as well as his nanny and everything he had. Now when Jin thinks about it, all that comes to mind is that this is the first time he has been able to just talk to his father like this. This was something for him that he could not even dream of in his past life, and he's incredibly happy that they just had a rather convincing conversation between father and son. But things like the relationship between a father and a beloved son were clearly not part of Jin's plans for this life, because in this life all he wanted was to surpass his father. As soon as Jin came down, the Tan brothers immediately approached him, and the first thing they did was congratulate him on receiving the 5th rank and asked him to stay with them for a while. Jin didn't mind, and in response wanted to know how their training with pure stones was going, and according to Hayton, their training progressed after changing the weapons that their uncle recommended to them. The guy understood why they had come, so he quietly whispered in Hayton's ear that they could leave as soon as they were satisfied. And as soon as he said this, the first guest immediately approached him, who was a representative of the Ken family, and Jin did not let him finish speaking, because he knew him very well. After all, he was the first captain. At this point, the brotherly accompaniment ended, and the brothers decided that they would rather go, and Jin did not mind. After which, their dialogue with the first captain of the Ken family continued, and Jin simply could not help but say that he had heard a lot about his exploits when he was a small child, which embarrassed the captain a little. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some man who literally hit Jin on the head from behind, and as soon as the guy turned around, he saw a man in front of him who told him that he had always wondered what kind of child it was who had achieved the 5th rank at the age of 15. But now he saw Jin in front of him and understood how this was possible, and his name was Ogadai. As soon as the young master looked at this man, he immediately understood who he really was, so he answered quite briefly and said that he was very glad to meet Ogadai. But still, Jin couldn't help but tell him that his actions just now were an insult to everyone who had shown him respect up until now, and if he wants to raise the issue of elders and juniors, then he should be more attentive. Jin said that the first and second captains of the Ken clan, the Knights of the Dragon King, the mercenaries of the Black King, Jin thought that they were all senior to him, and therefore he should have noticed how these seniors treated the young master. So considering all this, Jin wanted to ask the man to accept his mistakes and apologize to them immediately. A few minutes later, another man approached Ogadai to tell him that his life had just been saved, thanks to the young master Jin. The first captain of the Ken family always knew that his filthy mouth would get him into trouble in life. Ogadai realized what he had done, so he immediately decided to ask his elders for forgiveness. He asked to forgive his mistake, and he would be glad if the young master Jin also accepted his apology, which Jin did without any problems. Luna came right after this situation, and the first thing she told her brother was that he was very good at finding enemies for himself, and she thought it would be very nice if he could be an ordinary child for at least one day. Jin agreed with her, but today, according to him, he couldn't do otherwise, because he was, after all, a representative of the Reincarnated family, and Luna couldn't argue with that. But still, she was very interested to know what the guy would do if Ogadai challenged him, because he actually looks like at least a knight of the 6th rank. Jin believed that if he did this, then most likely the head of the Tuco family and the elders would intervene, because the guy noticed that they had been watching him for some time. Luna could not believe that Jin even took this into account when assessing the situation. The guy answered her that it might be difficult for her to understand, but he is like the most hated youngest member of the family. He needs a lot of things to survive. Luna agreed with him, and mentally looking at the guy, she thought that he was talented, and that was probably why there was an attempt on his life in the Thunder Castle. But she was still incredibly interested in finding out who it was, because it was this person who was the first to find out about Jin's talent. Anyway, she told Jin that she was attending the banquet because it was in his honor, but unfortunately, she was too bored, so she told Jin that it was time to do something more fun. Jin realized that she was about to leave, and Luna confirmed this. She also told him that he was not tall enough to be her dance partner, but when he grew up, she promised him that she would take him to a good place. And before she left, Luna felt that she should leave a message for the people, just like Jin did, although the guy didn't quite understand what she meant. She took the guy by the head and hugged him slightly. This was unexpected even for Jin himself. The girl explained to him that she had done it so that others would understand how much she valued him. Now it seemed to her that people would be less rude to him, out of fear of her. In fact, Luna knew what she was doing, because as soon as she hugged her brother, a large number of people actually paid attention to them, who did not even know that the white whale valued his brother so much. Sir Vikashel stood next to his companion and listened as he literally was ready to explode on the spot from how much he liked Lady Luna. He even decided that today he needed to write a poem for Lady Luna, which he would sing all night. Margella Ivliano, who was Vishkal's younger sister, approached Bubar and asked him not to be so harsh. At that moment, Jin realized that it was actually very difficult for him to act like a master. However, he was more interested in the question of where these damn Zipels were. The fact that he had to look for them himself did not suit the guy at all and even irritated him a little. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a young lady who politely approached the rising star of the Reincarnated family and asked to have a drink with her. It was Cirrus Indorma from the Ice Palace who suddenly appeared in front of the guy. She was apparently in a great mood, smiling once and repeating several times that she was very glad to meet Jean Reincarnated in person. Jin responded by telling her that she was the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, and that it was, on the contrary, an honor for him to meet such a person. The girl wanted to ask the guy first of all how he was able to achieve such skill at such a young age. She even admitted that it made her envy him, but Jin tried to push everything off as a blessing. After which he again mentioned the Ice Palace, which he also considered to have a blessed lineage, and he cannot even imagine how the mistress of the Ice Palace values her, because she is her only daughter. And since Jin is the youngest of all the brothers and sisters, he is the only one to be envied. He honestly admitted to her that having so many relatives was incredibly tiring, and in his mind he was sure that she recognized him, but he did not understand why she did not mention Mamet. Jin was sure that it was impossible for her not to recognize him because there was a little ash on his face, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when she said that she wanted to ask him something. After which she put down the glass with the drink and asked her question, in which she wanted to know from the guy how his injured leg was doing. Jin answered her without hesitation that she was completely fine, and all thanks to the amazing person who personally rubbed the medicine into him, for which he was incredibly grateful and did not even know how to repay this service. Cirrus was only surprised at how shameless the guy was. And now that they had figured it out, she wanted to ask the guy why he was in Mamita. Cirrus thought she deserved an explanation. After all, according to her, they were never able to find the terrorist magician, and this greatly hurt her pride, and also made her wonder whether the culprit was the young man she let go. Jin smiled and reminded her that he was from the Reincarnated family, and as she could see, he didn't look like a suspect at all, since he was sure that she knew about his family very well. She immediately stated that she did not consider him a suspect. She just wanted to say that it changes everything if he was on a mission for Reincarnated and hired a mage because they could not cope themselves. She also said that among the people who were in the inn, the only ones who could be a target for the Reincarnated family were the members of the Ice Palace, and she, as the captain of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace, could not leave such things without personal attention. Jin understood that the girl thought wrongly that he was hunting for a member of the Ice Palace, and she was not entirely wrong, since he injured them while trying to destroy Alcaro. But he still answered her that he didn't quite understand how this testified against him. Wasn't everything she said just a hypothesis? Cirrus understood from this answer that apparently the guy was going to deny it until the very end, and in fact she had a plan for this case, which was to drag the guy into the arena and beat the whole truth out of him there. So she confidently challenged Jean Reincarnated to a duel in front of all the guests. In response to this, Jin told her that his father warned him that he should not fight those who seem weaker than him. But since the girl wants to fight so much, he simply has no choice but to accept this challenge. After some time, they went down to the arena, and the young master ordered that only doctors be left there. He also asked to be given 2 decent swords and to seal the arena until they finished the fight. Jin knew that battle-crazed people and passers-by would come running here after midnight, and she was the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, so it seemed to him that it would be too cruel to beat her while everyone was watching. Before the fight, Cirrus asked her opponent to promise her something, after which she added that if she won, he would have to tell her everything that happened in Mamita that day without any lies, and Jin promised this to the girl without any problems. In response, he asked her, if he won, to confirm the fact that they had not met that day, and upon hearing this, the girl immediately understood that he had something to hide. In any case, it's more important for her to think about something other than that now, since Jin has already started attacking her. The guy was confident of his victory until he saw the girl use a unique ability for the Endorma family, which is called Myriad Ice Blades. Jin immediately realized that the fight would probably be interesting because he couldn't even imagine that the girl would use her most powerful technique from the very beginning. After which he added that he didn't even know what to do, because he, as the youngest son of the Reincarnated family, had not had time to study the secret techniques of his family. Cirrus clearly didn't like this kind of joke, so she responded to him rather sharply and told the guy that this was actually his problem. She then continued to attack him, thinking that the guy was definitely a rank 5, since he looked like he could barely block. But as they exchanged blows, his true skills became apparent. But she still thought it was useless because she thought that the difference of 1 rank could be easily compensated by performing the 3rd form of Myriad Ice Blades. Since she understood that she was weaker and had less stamina, she would hardly be able to handle this fight, so she decided that when he tried to counterattack after reading her attacks, she would switch and finish him off. At that moment, Jin understood that Cirrus was still a 4th rank knight, and even if she could use myriads of ice blades, she would still lag behind him in attack and defense. Realizing the difference between them, Jin was sure that she was preparing a strike to change the course of events, so he bet that she would use her secret technique. But he did not know how powerful the myriad of ice blades could be, so he understood that he would probably have to use his own secret technique. Among the dozens of secret techniques he read in Thunder Castle, the most powerful among the various secret techniques he received. While Jin was thinking about this, Cirrus suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, and he only heard words from her in which she said that his end had come. The girl decided to use her maximum, so she used a myriad of ice blades of the third form, which literally created an entire avalanche. It was hard for Jin to withstand such attacks, because he understood perfectly well that it was an aura that turned into ice shards. But all this at one point began to amuse the guy because he understood that this was the girl's maximum. Cirrus froze in place when she saw the smile on Jin's face. She just couldn't believe her eyes that the guy was actually laughing. There were simply no ideas in her mind anymore, because she had used an avalanche, and even a genius who had reached the 5th rank at the age of 15 would not be able to break through the secret technique of the Ice Palace. But even knowing all this, the girl was still incredibly anxious. Apparently it wasn't just like that, because a few seconds later, a sword flew past her head and almost hit her head. As soon as the guy carried out his attack, literally a few seconds later, an explosion thundered. And then Jin realized that he should have used something else instead of the Attila family's blade storm, because now he understands that this technique was too destructive for a 4th rank knight. The guy understood that if the girl failed to dodge, then she must be dead or at least crippled. But as soon as the fog cleared, Jin saw the girl sitting with this sword and literally trembling with fear. She was so scared of dying that she didn't even notice how she dodged the blow. The girl herself could not believe that she had actually done it. Jin understood that it would be better to end their fight here, so he approached the girl closer in order to find out how she was feeling, because he had just almost destroyed her. He was very sorry that this happened, so he asked her for forgiveness, and in his mind, he thought about the fact that even after his warning, Cirrus did not try to dodge the blade storm. He understood that it didn't really matter how important honor and pride were, because Cirrus was still a 15-year-old child, and she was too young to suppress her desire to survive. Jin understood that he would have also avoided it if he had been in her place. Moreover, he was sure that she would have warned him too. And now he simply decided to sit next to her and not tell her anything unnecessary, although he understood that this would not be enough to comfort her. But suddenly she took out of her pocket the very ointment that she uses to help wounds heal faster, and she decided to smear Jin's cheek, on which there was a small scratch, after which she suggested considering it payment for saving her life, in response to which Jin said that she valued the life of the only heir to the Ice Palace too low. Cirrus reminded him that this was a life that had just been spared, and its value would increase in the future. And now she decided to turn around and start walking away, adding that now they were two people who had met for the first time today. The next day the banquet continued, and today it seemed to Jin that a real banquet of fateful meetings would begin, since one could watch the duels. Moreover, there were much fewer people, and the reason for this is probably that it is finally possible to arrange duels. In any case, Jin hoped that this would play into his hands, because he would finally be able to see these zipples. He had already heard that all the guests were between 15 and 20 years old, and that was great since their ages were similar, so he thought it would be appropriate to compare their levels in magic. There were also things that Jin wanted to ask about the Colin ruins, but it seemed like a bad idea to him for now. But it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't find out, since he would have a lot of free time once he became the temporary captain, so he could explore the Colin ruins with Murakan later. Jin was confident that with his friend Murakan, finding a mana fountain would be much easier, and this time, those damned Zippels wouldn't have the ability to mass-produce mages. The mere thought that Jin could prevent such a terrible incident made the boy worry. Suddenly, Jin saw his sister Runtia playing with a cat, who for some unknown reason ended up at the banquet. She immediately read that his name, Nabi, was written on his badge. Jin was already clearly seething with anger, and Murakan understood this perfectly well, but still, while Runtia was here, he couldn't show it. Suddenly, Jin heard a voice shouting in his direction and saying that he knew he could find him if he followed this cat. When Jin turned around completely, he saw a guy running towards him and saying that they had finally met. But the young master did not quite understand who this guy was, which clearly disappointed him. But Runtia was most surprised, who perfectly understood from what family this guy, whom his younger brother supposedly should know, was from. This guy started giving Jin hints, and said that his name starts with the letter V. Runtia realized that he was just a weirdo that she had to run away from, so she took Jin's cat and started to leave. Murakan completely agreed with her. Jin didn't even know who he was, even after the guy told him that they met for the first time in the teleportation gate in the Kingdom of Middle. Veridin was surprised that Jin had such a terrible memory, so he said his name and hoped that after that Jin would finally remember him. Jin removed his hand and said that he thought it would be obvious that he was pretending not to recognize Veridin. The young master couldn't believe that in his past life, this blockhead actually became a 9th rank mage at the age of 30 and was nominated to be the future head of the Zippel family. In any case, if we believe Veridin's words, he had been looking for Jin since yesterday, and today he had been looking for him for 2 hours. But he still couldn't find him. The young master thought that the banquet hall wasn't big enough to look for a person for 2 hours. Veridin noted that he would have found him immediately if he could use magic, but this was out of the question since this was Reincarnated territory. Jin still thought that Veridin was just a fool, and Zippel meanwhile continued to say that he was very glad to see Jin, because about 5 years had already passed and he always knew that Jin would achieve a lot, but he did not think that it would be so quickly. But Veridin didn't forget to praise himself and told Jin that all this time he hadn't been idle and had managed to reach the 6th rank of magic. If you believe the words of this guy, then he owned magic a whole rank higher than Jin with his sword. The young master could not believe it, because Veridin was supposedly the most talented Zippel, but even he was only at the 6th rank at 18 years old. Jin was sure that at that age he would already be at least rank 7, and so the thought occurred to him that perhaps this guy was deliberately underestimating his level. While Jin was thinking, Veridin started talking again, and finally noticed that judging by his friend Jin's face, it was not in vain that he had been looking for him for so long. Moreover, he was waiting for the day when they could fight, so he asked Jin to catch up with him faster. But after these words, Jin was finally convinced that the guy was not lying. In any case, now in Jin's head, the thought was that if Veridin was really the 6th rank at 18, then after Kaliak Zippel, their current leader, he would be the one who would reach the pinnacle of magic, and he was sure of it. And meeting Veridin was a good opportunity to take a look at his dormant talent. After all this thinking, Jin finally told his interlocutor that he had already told him this before. But apparently it needed to be repeated that Veridin had better learn to shut his mouth and keep his tongue behind his teeth, and all that Zippel could answer was that his father told him exactly the same thing. Jin assured him that everyone would tell him about it, however. He wanted to know from Veridin why the Zippels had come to the banquet without an official invitation. Veridin answered the guy that in fact the reason was only in him because it was he who convinced his uncle that he needed to go to this meeting because Veridin really wanted to meet with Jin. But the young master was very doubtful that their deputy had arrived in enemy territory just because of a childish tantrum. But Veridin could no longer be stopped and continued to talk about how he had heard news of the banquet while they were traveling through Hufester, so he thought it was fate. In any case, Jin reminded the boy that he should be grateful that they let him into the banquet, but Veridin thought that Jin was being too cold towards him, because he knew very well that Jin's father was merciful to his uncle. And since they were already talking about it, Veridin decided to promise Ju that even if he came to the Zippel banquet one day without warning, he would not harm him. He could even say that he would not touch Jin, even if he would terrorize them, and even if a fight started, he would not participate either. When suddenly Jin stopped and said that it was all so stupid, Veridin at first thought that he was telling him this, but apparently that was not the case. After all, the young master noticed how some man was looking at him from the very beginning of their conversation, so he turned to him to ask what was the matter. Bubar didn't expect Jin to notice him, so he didn't know what to answer him to this question. But I still gathered my thoughts and decided to find out when Lady Luna would return. Jin didn't quite understand why this man needed his sister, but at some point he took out a small book and said that he would like to give it to Lady Luna. According to him, it was a collection of poems that he wrote all night, all of them filled with love, and therefore he was sure that Lady Luna would understand when she read them, that he was a much better person than it seemed at first glance. In the near future he even expected to call Jin his brother-in-law. After these words, Jin literally boiled with anger, so he snatched the book from his hand and tore it into small pieces. He then replied to the man that for such words he should be beaten up well, because not only did he dare to mention the name of his older sister, but he also began to dream about some kind of marriage, which led the guy to think that the man did not have a very high opinion of their family. But Jin didn't want to hear another word from this man, so he ordered the guards to immediately take this man to the arena. The man tried to prove to Jin that he did it only to express his love, and in this way, he definitely did not want to offend anyone. A few seconds later, he literally begged the young master not to do this. Besides, he considered it a mockery of the guests. Bubar thought that all he did was say that his older sister was beautiful, and would he really be punished so cruelly for that? Jin didn't want to hear another word from him. All he said was that their duel would be hand-to-hand combat. The man did not fully understand why Jin was doing this. He had one option, that Jin somehow guessed that it was he who organized the attack on him 5 years ago, but it seemed to him that this was simply impossible. Velman couldn't understand what was going on here, and why Bubar was suddenly brought out to duel with Jin. He couldn't believe that Bubar had finally done what he had dreamed of for so long, so he immediately decided to come closer, and his sister was not against it. Varadin, meanwhile, once again convinced himself that pestering his uncle to let him come here was probably a pretty good idea, since he didn't even think he'd be able to meet the heir to the Ice Palace. But Cirrus apparently didn't really want to talk to him, so she immediately asked him to leave. And then the center of attention at this banquet was rising star Jean Reincarnated, who would be participating in the duel. There were some problems with introducing Jin's opponent because no one had ever seen the man before. Varadin had only heard that this man had arrived with a group from the Ivliano family, and despite his appearance, the boy thought that he could be a very capable fighter. Bubar was still trying to ask young Master Jin to at least introduce himself before the duel, but apparently Jin was not going to give him such a chance, because he had already started attacking him, and before the man could introduce himself, Jin struck him right in the face. The young master asked him to shut his mouth because he didn't even want to know the man's name. This caused excessive anger in Bubar, who finally realized that this conflict could no longer be resolved with words, so he decided to also start attacking the guy. Although Jin managed to dodge the first blow, the guy noticed that his opponent was about rank 6, and that was already problematic. Cirrus also noticed that young Master Jin had chosen someone stronger, and it seemed like the fat man's main focus was on fighting. Bubar still managed to land a precise blow to Jin's face, and as soon as he did so, he immediately began to shout at the guy that he didn't dare raise his hand against him with such meager abilities. He also wanted to say that he made Jin lie on the ground and cry for mercy, but he didn't have time. The young master began to strike him with dozens of blows, which Bubar barely managed to block. Varadin immediately understood why Jin had started a series of attacks after forcing him to let his guard down. He thought it was a great idea. Cirrus thought the end of this fight was very near. Margiela suddenly started talking to her older brother about how she understood correctly that the winner had already been determined, and she couldn't believe that Jean could beat someone like that after he had already lost the duel. Besides, she believed that Bubar was much weaker than the young Master Jin, and she did not understand why her brother just sat and watched all this, although Vishkal tried to prove to her that Bubar was not weak. But she didn't even want to hear it. All she needed at the moment was for her elder brother to teach young Master Jin a lesson using more noble methods than young Master Jin. Vishkal couldn't believe that his sister wanted exactly this from him, but he still had to agree, so he turned to Jin and asked him to let the poor fat man go and fight him better. As soon as Jin saw his opponent, he immediately thought that this would be a duel against a knight of the 7th rank, which meant that whether he won or lost, for him this fight would be with dignity. Furthermore, he believed that simply being able to gain first-hand experience in combat with the Ivliano family's swordsmanship would be a good lesson for him. After all, the previous head of the Ivliano family was someone that even his father considered strong. However, his attention was more drawn to the amusing young lady Margiela, who even put her brother in a difficult position to watch this fight. Before the duel began, Jin decided to point out that they both valued their sisters very much, so he would like to ask Vishkal to teach him how to silence his servants. Vishkal answered him and said that apparently Jin had misunderstood something, because the man he had just beaten was not their servant, but their companion. This was clearly not what Jin expected, and Vishkal also didn't forget to add that Bubar had only arrived to help his sister, who had mobility problems, and his abilities weren't very suitable for the Runkandel banquet. But at that moment, everything turned upside down in the guy's head, and he thought only about the fact that this man was Bubar Gaston, or, as they used to call him, a reincarnator, and Jin became incredibly interested in finding out what kind of relationship he had with Vishkal Ivliano. The young master tried to remember something from his past life, but he was sure that in his past life there was nothing about the connections between the Ivliano family and Gaston when he was arrested. And now the main question that was in Jin's head was, does Vishkal know that Bubar is a transformation mage? Although Jin was able to find Bubar, now he only had more questions. But at the same moment he realized that he could not afford to be distracted when his opponent was a knight of the 7th rank. Vishkal suggested that Master Jin give it his all in this battle, and Jin completely agreed with him, adding only that he would like to learn a lot from his opponent during this battle. These were the last words before the battle actually began, and Vishkal went on the attack. From this attack alone, Jin could already tell that this guy was far from rank 7. In other words, the guy understood perfectly well that his strength was not something that Jin was ready to resist at the moment. The spectators were truly surprised that the fight was developing in this manner, although they all knew very well that the Ivliano family sword style was known for its cunning and unconventional nature. Cirrus was the only one who behaved quite calmly because she understood perfectly well that these run candles shine brighter in such situations. The girl believed that if the sword of the Ivliano family was like a cunning snake, then the sword of the run candle family was an attacking rhinoceros. And this meant that even if it broke, Jean Roncandel would still not stop moving forward. Jin himself understood perfectly well that Vishkal most likely simply felt sorry for him. He could have finished this fight a long time ago. However, the guy thought it was right to note that he, too, was able to fight with dignity against someone above the 7th rank, although he was only a 5th rank. Jin noticed that he was slowly starting to reach his limit, but at that moment, a strange feeling began to overcome him. The same feeling as in the fight with Kajin, when the guy almost lost to him. But while Jin stood there trying to figure out what was going on, Vishkal decided it was time to end this fight, and so he immediately began attacking Jin, saying that it was actually a great fight. Jin tried to block this attack, but it didn't work out as he wanted, and his sword literally crumbled into small pieces. And after a few seconds, the sword was already near Jin's neck, and thus it was obvious who won this duel. Vishkal Ivliano was declared the winner, but the man stood like a statue in place and felt fear inside himself. Jin passed out from exhaustion and fell to the ground, and Vishkal stood there for a while and thought about what that was at the end, and how Jin even managed to scratch him on the neck when his sword was smashed to pieces. Moreover, Vishkal clearly remembered the moment when he broke the guy's sword, and he literally immediately felt something sharp touch his throat. Sir couldn't believe that Jin had cleaned the sword's condition during the time he fought him, and if that was really the case. Vishkal could only imagine what would have happened if Jin had reacted a 1/10 of a second earlier, and he a 1/10 of a second later. The only thing Vishkal was now sure of was that Jean Runkandel was a terrible person. When Jin finally came to his senses, he saw a not very pleasant picture, because Murakan was sitting on him, who was thus showing his love for the guy. The guy clearly didn't like this, so he asked Murakan to get off his head, after which Jin noticed that he fainted immediately after the fight with Vishkal, and apparently he was brought straight to his room. Jilly was glad that Jin finally woke up, because according to the girl, the guy slept for 2 whole days. Jin was upset about this, because he understood that the banquet would end, but it seemed he didn't even have time to greet the guests who came to him. But Gilly assured him that he should not think so, because for the last 2 days, the duel between him and Sir Vishkal had been a hotly discussed topic, and that in itself was sufficient recognition. And all because at the end, the master showed the heart of the sword, which surprised the audience, and the fact that he could do this at the end of the battle with the knights of the 8th rank surprised himself. Jin was glad to hear this, although he understood that this was not the perfect heart of the sword, but he still got what he wanted from it, and now the days when he was under the guidance of Sister Luna are making themselves felt. Although, to be honest, Jin didn't even understand the training itself at first. He couldn't even think that it would help him in this way. Jin understood that it was only at the level where it was activated only in extreme situations, but on the other hand, he understood that he should not be impatient, because the very fact that he was able to fight with an 8th rank knight was already amazing. Besides, to sum it up, he learned a lot from this banquet. For example, he confirmed Veridon's status in Zippel and compared his magical level with his own. Also gained something like friendship with the heiress of the Ice Palace. And most importantly, he discovered that Bubar Gaston and Vishkel Ivliano were connected, although it was not yet clear to him for what reasons. Jin began to think that there were many possibilities behind the transformation crime, and it wasn't something he needed to solve right now, so he decided that he should dig up some background information first. His thoughts were interrupted by Jilly, who brought into the room flowers left by the heiress of the Ice Palace, which, as it seemed to Jilly, liked the young gentleman. But Jean assured his nanny that this was a kind of symbol of the Ice Palace, because the meaning of flowers is an endless battle. And it looks more like Cirrus just wants to fight him again. Jilly also conveyed to the young master that the chief had ordered him to meet him as soon as Jin woke up, and Jilly believed that the time had finally come to prove his worth. At first, Jin was a little scared, but then he realized that he would probably soon be away from his family for some time, and this made him happy. After which he quickly got ready and immediately went to meet his father to listen to what the man had to say. Chiron, looking at the guy, realized that apparently his youngest son had already foreseen the fact that he would have to live away from home for some time, and Jin confirmed this, which is why he came to him in such comfortable clothes. And looking at the expression on his father's face, the guy noticed that the man clearly liked this answer, and Jin himself realized that after reincarnation it became much easier for him to read his father. Chiron decided to ask the guy if he knew where they were at the moment, and Jin answered him without a doubt that they were in the mausoleum. People who have done great things for the family can enter this place through the Sword Garden. Also buried there are the heroes of the family who achieved greatness. In other words, Chiron would call it a land for those who have protected their family for thousands of years. And what is interesting for the head of the family is that the first head of Temar Runkanedel was not buried here, and his grave is also not in the Garden of Swords. After which, Chiron added that the dark power that Jin currently possesses is the main reason why they cannot read the first chapter. After his death, they entered into a humiliating agreement with the Zippel clan, after which they would never be able to use magic again, and would not be able to honor the ancestors who did so. As a result, the Zippel gods united and placed a curse on Runkandel's blood, and now everyone who was born after the first chapter cannot use magic. Chiron reminded the guy that he didn't ask him how he was able to defeat the Tun brothers with his aura. Jin remembered this very well, because then he even lied that he would use this power in the name of the family. Now Chiron would like to know if the guy hears Soldred's voice, and according to the guy, the dark magician calls him a contractor, although Jin mentally understood that in this life he did not hear his voice. The man also thought that this might actually be unfair to his brothers and sisters, but he still wanted to find out from the guy if he could use this power to defeat his brothers and sisters and thus take over the family. Jin was ready for this question, so he prepared the answer in advance. The guy wanted to see the rest of the world first, and if there was nothing more worthy than Runkandel, then he would do it. Chirone liked that his son was so confident, but he still couldn't help but say that in order to be acknowledged, the other contenders needed to leave the Sword Garden, and the boy was essentially leaving to find an aspect of the family that needed to be acknowledged, so the man wasn't sure if he should be proud of the boy being so arrogant. Thinking about this, Chiron decided to give Jin 5 years. During this time, the guy should either get recognition or recognize the family. In any case, he should come here and give his final answer. Jin was grateful to his father for this opportunity, so he decided to take out his sword and promise his father that in 5 years he would greet him. After that, he went out the gates of the Runkandel estate, where Murakan and Gilly were already waiting for him, who first of all wanted to know how their conversation with his father went. Jin assured them that everything had actually gone well and all he had to do was leave. Jilly was also going to leave with Jin because instead of creating their own reputation, nannies like Jilly are judged by who their master will become, so she once again assured that she was going on this trip only for him. After which Jin looked again at the Runkandel Palace and finally they were able to set off, and so began the story, which lasted 5 years. As soon as Jin left, Chirone thought about how he had reached the level of a demigod with just his sword, and yet He had failed to break the oath his ancestors had made to the Zippel family. But the contract with Soldred and the shadow energy lead him to believe that the younger one may be their only hope. After all, it seemed to the man that this child could have the power that would free the Runkandel family, and therefore he really wanted to see what awaited him in the future. That same evening they sat down on a small pass, and at the first convenient moment, Jilly decided to ask the guy if it was okay for him to leave without any goodbyes. The girl meant that he didn't say goodbye to his cadets, with whom he was in the same faction, and as it seemed to Gilly, young Lady Luna must also be very disappointed. Jin thought that there was nothing to worry about, because in the end, Luna herself was also quite freedom-loving. He felt a little offended for the cadets, but still he wanted to remind her that he was not going to die, and sooner or later he would still return home. Besides, the guy suspected that if he had told the cadets about this, they might have let him through with raised swords. Jilly understood him and wanted to know where Jean was going to go now. From what she heard, most captains chose Mamet as their first destination. She assumed it was because dealing with villains was the most effective way to gain fame. The reserve captains of Runkandel, before they became captains, they had to go out into the world and build their reputation from nothing to be recognized as captains. Furthermore, the condition is that they must not expect the slightest support from the family. For example, Sister Mary defeated all the strong people in the southern regions of the continent and became known as the Mad Woman of the Southlands or the Storm Lady before she became a captain. Unlike him, Jin's brothers and sisters all returned within the 6 to 2 year range, but his father gave him a total of 5 years, and Jin felt like there was only one reason he did it. And this reason is that Jin needs to learn everything he needs to know about shadow energy during this time and then return. So considering all this, Jin decided that they were heading to the Arkan Kingdom, and Gilly assumed that by the Arkan Kingdom, he meant the nation that was associated with the Lutero Magic Federation. But the girl also knew very well that this was Zippel territory, and therefore she did not quite understand why Jin would go there. So Jin told her that when he went to the ruins of Colin on a mission, he heard that a fair number of unregistered mages were rampant in that area. Jin thought they were teaming up with the fighters and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Arkan. And when he heard this, Jilly realized that this was actually a great idea. Besides, according to her, she really enjoyed destroying bad guys when she was a soldier on duty, so she is already looking forward to it. Although in fact, Jin has never heard anything about it. He acquired all this knowledge in his past life. All unregistered mages and warriors are puppies of a dark family named Tessin, and what Jin really needs is the underground auction they run. He understood that there would be many things there, the real price of which no one knew, and there were also several things there that he needed to buy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Jilly, who informed the young master that she felt that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to enter the Arkan Kingdom. Because as far as she knows, according to the family rules, she could only take 10 gold coins with her, and as a reserve captain, he cannot reveal his identity, so she thinks that they won't be able to get any help. Jin asked her not to worry, because this problem would be solved as soon as they reached Jin's kingdom. But he decided that they could simply fly to this kingdom, so he asked Murakana not to wait and to start transforming. Jilly thought it wasn't the best idea, because what would happen if someone saw it? But Jean assured her that everything would be fine, and they should try it at least once. So after a few seconds, a huge shadow dragon appeared in front of Gilly, who was actually happy to finally take on his true form and fly a little. And all he could tell them was to hold on tight, because he was going to fly with all his might to get to the kingdom of Jin by tomorrow. Luna, who was walking along the corridor, suddenly felt an incredibly strong energy, and therefore immediately looked out the window, where I saw a dragon that appeared out of nowhere. The girl couldn't believe her eyes that she was actually seeing this, but she immediately realized that it was most likely Jin. But she was a little confused by the fact that he was flying on a dragon as soon as he became a reserve captain. Luna thought his brother was just incredible, even considering the fact that he left without even saying goodbye to his beloved sister. They arrived at the kingdom of Jin quite quickly, and Moroccan, as promised, flew quite quickly, and apparently because of this, Gilly felt so bad. Murakkan decided to blame everything on Jin. He thought that the strawberry pie was feeling bad only because of him, although the guy thought that Murakkan was to blame, who was flying very strangely the whole way. Seeing how Moroccan cared for Gilly, Jin realized that he actually had a big heart inside, and apparently he only seemed rotten because of people's prejudices about black dragons. Therefore, he decided to leave them in this forest and ask them not to go anywhere, and he would go and solve the issue with the money. Meanwhile, in the center of the capital of the Jin kingdom, in the mansion of the Will family, the young prince of the family sat on the grass and thought that although the banquet and ball was in honor of the young Master Jin, he heard about it as soon as it was already over and, unfortunately, he was never able to get there. After all, he still remembers how Jin saved his life back then, and even if it was his task, the prince still wanted to meet him again to express his gratitude to the guy. This guy didn't even suspect how soon he would meet his savior and would finally be able to repay him for saving him. Sember didn't have time to turn around completely before Jin was already right next to him, and so that the guy wouldn't get scared and scream, he covered his mouth with his hand. Although he still began to struggle, even after Jin reminded Sember of who he was, after which he carefully let him go, and Sember immediately wanted to know what young Master Jin was doing here. The guy had to remind the prince that he told him to come whenever he wanted, if he ever needed his help. Sember could not forget about this, and this made Jin happy. So he immediately told him that he would wait here, and Sember would have to bring him some gold and money. It was obvious from the guy's expression that he expected to hear anything but this kind of request, because it seemed to him that Jin had enough money not to ask for it. The ironclad law is that temporary captains must conceal their identity, because they have to earn a reputation on their own, without the support of their family. It was only natural that the noble children of Reincarnated would be extremely poor for the first months, since they were taught only to fight. And this will continue until they start collecting bounties for wanted criminals or earning money as a mercenary. All previous captains had to live in poverty for a while, but for Jean and his crew, things were completely different. The most surprised was Jilly, who immediately said that she was preparing to starve for several days, like the other temporary captains, but it was an easy start, and all thanks to the young Master Jin. Murakkan noticed that yesterday the girl spoke completely differently, and if his memory serves him right, she called it extortion, but now she had abruptly changed her mind. In any case, Jin tried again to explain to them that Sember was able to pay off his debt by giving him money, so in essence Jin earned it. He was more concerned about the fact that Murakkan was eating too much, so he decided to remind him that they were heading to a teleportation gate where he might throw up again. Murakkan immediately asked him to close his mouth, because he considers himself a glutton, and therefore he will eat as much as he wants, even if he vomits afterwards. Jin reminded him once again that if it weren't for him, Murakkan would have starved for days if not longer. In response to this, the Shadow Dragon told him that if the guy didn't want to see him throw up, he could fly on him, but no, it was the guy who insisted on using the teleportation gate. Jilly intervened in their dialogue and noted that most likely it was because of her that Jean so badly wanted to use the teleportation gate. Jean told them both that all of that was on the list of reasons, but he assured them that the real problem was something else entirely. He reminded them that the place they were heading to was the Kingdom of Arkan. According to the guy, this place is connected with the Magical Federation, which is headed by Zippel. Besides, as we know, there are about 80 living dragons on Zippel's side, so flying on Murakkan's back without their permission would essentially be a declaration of war. But Murakkan couldn't help but say that more than half of these dragons are ordinary cowards who shrink just by hearing his name. He also believed that these worthless people held their heads too high. The world, as it seemed to him, had definitely changed. Jin, of course, agreed with him, but he once again reminded him that it was better not to change form so suddenly. The current Zippel family is supported by the dragons and the gods who created these dragons and dozens of Zippels who have made a contract with these gods. On the other hand, the Reincarnated family only has him as a contractee, and if it weren't for Jin's father, the Zippels would have wiped the Reincarnated family off the face of the earth long ago. How did this fact suddenly make Jin wonder how Zippel managed to gather so many contractors? It seemed to him that it was actually impossible to collect so many in one generation, so he decided that it was too many to be a simple coincidence. With all these thoughts in mind, the guy and his team quietly approached the teleportation gate, where he presented his documents and Gilly's documents, in which their names were Jean Grey and Gilly Peaton, respectively, and according to him, they were heading to the Kingdom of Arkan for tourism. The guard at the entrance carefully examined their documents, after which he finally let them through, and when they were already sitting in the teleportation hall, all the passengers were informed that they would soon be teleported to the kingdom of Arkan. Jilly couldn't help but praise the IDs the family had made, because thanks to them, they were able to pass without any problems, and Jean couldn't help but agree with her, because the quality of these documents was so good that they could even fool the Vermont Special Forces. A few minutes later, they were told again that teleportation would soon begin and they had to prepare for it. While they were teleporting, Jin thought that he had once been to the kingdom of Arkan, but 15 years had passed since then. The teleportation was quite fast, and after a few seconds they were greeted in the magical federation of Lutero, the kingdom of Arkan. Jin couldn't get the thought out of his head that before his reincarnation, he spent the last year of his life in the capital of the Arkan kingdom. And despite the difference of 15 years, the landscape had not changed much since then. Everywhere you can see street vendors and homeless people, people with grim faces who fill this city. Jilly was here for the first time, and it immediately seemed to her that this was some kind of gloomy city. Jin understood perfectly well that this was because of Teesing's tyranny. The guy even remembers hearing that it was especially bad during this period. In any case, he suggested that they first find a place to stay for the night, and then look for prey. They found a small house that was in the center of the city, and Jin decided to stay there. Murakan categorically disagreed with him because he sincerely did not understand why they should live in such a bad house. Gilly tried to tell him that maybe Jin had some kind of plan, but Murakan immediately told her that this guy was incredibly rich, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to rent a nice house. Jin thought that this was not a very good idea, because they were not registered people in this city, and if they started showing their money, they would clearly attract attention. Murakan still thought that this was far from the reason why they should stay overnight in this dump, in which even orcs would refuse to live. But Jin politely asked him to shut his mouth, because they would still stay here. After which they safely entered the hotel and found the owner sleeping at the entrance. They tried to talk to him to rent a room here, but in response they only heard strange sounds from him. Looking at this guy, it was immediately clear that he was incredibly surprised when he saw guests in his hotel. But when he looked closely, he saw in front of him a man, a novice swordmaster, and a beautiful woman servant, which caused an incredibly strong smile to appear on his face. After which he immediately offered the guys some cool drinks, because he was sure that they were very tired after their journey. He was also glad to meet them at the Jeddah Hotel, which, according to this guy, had many free rooms. He noticed that the guys were not very willing to make contact, so he once again suggested that they take orange juice from their hotel, and then they could choose the room they liked. As soon as Murakan took this glass, he began to hear the thoughts of this handsome hotel owner who was thinking that as soon as they drank a glass of this juice, they would immediately start a new life in the underground auction. This obviously angered Murakan, so he, to put it mildly, dropped his glass of juice on the guy's head, which was quite unexpected for the hotel owner. He didn't say a bad word to him, but only offered him a glass of juice. But Murakan wasn't going to stop there, and he then hit the guy on the head. Jin and Jilly didn't understand what was going on until Murakan shouted a question at the guy, asking how dare he even think about poisoning him. The man pretended as much as possible that he did not understand what Murakan was telling him, but the shadow dragon didn't care at all what he said, because he was literally going to destroy the owner of the hotel. The frightened man tried to stop Murakan and asked him to stop and not do this, because it seemed to him that they could just talk to him first. But apparently Murakan wasn't going to talk to anyone. He just wanted to destroy someone, and apparently he found a suitable candidate. Jet, a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality information, the one to whom Jin once owed his life. But Jet did not recognize him, because they had not yet met in this life. In his past life, when Jin was expelled from his family without a penny in his pocket, he was able to settle here in Arkan, and all thanks to Jet's help. Because of this in his past life, they were able to get closer. But unfortunately, it was not for a good reason. Jet had deceived him countless times in his past life under the pretext of introducing him to Teesing's underground auction houses, and in the end, he managed to take everything from the naive Jean except his clothes. And now when the guy remembers this, the mere thought of it irritates him. Although Jin tried to think that this was a completely different life, and that history was built completely differently, now the guy was going to use his old friend in the same way that Jet had once done. At one point during the beating, Jet shouted that if the man continued, he would not be responsible for himself. Because according to Jet, he was a knight of the 5th rank, so he is capable of fighting back. At least that's what Jet himself thought, but Murakami had a completely different opinion. The shadow dragon beat him until the man suddenly said that it was not poison, but a regular sedative. Jin, hearing this, decided that perhaps this amount of blows would be enough, so he asked Murakami to stop so that they could listen to what Jet wanted to tell them. Murakami didn't understand Jin because it seemed to him that they shouldn't listen to this guy at all, because he was trying to poison them. Jet at this moment tried to turn to Jin and ask for his help. Jin still decided to give him a chance, but immediately warned him that if he lied, he would die immediately, but if he told the truth, he would survive. The young master immediately told him that there was no point in lying, because he would judge his answers subjectively, based on his feelings. The guy was completely willing to accept such conditions, if only they would stop beating him, and the first question Jin wanted to ask was what the man was doing. Jet first introduced himself, after which he added that he is the owner of this building, and at the same time he is an informant. But that was not all. Jet immediately admitted through fear that he also trades people and that he is a fraudster. Then he fell to his knees and began to tell Jin that if he spared him, he would be very useful to him in the future because he knew absolutely everything about Arkin. Jin noted that apparently the reason he wanted to poison them was because he wanted to sell them somewhere, and Jet completely agreed with this. Next, the young master wanted to know from Jet where he was going to do this, and the man immediately answered him that they were doing it in the underground auction house of Tessing. But Jean needed to know all this in detail, and Jet told him that Tessing is a dark organization that runs auction houses, where, according to him, you could find anything: slaves, illegal drugs, other stolen goods, and even artifacts. This is essentially a place where there is everything. The young master was satisfied with these answers, after which he asked Jack if he knew what he needed to do next, and the man guessed. Jin said that Jack would be cured by midnight, after which he would do his new job. Murakami thought it was stupid to spend money on medical bills for such trash, and Jilly completely agreed with him, because if they cured him, then most likely this guy would try to deceive them again. In response to this, Jean told them that there was nothing better than to destroy the dark organization and the underground auction house, and they would have time to get rid of Jack at any time. That's why the young master suggests that they trust him, since they needed a guide to Arkin anyway. And to begin with, he decided that it would be best to find someone who could cure this swindler. Jin himself couldn't help but think that it was incredibly difficult for him to act like this when he knew absolutely everything. But he still didn't plan on not telling anyone about it, so he would have to act like this. After some time, the doctor left this hotel after he was able to cure Jack. In the end, this doctor was someone from the Luther Federation of Mages, and Jin could not even imagine that the person they found on the street would turn out to be such a talented person. Because Jet really looked great, and even all of his teeth that Murakami knocked out were in place. Jack at that moment was only thinking about the origin of these people. It seemed to him that this guy was the heir to a family of martial arts. In any case, he came to the conclusion that it did not matter, because there would be nothing left of him anyway if he tried to betray them. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the genie, who told Jack that since he was ready, they should hit the road, namely to the underground auction house. After some time, Jet, together with his new friends, was already near this house, and as soon as they came closer, the security immediately decided to ask the man why he decided to bring so many people today. They thought that the products shouldn't be in the mind, but Jet immediately asked one of them to stop talking nonsense and just open the doors, because he was already late for his meeting. He heard his request, and as soon as the man opened the doors, an incredibly strong light hit the boys' faces. They went inside, and Murakami simply couldn't help but say that this place didn't really look like it was run by bandits, if only because there was an orchestra and lots of waiters and servants. Jet, meanwhile, found for them the same masks that everyone in the room was wearing. According to the man, this was necessary in order to take part in the auction, since the main rule was that you couldn't show your face. Jin put on this mask without any problems, but still, the first thing he wanted to know from the guy was who the main boss was. According to Jet, it was someone named Spider Hands Alu. The place is decorated to his taste, but that's because he wants to hide the fact that he is an uneducated bandit. According to Jet, Not only does Alu have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he is also a 7th rank martial artist. And recently, Jet also heard rumors that this guy is directly related to the purebred Reincarnated family, which is located overseas, a fact that Jin clearly did not expect to hear. Murakan immediately advised Jin to ignore it and not pay attention, because it seemed to him that those guys were in no way connected with these low-level neighborhood bandits. Gilly agreed with Murakan, no matter what she thought, but it seemed to her that there were no such people in the Reincarnated family. Although Jin didn't think so, he knew of one such character who put a curse on him so that he couldn't wield a sword, and if it was a connection with the Magic Federation, then it was most likely him. A 9th-tier curse that prevents one from wielding the illusion blade sword. Jin didn't think that Tessing was a mage who could cast such a high-level curse, but in 10 years in Thunder Castle and 5 years in the Sword Garden, he had not been able to obtain a single street. So he felt that he had to do everything he could to at least grasp at one straw, and Jin reminded them that they had come here with the intention of destroying everything here. Murakan didn't fully understand what Jin had in mind. It seemed to him that the guy wanted to do something like defeat all the bandits on the first day after arriving in Arkan, but Gilly immediately hinted to Jin that the guards they saw along the way seemed quite experienced, and there were also unregistered magicians nearby. Jin thought there was no point in worrying about it because he had a plan that would help them in this matter. And as soon as Jin told Murakan and Gilly this plan, the Shadow Dragon immediately began to talk about how sometimes he thinks about what is going on in his head, and the girl agreed with him, although it still seemed to her that this was definitely unconventional. Although she still doubted that someone like him would actually do such a thing. The guy again asked them not to worry about it, because if they got into trouble, they could just run away anyway. Their conversation was interrupted by Jet, who told the guy that this is the place they need to be here, and according to him, he deliberately took a place that was not too noticeable. After which they went out into a huge hall, and Jet was happy to introduce the guys to the underground auction house. They sat down carefully on the chairs, and as soon as they did so, they announced to the whole room that they were ready to present the next product. The host of this show was saying that it doesn't matter where they are from or what their story is, because today's first product is something they can use to their taste, and this product is a slave, whose condition this time is just great. Looking at all this, Jin realized that Jet was apparently going to sell them exactly like this, and the man had to admit his mistake, and that he was an incredible fool when he decided to do this. It was very unpleasant for Jin to look at all this, because they were the same people. Fortunately, there were no children there, and this calmed him down a little. Murakan interrupted his thoughts because the man was tired of just sitting like that, and he wanted to ask Jin what they would do next. But the guy didn't tell him anything new, only that they would continue to just wait. According to Jin, he heard that sometimes at such auctions some useful things pop up, and therefore if there is something that he wants to buy, he will buy it first. After that, they will make their move. That was Jin's plan. In his mind, the guy thought about the artifact ring, and if the information from his past was correct, then it was most likely rotting in some storage facility, and he would be able to get it after their plan was implemented. From that moment on, this terrible auction began, and their wait for that very moment to make their move began. A whole week had passed since this auction was opened, and during this time Jin had not bought anything, so Jet had to approach the guy and tell him that if he did not make any purchase, the people from Tessing would cause him some problems. Jin thought that this was an incorrect question, because as far as he remembered, it was Jet's job to make sure that this did not happen, and the man literally had no other choice but to agree with him. Although mentally he was far from agreeing with this, and he believed that it didn't matter who this guy was, because at this rate he would most likely just be kicked out of here, and along with him Jet. That's why he so wanted Jin to acquire something so that he wouldn't get into his mess either. The next item up for auction was the first grimoire of the evening. According to the auctioneer, this grimoire belongs to Matthew Wannick, a magician who once ruled this world. He also did not forget to say that they were never able to neutralize it, but most likely very powerful magic is recorded there. Finally, this lot interested Jin, but not because of the story that the host told, but because it was all a lie and they were just scammers. In addition, the guy knew that all of Mornick's grimoires were controlled by the Zippel family, which meant that the likelihood that this was the original was simply zero. Jin had been watching this auction for a whole week, and all this time, the host continued to talk complete nonsense, and the magicians with great vanity fell for this bait. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Murakami, who asked the guy to buy this grimoire because he believed that if it really belonged to Chenmi, whom he knew, then he was clearly not so simple. Jin decided to follow his friend's advice and offered 150 gold coins for the lot, which caused surprise among the public, who did not expect that someone would dare to offer so much money for such a lot. The guy understood that if the dragon himself recommended that he buy this grimoire, then he probably knew something, although it was clear from Murakami's face that he simply could not understand what this item was doing here and how it even got here. But suddenly, all of Jin's attention was drawn to the next grimoire of Shujil Hister. So Jin stood up from his chair and immediately made a bid, and a pretty high one. He offered 200 gold for the thing. At that moment, the entire hall was shocked by such a proposal, so they immediately began to talk to each other and try to find out who this guy was. Murakami also didn't understand what made Jin say 200 coins from the very beginning. Could this really be the grimoire that he knows about? But Jin answered him that he doesn't even roughly understand what kind of grimoire it is, and is doing this because he wants to buy one more thing. Although in his mind he couldn't even think that he could find something like that here. His teacher from his past life, who was connected to this Hister family. This family was exterminated hundreds of years ago, so he never even thought that he would find a trace of it here. Jin's bet was a winner, and there was no need to make any more efforts to win this item, and immediately after that, Jin thought that he should give it to his teacher. At this point, he thought that was enough, and therefore suggested that they gradually begin their turn. As soon as these books fell into Murakami's hands, he could not believe his eyes that this was really Chenmi that he was thinking about. But comparing it with the second book that the guy bought, Murakami thought that it was tasteless, and also the code was too incomprehensible. Jin wasn't surprised, because he knew that the only people who could decipher it were the teacher and himself. Jet, meanwhile, was saying that he was very glad that Jin had bought something today, because if he hadn't, they would most likely have had problems. At least that's what he thought until Jin told the man that his next request would be a meeting with Alu's spider hands. Jet immediately started telling Jin that it was literally impossible, and even if he was his guest, then the guy interrupted him and asked him to go personally to Alu and tell him. The young master wanted Jet to go to All and tell him that Veridin Zipel wanted to see his face. Jet immediately ran to Alu's office with the thought that this crazy guy was not from some department. He was a purebred Zipel, which was even better for Jet, because he had dreamed all his life of becoming an informant for Zipel, after which he would most likely be able to leave this hellhole. That's why he burst into Alu's office with complete confidence and immediately started shouting that Veridin Zipel was here. It seemed to him that from that moment on his life would start to go smoothly. But when he burst into this office, he realized that he probably made a mistake when he decided to speak so brazenly with these people. In any case, one of the assistants came out to Veridin in order to take him to the boss. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly received a powerful blow from Jin right in his face. Afterwards, he used his magic and literally started yelling at them because they thought they could make fun of him. But he wanted to immediately assure them that this would not happen. The assistant realized that they were apparently dealing with a serious person, so he began to ask him to calm down a little, because Sir Alu told him to take the three of them to him, and that is why he is here. According to the guy, this was the wrong answer, after which he threw a fireball. After which he reminded them that he had revealed his name, but Alu still dared to send him his subordinates? Jin decided to get into this role as much as possible and said that he would repeat for the last time that he had to come here personally, and now he had to do it by crawling on all fours to his feet. A few minutes later, Jin's order was carried out, and Alu was already kneeling in front of him, who asked him for forgiveness, and along the way told the guy that he was the same Alu who was looking after Tessing. He tried to prove to Jin that he didn't recognize him, and that's why he's very sorry and asks him to forgive him. Jet stood to the side at that moment and thought that if someone else had called himself Veridin Zipel, he would most likely have laughed. But this guy standing in front of him was clearly different. The man immediately noticed that his aura was completely different. Also, the fireball he used was at least rank 5. Besides, he understood very well that being able to use magic above the 5th tier would be difficult for everyone except Zipel to do so. A week ago, when the guys were just going to this auction, Jin told them that he was going to pretend to be Veridin Zippel, which Gilly and Murakan clearly did not expect. Jin believed that even if this Alu knew someone who was familiar with Zippel, it would be some old servant, which meant that he would not be able to prove that he was not Veridin. Gilly was thinking at that moment that the real issue was not whether he would be exposed or not, but that if the family found out about this in the future, then very unpleasant consequences could happen. The genie ordered all to stand up and look carefully at these two books, after which he wanted to hear the man's opinion on what they might be about. Alu assumed that these were magical writings, and he immediately began to ask for forgiveness for the fact that he requested ancient magical writings without Zippel's permission. Jin continued to confidently conduct this dialogue and told the man that what he brought here was highly valued in his family. So Jin immediately wanted to know from the man how much money he earned in this way, and according to the man it was an excuse, but he was a master of martial arts, and he was stupid enough not to recognize the value of magical writings, and therefore the reason for his inconvenience. Now he can only promise that he will try his best to get them back, so he asked to give him a chance, but Jin thought it would be better if he got them back himself than to trust a person like him. So for the moment, Jin didn't want to hear another word from him and ordered him to bring the account book and the list of clients. And all this is necessary so that his family can begin an investigation tomorrow. And from the expression on Alu's face, it was clear that he was very scared. Jin understood that this was the end, because no matter how hard he tried, Tessing in the kingdom of Arkan, he was just a local gang compared to Zippel, and if during the investigation something came to light that would irritate Zippel, it would be the end of Tessing. A few seconds later, they were already in Alu's office, and the man was telling them that all these things that they were seeing were at an auction today. Jin didn't really believe that that was all there was, so Alu had to tell him that there were also those who were strictly guarded in the warehouse. After which he also added that these things are stored in the employee's residence, and if Jin allows him to leave temporarily, he can bring them immediately. All this, according to him, will take no more than 2 hours. But Jin didn't even let the man finish speaking before stopping him and telling him that he didn't need to say such nonsense, because the young master understood perfectly well that he was going to go destroy important documents, then check if he was real, and why did Veridin Zippel come here at all. But still, after this short monologue, Jin decided to let Ala go and said to do it immediately. Although before the man left, Jun, on behalf of Veridin, reminded him to remember that he was still in his hands. Alu, taking into account all these words, nevertheless turned around and said that he would return soon, and he also asked his assistant to take Sir Veridin around the warehouse while he was gone. And when he came even closer, he ordered his man to keep this guy in the mansion until he returned. When Alu went out into the corridor, the only thoughts in his head were that this guy was incredibly arrogant, especially when he says that he controls everything that happens. Anyway, it all made him so angry because he had spent an incredible amount of money in his business, so he was going to find any way to buy it back. As soon as Alu left, Murakan began to throw all the things around and told his strawberry pie that she could take whatever she wanted, because all of it was at least stolen, so there was no need to worry. Books and various things flew from the shelves to the ground, and the assistant who left Ala was shocked by such behavior. Murakan decided to mentally clarify with Jin what the guy was going to do when Alu realized that he was a fake Zippel. The genie answered him that in fact, everything was simple. They would take what they needed, and then leave before Alu arrived. And during these conversations, the guy suddenly came across a box, inside of which was a ring. After looking at it a little, Jin realized that this was the very ring he had been looking for so long. Jilly at this point decided to ask Jean if they would continue to do such reckless things because she was still in shock, but instead of answering this question, Jean told her that he would take it as a compliment. Their dialogue and search for things was interrupted by Jet, who shouted that he had finally returned here. As it turned out, he ran here so quickly only because he found the accounting documents on the slaves that Jin had requested. He also tried and wrote down all the places of birth and ages, and this work satisfied Jin, so he thanked him. That's why Jin at that very moment approached Alu's assistant and told him directly that they were done with this. But the man didn't want to let them through, because in his head there was still the boss's order not to let them out, so he assured the guy that it would be better if he waited. Besides, the boss would soon bring the accounting books. although apparently this was a mistake, because before the man could finish speaking, Jin immediately struck him. It only took one blow to knock the man out and put him to rest. Jet did not miss the opportunity to praise the young master, who in his opinion could not only use magic, but also fight. Although he did not mentally understand why Jin had just beaten up his subordinate Allah, suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jin turned to the man and asked a question, in which he was interested to know if Jet had a family. Jet did not understand what this question was about, but he still said that he had a son, and after that Jin recommended that the man take his son and immediately run away from here, preferably to the Bement Empire, which clearly shocked Jet. Jin also asked him to give them the bills and introduce himself as an informant. Only in this way he and his son could survive. Jet immediately assured the guy that he was ready to be with him until the end, although mentally he understood that he had worked incredibly hard for this chance. So he asked the guy again to let him serve his great deeds by his side for the rest of his life. He just wanted to finally succeed. Jin realized that it probably wouldn't be easy to explain, so he told Jet that he wasn't Veradine Zippel. This clearly upset the man. It was clear that he was almost crying from this confession. 2 hours later, Alu returned to his office with the information that Veradine Zippel had long silver hair and that he was currently in a completely different location. The man's second assistant approached him and carefully tried to tell him that they had taken information about the slaves and other clients. Then they ran away, saying that testing was finished. Each subsequent word from the assistant clearly caused even more anger in the man. So at one point he simply couldn't take it anymore and threw his assistant's body into the wall, after which he began to shout to his people to take all the guys who were free and return these swindlers to him. According to him, he was going to rip their skin off personally, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he was not lying. Murakhan wanted to ask the guy the reason why they were just sitting and doing nothing, especially near Alu, but Jin thought that they should check if Alu was connected with Reincarnated. The Shadow Dragon understood him. Besides, he still couldn't believe that Alu gave him Chenmi's grimoire and even gave him a masterpiece. He was literally in shock. He saw this thing in his hands when he left the auction. Therefore, Murakhan was extremely interested to know how he even found out about something so old and managed to come to the place where you can get these things. But before Jin could answer him, they began to hear the voices of Alu's people, who were not shy about raising their voices and saying that they had finally found them, and therefore it was high time to call the boss, and this really infuriated Murakhan. Then Jin decided that the best way to shut them down was to go and talk to them. A few minutes later, Alu was already standing in front of Jin and his friends and talking about how they were just scammers, and that's why he really found it funny that they actually thought they could escape from him. The man did not hold back and immediately promised them that he would hang them in the market and make an example of how not to treat the great Alu. In other words, he was going to show them what happens when they get involved with the head of Tessing. In response to these cries, Jin simply began listing the things that Alu had stolen. The tome that contained the names of the kidnapped slaves from Bement, the transaction log of the ancient grimoire that the Zippel family was looking for, and the client register that listed all the nobles who had turned a blind eye to him. And Jin did all this in order to ultimately tell Alu that he would spread all this information around the world, and by tomorrow, everyone would be watching Alu. Considering all that had been said, Jin decided to sum it up and say that, frankly speaking, it was all over, and Alu would soon be destroyed, and obviously all these words made this big guy even angrier. Alu screamed that he would not let them die an easy death because he was going to skin him alive, and every time they passed out from pain, he would wake them up and burn them with fire. But looking at Jin and Murakhan, they were not too afraid of his threats. When the idiot finished screaming, Jin turned to Murakhan and told him that he wanted to fight Alu one-on-one, which upset the Shadow Dragon a little, because he also wanted to kill the bastard. Alu noticed that this little guy was going to compete with him, and therefore ordered his people not to stand still and to attack immediately, while he would punish the impudent fellow. He ordered them to destroy everyone and bring the boy to him alive so that he could fulfill his promise. But apparently everything will not be as simple as they would like, because Murakhan did not make any particular effort to destroy one warrior after another. He literally stood in one place and delivered one attack after another, and these big guys couldn't do anything with him, after which he decided to launch his attack, so as not to stand still like a statue. His attacks were so successful that the other guys who had not yet entered the battle thought hard about whether they needed it at all, because looking at how their colleagues were flying away, they understood that their chances of defeating this guy were quite small. But on the other hand, Alu was shouting at them, not understanding why this bunch of idiots were just standing there and not attacking. The magicians tried to explain to him that at the moment it was useless to shoot magic, because they would hit their own comrades, and Jin meanwhile asked Gilly to step aside a little. After some time of fighting, Jin realized that these guys were all below rank 5, so it wasn't too difficult for him to block their attack. Jin couldn't help but notice that it had become much easier for him to control his abilities after training with Luna, and Gilly was once again upset that they hadn't said goodbye to her before leaving. Murakan, meanwhile, had already begun to get angry at them, because all he saw was that they were weaklings, of whom there were simply many. So he decided to destroy them once and for all, so that his eyes would never see such shame again. Alu and his people clearly did not expect such a turn of events. They were sure that these were ordinary swindlers, but they clearly could not have known that such strong people were in front of them. But the boss himself believed that this was only the beginning, so he took out his blades and began to shout. His charges knew that this meant that he was incredibly angry. Jin remained just as calm and simply waited for this big guy to finally decide to enter the fight and not just hide behind the backs of his charges. This psycho got so angry that he started to destroy his own people and tell Jean that he just took care of all the little things, and so now they can finally start the real fight. But first, he would like to find out from them who sent them here in the first place. Jin didn't understand why he needed this information if he was going to die anyway, after which he struck the first blow, but Alu managed to block it. The guy realized that it would be so simple, because the dimensions were radically different from his speed. All Alu was sure of was that he wasn't going to get it from a guy who was barely 15. Jin began to realize that the rumors about this 7th rank man were probably true. Murakan also decided to tell Jin that this man would be clearly different from the Vishkal he had fought before, as this character would be eager to destroy him once and for all. So he could only ask Jin to give it his all, and most importantly, he asked him not to die. Alu noticed that the guy was looking down at him, and this angered him even more, because he thought that Jin was just an ordinary magician who dared to go out and fight him. But when he had to block Jin's attack, the man realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. Moreover, when he saw the guy's sword, he realized that he was clearly not just a magician. So he immediately used all his speed to destroy this guy for the fact that he had been brazenly deceiving him all the time. The attacks were incredibly strong and fast, so it was quite difficult for Jin to dodge them, but so far he managed to block them all. But at some point, Alu disappeared from the guy's sight. Jin barely had time to react to the man's blow from behind, although it still had some consequences for him. With this blow, Alu was only able to cause a small cut on Jin, but it was still quite unexpected. Jin understood that Alu was too fast, and it was also clear that he was not fighting at full strength, but even in this case, it was very difficult for him to cope with the man. Meanwhile, Alu continued to shout that the fireball he used at the auction house was just an artifact, and mentally the man could not believe that he had fallen for such a pathetic trick. But he also understood perfectly well that his main problem was clearly not this guy, but the guy who had taken out all of his subordinates single-handedly, so Alu was sure that he was stronger than him. But then he didn't understand why he was just standing aside and not attacking. Murakan was watching the fight closely at that moment and noticed how Jin received several strong blows, but there was still a smile on his face, which was strange for Gilly, who asked him again, or was he definitely not going to do anything about it? She understood perfectly well that this might be the young master's desire, but she still thought that it was a little early to fight a 7th rank knight. But Murakan assured her that everything was actually okay. The Shadow Dragon believed that Jin should know how precious life was. And Murakan didn't want to say it, but he couldn't believe that Strawberry Shortcake was thinking about Jin losing. Meanwhile, Jin and Alu continued to fight, and the battle was clearly not the easiest for both swordsmen. But at one point it began to seem that the big guy had found the key to the guy, and was finally ready to destroy him once and for all. Although it was only at first glance, because as soon as Alu got closer to the guy, Jin used magic, and began to talk about how a long time ago, when Reincarnated fought with the enemy and was 2 ranks lower, it was not a hindrance at all. And right now the guy was completely ready to prove it once and for all, after which Jin released a huge stream of fire that could destroy any creature. Now Alu understood that Jin really used magic back then, and it was not just an artifact, but real magic. He looked at the guy and couldn't believe that he was a magician and a swordsman at the same time. And Jin did not waste time at this moment and collected the energy he needed to destroy Allah once and for all. And he was going to do this with the help of a spell that helps him summon lightning. Alu was still able to block the blow with his huge sword, after which he started shouting that all these attempts that the guy was making were simply ridiculous to him. That's why Jin decided to use his new item, which he found in Alu's office. A few seconds later, Jin appeared behind Alu in his new form, who was not going to spare his opponent. Jin was able to master the shadow version of his powers and is now able to summon a shadow shell. Murakami actually expected something like this from Jin, because he understood that the guy was using the Mevelta rune. Gilly didn't really understand what the shadow dragon was talking about, so he told her that 1,000 years ago, Mevelta was an item made for Bement, the first emperor who was a demon's lover. At that time there was a war. It was a masterpiece that blocked all attacks below the 7th rank. Rune of Mevelta, Jin understood perfectly well that the item that would be offered to the Emperor of Bement in 5 years. At the time, the Academy and the press were in chaos over the helmet, so Jin remembers well the location and the date it was first discovered. And now, with the help of this item, Jin was able to defeat the 7th rank swordsman Allah, to whom he wanted to ask one more question before the man died. After which, Jin began to talk about how he heard that Alu had connections in the Reincarnated family, and he wanted to know if this was true. In response, he received laughter from Alu, who guessed that it was Jin Reincarnated standing in front of him. After which he added in a very quiet voice that Jin had actually failed, and that he would ultimately not be able to stop that man. Murakami didn't understand at all what this madman was talking about, but Jin continued talking to him anyway. Then the guy repeated once again that he was a 7-rank martial artist, the head of a gang, and that's why Jin thought he had connections with the Reincarnated family. Although Murakami thought it wasn't as strange as he thought one of his ancestors, who was a 9th rank man, could just run a bar. Jin himself understood this, but he still wanted to know who this person he was talking about was. He needed to know this, because sooner or later he would become the head of the family. He thought that if Alu knew who he was, then his failure probably had something to do with the blade illusion, and the reason he pointed out that he was the youngest and that he couldn't stop that person was because he was aware of the power struggle between his siblings. Jin remembered that Yona's older sister had left the family, so Jin eliminated her from the options, as well as Mew, Anna, and the twins, since they were too young and inexperienced, and the others weren't smart or diligent enough to do these tricky things. He understood that most likely it was the person who was most sensitive to the title and pulled the strings when he learned about his talent early on. Considering all these facts, Jin guessed that most likely this person was the next heir of Reincarnated Joshua. After all, it is obvious that there is no person more influential than him. In any case, Jin understood that he would soon find out whether he was rushing to conclusions or not. The next day, all the news in town was about Tessing being eliminated as a result of a joint investigation by the Zippel and Bement families, which obviously brought a lot of joy to the people. And it was not surprising, because this evil gang, which disturbed absolutely all innocent people, but still it caused some surprise that it was destroyed in just one day. Reading all this, Jean noted that Jet had done a pretty good job after they had parted ways. The young master clearly understood that he would be persecuted by the Zippel and Bement families, and the boy thought that this was a small price compared to the price of his life, although Murakami still thought that this trash should have experienced much more pain. One way or another, Zippel and Bement took all the glory, but looking at Jin, he understood that the guy would also get something in this case, and he was absolutely right, because he received a new artifact in the form of a ring, and, in addition to everything, he fought with a knight of the 7th rank, and was even able to defeat him in a real fight. Gilly decided to say that just because he was a 7th rank knight didn't mean he was up to standard, and so she thought that Jin shouldn't be careless just because Allah was defeated, and next time she thought he should be much more careful. Jin agreed with her, and he also didn't forget to point out the fact that thanks to Jet, no one would even think to look for them, so the guy suggested that they rest, after which he would head to their next destination. And before Murakan could ask where their next destination was, Jin told him that it was Tikan, which had always been an independent city, and as soon as Gilly heard this, she immediately assumed that the reason for this would be the 7 colors, and she was absolutely right. Murakan didn't know what the 7 colors were, and Gilly told him that it was a large information house in Tikan. Besides the information organizations Reincarnated, Zipel, and Bementa, this was the most reliable place. The first thing Jin did was find transport to this city, and it turned out to be a ship, and as soon as he stepped on board the ship, he immediately thought about the fact that from that moment on, he needed to set the right goal towards which he would go step by step. After all, the thoughts that things connected with Vishkel Ivliano and Bubar, Alu's past, which is connected with Rungkandal, the ruins of Koyun, forbidden magic, all these were things that he needed to study, and for this, the 7 flowers in Tikan seemed to the guy the most suitable place. After some time on the ship, Murakan approached Jin to tell him that he had found out what kind of magic was left of this Chenmi. He believed that it was light magic, which clearly surprised Jin, because he always thought that it had disappeared in ancient times. Murakan was also of the same opinion, because at that time Chenmi was an enemy of the Zipel family. They erased those who irritated them from history. This is a trait of the Zipel family, and the reason why there are no records, and therefore Murakan believed that if Jin could not break through the limit of his energy, then the Rungkandal family would become one of the erased in the near future. Therefore, Murakan decided not to wait long, and again show the guy a few techniques that would most likely be very useful to him soon. And according to the Shadow Dragon, he was looking forward to it, as he believed that this could be the magic that he needed most right now. So he immediately asked him to open his eyes wider and look carefully. Jin understood that he was showing him light magic, but the guy sincerely did not understand why it was black. But after a few seconds he realized that this was only the beginning, because then this black light turned into an incredibly strong and bright light. This magic didn't last long, because Murakan decided to have a little fun, and as soon as he showed this light to the guy, he immediately removed it, and began to say that it was simply incredible, because Jin looked at him for only a few seconds, and his eyes were already swollen. Although the guy didn't like such jokes, he understood that in theory he could use it for both attack and defense. According to Murakan, he called this technique a flash, and it was Chenmi's most valuable magic. After which, he wanted to ask the guy why he took the second book, which was written in an incomprehensible language even for Murakan. He was even sure that there would be nothing good inside. Jin wasn't too keen on answering his questions, so he asked Murakan to leave the book alone, as the boy was going to deal with it a little later. A week later, they finally arrived in that very city, and Gilly was incredibly surprised by the beauty of this city. Tikan was indeed one of the most beautiful cities in the empire, as it was a city on a small island in the north of the central continent that was not related to either the Rungkandal family or the Zipel family. Even though it has a small population, it is still a popular tourist destination because in this city you can see the ocean anywhere in the city. As soon as they arrived at the port, it immediately became obvious to them that the whole city was alive. Just like the name of this place, it was immediately noticeable that this was a truly independent city. Gilly suggested that they first find a place to stay overnight in this place, and Jean absolutely agreed with her, so he suggested that they first go to the city center. Suddenly, Murakan entered their dialogue, who transformed again in the city center, although Jin had already told him many times not to do this. But he was most interested in the place where they would live, because he did not want the guy to choose some basement again. Murakan once again repeated to Jin that absolutely all people don't care about him, so he can transform anywhere. But apparently he was not entirely right, because they noticed how a little girl was looking at them, who noticed how the cat turned into a human. Then she came closer to ask her uncle how he did it. Murakan and Gilly clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not know how to answer this girl. But the girl continued to repeat it a bunch of times and ask her to teach her to do exactly the same thing. Jean had to treat this girl to ice cream and persuade her to forget about everything she had just seen, and he also tried to convince her that a cat simply cannot turn into a human. But she still continued to be sure that she had not imagined it, and that she had seen how the black cat turned into an uncle. Jin tried to prove to her that he was not lying, but the girl clearly did not intend to even listen to him and continued to claim the opposite. The guy realized that he couldn't fool her so easily, so he asked the girl to pretend for a while that she hadn't seen anything, because he had bought her ice cream, but the girl immediately told him that she wasn't going to lie to anyone. Gilly didn't even know what to do in this situation, because they thought that she was lost, so they were taking her to the garrison. But the girl understood perfectly well that if rumors were spread there, they could fall into the hands of the Zippel family. Murakin tried to prove to his strawberry pie that no one would believe this child, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the expression on Gilly's face, which clearly made it clear to him that if he had listened to the young master, then nothing would have happened at all. Suddenly they stopped near the information center, and Julia started talking about how she didn't like the garrison. They tried to figure out what was going on, but the little girl didn't want to say a word to them. Julia just kept repeating that she didn't like him because they were bothering her mom and disturbing her. Gilly suggested that they were using violence and exploiting ordinary people, and Jean, in turn, thought that the child's mother might be a criminal. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted after one of the guards saw Julia and shouted that the leader needed to be brought here because young Mrs. Julia was here. Jin was surprised that the man knew this child, but according to this guard, this is their leader's daughter, so he more than knows her. Julia interrupted Jean's thoughts with her screams when she saw her mommy finally emerge from the information center. Looking at this woman, Jin understood that occupying the position of leader of this center was clearly not the only thing this woman was doing, although she looked quite frightening, but not with her daughter, whom she was incredibly happy to see. The woman immediately reminded the girl that she had already asked her not to go far from the house, but Julia did not know what to do, because her mother did not want to play with her, although the woman tried to explain to her that she was simply busy with work and as soon as she was free, they would be able to play. After which she decided, albeit belatedly, but still she introduced herself as Alicia Badger, who held the position of garrison leader in Takana. The guy introduced himself as Jean Grey and added that they were passing through. Alicia immediately started talking about how she should somehow thank them for bringing her daughter home, so Jean decided not to waste time and immediately asked the woman to recommend a place where it would be better for them to stay. Before the woman gave them an answer to this question, Julia decided to whisper something in her mother's ear, after which she asked for paper and a pen so that she could write something. As it turned out, Alicia had written a letter of recommendation with the seal of the garrison leader, which meant that wherever they went, if they showed it, they would be treated well. Alicia also didn't forget to thank the guy again for finding her daughter, and Jean did the same in response and said that she clearly helped them out. As soon as Jean and his friends left, Julia, without thinking twice, told her mother that the cat had turned into a human, but those people tried to hide it from her. So she decided to pretend to believe them, but in reality she didn't, and this act made her mother very happy. Although Alicia still thought mentally that this man was apparently capable of using transformation, and she, like no one else, knew that only dragons could perform this skill. That same evening, the guys were able to check into a pretty good place, and Gilly immediately started talking about how the service here was top-notch, because she only received such service when she was in Huvester. Murakin completely agreed with her, because this hotel even had a soft bed. That's what the power of a letter of recommendation means. They had no idea that things would go so well in Tikan, and that they would have such good luck immediately after their arrival. Gilly suddenly turned to the young master and asked him if she could have ice cream like Julia, because she heard that it was quite a popular food in Tikan. Jin immediately told her that she didn't have to ask him such things and could take whatever she wanted. After the guy told her about this, not even a minute passed before the girl left the room to buy the ice cream that she wanted so much. It had been quite a while since they had left Reincarnated Palace, and with each passing day, Jin began to feel as if they had come on vacation. At one point, he decided that first, he needed to find one person, because mentally he understood perfectly well that the 7 colors were the best information house in Tikan. And in his heart there is someone nicknamed the Noble Kashmir Sword, a famous swordsman who is on everyone's lips. Jin knew that he had been recommended for the role of a teacher of the basic skill of the sword Run-Candel, and this was the only information known to the house. But after 10 years, he will reveal that he is actually the Emperor of Bement and uses the information gathered from the 7 flowers, after which he will receive ruling and sovereign power from Bement, the Zippel and Reincarnated families, and then gain support as the first king of the independent country of Tikan. A meticulous man, Jin knew that he was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had enough skill to hide for so long, so in the guy's opinion, he could support him as the top of the 7 flowers. The only problem is that Jin does not know how to approach him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jilly burst into the room and began to say that they apparently had problems. According to her, there is no one in the building. All the employees and guests have disappeared. But before she could finish speaking, someone suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed the girl by the shoulder. It was the same noble cashmere sword that Jin was thinking about, and the guy was going to invade this place. Jin sincerely did not understand what he was doing here, so he did not even have time to notice how Murakan, who was sitting next to him, jumped up from his seat. He literally lost his mind when he saw this impudent guy insulting his strawberry pie. Jin tried to shout to him and stop him, but looking at the fact that Murakan had already begun to take on his true form, it became clear that the shadow dragon was going to destroy this guy. Murakan made it clear to him that he shouldn't do that and that they weren't some kind of servants to whom he could bar Jin like that. At this moment, Jin was still wondering what the cashmere sword could have forgotten here. After all, it seemed to him that at the moment he shouldn't have any work in Arkan, and they weren't causing any trouble, since they had just arrived in Tikan. What's more important is that he wasn't alone. He had a small army with him, which in the event of an attack would simply trample them. Considering all this, Jin once again asked Murakan to calm down, because if he started a battle, he would definitely lose, because there was clearly very little room for him here. Besides, Gilly and he, among others, may suffer if Murakan suddenly decides to start this battle. Apparently, Murakan heard Jin after all, so he returned to his human form again to ask the cashmere sword, or does he know who Murakan is? It seemed to Murakan that the guy standing in front of him was simply looking down on everyone because he had a sword on his belt and he had minions following him, although the guy tried to explain to him that he had misunderstood him. This answer clearly did not suit Murakan, and he wanted to hear a completely different answer, but apparently they would not give it to him. So Jin asked the shadow dragon to finally calm down, because what he had done was already clearly enough. After which he turned to the cashmere sword and asked it to calm down and put the sword away, if of course it had come without evil intent. Then, when they calmed down a bit, Jin started talking about how he knew the guy because he had heard a lot about him. This was quite unexpected for him, and in response he would like to ask the guy who he is. This time, Jin decided to use his real last name for the introduction. So without much hesitation, he said that his name was Jin Run-Candle. Murakan and Gilly didn't really understand this decision, but Jin apparently acted according to his own plan, and immediately after he introduced himself, the guy said that they had something to talk about, so he suggested moving to a more suitable place. As soon as they sat down in such a place, the first thing Jin did was thank Sir Kashmir for calling off the soldiers. It seemed like a bit of trust to him. Kashmir himself at that moment was thinking that he had taken all these soldiers because he had heard about the threat of a dragon appearing in the city. But now he realized that this was a huge mistake, because it made the dragon even more angry, because he was sure that this frivolous man was the dragon, because such strong pressure clearly could not be created by a person. Although what is more interesting is that if it were not for this young guy, if he had not stopped this dragon, then they would all have ended up in the next world. The only one he had met before was Jilly. They had seen each other when he was kicked out of Bement's palace, and he still remembers what outstanding skills she demonstrated then in the training hall. But now he doesn't feel her aura. And how is she connected to all these guys? And Sir Kashmir began by saying that he believed Jin that he was indeed from the Run-Candle family. But he had questions about it. His first question was about the dragon, because he didn't understand why the guy was with him at all. Because everyone knows that since ancient times, dragons only deal with magicians who have a contract with God or with someone who has special powers. So considering all these facts, Kashmir would like to ask Jin if his family knows about the dragon. Jin, without much hesitation, answered him that his family did not know about it. And as soon as Kashmir heard this, he began to talk about how if this were discovered, then chaos would clearly begin in the family. But what was more surprising to him was that Jin so easily shared a secret that could easily cost him his life. The young master responded to this by immediately saying that what was really important here was not that he was Run-Candle, but why did Sir Kashmir come to the dragon? Kashmir told the guy that since Jin had revealed his secret to him, he would also tell his, as it turned out. The reason was that they met his daughter Julia, who told him about how she saw a cat that turned into a man. The man immediately added that her daughter is not an ordinary child, she is a contractor for Asmilla. Jin couldn't believe he was talking about Julia being a goddess of the gaze, and Kashmir confirmed it and added that there was simply no chance that his daughter could see that something was wrong. The young master heard this and decided to ask Kashmir a question, because he probably knew that there were many influential people in the world who wanted to become contractors for Asmilla, so he was interested to know if he was afraid to let them in on this. But before Jin could finish his question, Murakhan suddenly tensed up and said that something was wrong with Kashmir's story, since his daughter really was a contractor. So where was her dragon, since he clearly didn't feel its energy next to her? Murakhan also added that the Asmilla dragons were known for being overprotective of the contractor, so he couldn't believe that he would leave her alone. The man lowered his head and could only say that Julia's guardian dragon had suddenly disappeared a year ago, and most likely the Zippel family or the Bement Empire had a hand in this, but these were just his guesses. Murakhan literally boiled over when he heard these words, because he believed that no dragon had yet been born stupid enough to be kidnapped. Suddenly he calmed down and repeated once again that it happened a year ago, as if he remembered something, after which he began to talk about the fact that if Julia is actually Asmilla's contractor, then this means that without a dragon at that age, she will most likely go crazy and become disabled or even die. Sir Kashmir clearly didn't expect to hear this, and it was evident in his eyes. But Murakhan had not finished yet, and added that Asmilla's contractors were able to see the future. The shadow dragon told about something that people do not know, but this vision causes great damage to the dragon's psyche. But now Julia is too young to distinguish a dream from reality, so nothing special has happened yet. Murakhan said all this to mean that if she continues to see the future without protection, as is happening now, then in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. He also said that the matter here is in the principle of causality, because the one who knows the future must follow it, and if she does not do this, then the punishment of Asmilla begins. In other words, contractors who violate this rule will ultimately be destroyed. And looking at the expression on Sir Kashmir's face, Murakhan realized that he had hit the nail on the head when he added that from the very beginning his daughter had lived in a world that was clearly different from theirs. In any case, all that Murakhan could advise him was to find her guardian dragon as soon as possible and return it to the child. There was simply no other way out. These words made Kashmir get up from the table and sit on his knees, after which he began to talk about how he runs the Seven Colors Information Center, and he is confident in his abilities. But for a whole year, he was still unable to find the guardian dragon. Murakhan understood what he was getting at, and immediately guessed that in fact, the meeting with his daughter upon arrival in Tikan was not just a coincidence. It was obvious to the Shadow Dragon that Asmilla was asking for their help for his young contractor. Then Sir Kashmir decided to ask the Great Dragon for help, but Murakhan immediately told him not to do this, because he could not do anything about it. And the thing was that first he had to ask for help from their leader, that is, from Jin. The first thing the young master did was ask Sir Kashmir to get up from his knees. Even though they had just met, the question still concerned the life of the child. So first he asked him not to lose his mind, after which he himself suggested that the man look for Julia's keeper together. Sir Kashmir could not restrain himself, and in response to these words immediately told Jin that he would not forget his kindness. Jin, meanwhile, mentally could not believe that everything turned out even better than he planned. Although on the other hand, he understood that if even the Seven Flowers could not find his location, then they would have to turn to the Zippel family or the Reincarnated family for help, but doing this was quite problematic. Murakhan interrupted his thoughts at this point to clarify whether Tikan was by chance part of the Zippel family's domain. But according to Jin, Tikan was simply a city that was not attached to anyone. After which Murakhan turned to Kashmir and began to tell him that if they were such capable guys, then they must surely have information about dragons, and Kashmir agreed with him, because in fact, they knew what kind of dragon and on what continent it was located. Then Murakhan immediately asked to give him all the information about the dragons in the Bement Empire. The Shadow Dragon thought that this method he was going to use was something like their last chance, because in fact there was nothing that dragons didn't know about. At this time, Mrs. Kickintel was enjoying her drink when suddenly she was interrupted. It was Enya who brought news about Sir Jin, whom she thought was amazing, because they were the same age, but he had already managed to reach the 5th rank. Mrs. Kickintel reminded her that she too was a contractor of God, and therefore could be just like him. The woman also added that unlike the child from the family with the black-haired guardian, she is a contractor of Ulta, the goddess of time, who is much, but suddenly stopped and could not finish because she was overcome by fear. After a short stupor, she immediately ordered the girl to lock herself in her house and not come out until she returned to her. Enya immediately realized that something had clearly happened, but according to Mrs. Kickintel, nothing serious, just one blot that had appeared, which the woman was obliged to deal with. Murakun was flying incredibly fast, so after a few minutes of flight, he told Jin that they would soon arrive at their destination, after which he said that he was going to get closer and release his energy. Then the dragons of Bement would show themselves. At least that's what he thought. But before he did this, he asked Jin to hide properly so that he would not be seen. Murakun came as close as possible to the water and began what they had just talked about. Some time ago, Kashmir gave Murakun and Jin a list of active dragons in Bement territory. When Murakun read this list, he was slightly surprised that some dragons were hiding in such rather non-obvious places. Jin, looking at him, noticed that apparently some nuances had appeared, since the man was talking about it so uncertainly. Murakun assured him that there were no problems. The only caveat might be that this matter might be a little dangerous, since this was their personal dragon business. But before they left on this mission, Sir Kashmir decided to thank the Shadow Dragon once again for his help. He was so excited that he decided to say directly that he essentially entrusted the salvation of his daughter into the hands of Murakun and would hope that he would be able to save his daughter. Before leaving, the Shadow Dragon decided to tell Kashmir 2 things. Firstly, from today until his daughter's dragon returns, he must tire his daughter out all day, and if she is exhausted, then Asmil's power will naturally weaken, and when she wakes up, then he will need to play with her again. In fact, he must do anything to make her tired and fall asleep. The man understood him perfectly, and repeated this point in his head, after which he wanted to know what the second thing Murakun wanted to tell him was. The second request was that he should bring ice cream, as one of their team members couldn't eat it because of him. Jilly couldn't believe her ears, although she always knew that Sir Murakun was quite kind. Murakun thought she wanted ice cream, but what she really meant was that he had just said so many things to Sir Kashmir, and it was all just to calm him down, although Murakun himself clearly didn't notice. Jin recalled this situation while Murakun performed his ritual. And the guy thought that his black dragon was only pretending that he didn't care about people, although in fact he was very attentive and caring. His thoughts were interrupted when Murakun informed him that the dragons he had summoned were approaching him. When he looked closer, he saw Labus and Untiel flying towards them, but the main problem was that he offended them the most. So he asked Jin to put his helmet on himself first. Jin couldn't even imagine how many times Murakun had beaten them, that they literally came galloping here, hearing his energy, according to the Shadow Dragon in the old days. Those who flew into his territory were beaten in the same second, and these guys were some of those whom he punished several times. That's why one of them immediately recognized Murakun and immediately started shouting at him, because he was incredibly interested in finding out why he was here. Murakun did not hide that he had some business, so he woke up from his long sleep, and here he is to ask them for help. It was noticeable that these dragons were thinking very hard and were not sure whether they should help Murakun. So they thought for a moment and told him that they didn't know what his problem was, but they thought that now was not the best time for this. So they asked him to take care of himself and leave immediately, because their young contractors were nearby in this territory, and they didn't want to create problems in the seas of Bement. Without thinking for long, Murakun asked them a question in response, in which he wanted to know how they even dared to order him to retreat, because he, Murakun, had nowhere to run under this sky. But these words only angered his old acquaintances even more, who repeated to him once again that it would be better for him to run away and to do it immediately. Murakun stood still and did not understand why they were so determined, so they told him that the energy that Murakun released was causing chaos. Moreover, they were sure that Kickintel was already flying here in order to destroy Murakun. Jin understood that if they were talking about the silver dragon Kikantel, then the guy wanted to immediately find out what kind of relationship Murakhan had with the dragon guardian of the god of time, Ulti. Jin clearly didn't expect this answer, because Murakhan informed him that she was actually his ex-girlfriend. And while Murakhan was telling this, his two dragon friends continued to beg him to leave, because their contractors were still young, and therefore they could easily die if they got into trouble, and besides, he had a chance to leave before the other dragons found out that he had woken up. But apparently it was too late, because Murakhan sensed a strong energy very close by, so he immediately decided to ask Jin to hold on as strong as possible. And as soon as he said this, he had to dodge a powerful attack that was launched at him. Two of his old acquaintances immediately ran away, telling Murakhan that they would curse him for the rest of his life. Murakhan could only ask Jin to remain vigilant, because these blows would come towards them again and again. Jin immediately noticed that she was using an absolute skill of rank 8 or even higher. But the main question he wanted to know the answer to was how many times could she do this? The first thing Mrs. Kikantel said to Murakhan when she saw him was that he was an incredibly nasty dragon that even death would not fix, so she did not understand at all how he dared to show up here. Jin tried to figure out if they should fight this monster right now, but Murakhan thought that they simply had no choice. Then the guy decided to find out how long their relationship lasted, since he says that she is his ex, and if you believe the dragon, then they dated for about 500 years. By human standards, it seemed to him that it was about 5 years. In any case, Murakhan asked the guy, when he had the chance, he would have to stab her with Bradamant. It seemed to Jin that she was still going too far when she talked to Murakhan like that. But the shadow dragon decided to explain to Jin that apparently he didn't understand that the dragon never communicated with those who were lower in level than him. So when the situation gets bad, he gathers his forces and wreaks havoc in one fell swoop. Kikantel immediately told him that if Murakhan was going to run away, then there was no point in him doing so, because it was already too late and she would finally be able to get him. She didn't even intend to listen to him and wanted to destroy him right there in the sea. Although Murakhan tried with all his might to stop her so that they could still try to talk and solve this problem. He told her that he understood perfectly well that she hated him, but he tried to convey to her that it was not so important now. So first he asked her to do what was really important. But all these words clearly flew past Kikantel, who did not even intend to listen to him and simply continued to prepare to strike again. And she did it. A few seconds later, she delivered another rather powerful blow to Murakhan, which he managed to dodge at the last second. Although it was pretty obvious that she wasn't going to stop there, and Kikantel would clearly continue to try to destroy her ex-boyfriend. And at one point, she was finally able to deliver a precise blow, which still hit Murakhan. Then she tried to bite off a piece of it, but she didn't manage to do it, because the shadow dragon was able to dodge it in time. Murakhan still couldn't believe that she had gone so crazy that she was ready to literally destroy him. But apparently she wasn't even going to listen to him. She just wanted to destroy him, so she charged her blow again. He had to dodge the blow using his shadow abilities. In this way, he was still able to gain a little time. Jin thought that it was not in vain that he went with him, because if it weren't for the guy just now, then most likely Murakhan would not have been able to use shadow abilities, and then would have died at the hands of Kikantel. But the shadow dragon didn't think so. He was sure that he could not die in any way, and no matter how strong Kikantel was. In any case, he understood perfectly well that it was very difficult to find an approach to her, since it was not easy to get her to talk, and it was necessary to find another way to calm her down. At that moment, she was telling him that using shadow energy would clearly not help him, and that he might not even try. After which, she began to call him names, and say that he had become too stupid to understand that he had become too weak, and how wrong he was if he thought that he was in the same shape as before. Murakhan did not answer her anything about this, but simply tried to tell her once again that it would be better to stop now and end it here for the sake of old times, because in fact he came here only because he wanted to ask about something. Kikantel wasn't even going to listen to him, especially when he mentioned the old days. After this phrase, she immediately became even angrier and began to tell him that if he remembered what had happened before, then she would definitely not stop at just tearing him apart. Murakhan realized that talking and trying to negotiate in this case was simply useless, so he decided to strike while Kikantel was distracted, and he actually managed to do it. But even at that moment he asked her to calm down, because he sincerely did not understand why she was going so far when all they had done was break up. Kikantel couldn't stand this for long, and immediately struck back at Murakan, saying that they didn't just break up for no reason, because this is the reason why she beats him. But all this was in order to distract Kikantel, so that Jin could subsequently enter the battle. The young master, entering this battle, thought only about the fact that the outer shell of this dragon was so strong that even Murakan could not bite through it. So if he managed to do this, it would be incredibly difficult. However, everything is not so bad, because there is a place where Murakan has already made one successful strike, in which even his shadow energy remained. So Jin decided that this is the place where he should strike. Therefore, as soon as he had the opportunity, he launched this attack and simultaneously emitted an incredibly large amount of shadow energy to strengthen his blow. Even Murakan didn't expect such a strong blow from Jin, because the guy managed to cut off one of Kikantel's arms with just one blow. When Murakan picked him up on board, he assumed that the guy had exhausted all his energy, but even so, the shadow dragon thought that the guy had done a great job. Now Murakan will hope that she at least calmed down a little after such a blow. These words made Jin go into a state of shock, because he could not believe that this might not be enough to calm her down. Murakan answered him that an ordinary dragon would most likely die, but Kikantel, according to him, is completely different, because dragons that can control time do not die so easily. He also added to Jin that they might actually go missing while fighting this dragon, so it's not that simple. Jin, looking at all this, could not believe that she was really able to rewind time. Murakan added that this is why power and magic are separated, but he immediately asked the guy not to worry too much, because even though it is a scam, it also consumes a lot of energy. But just in case, he asked Jin not to move at all, which is what the guy did. Kikantel transformed into her human form, and Murakan began to hope that she had finally calmed down a little. He didn't know that she still had feelings to the point that she would go crazy, although it seemed to him that they parted on a good note. Kikantel couldn't take it anymore and started screaming again because, according to her, Murakan just left her without even the opportunity to talk, and she couldn't believe that he was calling it a breakup on a good note. Murakan noticed that she became even angrier when they talked about breaking up, so he decided to say that he didn't cheat on her. It just happened that way. It seemed to him that their characters didn't match. Jin couldn't believe that he was now standing and listening to a conversation between two dragons who had lived for over 1,000 years. In any case, Murakan was trying to convey to her that he didn't come here to fight. He came here to ask her something. But before they start, Kikantel suddenly wanted to know if this man was by any chance a contractor of Soldred's. Murakan responded to this by immediately saying that it was not so important now, because one of them was now in danger. Kikantel felt unpleasant when he said one of them, because she had long considered him an outcast. After all, at one time he destroyed an incredibly huge number of dragons, and now he is trying to say that he is one of them. In response to this, Murakan said that among all those he destroyed was the enemy of her older brother, and he did it for the sake of someone he didn't even know. After which he realized that it was probably a mistake to come here and ask something from Kikantel. It seemed to him that it would be better to ask another dragon, and as soon as he turned around to leave, the girl stopped him. She wanted to say that when she sees him, she always becomes emotional, so she asked him to just ask her what he wanted, and that's all. Murakan did not miss this opportunity to have a normal conversation with her, so he told her that recently one of the guardian dragons of Azmilla had gone missing, and finally Jin was able to wait until they got to the main topic. Kikantel actually understood what they were talking about, and could only say that this child had recently been taken by Valletta. As far as Jin knew, Valletta was a wind dragon. It was the ruler and guardian dragon of the prince of the Zippel family, Andre, and this could mean that the Zippels were to blame for everything again. Kikantel was also almost certain that they had said that they would teach Latri the magic of the dragon language. But in order to continue this conversation, Kikantel first suggested changing their location, because they could go back a little, and then they would bypass the trap and be able to enter Bement. Thus, she invited them to her home so that they could discuss everything calmly there. In the forest on the outskirts of Bement, there was a small house in which Kikantel lived. The first thing Jin did when they sat down at the table was to introduce himself and tell him that he was a contractor for Soldred. But before he could finish speaking, Kikantel interrupted him and said that she knew about it, and also that he was a descendant of Timar. Moreover, she knows that he is the youngest son of Reincarnated, which surprised Murakami, because he couldn't even imagine how she could know this. Kikantel did not understand his surprise, because the same energy was clearly emanating from the guy as from Temar, with whom they were often together 1,000 years ago, and she actually just assumed that he was the youngest. But looking at the reaction of the guardian dragon, she realized that she was right. In any case, they were not talking about this now, and she suggested returning to the main topic and told them that Vuletta had taken Latri a year ago. Murakami thought that the idea that they took her away to study dragon magic didn't sound very good, but Kikantel assured him that it might actually be true. In response to this, Murakami told her that Asmilla's current contractor was too young to control the force. Then Kikantel suggested the same thing as Murakami had a few hours ago, that without a guardian dragon it would be too dangerous. She then told Murakami that when Vuletta took Latri, she stopped at the Bement outskirts and said that she would introduce Latri to her, but she continued to obsess over her contractor, and so at one point she asked Kikantel to agree to meet her for no reason, just once. According to Kikantel, she simply had no other choice, since the identity of her contractor had already been revealed, and since there were many people here, they needed to look for someone who was close to Zipel among the high-ranking officials of Bement. Jin entered into the dialogue and once again said that the identity of her contractor had been revealed, but Asmilla's contractor, as far as he knew, had not been revealed, and therefore it seemed rather suspicious to him how they had found out about this and approached Latri. Murakami completely agreed with him, because it also seemed strange to him, because was the magic of recognizing a contractor created while he was sleeping? Kikantel immediately said that this was impossible, because no one could find out about a contract until the contractor personally showed force. Jin believed that in this way they could benefit in two ways. Firstly, they could minimize the danger and eliminate contractors outside their territories. And secondly, if they destroy the contractor, then the Zipel family may get the opportunity to make a contract with God. In fact, it is not just an opportunity to make a contract, so Jin was sure that they have a certain method, and in his past life, a contract soldier of Ulta, the goddess of time, officially appeared at the stone statue, and 10 years from that day, the contract soldier was a pure-blooded Zipel. Therefore, he was almost certain that they could make a contract with God if they destroyed the contract holder. And this was the reason why Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped, since he had not heard anything about Princess Takana in his past life. But Kikantel still couldn't accept this fact, because it seemed to her that they already had so many contract soldiers. Jin interrupted her and said that he did not know how dragons behaved, but he asked them to believe that people's greed has no limits, and even if they reach the top, they will not be satisfied and will do more. They are also people who have ruled for thousands of years, and whatever they do, it is not strange at all. Therefore, the young master was sure that the top brass was clearly planning something, but he could not understand why Kikantel was pretending that she supposedly did not know anything about it. At first, Jin assumed that she was simply afraid of the Zipel family, which is why she didn't want to tell them anything. Murakami interrupted the boy to tell him that they all knew about the Zipel family's greed, and on top of that, he hated to admit it. But they were all capable people. So considering all that, he told her that there was really nothing wrong with being careful, and he wasn't going to ask for her help if she was truly afraid. All these words made her laugh very hard. She literally could not stop and laughed for quite a long time. All this was because of Murakami's words. She noticed that he had changed too much during their separation. She would never have thought that she would hear something like this from him. In any case, when she calmed down, Kikantel said that she would order her contractor to escape first. She wanted to see Vuletta and find out the whole truth, because she understood perfectly well that if what they were telling her was true, then they were most likely looking for an opportunity right now, and if she called, then they would definitely fly in now. On top of that, she was indebted to Timar, since one of his descendants was here, and it brought back memories of the old days that she missed so much. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Enya, who burst into the house and screamed that she had finally returned. The first thing the girl wanted to know was who these people were and what they were doing here. Kikantel thought that the girl had entered the house at the right time, and that this was a great chance to introduce her to them, she told Jin and Murakhan that this was Enya, a contractor of the goddess of time Ulta. And in response, she introduced her old friend Murakhan and the contractor he was protecting, Jean Runkandel. As soon as she heard that Jean Runkandel was sitting in front of her, she couldn't believe it for a while. Kikantel forgot to warn the guy that Enya was a bit of a fan of his, but she didn't have time to do this because the girl herself would have literally just a little more jumped on Jin with words about how she had so dreamed of meeting him. Kikantel suggested that the girl maintain her dignity as a contract soldier and not behave like that. But apparently the girl did not care at all about the woman's words, after which she came to her senses and asked for forgiveness, because when she saw Master Jin in person, whom she had only seen on paper, she was a little confused, although it was already late. But she still decided to introduce herself, and after she gave her name, she told that she was a commoner from the academy. All Jin knew about Ulta was that she valued the blood of contractors, and apparently this girl was really talented since she chose her. So the guy told her that in fact, she didn't need to apologize, because he thought that there was no need to be ashamed of such an enthusiastic greeting. And as soon as he finished speaking, Kikantel once again reminded the girl that she had forbidden her to leave the house. But for some reason, the girl did it again, so she would like to know the reason. Enya said in a quiet voice that she was very sad and lonely at home, so she thought that she might feel better if she saw Kikantel. But suddenly, young Master Jin appeared before her eyes, so she believed that she had made the right choice when she came here. Jin was thinking at this moment that the Bement nobility most likely bullied Enya, so the guy never got involved with these people even during his past life. In any case, Jin came closer to Miss Enya to tell her that the real reason he came here was because there was a possibility that someone was stalking her. Therefore, he would like to immediately offer her to go with him, so that he could always protect her. These words caused Enya to fall into a state of shock, so she remained silent for a while. And then, her condition changed to an emotional explosion. She began to scream with joy that she would finally be taken away from here, and that it would be done by Jean Runkandel himself. Kikantel tried to stop the girl, but apparently it was already completely useless. After all, she has already moved on to the point that she agrees to go wherever the guy tells her to. She even began to pray to the goddess of time, until Kikantel came closer to the girl to calm her down. The woman carefully knocked her out. Apparently, she understood perfectly well that this was the only way to calm her down. According to Kikantel, she was always very worried that the girl would not want to go. But it seems she was worried in vain, because seeing her like this, the woman understood that Enya would follow the guy even to the basement prison of Runkandel. Jin did not understand what she was talking about, because he did not know about any prison. Kikantel told the guy that he really shouldn't pretend, because there was a dragon here too. Now Jin didn't understand anything at all. So the woman had to tell Jin that the reason she said she would help him was not to keep him safe, or Enya safe. The main reason was Murakhan, who fell asleep while they were talking. The woman thought that he had become too weak, and in this state she was sure that he simply would not be able to resist Valletta. Therefore, if they still have to fight her, then only she will do it. Jin couldn't believe that Valletta was so strong, and Kikantel confirmed this, saying that Murakhan was definitely no match for her now, and she thought so because all of Kikantel's attacks would have been a dud for Murakhan 1,000 years ago. And since the woman started talking about this, she decided to tell Jean that they both needed to hide somewhere before Valletta arrived, and as an option, she offered her house. Jin was not against it, if only Kikantel herself wanted it. But the woman immediately told the guy that he would have to convince that dragon to calm down, because it seemed to her that he would definitely start causing a fuss. After all, this was his ex's house. At this point, Jin thought that, compared to his first impression, she was quite caring, so he decided to happily agree to her terms. As soon as they talked, she said that Enya would wake up in about 10 seconds, and then she asked him to carefully explain the whole situation to her, although it seemed to Jin that the girl would be unconscious for a very long time, because she hit her quite hard. But apparently he will have to take his words back, because exactly 10 seconds later the girl opened her eyes. Therefore, looking at the girls, Kikantel explained to him that in this world, there are things that go beyond common sense and reasoning. When Jin began to explain to the girl what was happening, she finally realized that someone was hunting for Tikan's contractors, and as far as Enya understood, she could become the next target. She believed him without any doubt, because for her he was young Master Jin, and besides, For her, it was all quite romantic. Jin tried to tell her that she couldn't possibly take things that way, but she still thought it was better to think positively, so she had to say goodbye to her family in Tikan, so she wanted to know when they were leaving. The guy told her that it all depended on her. Enya thought for a bit, and decided that then she would be ready to leave tomorrow, because the only family she had was her 7-year-old younger brother and an elderly dog. Kikantel told her that since she understood everything, it would be better for her to leave and start getting ready, and the girl absolutely agreed with her. After she left, Kikantel decided that she would tell the academy that Enya was simply sick, because if she said that she was dropping out, they would most likely start an investigation. In that case, they only had to worry about Willetta when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. And as soon as Kikantel came closer to the door, she heard the voice of a man who came to ask for some firewood, although the woman thought that this was a rather strange request, because there were so many trees around, but she was still going to open the door, until one moment she was stopped by Jin, who once again asked the woman if she really thought that this man had come for firewood. For example, he was sure that the man outside was most likely from Beaumont's Special Affairs Department. Kikantel didn't even know why these people were here, although it was obvious to Jin that they came here because of Enya. Moreover, he knew that they would be watching this place from now on, and they would also most likely want to check the strangers that she brought with her. All these words clearly made Kikantel very angry, because she hated it most of all when someone was watching her. So she opened the front door not in the best mood. And the man who was knocking on the door quickly realized this, because as soon as the woman left the house, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, after which she ordered him to tell only the truth, and then she asked a question in which she wanted to know if he was from Beaumont's Special Affairs Department. But instead of answering, the man tried to ask her why she was doing this, but the woman suddenly heard some extraneous sound behind her, and as soon as she turned around, she saw another guy, who was wearing a mask, who asked the woman to let this pathetic guy go, because if she decides to destroy him, then another officer from the Special Affairs Department will arrive to continue his work. Kikantel did not torture him and immediately let this guy go, because she realized that the real goal was now standing right in front of her, and she understood that if she needed to destroy someone, it was him, and then they would no longer come to her house. But when she dealt a pretty strong blow to this guy's head, he didn't even try to block it. He just continued to stand in place, and a few seconds after this blow, he said that if she needed it so much, then she could hit him. The main thing was that it would make her feel better. Jin, looking at all this, could not even think that he would be okay after such a blow, so it was immediately clear that he was not an ordinary person from the Special Affairs Department. He also immediately noticed the red mask that only group leaders in Beaumont's Special Affairs Department can wear. In addition, he is the owner of a curved sword. Based on these facts, Jin came to the conclusion that he can only be one person who fits this description. And this man is most likely the Emperor's right hand, the leader of the third group of the Special Affairs Department of Beaumont, whose code name is Rez, a man who in Reincarnated is called a good swordsman. He is someone who is undoubtedly strong, and Rez is at least rank 8 in terms of his energy flow. Considering this, Jin knew that covering his face with the Multa rune was clearly not a mistake. Rez at this point decided to ask for forgiveness from Kikantel, and he decided to say that they simply had no other choice but to do this in order to confirm the identity of the guests who had entered inside. And since they were able to confirm this, they would immediately pack up and leave. But Kikantel believed that they could not just leave after they had so brazenly invaded her house. In response to these words, Rez reminded her that Miss Enya had just left this house in a hurry. And given all the facts, he would like to know from Kikantel whether she thinks it is very dangerous for a girl to return so late alone. Rez didn't wait for her answer and told the woman that if they fought now, the woman would most likely win. But in that case, she would clearly not be able to help Miss Enya if something happened to her in such a short time. So considering all this, Rez wanted to know if she really still wanted to continue. He suspected that the answer would be no, so he was going to simply leave her house. But before leaving, Kikantel still decided to tell him so that he would not forget that next time he would have to put at stake what he valued so much. The woman wanted to convey to him that everything he had defended with his life, he should prepare to lose it all because of what he had done today. As soon as they had gone some distance from the house, Rez told his assistant that he had confirmed the appearance of the smugglers, so he would like to immediately know their identities. He also added that for the time being, all observations of the Silver Dragon will be suspended. This surprised his assistant very much, because it seemed to him that they should watch Kikantel's actions. The leader, in response to this, made it clear to him that if they provoked the Silver Dragon even more, then it would only get worse for them, so he was going to take full responsibility and told them to come back again. Although in his mind he was sure that they were clearly up to something. So he added that they would all be in danger, so he ordered them again to stop observing from a close distance until any unusual movements appeared. Kikantel was very angry after meeting Rez. She felt guilty for leaving Enya in this miserable town. It was quite easy for her to imagine what would have happened if it weren't for Jin and Murakan. Jin remarked in response that it was good that they were able to avoid that for now, so he suggested that they make taking care of Miss Enya their top priority, to which Kikantel quickly agreed. But she decided to add that they should set out tomorrow morning, because she was not sure that Enya would be safe. The next morning they were already near the seashore, from the beach from which they would be sailing any minute. At this point, Jin was saying that it was a great relief to him to learn that a merchant ship was heading to Tikan. He also thought it was important to say that there was nothing to worry about because he had given a lot of money to the captain, so he definitely wouldn't neglect Enya. On top of that, Murakan will be accompanying her, so there is no reason to worry. But in fact, this was the reason she was worried, but she simply didn't see any other way out, so she decided to contact Valletta right now, and Jin would be able to meet her as soon as Murakan returned. A week later, Murakan was already standing near Kikantel's house and could not yet decide to enter. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who first told his guardian dragon that he had done a good job. In response, Murakan could only say that Kikantel was much tougher than he could have imagined. With these words, he provoked Jin to find out what happened. Murakan told the guy that they both built this house when they were still together, so he knows why she asks them to stay here. Jin, listening to all this, thought that his cold heart simply began to melt. But these words made Murakan even more angry, because he thought that this was clearly something ridiculous, and even if he was right, it would be incredibly difficult to revive old feelings. He thought that these were just memories. He remembered how they had the good old days with Timar and Kikantel 1,000 years ago, in exactly the same house. Suddenly his story was interrupted at one point by the fact that his head began to split. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Kikantel also appeared, who was so sorry that he stopped, although she still decided to assume that he was tired from a short flight, which is why he was behaving like this. All these words made Murakan even more angry, and he asked her to shut her mouth already, because he did not consider himself a weakling. In any case, she came here to tell that a response had arrived from Valletta, and according to her, it would be tomorrow night on an uninhabited island off the northern coast of Bement. The first thing Murakan wanted to know from Kikantel was what she would do when she saw Valletu, and according to her, she was going to tell her that she had called her to find out the location of the guardian dragon. Well, if she decided to pretend to be innocent, then Kikantel was going to beat her. Murakan liked her answer, after which he added that if it were his boy, he would have simply avoided such a boring situation. But in her case, Enya is not there, so she can do whatever she wants. Kikantel decided to clarify once again for Murakan that he should not do anything, because she was going to fight alone, and his help was clearly not needed. These words drove him even more into a state of madness, because it seemed to him that she sympathized with him, although the woman assured him that she did not mean anything like that. The next day, when they came to this meeting, Jin and Murakan hid and just watched, and the guy at that moment thought that they would hardly come alone, because if they really stole Latria and were planning to suspiciously conclude an agreement, then it seemed to him that most likely they would come fully prepared. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice, which said that it was a great honor for him, because he could not even imagine that he would meet the Silver Dragon of Time, Kikantel. After which he finally decided to introduce himself, and as it turned out, his name was the Wind Dragon, the prince of the Zippel family, and the contractor of Melcare, Andre Zippel. This turn of events clearly did not suit Kikantel, because she thought that Valletta would come alone. In response, she received a dubious story. According to her, when she received her letter, she was with Andre, and since she was interested in the story about the contractor Olta, Andre also seemed very interested. So considering all these facts, she would just like to ask for understanding from the silver dragon. Kikantel noted that she had been very rude lately. Violetta clearly did not want to hear all this, and therefore suggested that she move on to the main topic of discussion, because she believed that she clearly had something to talk about, for example, about Olta's contract. The first thing the silver dragon wanted to know from her was where Ratturi was now. This made Violetta even more angry, because she decided that she had been fooled right then and there. Kikantel got even more angry and started yelling at Violetta to give her an answer to her question, because she herself guessed that she took Ratturi a year ago, and since then Asmilla's contractor could not find his dragon protector. Violetta could only smile in response, because she didn't know what answer would satisfy her, but she could assure her that Ratturi was fine. These words were the last straw before Kikantel lost control, because she hated it when someone started to make fun of her, but Violetta didn't care about her screams. She still continued to say that it was better for her not to interfere in Zippel's affairs. The silver dragon couldn't believe that she actually stole a dragon that didn't really know anything about the world. Jin and Murakin, listening to all this, were also not happy. But apparently she won't have to listen for long, because Violetta got tired of listening to all this and decided to end this dialogue immediately. Violetta allowed herself to make an offer to Kikantel, in which she wanted Kikantel to hand over the contract to her, and in exchange she would allow her to live. But all these words were more like nonsense. Kikantel thought that she was just an old lizard, which she clearly wasn't going to be afraid of, and as soon as she said these words, Violetta immediately struck her. But it is obvious that such an elementary blow did not cause any serious damage to the silver dragon, and Vanessa realized this when she heard the voice of Kikantel, who began to say that she also had a proposal for her. The gist of the proposal was that she would like Vanessa to return Ratturi to her right now, and then she would perhaps allow her to leave without pain. Andre Zippel started laughing incredibly hard after these words, although there was no particular reason for it. As it turned out, he was glad that Kikantel was able to so easily repel Violetta's blows, and now it seemed to him that he would finally be able to give it his all and fight a worthy opponent, after which he used a skill called Mana Release, and as it was known, few people possessed this skill. This was the first time Jin had seen something like this since his reincarnation, as he was currently observing the mana of a 9th rank mage. Andre Zippel, all that was known about his power was that in his past life, Jin witnessed that he was from the wealthy Zippel family. Therefore, he believed that they had a good opportunity to finally see what level this man really was. Meanwhile, Andre Zippel was preparing a new attack, which Kikantel knew it would be better to dodge, since he most likely had a completely different level than Vanessa. At some point, Kikantel discovered that she literally could not move. Her wings and ability to fly seemed to have evaporated. At this point, Vanessa began to say that apparently the wind had turned away from Kikantel, and now she could not fly. But according to her, this is actually normal, because all the wind on this island belongs to her. She considered herself the goddess of the wind of Melcher, and no one dares to fly without her permission. At least that's what she thought. And now that her opponent was finally immobilized, she could deliver the final blow and forget about the silver dragon once and for all. After a few seconds, she finally delivered her blow, which was called the Raging Thunder. Jin had already started to panic and asked Murakan to intervene in this fight, because it seemed to him that everything was critical. But the shadow dragon continued to stand still and asked the guy to calm down, because in his opinion, it was too early to intervene. He then added that Kikantel had been complacent from the start of the fight, but more importantly, that her opponents had greatly overestimated their strength. And apparently Murakan knew his old friend well, who used one of her strongest skills to repel this attack. The point of this attack was that it literally stopped time, giving her a little time to think about how to counterattack. Even Andre Zippel was delighted. He was not shy about saying that he had not seen a force for a long time that could control time and even stop magic. But suddenly he had to remain quiet, because he heard a voice from the side, which convinced him that today she would shut his filthy mouth. Zippelam never liked threats coming their way, so he immediately turned to Violetta and ordered her to begin creating the next attack. But Violetta, to their great regret, was not even able to move, and given all this, she began to understand that apparently Kikantel was using the power of time control. Apparently she realized this too late, because Kikantel struck back at her, which threw Violetta and Andre back. But Kikantel was not going to stop there, so she gathered her strength and was going to literally bite off Vuletta's head. Kikantel launched attack after attack, destroying her opponent little by little, and with each passing second it became clear who would emerge victorious in this battle. Andre realized that they literally had no chance, so he began to beg the silver dragon to stop. Kikantel didn't intend to listen to him, she just asked him to shut his mouth, and also didn't forget to say that he would be next. Although she still knew in her mind that she had taken care of Vuletta, the problem was that she had used too much power, and in order to destroy the mage, she would need Murakan and Jin. Andre, meanwhile, took out another sphere from his robe and began to tell Kikantel that he warned her, but she decided to go so far herself, although he did not deny the fact that such behavior is only appropriate for the strong. Murakan could not believe his eyes that he was actually seeing a primeval stone with his own eyes. Jin noticed fear in the eyes of his guardian dragon, and apparently it was all because of this stone, which according to Murakan should have been destroyed many years ago. He couldn't even imagine where Andre got this stone from, but in any case, with this stone he is incredibly strong and defeating him will clearly not be as easy as it seems. After Andre summoned this monster, he began to tell Kikantel that she was born as a silver dragon of time and lived as if she had always been the strongest, but now he told her that she was clearly wrong, because people, dragons, and even gods, in the end, everything falls into the hands of Zippel. And at the moment, all that is needed from her is to stop denying it and finally accept this fact. The primeval stone, when danger befell the world, the gods created it as a safety measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the stone that contained the powers of all the gods was destroyed by those same gods because it was so strong that it could easily destroy the world. Murakan literally went crazy from the thought that the stone that was supposed to be destroyed was now in the hands of a magician. While they were talking, Andre had already dealt the first blow to Kikantel's body, and, unfortunately, she was unable to block it. The man was going to show the dragon where his place was, and in this place the weak must fall before the strong. But Murakan didn't think so, so he entered the fight without any doubts, and the first thing he did was tell Andre not to touch Kikantel. As soon as Zippel saw the black dragon, he decided to assume that it was Murakan, who is the guardian of the Reincarnated family, and the guy standing next to him is apparently his contractor. Jean took off his hood and Andre recognized him. It was the youngest of the Reincarnated family, who had only recently left home. Now that he realized this, he suddenly said that he originally came here to pick up Ulti's contractor, but now his appetites had clearly increased. But before they started the real battle, he decided to wake up his sleeping friend to even the odds a little. After the monster Andre whispered something into Vuletta's ear, she miraculously woke up, even taking into account the critical hits that Kikantel dealt her. But now, looking at her body and Vuletta in general, one could say with confidence that her strength had clearly increased, and now she was not the same dragon that she was 10 minutes ago. Without thinking twice, she immediately decided to confront Murakan, whom she had not seen for so long, but all this time dreamed of fighting him in a fair fight. Murakan understood perfectly well that this was not Vunesa, this was a corpse, Andre's puppet, which he was using for battle, so he asked her not to interfere in the battle and to disappear. But in response to these words, she could only offer him another blow with her power. Murakan could only use his shadow vanishing technique at this point to dodge such a blow. Vunesa didn't expect this, but she immediately stated that it was actually a good thing, because she would have been too disappointed if he had turned out to be too weak. She believed that she would be remembered after this fight as the one who was able to destroy the legend. Murakan, in turn, asked her to just stop deceiving herself with empty hopes, because this definitely would not happen. Andre, meanwhile, suggested to Kikantel that they also continue the battle, although he wanted to be a little softer with her, but since she had already seen this face, he would still have to destroy her. He also didn't forget about Jean Reincarnated, who was also there the whole time. The guy tried to attack from behind the scenes so that Andre wouldn't notice, but it wasn't that easy. But he still tried, even though Andre shouted at him that the child's intervention wouldn't change anything anyway. They ran at each other with pre-planned attacks and were incredibly eager to destroy each other. Jin was ready to go all the way, when suddenly he heard Murakan's voice, who shouted at the guy to dodge and not go all the way. But apparently Murakan shouted to him too late, because at the last moment Vunesa managed to hit Jin with her tail. It was a pretty strong and most importantly unexpected blow, which caused the guy quite a lot of damage. But that wasn't his main problem. because right now a huge snake, Andre, was approaching him and was going to finish the guy off once and for all. Jin realized that the situation was more than critical, so he took out his pendant and crushed him right in his hands, only he understood what was about to happen. As soon as he did this, a huge stream of light immediately appeared in front of him. And a few seconds later, he heard the voice of his sister Luna, who was quite surprised that the guy had finally contacted her, and this led her to the idea that he was apparently in a very difficult situation. Andre couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually seeing the white whale of the Reincarnated family in front of him. Luna immediately saw the prince of the Zeppel family and the wind dragon in front of her, so she agreed with Jin that this was clearly enough to call her for help. First, she praised him for fighting them well, after which she wanted to ask him how he felt. Jin knew perfectly well that she was exaggerating because he was clearly barely holding on in the battle against them, but still, considering all this, he was incredibly grateful to her for coming. Luna listened to her brother, after which she decided to turn to Zeppel, from whom she wanted to find out, or would he continue to pretend to be mute? After all, she would really like him to explain why he got involved in a fight with her younger brother. At this moment, Jin understood perfectly well that their opponents were the prince of the Zeppel family and the wind dragon, who was revived by an artifact with the power of God, and considering all this, it was obvious that even his sister would have a hard time dealing with them. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Murakami, who suggested that the guy retreat, and while he was doing this, he asked the guy for forgiveness for not being able to block the wind dragon's attack. In any case, he thought he had a wonderful sister, because if she had arrived a second later, Jin would hardly have been able to survive. Andre finally spoke up and said that for him, the appearance of the white whale was indeed an unexpected change. But with this, he only confirmed that the Reincarnated family had broken the oath to the Zeppel family, because her younger brother, Jin Reincarnated, used magic. And he assured her that the Zeppel family would not forget about it, in response to which Luna asked him not to worry about it. The thing is, she was sure that he would never be able to convey this news to his family. These words apparently really hurt the man, because he didn't understand how such an insignificant girl could even dare to behave like that. So he was immediately going to teach her a lesson. Luna responded with a single blow that shattered his monster into tiny pieces. She then added that all the members of the Zeppel family that she had met throughout her life were chatterboxes, and as she had expected, Prince Zeppel was no different from the rest. She went on to add that it was a good thing he had decided to leave the dragon in its original form, as that would give her more room to make the cut. These words made Violetta switch to her human form, and even though Andre asked her not to do this, she was still going to deal with Luna on her own. And she was going to do this with the help of her staff, which contained the power of a dragon and the magic power of the Zeppel family. Looking at this monster, Luna understood that this power was not magic, it was more like power, but most of all like the energy of the demon family. But considering all these points, she understood why the wind dragon was trying his best, because he needed time to use this artifact correctly. This meant that the prince of the Zeppel family and the wind dragon were relying on such a worthless tool. She was surprised that they were seriously thinking that such a pitiful thing could actually save them. At this point, the conversation ended, and the wind dragon immediately went on the attack, which Luna was able to easily dodge. Vanessa tried to say that a girl like Luna didn't dare say anything to them at all, because they were capable of smearing her, but apparently she would have to take hers back, because Luna launched a counterattack that almost destroyed the wind dragon. They fought quite equally, and it seemed that there was clearly no favorite in this battle. At least that was the case at first glance. But in reality, with every second, the moon was getting closer and closer to its victory. And at one point, she was able to deliver such a powerful blow that the wind dragon fell to his knees, and after that would hardly be able to continue fighting. Luna eventually concluded that this was his limit and he could hardly show her anything else, so she was going to end it quickly. And for this, she decided to use Reincarnated's third finishing move, which was also known as a meteor shower, which is capable of destroying any living being in this world. Jin at that moment remembered the words of his uncle, who told him during training that if it was possible to describe their family's sword technique in one word, then that word would be dominance, because it is destructive and ruthless. Therefore, He believed that there was no specific technique of the Run-Candle sword. The only thing they could use to destroy it was a secret technique and a finishing move. And right now he is watching the third finishing move, which was called the Meteor Shower. Looking at this blow, Jin could only think that it was beautiful and at the same time incredibly destructive. Vanessa covered Andre with her body so that he wouldn't get hit, and the man meanwhile just stood there rooted to the spot because he also couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that this was simply impossible, because Luna was not using the power of her contractor god or some ancient artifact. It was her power. He had never seen such a strong person who was capable of having such power. His thoughts were interrupted by Vanessa, who repeated to him that he had to survive, because if he was still alive, it meant they could still win. Besides, they still had the Devil's Stone, so they could still change the course of the game, because even if Vanessa died right now while protecting him, he would still be able to resurrect her with it. Her words finally reached Andre, and he finally realized that this really wasn't the end, because as long as he had this devilish stone, he definitely wouldn't die. He believed that if he had it, then he would remain a god who could not be defeated by some girl. Looking at what Luna had just done, she came to the conclusion that she was actually still very far from her father's sword-fighting technique. But even so, she believed that all this would benefit Jin. She believed that looking at her strength would provoke him to improve his abilities every day, and one day he would be able to become stronger for her and possibly stronger for his father. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a demon appeared out of nowhere, whose heart was that very same demonic stone. Luna understood that her enemy was still alive, and the girl still admitted that her pride was a little hurt, and if this continued, she would most likely get angry while her younger brother was watching. In response, the demon began to make a very unpleasant sound that cut the ears, and it was quite difficult to stand still next to such a monster. Jin didn't fully understand what was going on, but Murakana finally understood everything. According to him, Zippel had just used contractors to create the primeval stone. It is like a weapon with which one can go against the will of the gods, although it is also worth noting that this stone is clearly of poor quality. But even so, he was still very dangerous, so Murakana warned him that they had to be extremely careful. And considering all this, Murakana decided that they needed to leave immediately, although Jin tried to stop him. Jin thought that they had to fight too, and they couldn't leave someone so dangerous to their older sister. But Murakana had a completely different opinion. He thought that his sister could handle it on her own. And if they stay here, they will clearly only get in the way and cause some discomfort for her. After he made a contract with Soldred and was reborn, he met Murakana, and now it became clear to Jin that apparently he had more strength and luck than anyone else from the very beginning. But now, when he looked at himself, at a person who was about to retreat without the opportunity to fight back, it all reminded him of a situation from his past life. So from that second on, he decided that he no longer wanted to feel helpless, and to do that, he needed to become much stronger. Murakana, looking at the guy, understood that he was clearly not scared. Moreover, he was angry because of everything he had just seen. This made him proud of the guy. After all, Murakana knew better than anyone how important fighting spirit is, so he mentally asked Jin not to lose it, and if he continues in the same spirit, he will soon be able to become the best. Until then, he, as his guardian dragon, will try to protect him. At this time, Luna was telling this demon that if he thinks that his form has changed and now he can destroy her, then this is definitely not true. The demon did not respond to Luna's words, but simply decided to attack her. Although she was able to dodge this attack, the demon still decided to shout that he had 12 gods with him, and the girl, as it seemed to him, had nothing but a sword, which was too big for her. He believed that the best option for her would be to admit it and finally give in, because even if her father were standing right in front of him, he would also lose. Luna was not verbose in her answer, so she simply said that for a swordsman, one sword is enough. After which she added that if he used the magic that he had accumulated throughout his life, he would only be able to see half of her combat techniques. And now she was going to show him how strong a sharpened sword was against something as pathetic as him. The demon couldn't believe that he was seeing a red aura in front of him. He had fought with a huge number of knights in his entire life, but in fact, this was the first time he had seen something like this. But on the other hand, he understood that it was not really that important because he had already reached the level of a god, so he was going to show where this self-confident girl's place was. While he was screaming and trying to prove that he was the strongest, Luna used her strongest punch, which could cut this demon in two. But everything was not so simple, and this demon really turned out to be much stronger than she assumed. So at one point she noticed that if she did not come up with something, then this core would literally suck her in like a black hole. Suddenly she heard the voice of her brother Jin, who flew to the battlefield on Murakan. He was going to help her, so they flew closer so she could grab his hand. Luna couldn't even imagine that today her younger brother would save her, but apparently it was a mistake to exclude this option. Rez said that a strange vortex also engulfed the surrounding area, and a large amount of mana was found around the area. He also reported that there were people involved as well, but the magic power of the Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon was felt the most, so their department suspects that it was Vuletta from the Zypel family. But what is most important is that apparently the Wind Dragon came out the loser in this fight and died anyway. As for the human mana, they believe that it was the contractors and their guardian dragons, and the ominous energy points to the thing that they create. After this story, Reza's boss wanted to immediately find out what was going on with Andre, but according to the man, they were still looking into the matter. And this made the man angry enough that he hit the table, after which he said that he noticed that recently many things began to be removed from the reports, and he was worried that they had not yet determined who Kikantel's guests were that day. Rez tried to say that he could not be forgiven, but apparently this was clearly not what his captain wanted to hear. After a short pause, the man asked Rez to make sure that they did not give anything to the press, and if they were unable to find Enya by that night, he asked that a missing person report be filed. He also didn't forget to order more people from the Special Affairs Department to be sent to the Zypel territory, and along the way they should make sure that they were strong enough. Rez listened attentively to all this, and after the man finished, he promised that he would definitely justify all the expectations of Emperor Bement Amir. Bubar and Vishekel said that there was a major battle on the coast between the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon, as a result of which the island disappeared, and a whirlwind formed in place of the island, so they were sure that it was a broken demon stone. Bubar didn't understand how they dared to destroy his creation just like that. After all, he told them not to use it so carelessly until it was completed. He was eating and talking at the same time, so his interlocutor was not particularly pleased to hear that he could not forgive them, and therefore suggested that he go there right now in order to scold these stupid magicians. Vishkal agreed with him, and mentally thought that Zypel had really made a mess. Because of them, he would have to postpone the destruction of this pig. Anyway, according to his information, the leader is incredibly angry because of this, and he wants to reconsider the alliance with the Zypel family, so for now, they should ignore them. Meanwhile, Keliak could not believe that Andre Zypel was dead. Her guardian dragon told Keliak that he had to leave with Voletto. He also took the demon stone with him. Keliak believed that either the power of the Silver Dragon had exceeded their expectations, or someone else had been drawn into this. She recalled that it was the Shadow Dragon who destroyed the graveyard giant in Kinzello, and that's why he thought that it could be Murakana's sister, because if it was her power, then it explained everything. She wouldn't be scared by the Devil's Stone. In addition, Misha is not a stranger to Murakana's ex-girlfriend. Kadun assumed that Keliak wanted him to find her, but he immediately reminded him that if black dragons want to hide, then no one will be able to find them. But he asked him to immediately stop being a child, because this is far from true. In any case, Kadun wanted to know how he was feeling, despite the fact that his younger brother was dead. Of course, she was quite sad, but she knew it would happen anyway, although she was surprised to hear that he had recently attended Chiron's banquet without telling her. Jilly carefully opened the door to see who had arrived. And what was her surprise when she saw Jean and everyone else there? She stood at the entrance rooted to the spot and couldn't believe her eyes. Jin decided to distract her a little and asked her to cook something for them, since they hadn't eaten anything while flying here. But the girl couldn't resist and fainted when she saw that Luna was also there. The first thing she had to do was take her to her chambers so that she could rest a little, and Luna immediately noticed the fact that Nanny Gina clearly didn't understand something. But she immediately added that this means that she is very worried about Jin, which in turn means that she is a very good nanny, while the guy himself thought that she was too good for him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Sir Kashmir, who arrived as soon as he learned that Jin and Murakan had returned from their mission. Jin decided to introduce his sister, Luna Run Kandel, first. The girl herself had heard a lot about Sir Kashmir. The noble sword is apparently very famous in the Reincarnated family. Kashmir couldn't believe that the girl knew him, and he was even more embarrassed that she called him a noble sword, because it was such an honor for him. The other person was Miss Enya's guardian dragon, the silver dragon Kikantel. Kashmir didn't expect to see another dragon here, so he first ducked out of respect, then introduced himself as Kashmir, the head of the 7 colors and an acquaintance of Master Jin. Kikantel didn't care about all these greetings and so on. She just wanted to know where Enya was. Kashmir responded by telling him that Latrius had returned 3 hours ago and was now with his daughter and Enya. But what's even stranger to Kashmir is that Latrius has no memory of him going missing, which also surprised Jin. When Latrius arrived home, he didn't understand why they were all so scared and why they were all telling him that he was missing, because all he remembered was that Vuletta told him that they weren't going to teach him dragon language magic. According to Kashmir, Latrii is in too good a condition to say that he was threatened by the Zippel family, so he had a sneaking thought that perhaps he had not really been kidnapped. But Kikantel said that was definitely not the case, because she personally received a confession from Zippel. Murakhan could only say that they were sweeping up the evidence, and it seemed to him that they were most likely erasing everything connected to the Devil's Stone, including Latrius's memories. It's the Zippel family's specialty. When things don't go according to plan, they erase everything. Only Jin did not understand what they were trying to achieve in this case, because it seemed to him that the reason here was not only the Devil's Stone, and why did they make an imitation of the primeval stone. Murakhan believed that everything here is actually simple. They want to become gods. It seemed to him that they wanted to gather all the powers of the existing gods, and then destroy everyone who was against them, in order to become the only gods who would rule the world. Kashmir asked them to rest for now, and in the meantime he would study as much as he could with the power of the 7 colors, and he also offered Miss Kikantel to accompany her to the place where Miss Enya is now. At that moment, Gilly came to her senses and turned to the young master, but Murakhan immediately ordered her to lie back down and lie there until the strawberry pie got better. Gilly didn't remember why she lost consciousness, but when she saw Luna again, she understood what the reason was. This same reason caused the girl to fall unconscious once again, which angered Murakhan even more. After some time, Luna told Jin that after he destroyed the notorious underground gang Tessing, Tikan became an independent and safe city. She also did not forget to remind that the prince of the Zippel family and Vuletta were also destroyed only thanks to him. He achieved all this in 2 months for the title of reserve captain. She even said that he used magic without official confirmation. All this together adds up to an incredible feat. Gilly at that moment decided to say that it seemed to her that everything had come to an end when Miss Luna caught them. She didn't even imagine that the girl already knew everything. Luna herself believed that she could turn a blind eye to it, but she immediately warned that they should beware of the chapter. According to the older sister, their father already knows everything. He is aware of the incident in Tessing before Andre's death. She was also sure that later he would find out about her intervention. Hearing this, Gilly thought that things were very bad for them. But Jin believed that not everything was as bad as Luna had described, and besides, he had a certain plan in his head. According to the young master, he plans to meet his father together with his older sister. Even Luna did not expect such a decision, because she did not quite understand why this was being done, after which she told him that he was apparently out of his mind, because it seemed to her that he had nothing to do while his father turned a blind eye to it. But the guy believed that he needed to meet his father to warn him that the Zippel family was in the middle of executing a plan to attack the Reincarnated family. Luna suggested that if it was about the Devil's Stone, it would be better if she told him about it, and she also reminded him that if the reserve captain returned home without permission, he would essentially have to refuse the captain's exam. Jin thought that he would find out anyway that all this happened because of him, and since everything came to this, it seemed to him that it would still be better if he talked to him. Besides, if he used this, he would be able to make a deal with his father. Luna, of course, understood what he was talking about, but she immediately assured him that if he continued to do this, then his father would most likely destroy him. In response, Jin could only tell her that when the time came, he believed that his older sister would stop him. She looked him straight in the eyes and said that she now understood why Gilly had such a hard time with him, because even his own family was afraid of him. But Luna still decided to agree to this adventure and therefore wanted to ask the guy when they were leaving. Jin planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow, and Luna agreed with him because she also thought it was better to move as quickly as possible. Luna added that since their family was made up of people who were busy being at each other's throats, at the very least she should be a good family member to him. In this way, she wants to become a sister who will be his shield. And since she knows her younger brother from the other side, she was sure that he had already clearly come up with something, and looking at the expression on his brother's face, she understood that this was the case. As soon as Jin showed up home, his brothers and sisters immediately pounced on him, not understanding how he, as a reserve captain, dared to enter the sword garden. Enna and Mu believed that this was the result of their older sister's indulgence, since he was shirking his responsibility as a reserve captain, and she approved of it. Luna, looking at this whole circus, understood that they were well prepared, although she expected this. Mary was shocked that the younger one decided to give up the right to the title of captain. It seemed to her that he simply decided to test what would happen after death. She simply could not find another reason. But she herself didn't like it even more, because she so wanted to fight him when he grew up, and now everything would disappear. The first thing they wanted to know from Luna was why she brought him here, but she confidently told them that he wanted to come here himself. Hearing this, they began to tell her that she should have stopped him, because she couldn't be reckless just because he was like that. Luna always had a hard time getting along with her sister Runtia, so she decided to just find out where her father was at the moment. Runtia didn't want to believe that the younger one came here only to see his father, but before she could finish speaking, Luna confirmed this and asked again where her father was. Vigo intervened in this dialogue and began to shout again that apparently Jin just wants to die, since he came here for such a reason. Runtia decided not to stop him and simply let Jin into the palace, saying that her father was currently in his office. After which she turned to Luna and said that she, as the first captain, must lay down her weapons. In response, Luna looked at her with a wild look and wanted to know what would happen if she didn't want to do it. They immediately prepared for battle and told her that this was her last chance to surrender, otherwise they could not be responsible for her safety. Before entering, Jin turned to Luna again and told her that as a member of the Reincarnated family, as the son of the patriarch, he came to tell him something, so he assured her that nothing bad would happen. The boy knew perfectly well that the others did not understand his father as well, and even if the return of the reserve captain to the family was against the rules, then the father will not be worried about such trifles, if only he is given the opportunity to explain himself like last time. But apparently, everything will be clearly not like last time, because as soon as Jin extended his hand to knock on his father's door, it literally exploded in front of his nose. After which, Jin heard the voice of his father, who told him that it seemed that he had overestimated his son, because he had precisely given him 5 years before he was supposed to return. But he did it much earlier, so Chiron would like to know the reason for such a return. At that moment, Jin thought about the fact that he had seen this before, that his father's energy could completely destroy his target, using only the aura of his sword. In any case, his father wanted to hear the answer to his question, and he immediately assured the boy that he would not ask him twice. The first thing Jin decided to say was that, as a son, he didn't need a reason to see his father. But in his mind, the guy was sure that he couldn't apologize, even if there was a chance of dying. He also realized that he needed to be confident but not arrogant. So he said again that he came because he wanted to see his father. The man's mind was not quite set on such an answer. He had never heard such a thing from his children before, so it was unusual. But anyway, he told Jin that saying something like that was actually stupid, because he would never believe that the guy became soft after going out into the world. But Jin assured him that it was definitely not because of going out into the world. According to Jin, he always loved his father, so he didn't mind seeing him. But immediately after these words, he had to cover his face with his hand because of the incredibly strong aura that literally blew the guy away. Jin understood perfectly well that at the moment, the thirst for blood prevailed within his father. But the guy still didn't understand what he said wrong, because he said it quite confidently and clearly. Suddenly the man told him that he almost laughed at these words, because he did not expect to hear something like that. But he had enough of the nonsense. Now he wanted to hear from Jin why he was really here. In response to this, Jin mentioned that the prince of the Zippel family, who insulted him during the banquet, Andre, died. Hearing this, Chiron did not want to believe that Jin destroyed him, but the guy wasn't going to talk about it. He immediately said that his sister Luna did it, and he simply created the opportunity for it. But he is here not only for this reason, because he has a few more things that he would like to tell, if of course this interests a man. Chiron couldn't help but notice that this was incredibly impudent on the part of the guy, but he still allowed him to report what he knew. After listening to the guy for a while, Chiron decided that he wanted to tell him that there might be turmoil in the Zappel family since their deputy head had died. Jin continued talking and finally said that Andre was not the real deputy chief, after which Jin added that although his older sister Luna was quite strong, but for the prince of the only family that could surpass Reincarnated, he was too weak, although again he agreed that these could only be his thoughts. But suddenly Chiron spoke up and told Jin that he was actually right. This guy was just a prince, not a deputy, and he knew it. Chiron always knew that there was someone else behind Keliak, but he immediately said that this was not the information that he could share with him. But Jin was glad that he at least confirmed his suspicions, especially since Jin had not yet told him the most important detail. According to Jin, they used a strange artifact, and Andre called it the Devil's Stone. According to the information that Jin collected, it is an imitation of the primeval stone that was created by the gods long ago. Father thought for a bit and asked Jin, or did Murakami tell him this? The guy was not aware that his father had such information, but as it turned out, the man also knew that he could also use magic. Jin always knew that his father would one day know about magic, but he didn't know that his father knew about Murakami. This caused Chiron to laugh quite loudly, because everything he said about Murakami was just an assumption, and in fact, Jin himself confirmed this information. Jin realized that he had made a mistake when he said this, and his father, meanwhile, could not believe that the boy had actually turned the great black dragon into a simple cat. In any case, Chiron praised his son for getting hold of some pretty important information, and that's why he wanted to talk to Luna, because in his mind he knew that Zappel had gone too far with the creation of this stone. But what was more dangerous was that this power was incredibly huge if used correctly. He immediately became interested in finding out if the kings of the Black Sea knew about this, because they are a fragment of the primeval stone, and therefore he was sure that if they were aware of this, they would most likely do something. So he decided that he urgently needed to visit the Black Sea. He also told his son that he would overlook the fact that he had disobeyed the rules, but he knew that this would not be enough for the boy, so he allowed him to name one thing that he wanted to get. Jin expected that this would be the case, so he prepared his wish in advance, and this request was that he would like his father to forbid any member of Reincarnated from entering the independent city of Tikan for a while. Chiron understood perfectly well that this was probably the place where Jin had seriously settled down at the moment. But before the man fulfills his request, he would like Jin to pass a test that he will give him, and this task was to make Kashmir one of his people, after that come back to his father, and prove it to him. Well, if Jin manages to do this, then Chiron will definitely not allow any member of the Reincarnated family to set foot on Tikan territory without his permission. The time limit for this task was exactly 1 year, during which time Chiron would like to see evidence that Kashmir is now on their side. But before Chiron could finish the terms, Kashmir was already standing in front of him, looking at the head of Reincarnated with both eyes. Chiron himself was slightly shocked that Jin was able to complete this task so quickly, because he himself once wanted to get Kashmir into his teachers, but he was too arrogant, so nothing worked out for him. Kashmir at that moment could only think that Chiron Reincarnated was the strongest knight in the world. Moreover, in his head he called him the most worthy person in the whole world. Moreover, he had indigestion just from looking at him. But then he realized that he was just a guest of the young master Jin, and therefore he should not be afraid of Chiron Reincarnated. So he decided to bow again as a sign of respect, and Chiron immediately realized that he was the one who was called the Noble Sword Kashmir. But the knight himself asked the head of Reincarnated to skip all these formalities and call him simply Kashmir. Jin entered the dialogue, wanting to tell his father that his relationship with Sir Kashmir was like a common destiny. And since he had proven his relationship with him, Jin believed that it was time for his father to keep his promise. When Kashmir heard the word common destiny, he assumed that in Chiron's head at that moment, there were thoughts about Tikan finally becoming part of the Reincarnated family, which did not quite suit him. In response to Jin's words, Chiron could only say that he was actually a devious child who was calm, even after he managed to fool his father. Jin didn't understand what his father was talking about, because he never wanted to fool his father. And besides, he was just lucky. In any case, it doesn't matter anymore, because Chiron himself agreed that Jin was able to pass the test, and from that moment on, no Reincarnated will enter Tikan territory without his permission. Kashmir couldn't believe her ears that she was actually hearing such words, and now she finally understood what the words to share fate meant. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Chiron, who told Jin that if he had nothing more to say, then he could leave, because now he would like to talk to Kashmir one-on-one. Jin did not argue with his father, and decided that it would be better for him to wait for Sir Kashmir outside the palace. The noble sword of Tikan was clearly not ready for such a turn of events. He certainly would not want to talk to Chiron Reincarnated one-on-one, but apparently he simply had no other option. As soon as Jin left his father's office, Tona's brothers immediately ran up to him, wanting to learn how to do it from their younger brother. They would also like to know from him why he was causing such a fuss. At that moment, Jin, looking at them, understood that apparently they had been hiding all this time somewhere because of the bad atmosphere. Jin realized that this was the best time to ask his brothers for one request, which concerned his faction cadets. He would like the Tun brothers to look after them until he returned. They didn't fully understand what they needed to do, but Jin didn't care. He had already turned around and started to leave. They couldn't believe that he could be so calm after meeting his father, although on the other hand, he seemed to have always been like that, so they weren't so surprised anymore. After he left the palace, the first thing he did was turn to Luna and say that her father had asked her to come in so that he could find out a few things about that day. The other brothers and sisters couldn't believe that their little brother was still alive, and how could he even smile after talking to his father? While they were shouting, Jin noticed that Sir Kashmir had also already left after talking with his father, and the guy first asked him how their conversation went. Kashmir replied that their conversation had gone much better than he could have expected. Mu continued to scream, and this time she did it towards Kashmir because she didn't know who he was, and therefore thought that he was an outsider who had illegally entered the territory of the Sword Garden. Renutia suddenly asked her to close her mouth because she realized that the leader had finished what he wanted, which meant that they did not need to go further. Before leaving, Jin wanted to thank his older sister for her hard work, for which he would always be in her debt, but she assured him that all he could say to her was thank you. Before leaving, he told her that he was planning to immerse himself in training for a while, and she fully supported his decision, so she could only wish him good luck and ask him to be as careful as possible. After which he turned to his other older brothers and sisters and promised them that they would see each other soon. A month later, in the underground training hall in the Kashmir mansion, in the 30th duel between Jin and Alicia Badger, the guy managed to lose for the 30th time. But he didn't even intend to give up, and after each fight he asked for a rematch. Early the following year, the Zippel family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Vuletta. Since the reasons for their death were not announced, rumors began to spread that they were destroyed due to internal political problems. It was also said that they could have died in a battle with the Cold Group. They also decided to spread a rumor that they upset Emperor Bement, for which they were destroyed. However, every resident of the empire believed in one most common rumor, that they died in battle with the Reincarnated family. Therefore, people expected the war between Zippel and Reincarnated to start, and began to discuss whether the sword or magic would win. But the answer to this question would be to whom and when the existing neutral forces would turn their backs. So the heads of both families began to receive gifts and offers of support from different families. So, 5 second-rate mercenary groups came to the head of Reincarnated from the Prince of the Shukern Kingdom, and Chiron decided to accept their requests, and also asked to give the Shukern Kingdom a worthy sword that would take the throne. Chiron's assistant completely agreed with him, and informed Chiron that he would send an 8th-rank knight there. Chiron understood that all this was because the younger one had created a mess on one of the abandoned islands of Bement, and in this way he was already brazenly controlling the family. After which Chiron decided that he would return to the Black Sea, and before that he asked Khan that if after his departure a letter came from Kashmir, he wanted the knight to bring it to him. Khan understood the master's order and promised that he would carry it out if necessary. Meanwhile, Jin was doing his training. He was swinging his sword, and the guy promised himself that he would do it until the 10,000th time felt like the first. But considering that he had not yet managed to achieve such a result, Jin decided that he was still very weak. And there was also a thought in his head that if it weren't for his sister Luna, he would most likely have already died, because 15 years after the regression, he reached the 5th rank in the art of the sword and in magic, and he understood that even if he reached the 5th rank of shadow energy, in the future it would still not be enough. Therefore, taking all this into account, he convinced himself every day that he had to become stronger, and he had to do it in the 5 years that his father had given him. At one point during his training, his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who asked the young master to stop. After which he told the guy that if he did this every day, even being from the Reincarnated family, he would still be left with nothing. Also with him was Enya, who ran up to Jin as soon as she noticed that his hands were completely covered in blood. At this point, Kashmir continued to say that he of course understood him perfectly well, that he was impatient to be the strongest among everyone, but he still believed that impatience was the worst poison. After all, as practice shows, this will eventually force him to return to the beginning of the path he is following. Jin told him that he actually agreed with Kashmir, but he found it difficult to accept, and therefore he was ashamed. Kashmir believed that the guy really had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, because he trained more than anyone else every day, and at least that was something to be proud of. In any case, according to Kashmir, he is not here just like that. He came to Jin in order to offer the guy to replace his training with something that could at least calm him down a little. This was quite intriguing for Jin, and Kashmir decided not to torture him, and said that it would be a sparring match with someone who was much stronger than the guy. Jin suggested that perhaps it would be Kashmir itself, but the man, instead of answering, took out his sword to make a small attack, after which he added that when the guy is able to repel this attack, they will definitely go out to a duel. And now Jin will have to content himself with sparring with Tikan's strongest protector, namely his wife. Kashmir gave the guy 6 months, and according to him, it is in this amount of time that Jin will have to defeat his wife. He also added that the guy can use sword art, magic, shadow energy. You can use everything that he has. Julia was a little worried that her mother would fight with her brother Jean, but the woman assured the girl that they would not fight, but strengthen their friendship. Julia still didn't like it because she doesn't like fights, but instead of calming the girl down, her mother decided to ask her who she would root for if they did fight. The girl, to her mother's surprise, said that she would root for Jean, and the guy himself at that moment was thinking that if you don't look at Alicia Badger's physical abilities, then she didn't seem that strong to him. Julia at this point explained to her mother that she would root for Jean because he was weak, because her mother herself taught her that she should always be on the side of someone who is weak, but tries very hard. Alicia immediately asked Jean for forgiveness for her daughter's words, because she simply does not know how to lie, so she says everything she thinks. After which, she decided to clarify whether he would be okay with their sparring taking place after she finished work and dinner, every day for the next 6 months. Jin was surprised when he heard that she was going to fight him every day, because in that case, he would take up a lot of her time, but she assured him that in fact there was nothing to worry about, because in her opinion, the sparring would be short. 2 days later, Jin sparred for the first time against Alicia. Looking at her, the guy realized that apparently her appearance was wrong, and she really was a serious fighter. Before starting, Alicia suddenly decided to clarify something, after which she began to talk about how in the past she served in Bement's Special Squad, and if a person is from Bement's Special Squad, then you never hold back. That's why she wanted to warn the guy that even if he loses, he shouldn't be too upset. Now Jin realized why Kashmir gave him so much time. Apparently Alicia is a pretty good fighter, who definitely won't be defeated the first time. Just when he promised himself that he would try his best to defeat Alicia faster, she immediately struck him. But Jin managed to block it with his sword, but doing so was clearly not an easy task. Alicia herself did not expect that he would be able to block her blow, because she was sure that she would catch the guy off guard. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a bright light hit her straight in the eyes, so she had to cover them with her hand. And when she finally opened her eyes, she saw Jin in front of her, who was preparing to attack. But no matter how hard he tried, Alicia was still much stronger and faster, so it was not difficult for her to dodge this blow. Jin understood where this was all heading, so he jokingly asked her if she could call the medics. She dealt him a counterattack, which would end this sparring for today, and added that she had already called the medics because she had guessed that this would happen. That evening, Jin spoke with Alicia, who told him that she was quite surprised, because she didn't think that he would be able to attack twice on the first day. She also noticed that the guy didn't put much effort into the first attack. Thus she realized that he was trying to test the waters before the sparring. Jin was surprised that she even noticed this, but according to the woman, she only saw it at the end. But most of all, she wanted to know what that light was during their fight. She had never seen such magic. Jin happily told her that it was an ancient spell, the flash curtain. He covered the sword with it before they started sparring, but it still didn't work. So the guy decided that such tricks definitely wouldn't work on her. But Alicia assured him that it was better to call it not tricks, but a strategy, because mentally she was sure that the reason why he defeated opponents stronger than himself was definitely not simple luck. It seemed to her that he created opportunities through precise calculations and anticipation of the course of the battle. And so the fact that he used it in sparring was commendable. But if it were a real battle, she could only imagine the faces of his opponents. The guy thought about the fact that this was the first time he suffered such a crushing defeat, even after using all sorts of tactics, and he thought that it was because she was from Bement's special forces. In any case, the most important thing is that if he wants to defeat her, he will actually have to fight her for about 6 months. 1 month later, in the unprotected territory in the east of the Black Sea continent, Khan arrived to his leader to deliver a letter from Kashmir that arrived about 10 days ago. Kashmir began by saying that he was writing this letter to the respected Chiron Runkandal. He introduced himself as a lowly knight from a small town who was very sorry because he could not describe in words how touched and indebted he was to him. He also wrote that it was night in Tikan. The dark sky was strewn with stars that were shining so brightly as if they were singing about the greatness of Sir Chiron. All this at one moment began to irritate Chiron, because he asked Kashmir to write to him only about his youngest son. But considering what he writes in the letter, one could assume that Kashmir is a rather sensitive person, but he still decided that he would tell him to write as little as possible. Finally, in this letter, Kashmir at least told a little about the younger one, who is currently being beaten by Kashmir's wife. And if you believe the words in this letter, then the first sparring ended in 3 strikes, the second in 5, the 7th in 10. By the 30th, Jin was able to withstand more than 40 blows, which was significant progress, but it was still too little. Kan, looking at Chiron, did not understand why the man was so amused by his son's losses in sparring with the Kashmir woman. But apparently the reason is that Chiron knew perfectly well that Kashmir's wife was from Bement's 2nd Special Squad. This means that luck alone will clearly not be enough for the young master to fight the 2nd Squad. But what pleased the man most in this letter was that it said that in the 40th sparring session, Jin was able to withstand about 120 blows, and thus he exceeded his limit. Suddenly, Chiron literally shocked Khan with the words that if Jin were the firstborn, he would have given the family into his hands without any regrets. These words shocked him so much, because before, Chiron had never mentioned an heir. There were times when he continued to watch, but never mentioned anyone. Joshua takes the position of heir only because Luna refused it. The head did not appoint him himself. In any case, Khan thought that it was still too difficult, although his development was amazing, but he thought that if the guy was suitable now, it did not mean that he should be chosen as the heir, and all because in his opinion, Jin was not restrained enough, although he had a good character, but he was too soft. Chiron agreed with Khan that Jin was different from Joshua, and Khan added that the guy should be able to abandon his family if the need arises. The head once again agreed with him that this was exactly what the head of the Runkandal family should be like, after which he told Khan that he could leave. But before letting the knight go, Chiron still wanted to know why the letter that arrived 10 days ago was delivered so late. According to Khan, he hurried as much as he could, but due to the incredible number of monsters, he was delayed. In response to these words, Chiron cleared the way for him a little and finally asked him to deliver the letters faster. The 93rd day arrived, and Alicia was more than pleased with the young master's progress. Moreover, she didn't even think that someone would be able to push her aside at such a young age, but Jin still thought that this was too little, because he would have to try very hard to defeat her in 6 months. After another sparring session, Alicia offered to go up with her for dessert, because she heard that Latrius had made ice cream, but Jin was forced to refuse, because he still had something to do. Alicia was surprised that he was going to do this today. Jin told her without a doubt that he would do this, because he was sure that he still had a very long path ahead of him, from which he simply could not get off. Alicia, looking at this guy, thought that she felt every one of their battles. But still, it seemed to her that the development of young Master Jin was simply abnormal. She understood that this was possible because his aura and magical power were growing at the same time. And what makes this possible is this black power that connects aura and magic, the power obtained through a contract with God. Watching this was so amazing for her. But on the other hand, she understood that even if this power was impressive, it was still only revealed thanks to his endurance. In other words, she could call him a hard-working genius, and at this rate he could forget about 6 months. It seemed to her that tomorrow he would be able to defeat her, and apparently she was right, because the next day, already in the middle of the fight, Jin was able to deal an incredibly strong blow to Alicia, which she clearly did not expect to receive. After such a precise hit, Jin suggested ending the fight, because it seemed to him that the injury was too severe, but the woman assured him that everything was fine. According to her, she just hadn't received such wounds for a long time, so she needed a little time. Jin, meanwhile, suggested that she call Enya so that she could heal her a little. While Enya was healing, Jin recalled the details of the fight, and the thought was spinning in his head that the woman could actually dodge this attack, and that he was clearly luckier in this match. At that moment, Alicia herself thought that she had relaxed too much, because when the shadow energy blocked her view, it seemed to her that the guy was using the same movements, so she did not think through her actions. She understood that with each new sparring session, it was becoming more and more difficult for her to go out and fight with the guy. Alicia couldn't believe that she was losing earlier than she promised, but Jean tried to calm her down and say that it was just luck. That's why he suggested to consider it a draw, because he himself was ashamed to consider it a victory. Alicia suspected that he would say so, after which she decided to confess to Jin that she had underestimated him. But now she can proudly say that at the moment he has become much stronger, mentally understanding that all this became possible only thanks to endless ambitions, fighting spirit and talent, which do their job. Also looking at him, she understood perfectly well that soon, this guy would reach the 6th rank of magic and aura, and when this happens, then everything will definitely become clear. In September of the same year, Jin and Moroccan were walking down the street, and the only question that worried Jin at that moment was why Moroccan had bought so much ice cream on such a cold day. The shadow dragon told him that Strawberry Shortcake told him she wanted ice cream, so he bought some, although it seemed to Jin that with that amount, Jilly's stomach would simply burst. As they walked down the street, at one point they met Sir Kashmir and Julia, but as it turned out, Kashmir was specifically looking for Jin in order to talk to him a little. And when Jin agreed, Kashmir began to tell him about Vishkal Iviliano, according to the noble sword. He was the temporary head of the Iviliano family, the only talent in a family that was falling apart due to a lack of capable people. But before he continues the story, Kashmir would like to check with Jin about his knowledge regarding Kinzello's group, and according to the guy, he only encountered them once on a mission when he was still a cadet. After which Kashmir added that perhaps Vishkal is part of the Kinzello group. It became known that he visits the state of Kurano once a week, and each time goes into a workshop with a strange name explosion is an art, and the owner of the workshop is Bubar Gaston, who is also the head of Kinzello. One thing was obvious, that they were very closely related, but Kashmir also believed that since Vishkal brings bread and food there, it could mean that Bubar's position is higher than Vishkal's. Now Jin understood why Vishkal had personally stood up for Bubar. The whole point is that they work together, although Jin always thought that Kinzello was just a bunch of extremists, and he would never have thought that an 8th-rank swordsman relied on them. Jin also wanted to know what Sir Kashmir found about the spider arm, and according to Kashmir, Alu has more secrets than he initially thought, even though the elite group of 7 colors is trying their best. But there is no mention of him before becoming the head of Tessing. It looked like someone had deliberately erased information about him, and now Jin was thinking that maybe he shouldn't have destroyed him. In any case, he thanked Kashmir for his hard work. It wasn't difficult for him, especially since the informants did the main work, but he still said that he would try to get more data on Kinzello, after which he would inform the guy about how things were going. Jin was, as always, very grateful to Kashmir and, as always, remains deeply in his debt. Kashmir was glad to help, but he still decided to say that if Jin was so grateful to him, then he would not mind if Jin played at least a little with Julia, who wanted it so much. Jin would gladly do this, but he soon has a sparring match to which he also invited Sir Kashmir, who wanted to come there himself and see how much young Master Jin has grown. The guy assured him that there would be something to see because, according to him, he had recently begun to understand something that would clearly help him in this sparring. Alicia was a little surprised when she saw her husband here and therefore wanted to know what he needed. Kashmir didn't understand why there were such strange questions, because he just came to look, especially since Jin had called him. In response, she said that he could be here. She just really didn't want him to see her defeat. Such words clearly shocked Kashmir. After all, it seemed to her that today would be the last sparring match, and she so wanted him to remember her in the future as a good opponent. Jin didn't understand why she was talking about herself as a good opponent, because he was going to remember her as a good teacher and friend. Kashmir didn't understand what they were talking about at all, because a little more than 3 months had passed. It seemed to him that Jin's victory at this stage was impossible. But looking at how Alicia was preparing for the fight, he realized that she was apparently very serious. The first sparring sessions clearly did not take place in such an atmosphere. As soon as they started the fight, Jin immediately used his summoning skill. Kashmir watched their fight closely, and from the very beginning he realized that Jin had already made incredible progress. Phoenix, at the 6th rank, mages get the opportunity to enter into contracts with assistants, but no one knows who exactly they will meet. Since magicians can only open spatial gates to the world of fire, this bird was chosen, and it is for this reason that magicians desperately want to be chosen by a special phoenix. And the rarest of them is the one that is able to summon blue flame, such as what Jin summoned, which seemed impossible. This blue phoenix was called Tess, and those magicians who managed to summon Tess became the greatest magicians of their time. And now that Jin was friends with such a comrade named Tess, he was ready to start a real fight with Alicia. She also did not stand still all this time and desperately tried to accumulate energy in her hands in order to attack him at one moment. So, as soon as she had the opportunity, she immediately rushed into battle. But Jin's phoenix didn't give her the chance to get too close to him. Alicia understood that this was 5th-tier fire magic, but what she also noticed was that the flame had a strange feature. If she touched it, her body became heavier. This makes her life much more difficult. Every time she jumps, she feels incredible pressure that literally pulls her down. Because of this, the amount of stamina she was losing would increase dramatically, so she began to realize that if she wanted to win, she needed to finish this fight as soon as possible. But for Jin, the situation actually didn't look the best, because even though he currently had the advantage of the Phoenix, he realized that with its development, he would be able to support Tess for another 3 minutes, so he also needed to go into battle quickly. The young master was confident that this time would be enough for him to finally defeat his teacher. After a few blows, Alicia received another pretty good blow to the same shoulder. But this time Jin was not going to stop and was determined to finish this fight. Alicia couldn't believe that the guy was capable of using sword magic, although upon closer inspection she realized that it was wind magic. After 3 months, Jin finally realized that Miss Alika was using different variations of movements, and they all had one thing in common. This is dominance. A woman needs to dominate her opponent no matter what, otherwise the fight will not go well for her. Therefore, Jin immediately noticed that now she was most likely trying to regain the advantage. But Jin wasn't going to give her that opportunity, and decided that it would be best to take advantage of this now to strike. At first he tried to strike with his sword, and did it one after another, but then he realized that it was time to use magic again, and so he struck with fire. Although Alicia was able to dodge this blow, it was in any case just a maneuver to distract her attention so that he could strike with his sword. She understood that if she dodged one blow, the second would catch up with her. But on the other hand, she apparently has no other choice, and she will now have to continue to defend herself from Master Jin's attacks. Alicia decided that it was time to pull herself together and start a real fight, so she gathered all her strength into a fist and was going to show who was stronger to this magician and swordsman at the same time. With this attitude, she was still able to stop his attack at one point. Moreover, she believed that she would finally be able to carry out a worthy counterattack, because it seemed to her that she had caught him in a mistake. But at some point she had to take her words back, because her opponent simply disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a shadow. She simply couldn't believe her eyes, because until that moment she was sure that it was his sword. But to her great regret, she was wrong, and she realized this when she began to feel incredibly strong pressure again. But it was too late, because Jin dealt her a strong enough blow to finally end this fight. After such a blow, the woman could not help but admit her defeat and saluted her opponent, Jean Runkandel. The first thing Jin did after that was turn to Kashmir and ask him to call Enya so that the girl could heal Alicia. Murakhan couldn't believe that Jin had managed to defeat Alika in battle, because he was still so young. Moreover, only 3 months had passed since their first sparring. But on the other hand, he didn't care who he defeated there. Now he was interested in the question, who did Jin summon in order to defeat? And when Kashmir said that Jean was able to summon Tess, even Kikantel was surprised. After the fight, Alicia and Jean talked again as friends, and the woman told the guy that she went too far when she decided to use the aura shield to win. But this ultimately became her downfall. She could not even imagine that she would ever lose twice in a row because of a blow to the back. But to be honest, according to Jin, he had planned this since their first sparring session, although it sounded rather arrogant. In any case, he did not forget to tell Alicia how much he was grateful to her, but she in turn told him that she also had fun, and he could not even imagine how proud she was of him. Their dialogue was interrupted at one point by Murakhan, who ran into the arena and started screaming like crazy. He didn't even say hello to Jean, but simply started asking him to summon Tess because he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Jin didn't really understand why he needed it, but he still fulfilled his request. As soon as Jin did this, Kikantel bowed before him and thus greeted the Master of Flame. Murakhan, unlike her, did not do this, but simply said hello and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. For such words, he received a fiery slap in the face and clearly regretted his words. Kashmir also stood there and watched all this carefully, when suddenly he felt an incredibly pleasant feeling inside himself. Murakhan didn't like the phoenix too much after the long separation, so the shadow dragon asked Jin to remove him as quickly as possible. He didn't understand why this bird was suddenly so negatively disposed towards him. But he is not here for this, but to tell Jean that this is not Tessa's real form. After all, according to him, the true form can only be seen in the Kingdom of Fire. Jin thought that this was the name of the world in which phoenixes live. After all, he actually knew about the existence of another world. But this was the first time he heard about the Kingdom of Fire. But for Murakhan, it was not surprising that the guy was hearing about it for the first time, because this name is used only by gods and dragons. It is simply more convenient to call this place, because even the gods of the highest rank do not know the real name of this place. Jin understood that if even the gods did not know about this place, then most likely this place was beyond the power of the gods, and this was the correct assumption. This was confirmed by Murakhan, and he added that even the god of flame, Sinu, could not use the flame of the Kingdom of Fire. And then he would like Jin to listen to him very carefully, because everything he is going to tell him now is very important, according to him. In the past, some gods left the Kingdom of Fire, and this also applies to dragons like him. But some gods were bothering Tess, and that day they saw her true power. An enraged Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin couldn't believe that Tess was so incredible, because he couldn't even imagine how strong a person had to be to summon this power. But Murakhan immediately answered his question and said that in fact it was impossible. According to him, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't just summon all of her power, and no matter who he was, he couldn't fully summon the power of a being from another world. As Murakhan explained, it is a kind of penalty, so the gods who come to this dimension cannot do anything, and that is why Tess cannot use her full power in this world. But to put it another way, she could burn someone like Jin alive, because Murakhan didn't understand at all how such a dangerous old woman could fight under his command immediately after being summoned. He wanted to tell the guy that they were shocked when they found out that Jin had summoned her, because she could easily burn him. Although later he immediately answered his question, because if you think about it a little, it becomes clear that she would not have chosen a guy if she wanted to burn him. After which he conveyed a message from Tess, and if Murakhan was not lying, Then she asked to tell Jin that she really likes him, and with this the Shadow Dragon sincerely congratulated Jin. For a long time, the young master could not get his head around the idea that Tess was so great. Although on the other hand, he understood that no fire would help against the son of Keliark and the dragon of the guardian of Kaduna. However, this is still good news for him, considering that when the Rungkandel and Zeepel families fight, her strength will greatly help him in that battle. In the winter of the following year, Chiron received another letter in which it was said that Jun was able to summon Tess, which was quite interesting to learn for him, although he had never cared about these phoenixes his whole life. He was more embarrassed by the fact that Kashmir wrote only 2 lines about how his fencing had improved, although the man had allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, but he still didn't want the guy to forget that he was from the Rungkandel family. Therefore, he asked Khan to tell him some information about the grandson of the Haran family, and the knight had just received some information about him a few days ago. As it turned out, this information was about an order for a space competition and the destruction of a pirate who took part in it. According to Khan, Dante Hiran is listed under a pseudonym on the list of participants, and all they know about the space competition is that it is a combat competition organized by pirates. Chiron remembered that 10 years ago, Mary took 2nd place in this tournament, and this was the young lady's first defeat. In any case, now Chiron wanted the younger one to attend this tournament as well, so he ordered Kanu to send him there. Chiron believed that there would be a lot of people there, so he would not be able to use magic and shadow energy, and would have to use only his sword to win. The leader believed that when Jin went into battle with a genius who had honed his swordsmanship, he would realize something. He wanted Jin to finally prove that he was Rungkandel, and to do this he needed to show the true power of his sword. Kashmir, after another training session with Jin, approached him with a small piece of paper and asked the guy to look at it. According to him, there was an application for participation in the space competition. Kashmir also added that this is what he recently prepared for him. And according to the information of the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Chiron from the Chiron family will take part there. Currently, this guy's grandfather is the patriarch of the Heron family, and before he became the head of the house, he was on par with Sir Chiron, and Dante Heron is his valuable grandson, whom he probably taught something. But when Kashmir looked at the genie, it seemed to him that the guy was not at all interested in finding out how strong Dante was. Instead of answering this question, Jin wanted to ask again, did he really need to participate in this? This question slightly shocked Kashmir, and he immediately began to tell the guy that he should not take this personally. It was just that the noble sword believed that he would no longer have the opportunity to cross swords with him, and he was most likely the next head of the Haran family. Jin decided to agree, since Sir Kashmir insisted so much. Mentally, at that moment, Jin understood why Shirin had asked for a personal conversation with Kashmir that day. It seemed to the boy that behind his back, his father asked the noble sword to purposefully force him to fight the grandson of the Haran family, and this could only mean one thing, that fencing remained the main priority in their family. And the guy's thoughts were interrupted at one point by Kashmir, who told the guy that he had to go out tomorrow because there was very little time left. Jin was clearly not ready for this, but Sir Kashmir was no longer going to stay with him and wanted to leave as quickly as possible, while wishing the guy a safe journey. The next day, Jin arrived at the Balau Empire and was overcome with thoughts that this was the first time he had done something on his own since his trip to Mamet, and this place was actually even more disgusting to him than Mamet. The space competition is a combat competition, but the main feature of this tournament was that you can destroy your opponent, and there are no restrictions on weapons. It was even possible to destroy or poison your opponent before the match started, and considering all this, Jin would never have thought that the grandson of the great Hiron family would participate in such a competition. Apparently, their head of the family is also a little crazy, since he made such a decision. Although, on the other hand, he understood that in reality the reason was not important, because fighting with him would really be good, and a good opportunity to evaluate his skills. Jin came first to register for the tournament, and the man at the registration desk was not friendly to say the least. The first thing he told him was that the application period was over, and the guy would be better off getting lost or falling head over heels somewhere. But Jin still politely continued to tell him that they were accepting participants until sunset today. But these words only made the man even more angry, so he yelled at the guy and told him that he was not in the mood to accept applications now. Then Jin couldn't take it anymore. He applied a little force and hit the man on the head, after which he began to get up little by little. And at that time, Jin threw him 2 gold coins and once again asked him to write them down on the list. This made the man admit that the guy was quite pushy, so he would do him a favor and sign him up. After he did this, the man handed him a paper and added that Jin was in group 13, and the guys inside would politely explain everything to him. Well, finally, he was able to wish Jin a romantic and fun time at their tournament. When the guy went inside, he handed a note to the assistant. Inside this note was written an order in which the man told him to choose a worthy opponent for this guy, and if there are none, then they should feed him to the sharks. This pirate was surprised that the youngsters were still flocking here this year. Before Jin, as it turned out, there was another guy who got into a fight with the captain at the check-in counter. It was just a pity that they were in different groups, because he would have really liked to see their fight, although he didn't rule out the possibility that they could meet him in the final. After this story, he led him to the territory of the 13th group, where the rest of the participants were. The first thing Jin noticed was that there were too few rooms. And even in those that exist, 2 or 3 people live. It's a kind of warm-up. Do they want the participants to fight in cramped rooms? At first, it clearly looked more like the Hunger Games than a fighting tournament. But his thoughts were interrupted by another participant, who did not understand what Jin was doing here. After all, it seemed obvious to him that there were already 3 people in this room, so there was no way he could fit in there. In response to this, Jin carefully placed his sword on the ground and told them that he was going to count to 3, and when he said 3, their spirits were to be gone. One of the men didn't understand what was happening, but it took him too long to understand, because Jin had already said the number 3 and now someone would clearly be in pain. A few seconds later, everyone heard a noise in the room where Jin entered. A few seconds later, the genie fulfilled his promise, and within 3 seconds, each of them got what they deserved. After which, he went out into the corridor to ask them if they wanted to stay in the room with him. But with these words, he only provoked them, and literally a second later, about 6 or even more people attacked him. It was clearly a mistake on their part, but they could be understood. No one suspected that the little guy was capable of fighting so well. All that Jin understood in such a short time spent here was that no matter how much they spit on the laws here, in any case, this place cannot compare to Mamet. And apparently he won't be able to sleep in this place. After Jin dealt with all those who wanted to show him their strength, he sat down to read a book, when suddenly one of the pirates came to visit him. Who wanted to find out from the guy, or is he accidentally planning to destroy all the warriors before the tournament starts? Jin laughed at his words, but still said that it was just a warm-up before the upcoming fight. Now the pirate understood why the captain told him to find a worthy opponent, because as it turned out, this guy was really assertive. In any case, the pirate did not forget to add that the fights of the first and second groups would soon begin, and he said this in order to notify the guy that he would later fight with one of them, so he could go and look at his future opponents. The pirate personally decided to take him there, and before leaving, he told him that waving a sword in the stands was prohibited, so he immediately asked Jin to sit still and watch. Jin was taken aback by how many people had come to see it, so he felt like no one would recognize him, although he still didn't deny that he should have spent more time on his disguise. While he was passing by the rows, they were already talking about him and referring to him in not the best words, saying that he had killed half of the guys from the 13th group, on whom they were betting. But what bothered him most was that in these rumors they were talking about the possibility that one of them was the reserve captain of the Reincarnated family. Some people didn't understand what the Reincarnated family had to do with it and why they needed tournaments like this. But these questions gave rise to new rumors that Reincarnated wanted to test her boyfriend. Moreover, they thought that it would be great if it turned out to be Jin Reincarnated, because they remember how everyone went crazy when the guy reached the 5th rank at his rather young age. Jin was surprised when he also heard the names of Tan's brothers. He was not surprised that there were rumors about him, but for them to know about his brothers, that was already problematic. So he decided that when he saw his brothers, he would put them on night watch. His thoughts and attention were drawn to the captain of the ship and, at the same time, the host of this show, who came out to the center of the arena to greet all the fans and guests of today's tournament. This captain's name was Cosmos, and he was not shy about saying directly that he had no idea that so many people would come to line his pockets. After which he decided that it was enough to listen to all this chatter, and it was time to start the battle, in which 13 groups would participate, in which there were a total of 182 martial arts masters. And right away he decided to introduce the participants of the first battle, the first of which was the main hero of the first match, who reached the round of 16 last year. That same cutie from the gang of shark pirates, Mentis. Mentis' opponent this time will be the man who is participating in their tournament for the first time, and the name of this swordsman boy is Paul Meek. People were surprised to see such a young participant in the arena, but Jin understood perfectly well who this kid could be, and what kind of madman made him participate in this. And as soon as Cosmos announced each participant, he decided to immediately announce the start of the fight. Looking at Mentis' expression, it was clear that the pirate thought he would quickly finish this kid and move on to the next round. But before he could carry out his attack, Paul Meek simply took out his sword and thereby cut off the pirate's head, and the fight could be considered over. Nobody could have expected this, so all the people in this arena sat with their mouths open for some time. Mentis' head rolled like a small ball across the arena, and every time it touched the ground, the sound cut the ears of every spectator because there was deathly silence in the arena. Jin didn't show any emotion while watching all this, but still, in his mind, he was surprised that this guy was able to decapitate Mentis using only the energy of the sword. But now he had no doubt that this little boy was that same Dante Hyron. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when he heard an incredibly familiar voice shouting in support of Paul Mika. Jin didn't want to believe until the end that it was Veridin Zippel, but apparently he would have to do it, because it was definitely him. But the most important question is just what is he doing here anyway? Veridin at this time only shouted that he would put all his money on this guy. He believed that Paul Meek was the future, and thus he attracted the attention of more and more people. Jin suspected that this guy hardly came here just to watch the fights. Most likely he was also on a mission, although for a mission he was having too much fun. In any case, Jin knew that if he was recognized, then he would be in too much trouble, so he decided to turn around and hope that he would not be noticed. How did Veridin suddenly start shouting across the arena that he recognized this guy and wanted to know what he was doing here? Dante Hyron looked at the stands and noticed his old friend Veridin Zippel. In fact, they had only met once at the Zippel family banquet, and it was quite surprising to Dante that he would so openly support him in such an unfamiliar place. But still, he was incredibly pleased to watch this, and he decided to wave to Veridin as well. Jin, sitting between the two guys, could only hope that they wouldn't notice him. Their greeting was interrupted by Captain Cosmos, who wanted to give a few words to their first winner before the start of the next match. Dante didn't really think about what to say, so he decided to start by saying that he was incredibly happy that there was one less villain in the world. And he will also hope that in the next life, this person will not become a pirate. These words made the captain laugh so much that he could hardly say that children definitely shouldn't become pirates. Jin watched the matches that followed closely, but no one interested him except Paul Meek. Therefore, he was sure that Paul Min was Dante Hyron, and he looked really young, but his skill was the only explanation for this relationship with Hyron. But looking at how easily he dealt with his enemy, Jin began to have doubts about whether he would be able to defeat this guy or not. He understood that this was certainly possible if he used magic and shadow energy, but unfortunately in this tournament, he only had access to the mastery of his sword, which was clearly not enough to defeat such a strong opponent. But he still decided to forget about it for now, because they said that tomorrow the matches of several groups will end, and this means that there are 4 days left until his match, so he still has time to think about his actions. In the meantime, he still had to survive a few more nights in this world. The elder told the boy that he had not given him this pendant for him to play with, since the deputy head could only use this item in case of emergency, so he asked him to do everything possible not to lose it. The guy decided to immediately ask him for forgiveness for this. According to him, he just liked this thing. He also added that he thought it would be better if he took him with him, but on the other hand, he very much doubted that the elder had called him only for this reason. But the guy clearly didn't expect that they would start talking about the annual martial arts tournament called the Space Horizontal Bar. The guy pretended that he didn't understand what the elder was talking about. although his words about not knowing about any tournament that the pirates held every year made the elder understand where he disappeared to every year at this time. In any case, he called the guy over to talk about Dante Hairan, the temporary head of the Hairan family who attended last year's banquet, participating this year. That's why he wanted to ask the guy to go there in order to evaluate his future opponent. The old man wanted the guy to take advantage of this chance to see him personally. That's what Veradine was told to do. That's why he's here. That's why he was given a little pocket money, so he didn't worry about it. But the main problem was that after Dante's match, there was no more interesting match. Veradine understood that he had already seen what he needed, but otherwise, it was incredibly boring. He tried to find at least one interesting fighter on the schedule whose fight he could go to, but so far this effort had been unsuccessful. And he had this feeling until he saw the name Jean Grey, and now Veradine realized that apparently the guy didn't just come to watch the fights. He had an idea in his head of why he was here. So from his expression, it was clear that he would stay here for a couple more days to watch the confrontation between Jin and Dante. Jin, meanwhile, returned to his room thinking that there were only 147 surviving participants and 35 died. 5 of them died in duels, and the rest outside the arena. All this data made him understand that he would soon be attacked by members of another group, and because of this there would not even be time to rest, because Jin understood that anything could happen if he decided to sleep. He was thinking about how when he was a cadet, he also didn't have enough time to sleep. But this was the first time he hadn't slept for 4 days in a row, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some noise. Jin immediately noticed that someone was approaching, but what was even stranger to him was that they weren't even hiding it. Were these guys really that confident in themselves? But when he saw who came to him, the guy was slightly surprised and stood motionless for a while. It was Dante who first said that he was very sorry that their meeting was going this way, but he asked for a little time from Jean so that they could talk. He wanted to offer Jean a deal in which the guy would stand guard while Dante slept, and then they would switch roles, so he thought they could rest. Jin didn't understand why he came to him so abruptly, but Dante interrupted him and said that in fact he had been watching him since yesterday, and that's why it seemed to him that Jin was a real martial arts master. But before he could ask Jean for this favor again, Dante simply fell unconscious to the floor. Jin didn't understand what was going on here at all. It was strange for him to realize the fact that Dante hadn't been trained in endurance without sleep. But then he felt a strong smell of blood and realized that apparently the guy was simply attacked by many fighters, which is why he was not feeling his best. Besides, he realized that he was still being pursued, and when Jin came out of his room, he saw that he was absolutely right. Without thinking twice, Jin struck one of them and added that if they continued to attack them, everyone here would die. After which he said that he was very surprised that they were not aware of the rumors that everyone who entered this room left it already dead. Suddenly one of them shouted that he knew the guy. He called him Jean Grey, and as far as he knew, he destroyed everyone who was with him in the group. After which he asked Jean to calm down, because in fact, they didn't come here for him. They only wanted to take Paul Meek, and if he gave him to them, then they would simply leave here. And before he could finish speaking, a crossbow was fired at Jin. But this was their main mistake that they made, because he was able to catch this arrow and, moreover, he found poison on it. Jin told them that they must be incredible monsters to have gone so far just to destroy a child. But now they have to deal with another problem, and this problem for them will be Jin himself. Dante woke up from fear and from not understanding what was happening. In front of him he saw Jin, who was simply standing and watching Dante sleep. Their silence was broken by Jean, who told Dante that the guys who were chasing him were subordinates of a pirate named Cyclops Joe. He also didn't forget to add that the last of them said this before his death, and according to Jin, they wanted to kidnap a guy from the Reincarnated family for ransom. The first thing Dante did was thank Jean for saving him, because they were complete strangers, but he still did it. It seemed to him that it was very noble on his part. After which he found it funny that someone could think that he was one of the Run Candles, because it seemed to him that he did not at all resemble one of these monsters. But then he decided to tell his savior that they were apparently hunting him because he really was from a noble family, even though he was not Run Candle. Although he could only say that he was from the noble Bement family, he could not say more, and Jin understood him perfectly. After which he thanked him again for his understanding, and now, according to him, he owes his life to Jin. and now he assured his savior that if he were in danger, then regardless of the situation, he would try to save him, even at the cost of his own life. Jin didn't even let him finish before telling him that Dante could do whatever he wanted, but now he just needed to take care of him while Jin got some sleep too. He also asked him to wake him up before the start of the match of the 13th group. Dante looked at Jin carefully while he slept, and kept thinking that this guy seemed too cold towards him, although he had recently fought for him. But considering all this, Dante decided that he actually had a great friend. The next day, the battle between the fighters of different groups continued, and again the fight began with Paul Mika, who again managed to defeat his opponent with just one blow. On the other side, a new strong participant appeared, whose name was Jean Grey, who also destroyed his opponents with just one blow. Jean Grey quickly gained recognition from all the spectators of this tournament, and thus quickly became a favorite of the public. Some of them even started talking about how he was probably stronger than Paul Meek, although they thought that Paul Meek was the reserve captain of the Reincarnated family. The other participants were not at all happy with the fact that this year's finalists were a couple of kids, and for the same reason, it was not fun at all because of these brats. How come their conversation was suddenly interrupted by another guy who couldn't believe that they were going to continue to stand by and do nothing? The big guy understood that they were strong, but he decided to remind them that there were only two of them, and if they gathered all the guys before the start of the group matches, then they would be able to destroy them and forget about their existence. But his fiery speech was interrupted by another pirate, who asked him to stop talking complete nonsense. He was going to remind them that Jean Grey was already being called the god of martial arts here, and they clearly couldn't handle him. Moreover, he did not forget to add that they were using the same room, and given this fact, he was sure that they would hardly be able to do this. But he noted that he was stopping them only because they were quite popular, and it seemed to him that it would be a problem if they died before the battles began. After listening to this pirate, they decided that it would really be better if they just left, because no one wants to die in this place. And besides, they don't have any battles with these guys on their program. All this was heard by Cosmos's assistant, who immediately told everything to Cosmos, who could not believe that these guys were capable of doing this and essentially putting up a fake winner, because in that case, he understood that then the tournament would become uninteresting and boring for the spectators. He decided that the best thing to do in this case would be to get rid of the tournament program and arrange everything in such a way that Jean Grey and Paul Meek would get to the final. Space decided that all those decent fighters who talk so much will only become victims of those two kids. He also ordered that the betting rating be increased as much as possible, and so much so that they would not be able to sleep unless they bet on the fight. Veridine was present at every fight of one of the guys and noticed that one of them shines like a blinding supernova from the first match, and the other exudes the smell of blood from the beginning of the tournament, like a true god. Therefore, with each passing second, he became more and more interested in who would win in this case. One of the warriors who was with Veridine at that time believed that Paul Meek would win this confrontation, and therefore he became interested in finding out, or did Veridine bet on the guy? But as it turned out, Veridine changed his mind at the last moment and bet 10,000 gold coins on Jean Grey. He surprised his people with this decision, because they understood that the odds on Jin were now 3, and even if he won, the pirates would hardly pay such a huge amount of money. Although Veridine believed that Cosmos was a fairly well-known pirate and had several islands that could be sold, and he could be paid. Meanwhile, Cosmos came out to the center of the arena and shouted to apologize to the audience for making them wait so long, and he, as the Pirate King, was happy to announce the beginning of the final battle. But they weren't too happy to see him, and so they started throwing everything they had at hand at him and shouting for him to quickly bring the participants into the arena and start the fight. They also wanted to see Jean Grey as soon as possible, because for them he became a new idol for whom they root. He decided to skip the long introduction and call them into the arena, and a few seconds later, Paul Meek appeared in the arena. And behind him is his opponent, the gloomy swordsman from the 13th group, Jean Grey. Veridine clearly stood out from the crowd with his shouts that he had bet on Jin, and therefore wanted him to go only forward, although Jin himself did not understand where he was constantly sending him. And as soon as the guys came out and stood one in front of the other, Cosmos decided that there was no need to wait, and they could start the fight right now. A few seconds later, the fight was officially underway and was expected to be the hottest fight yet. Jin didn't have time to focus on his opponent before Dante attacked him, and he had to immediately block his attack. This fight was different from all the ones they had in this tournament. Here, one attack was clearly not enough to win. Dante immediately noted that he guessed that his little trick wouldn't work on Jin, and that he would have to do something more than just one blow. Jin didn't expect Dante to take the fight so seriously, because looking at his sword, he was literally spewing energy, which clearly increased his strength. Jin decided that he shouldn't be left behind either, so he also used his energy and asked Dante to show everything he could do. They collided, and it became clear that the fight would be very interesting and exciting. Dante launched one attack after another, and so did Jin. Their lightning-fast attacks could not be seen even by the most attentive spectators. This fight was too intense for most. But after some time of this fight, Jin realized that Dante's first strike was at maximum speed, but now he controls his power and accelerates only when there is a need for it. Then Jin realized that there was really only one solution to this problem, and that was for the guy to match his pace. The spectators would never have thought that they could see such a fight in such a hole, so they tried to enjoy every second of this fight. Veridin also did not miss the opportunity to enjoy this fight. Besides, he thought that after this, no one would be able to call this fight childish. Even in such a close fight, Dante managed to talk and even give advice to Jin. He told his opponent that if he had an ace up his sleeve, it was better to use it now, because he was already going to finish this fight with the help of his incredible speed. But apparently he still underestimates his opponent, and Jin is clearly not one of those pirates he fought before. However, Dante was still a pretty strong opponent, who was able to seriously injure Jin despite him trying to block every attack. But even after he managed to do this, Dante thought about the fact that he clearly wouldn't be able to simply destroy Jin. After all, his strong point was his swordsmanship and the blessed body that made it possible, so he had the feeling that Jin was stalling for time on purpose, using his amazing abilities. But thinking about this, Dante became even more interested in finding out who his opponent really was. All these thoughts at one moment forced Dante to retreat at one moment and not to launch another attack. Veridin did not quite understand this act. What happened? As it turned out, Dante realized that if he had just thrown his punch, he would have encountered something completely different. Jin also realized at that moment that for a moment he almost released his power because he was hit hard. In any case, he was glad that it was finally his turn to go on the attack. Dante immediately felt that his opponent's attacks had become incredibly stronger, and it was very difficult to repel them. He understood that this was not just a blow, because each of his attacks was as strong as the first, without a single miss. Dante realized that he was now in a very bad situation, and he needed to give it his all from the very beginning. But apparently he realized this too late, and now he had the understanding that he had lost his only chance to destroy this guy. Suddenly, Jin stopped to tell Dante not to be so arrogant, because in reality there was no one to show off in front of, and he also advised Dante to remember who he was currently fighting. He asked Dante not to make this confrontation a complete disgrace. Dante agreed with Jin with a smile, saying that he had indeed behaved unworthily, but now he had realized his mistakes and was ready to start all over again. A few seconds later they clashed again in battle, but now it was real, the way it should have been from the very beginning. Jin only blocked Dante's attacks for a while, and he did this in order to try to find an approach to this guy. And at one point he also went on the attack, but his attacks were clearly much more serious. No matter how hard Dante tried to fight off these counterattacks at that moment and try to strike his own blow, he did not succeed, and each time he failed. Eventually this led to Jin finally finding the moment and being able to land a strong enough blow to Dante's body, which could be the beginning of the end of this fight. Although Jin still didn't understand how Dante was still holding on, because it seemed to him that by this time he would have already reached the limit of his endurance, but he still continued this fight. Dante Heran is a genius that appears once in a century. He is incredibly lucky, because it is literally a gift from above. However, his naturally weak body and stamina were ill-suited to such talent. And considering everything that Jin had to go through because of his curse, the young master of the Reincarnated family understood Dante very well. They were kind of brothers by chance. Jin assured himself that he understood that Dante was the man who endured the darkness and loneliness. He saw not an enemy in front of him, but a guy who was shouting that his body was weak and skinny. Jin saw how he drove himself to death just to achieve what he has now. Dante thought that before him was Jean Reincarnated, the 13th son, who from birth had everything, a blessed body, incomparable talent, everything that was possible. But now Dante clearly sees how tension emanates from him. He didn't understand why his opponent was in such a state. He could only assume that it was some kind of anger because he was so weak, or maybe he was simply excluded from the list of inheritance. But still, Dante at one point realized that in fact this was not the reason, because he was trying to become the best, which is why his whole body was filled with tension. Besides, he understood that he was most likely able to endure all this, having gone through an incredibly huge number of defeats, despair, and pain. That was the only thing that was noticeable in his eyes. But even after that, he still got up and continued the fight. Jin and Dante's thoughts were interrupted when they both noticed that Dante's body was literally crumbling into small pieces, most likely due to the enormous pressure on his body. But Jin understood perfectly well that if he laid down his sword in front of him, it would most likely be an insult to him. So he asked Dante for forgiveness through the pain, and with this thought he struck him. But this blow was not directed at the guy, but a little to the side. Jin could only hope that Dante would understand him. The guy lost too much strength and fell down without realizing it, saying at the end that it was pretty funny. Jin immediately ordered to call a doctor to the arena who would help Dante. But suddenly he heard a voice behind him telling him not to worry. It was Veridin who promised Jin that he would definitely save Dante, although he didn't think that everything would be so serious. Jin couldn't believe his eyes, and Veridin continued to do his healing work and just told him to watch as he saved this guy's life. Although mentally even Veridin understood that it was already too late, because this was not the kind of damage that could be healed with magic. Not only his bones, but also his insides were badly damaged. Also, his aura is tearing his body apart, so in this case, magic will only increase the pain. With all this in mind, Veridin realized that they really only had one option left, but before using it, he asked Jean to listen to him carefully, because what he would do now should remain only between them. His men immediately ran up to Veridin, saying that they couldn't use things like that in places like that, but Veridin immediately shut them up and told them to just help. Their help consisted of hiding the three of them from all spectators. As soon as the cloak was torn apart, Cosmos immediately saw the coat of arms of the Zippel family, and he clearly did not fully understand why they were here. It seemed to him that perhaps they came here in order to destroy Paul Mika, having learned that he was Reincarnated. In any case, whatever it was, he understood that he was most likely finished, so he decided to somehow fix his situation and began to shout to everyone that they should close their eyes and ears. The audience and the pirates understood that it was better to listen to him, because otherwise everything would clearly be bad. Veridin was glad that the chief pirate had a good sense of his own safety. Jin wanted to know what Veridin was going to do, and he told Jin without much hesitation that his family had given him this pendant some time ago. There was numerous blood in it, if Jin knew what he was talking about. Numerous. All that is known about him is rumors that he is the god of hope, who disappeared due to some incident before the founding of the sacred state of Wankel. Numerous disappeared, leaving behind 8 drops of tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears revived the dead, and the blood healed any wounds and illnesses in the blink of an eye. At that time, many were very interested in the miraculous properties of these artifacts, but only such strong people as Zippel could find and get them. Jin couldn't believe that Veridin was actually willing to sacrifice such a rare material for Dante, but according to Veridin, this is the very reason he wants to keep everything a secret. But he didn't fully understand why Veridin was doing this, because the relationship between Zippel and the Harans was far from good. Suddenly, Veridin interrupted his thoughts and said that losing a good opponent is as sad as losing a best friend. Just 1 drop of blood entered Dante's body, and his body glowed with a bright light that gave hope. And after a few seconds, he opened his eyes and even started talking. He didn't understand what was going on here at all, and why Veridin Zippel was standing over him, and Jin was just shocked that Numerous's blood instantly healed Dante, who was on the verge of death. Their thoughts were interrupted by Veridin, who laughingly reminded them that Numerous's blood was incredibly expensive. Hearing these words, Jin thought that he was from the Zippel family, and after such an act, he could demand unimaginable things. And as soon as Jin thought about this, Veridin approached him, according to whom he was ready to express his wish, and he wanted Jin to join him in the bar after all this, where they would have a drink. Jin expected to hear anything, but clearly not such nonsense, so his body froze. But that wasn't all. Veridin also asked the guy the next time they saw each other, not to pretend that they didn't know each other. All these requests made Jin laugh loudly. Jin always thought that Veridin was just the idiot in his family, but it turned out that he was a pretty cool idiot. So he told Veridin that he would definitely think about his requests. When they met in the evening for a glass of beer, Veridin was surprised that Jin could be so impudent, because when he was told that he could only choose one prize, he showed incredible impudence and took both prizes. Jin thought it wasn't fair that he almost died there, and they only allowed him to take one award, and it wasn't big enough to spare. After which the young master said that in fact he did not really need these coins, so he decided that it would be better if he gave these coins to Dante. He immediately said that he did not mean that the Herons did not have money. He just wanted to make it clear to Dante that he fought with dignity, and this upset Veridin a little, because he believed that he also deserved a reward. The genie did not listen to him and opened the chest, in which he found a treasure map, which is the stuff of legends. And he decided to give Veridin the very chest in which this map was, even though it was an empty box. Jin also wanted to ask Dante one more question, in which he was interested to know why he did not use his secret techniques, because it seemed to Jin that he asked him to give it his all. In response to this question, Dante said that he did not know what Jin was hiding, but it seemed to him that hearing something like this from a person who himself was not telling the whole truth was quite offensive. Jin could only note that he had excellent intuition, although he did it mentally, and he told Dante that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. After which, Dante said that if Jin thought the fight was unfair, he was always ready to fight again and not hide anything. Veridin completely agreed with him, believing that one day the three of them would lead their families, and then they would have to meet again in battle, and he was actually looking forward to that day. After which, he immediately said that he thought it would be better if they established friendly relations. Jin responded to this by saying that while listening to Veridin, it seemed to him that the next head of the Zippel family would be very weak. But Veridin assured him that he just had that way of speaking, and if he got angry, the conversation would be short. But now he thought that it didn't matter, and told them to immediately raise their glasses. Although each of them understood perfectly well that even if they were now sitting together and drinking, someday they would inevitably bare their swords and become enemies again. But now they were friends. What a contradictory relationship. After some time of their gatherings, Dante heard many stories, but one of them clearly surprised him the most. It seemed to him that whoever it was, he was clearly not okay. Veridin completely agreed with him and could not help but add that because of what his uncle did, the family's authority had fallen. He also added to Jin that he had nothing of the sort, and that he generally believed that these were just rumors that Reincarnated was involved in this. Jin didn't take any of this personally. He was just curious to know what Veridin was going to do with this impersonator, and according to Zippel, he needed to be caught anyway, so he was thinking of entrusting this task to special class wizards. Jin thought that this was not a good idea. He himself would use these rumors to improve public opinion. However, he also told Veridin that if he said that he was looking for a Zippel impersonator in Zippel land, it would only make everyone laugh at him and thus put him at a disadvantage. He was leading to the fact that there was clearly no need to rush this matter, and listening to this, Veridin realized that in fact this sounded quite logical, and he should clearly return home to discuss this issue. After discussing this issue, Jin suddenly stood up from his seat and said that it would be better to end their conversation here. He thought there was no point in staying here any longer, because unlike them, he still had a lot of things to do, and Veridin immediately wanted to know if these things were related to the duties of a reserve captain. Jin didn't lie or make anything up, but simply said that Veridin was thinking correctly. In response to this, Veridin told him that then they would see each other again as friends. Immediately after this tournament, Kashmir sent a report to Chiron Reincarnated, in which he informed the head of Reincarnated that Jin had defeated Dante Heron in the Cosmos arena. But even after this, Chiron still had the feeling that he was clearly being led by the nose somewhere. But on the other hand, he understood that it was not so important now, because Jin was still able to defeat Heron's grandson. Moreover, he was able to reach the 6th rank by this time. After which he asked Can to tell Kashmir that he would like to have a glass of beer with the noble sword. Kashmir, sitting near the fireplace, suddenly felt an incredibly strong cold, which was strange for Jin. In any case, the noble sword asked Jin to continue telling his story, since he had interrupted him mid-sentence. Jin felt a little awkward showing it, but he still wanted to show the map to Kashmir because he thought the man might know something about it. But as soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately said that in fact he was seeing it for the first time. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Julia, who saw a treasure map in her father's hands which greatly interested her. But these were clearly not just games for Julia, because she glanced at this map for just a second and noticed a rather important detail. She believed that this map could help them find something incredibly important that all people had been looking for a long time, but she was so sad to realize this. The girl was so sad that she even fell to the floor and started screaming. Murakami immediately intervened to say that her gift was extending beyond her body, and they needed to immediately summon her guardian dragon to calm her down. Latri was already in the room where Julia was a moment later and was ready to calm her down. Murakami explained that everything went wrong when she saw something, so he told Latri that he had to do everything to help her come to her senses. Latri tried to calm her down with words and told her that he was next to her, and she should take a deep breath and calm down. At this noise, Alicia also ran into this room to find out what happened and why Julia was crying. Latri immediately interrupted them and asked them to be a little quieter because he had just managed to calm her down and she had finally fallen asleep. Murakami immediately praised the guy, telling him that he was a great guy, and Latri responded by saying that because of this whole story he never said hello properly. The Shadow Dragon didn't give a damn about it. He asked the guy to better tell what Julia saw. According to Latri, she saw the past, and he also added that if contractor Asmilla sees the past, then there was malice and obsession there. He said that this happens as soon as you see an object or place surrounded by a dark aura, and if they were even a little late, it would be too late, and everything would end up just terribly. So considering all this, Latri wanted to know what kind of place this was. The inhabitants of this land believe only in their own gods, having refused the contract with other civilizations, but thanks to this they lived, maintaining peace, until they came. The people who suddenly appeared were magicians who said they wanted to get to know the local culture, but they were looking for something in the ground and also demanded the impossible. And one day one of them killed a local resident's child, and from that moment, when they had nothing to hide, they began to threaten the settlers with death and ordered them to bring something. According to Latri, the magicians were looking for a sacred object that was revered by their people. Jean asked Mr. Latri to try to draw this object, if he remembered what it looked like. Latri thought that it looked like an ordinary silver mirror, but it emitted light. What Latri drew looked like a mirror to Jean, and this led him to the thought that he seemed to understand what this object was. Source: before Jin returned to the past, there was one brave journalist who told about this artifact and revealed the atrocities of Zippel to the world. To find him, Zippel searched for Kollel and exploited its locals. He also confirmed what was done to the people there. The ancient land of Kollel and Zippel is the magicians. Then logically Jin came to the conclusion that this map shows where that very artifact is hidden. The man finished his next drink of alcohol and said that at this rate he could get used to it. Although the place where he was incredibly quiet, the taste of the alcohol was amazing. Murakami noticed that Jin had a rather mysterious face, so he thought that the guy had some thoughts about this. Jin knew he couldn't pretend he knew anything, so he decided to say he just didn't like it. And first of all, he turned to Sir Kashmir and Alicia to ask for forgiveness for the fact that Julia had to go through all this because of him. But Kashmir immediately said that it was not Jin's fault, because if a person is a contractor, then sooner or later he will have to go through this, so he was prepared for this to happen to the girl sooner or later. Latri intervened in this dialogue to say that there was no point in Kashmir worrying, because he would always be next to Julia. No matter what happened, he promised that he would protect Julia. Kashmir told him that now they knew that the map was not an ordinary object, and first they needed to find someone who could translate the writing on the map, so he told Jin to leave it to them. The guy was glad that they themselves offered him this option, because he understood perfectly well that it would clearly not be easy to do. The people of Kollel were almost completely wiped out by Zippel hundreds of years ago, and the survivors were imprisoned in the fortress, so he began to have doubts about whether they would be able to reach the mirror before Zippel. 2 weeks later, a drunk man was walking down the street, singing very loudly. His condition did not allow him to stay on his feet all the time, and at one point, he finally fell. And when he opened his eyes, he saw in front of him the legs of another person, who told him that the guy had been pretty battered by life. It was Jin who asked him a question in which he was interested in knowing what to do when the interlocutor is in such a position. The man wanted to ask the guy who he was, but Jin interrupted him because he thought it was completely unimportant. The main thing he should know was that he was the man who had a lot of alcohol left. After some time, this man believed that this guy was just an angel savior, since he brought him food and alcohol, but Jin assured him that he just loves to help people. After which, Jin decided to say that the man's skin color was very striking, and the man was not at all surprised by this, as it turned out. Their tribe is like that and they often hear such words. He also added that in reality their homeland is quite far from here, and that is all he can say, because it actually makes him very sad. The genie, hearing this, decided to take out of his pocket something that he had brought from distant lands. He took out a card and showed it to the man, after which he said that he did not quite understand what was written there, and would like the man to tell him, if he of course understood what was being discussed here. The man's expression immediately changed, and he quickly came to his senses, because he saw what kind of sign was there, and therefore he began to understand who they were. At that moment, Moroccan and Latri approached Jin and the man, which frightened him even more. The man realized that this bastard knew that the man was from Colin, and therefore it became even more interesting to find out who Jin even is. In response to this, Jin said that he was a freeloader in the house of Tikan's protector, Captain Alicia, and those with black and green hair were dragons. Murakhan was shocked when he heard about this, because he sincerely did not understand how Jin could just tell him about this. Jin didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it seemed to the guy that they should fill this man in on the situation, but Murakhan still thought that there was no need to say everything so directly, and that he needed to be a little careful. The young master still thought that nothing bad would happen, and while they were discussing this, the man suddenly realized that they were not Zipel. And when he realized this, he immediately wanted to know why they found it, and Jin told him that in fact this map came to them by accident, after which he decided to introduce his allies in more detail, and he started with a little boy who was the dragon Azmila, and thanks to him, they were able to see the pain hidden in this card. Violence against people who looked like this man, so Jin told him that they looked everywhere for people who would know something about this map, but found no one. However, in Tikana they found a man and it was truly an accident. But the man was still sure that chance was far from chance. And now the man was not afraid of them at all. Moreover, he asked the boys to follow him, because he thought that it would be good if they met his sister. As soon as they entered the room he led them into, they saw a girl with a bandage on her face, who, as it turned out, was already waiting for them. A man from the street came closer to her, leaned over and said that he had brought guests without her permission, and therefore asked for forgiveness for this. But she assured him that in fact he had no need to ask for forgiveness. Murakhan felt like something was clearly wrong here, because he didn't understand why this girl was saying that she was waiting for them. At that moment, Jin wondered whether he should call this girl a saint, because the energy he felt was not coming from this place, but from this woman. It seemed to him that she belonged to one of the most noble families of Cologne or was chosen. But suddenly, she interrupted his thoughts when she called Jin a swordsman who was chosen to be a swordsman from birth. But even with this, she did not cease to amaze him, because she said that he came with the last dragon of the Shadow Clan, and next to him stood the dragon guardian of the precious child Azmila. After which she asked Jin not to be surprised, because according to her, this was just a little trick, although Jin had already entered this state of surprise, and could only think that this aura was unfamiliar to him. And given everything she had just told him, he could only assume that she might be a goddess. Laosa, that was the name of this girl, answered him that in fact she was not a goddess at all, but simply a vessel used by a divine being. In addition, she noted the fact that if she were a goddess, she would definitely not have hidden for so long. Having lost her native lands, listening to all this, Murakhan came to the conclusion that she must be a vessel for the ancient god. He also noticed that she had simply amazing insight, although it seemed to him that sooner or later this power would also fade away. In response to his words, she could only say that the black dragon hurts quite painfully right to the heart, but she still hears about the ancient god of Colon for the first time. Murakami was not going to do this, because he believed that even if he told her, she still would not believe him. Then Laura asked him to show her the map again. While Jin was doing this, he decided to ask the girl what it meant, since he was showing it to her. She started saying strange things in response, something like, to the person who got Colin's heart and is reading this now, "Don't turn away from us. Come again and shout for us, because they can't. They just continue to live, and God gave them a difficult mission, but did not send them the strength to fulfill it, and it is so bitter." After reading this card, Laura added that this card was drawn by her deceased grandfather. She also added that initially she had two destinies, and Laura was very glad that this map did not fall into the hands of Zippel, but found a reliable owner in the person of Jean Runkandel. Thus it seemed to her that the prayers of the inhabitants of Colon were heard. And in that case, she would like to offer the guys a deal. Murakami could not stand it, and answered them rather rudely, saying that now, when they had lost almost all their strength, it seemed to him that it would be better to simply ask for help instead of a deal. Anyway, the Shadow Dragon told them that they would definitely be heading to Colin. Laura, at that moment, thought that they should be honest with her and say that they want to help, and all because she didn't believe that they were going to help her just out of pity or compassion. After which she said that she was almost certain that he had not heard Soldred's voice for a long time, which Jean clearly did not expect to hear. Looking at his expression, Laura guessed that in that case, she could only offer one thing as a reward. She wanted to say that by using all her remaining divine power, she could summon his god, Soldred. Hearing this proposal, Murakami wanted to know from the guy what he would do, and Jin, without thinking for long, told him that he would start preparing to leave for Colin any minute now. But he immediately told Laura that he could not guarantee that he would save them all, but she said with a smile that this would be enough. She also wanted to tell him about the situation in Colon. She believed that this information would be useful to them. When Murakami and Kashmir approached Colin, they were met by an ominous sign, which screamed with all its appearance that they were not allowed to enter here. It seemed to Kashmir that they first needed to send a reconnaissance detachment here, but Murakami thought that this was complete nonsense, because it would not change the fact that this was a closed zone. At that moment, Jin was thinking that before his rebirth, the entrance here was not closed, and therefore it seemed to him that his appearance changed everything. He also understood that, in theory, the horrors of this place should have been revealed only after 11 years, and now it was unlikely to happen. Besides, he did not forget that they had no other choice, and his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who wanted to know from Jin what they would do next. But without waiting for an answer, Sir Kashmir began to say that, as they said, if this place was intended for magical tests, they could enter. But now the situation is completely different. Although apparently no one even listened to him, because Murakami and Jin entered the territory of Colon without any doubts, and continued to move around it, not taking into account that Kashmir told them not to do this. As they walked, Jin noticed something rather strange, that there was only one sign, no security or protective magic. He always thought that the Zippel family could be so careless here. Was that really true? Kashmir understood what Jin was leading to, and he didn't want to believe that they had already found the artifact. So this territory simply became uninteresting to them? Jin assumed that they simply gave up because they hadn't been able to find anything for hundreds of years. And Murakami agreed with the guy. He believed that this territory had become a small resort area for them. But suddenly, he interrupted his speech and asked the boys to look around carefully. Murakami clearly felt a very strange energy behind him, but when they looked closer, they saw local residents there. But that was not all. In the center of this mess sat a man who had silver hair, and judging by the fact that he was drinking in broad daylight, Jin realized that it was Muron Zippel. This guy was also known as the Madman from the Tower of Magicians, and instead of becoming famous as the sixth son of Keliark, he was remembered by everyone as a mad magician because of his eccentric behavior. But what surprised Jin the most was that he was a purebred Zippel, but there were no guards nearby at all, and Kashmir said that he was the master of the 7th magic tower of Zippel, and he was also an 8-star magician who had many items with him, so Kashmir thought that he was a pretty confident magician. Murakami, hearing this, concluded that as soon as they destroy him, all that remains is to simply free everyone. But Jin left Murakami. saying that everything would clearly not be so simple, because their opponent was at least a purebred Zippel, and given the destruction of Andre, they could clearly have problems. So Jin believed that they needed a reason to destroy him so that Zippel could not respond. And before Jin could finish speaking, suddenly an unknown man appeared from the bushes, and it was obvious that he was very scared. He didn't notice the guys, but Jin and company saw him perfectly well, so there were no particular problems in approaching him from behind and quietly asking who he was. In a trembling voice, the man said that his name was Dino Yaglin and he was a journalist. Jin was stunned because he realized that this was the same journalist who told him about Colin in his past life. But what's even more amazing is that it only happened 10 years later, and Jin couldn't believe that he had been working alone all this time. Besides, he looked no more than 20 years old and he was so thin, and even considering all this, he still started fighting with the Zippel family? Jin was amazed by the guy's courage, but still didn't show it, so he decided to check with the journalist, or did he accidentally come here for a sensation? Dino was not one of those timid guys, although at first glance it was impossible to tell, so first he would like to find out from them where they came from. Jin, in response to this, assured him that there was no need to worry. He could think that they were just passing by, and went into this place just to look at him. He also added that his friend from these places asked him to do something, but since he is a journalist, Jin assumed that they actually have the same goal. Dino suddenly raised his voice because he couldn't believe that Jin and his friends didn't know anything about the situation in Cologne. Murakhan didn't understand why they couldn't just tell him everything, but Kashmir immediately stopped him and said that they needed this man. The Shadow Dragon didn't understand why they needed him, and Kashmir suggested that most likely he wanted to tell the world the truth about this place, and young Master Jin could use him as an excuse. After all, given the fact that this man is a journalist, we can say with certainty that he has already collected enough information that could be useful to them. And while Kashmir was telling all this to Murakhan, the man at that moment took out a book with his notes and asked Jin to look at them. While Jin was watching all these recordings, he was telling Dino that he was a rather fearless person, because everyone knew very well what would happen to him if Zippel saw this. But the journalist unexpectedly assured him that everything was fine, because he had already become close to Muron, since he had been drinking for several days, and when the journalist talked to him, he realized that this Zippel was clearly not the type to be constantly on guard. Dino also added that he would hardly use them to interrogate him, since it would be easier for him to torture him to the point of destruction. Jin gave him his book back, after which he decided to ask Dino for one request. Meanwhile, Muron was finishing an unknown bottle of alcohol and complaining that his elders had sent him to this place just because of one joke. He spoke all these thoughts out loud, and at one point he wanted to hit his slave, who was cleaning up after him, because it seemed to him that the man clearly did not agree with him. When suddenly he was interrupted by Dino, who came to Zippel to ask him if he was tired of drinking alone. Dino was carrying a huge bottle of alcohol, and Muron was clearly happy to see his favorite drinking buddy. Moreover, Muron first of all told him that he thought that he would die here because of boredom, because he didn't even have the opportunity to talk to anyone. But then he suddenly changed his mind, because he saw that today Dino did not come alone, but brought several guests with him, who, according to the journalist, were travelers, and he brought them because he thought that Moran would like them. Although he then began to apologize to Muron, because he thought that he should have asked him first. But Zippel assured the guy that everything was fine and there was no point in worrying about it. He would have been better off hearing from Dino where he met them. According to Dino, he met them in the kingdom of Phelan, while he was collecting medicinal herbs, after which he asked the guys to introduce themselves, and the first to do so was Jin, who first of all said that it was a great honor for him to meet him. From the look on Moran's face, he liked how Jin called him Sir Moran. Jin knew a little more about Muron because when they were drinking with Veridin, he told the guys that compared to Muron, the deceased Uncle Andre was not so bad. When Veridin thinks about what he did, he just gets sick, and therefore he did not understand what the elders were thinking when they appointed him the master of the magic tower. Dante was surprised that Veridin spoke like that about a man who was his brother. But Veridin didn't even think for a second when he called Muron a monster from the very depths of the abyss, and such a bright soul as Dante cannot imagine how disgusting this man is. Anyway, he told Jin that in the future, Zippel will not be able to avoid a clash with Rungkandel, so he asked him not to get involved with Muran under any circumstances. Even if it happens by accident, the best option in this case would be to escape. The first thing Muran did when he saw Jin was ask the guy to tell him a few interesting stories about the adventures that happened to them during their travels. Jin answered him with a smile that they, as Dino said, had experienced a lot of interesting things, so they had several stories. Muran heard this and said that they had worked quite well, but Jin couldn't help but point out that they would not be able to compare to the great and honorable Mr. Zippel in any case. After that, Muran turned to Dino and said that they met the guy about 2 weeks ago, and since then he was interested in finding out who the guy was. Or rather, he was curious to know how some reporter could so fearlessly penetrate the forbidden zone of Zippel. Dino didn't expect to hear such words, so he immediately decided to ask him for forgiveness, but Muran said that in fact he didn't blame him for anything. He was just a little worried, that's all. But he still wanted to know why the hell Dino needed to ask the locals? Jin and Moroccan visibly tensed up because of these questions. They understood that Muran could guess who they were and why they came here. Meanwhile, Muran continued to say that when he was not around, Dino simply could not resist, and this led to the fact that Muran then had to filter out those with whom he spoke. Dino didn't quite understand what it meant to be screened out until Muran told his silly friends straight out that everyone Dino had talked to had ended up missing. Muran called all these people pathetic insects that run around him and do not allow him to live normally. And they do all this with such confidence, as if they were the kings of this land, and all this made him laugh incredibly hard. He said all this only to finally say that he had guessed perfectly well that those guys behind Dino were actually from the Sword Garden. Murakhan understood perfectly well what was about to happen, so he immediately removed Dino from the attack. And this decision was clearly correct, because as soon as he did this, Muran literally immediately used his strength to deliver his blow. Jin expected this development of events, but it was rather strange for him that he did not sense the magic in advance. He understood that even if the magic activator was hidden in the fire, he should still have felt its flow. Murakhan suddenly interrupted his thoughts with a shout that he needed to be careful, because magic could be hidden, but clearly not erased. After all, looking at this madman, it was obvious that he was hiding something. Suddenly, Muran himself spoke to them, saying that he immediately understood that in front of him was Jin Rungkandel, who was most likely carrying out a task for the priestess who had escaped from here. Jin did not answer him, because he believed that even if they entered into a dialogue with him, Muran would clearly answer his questions. So he decided that he would just force him to talk. Muran didn't answer him, but he reminded himself and Jin that he was only a reserve captain, and so he became interested in finding out how it happened that he received such a difficult task. Was it really something personal? Jin didn't answer, but simply said once again that Muran was too noisy, and his voice and laughter irritated him, so with every second, he became more and more disappointed in him. Muran laughed at these words, after which he asked for forgiveness, and agreed that it would be best to start the fight and decide everything this way. After which he immediately began to attack Jin, who was barely able to dodge them. Murakhan was also not on the sidelines, and he had to dodge attacks, and also carry Dino out of this battlefield. Muran decided to act vilely and also began to attack ordinary civilians who needed to be saved. And for this, Murakhan decided to use his power, with which he could protect several dozen people at once. After which he immediately turned to Dino and ordered him to immediately take the rest of the people and leave. But as soon as Dino asked them to come to him so that they could leave here, the man realized that apparently it would not be so easy, because the civilians clearly did not feel so well. When Dino saw this picture, he immediately started screaming that Muran Zippel was an incredibly vile person who needed to burn in hell. Dino literally cried and continued to shout what a bastard Muran is, because he can't even imagine how a normal person could do this. The journalist really didn't understand what these people had done to him, because at this rate they would definitely die. Muran, in response to his cries, stated that in fact this was exactly the facial expression he wanted to see. According to him, he was curious about what it would be like when he saw it, and looking at it now, he really likes it. He called him a stupid Dino who forgot his place. He also thought that the journalist was good for nothing. It seemed to him that he could only wag his tail and stick his nose everywhere, and it was because of this that he thought that all these people died. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Jin, who ordered him to immediately stop wagging his tongue, because at this rate, he would destroy him even faster than he could come to his senses. Kashmir, watching all this, could not believe that there was so much destruction around, and this is taking into account the fact that they attacked when Muran had relaxed his vigilance. Muran, meanwhile, was getting angrier with every second, because some kind of crap, neither magic nor aura, something like a shadow, was sucking energy out of him. But then it dawned on him that apparently Soldred had broken his promise and was once again collaborating with Reincarnated. In any case, for Muran it was not a big problem, and he was not going to give up. Murakan and Jin, meanwhile, again did not feel his energy, and Jin concluded that he was hiding the flows of mana, and considering this, he understood that it would be easier to fight with the expectation that he was constantly using his magic. Muran, meanwhile, continued to shout and laugh with Jin. The reason for his laughter was that he believed that Jin, even in this case, would not be able to defeat him and save all the cockroaches that remained here. Instead of talking, Jin and Murakan decided to work as a team, and the Shadow Dragon, without thinking, launched the guy straight to Muran. What Zappel clearly didn't expect was that he would have to react quickly to this decision. Otherwise, he would risk taking serious damage. So, without thinking for long, he used his magic and ice blocks began to emerge from the ground. But Jin didn't care at all. He continued to get closer and closer to Muran. But Muran had not yet shown all that he was capable of, and so he used several more of his spells to stop Jin. Muran believed that it was simply impossible to pass through such a magical wall, and so his face was pleased, because he was able to defeat one of Reincarnated's offspring. But it only seemed that way to him at first glance, because as soon as he turned around, he immediately saw how Jin was behind him, and literally at the last moment, right before Jin's attack, he created an ice wall that was supposed to protect him. Although she didn't help him either, because Jin was able to destroy this wall with just one blow, and now he only had to get to Muran. At one point, Zappel realized that no matter what he did, his opponent would immediately absorb all the magic. He couldn't believe that all this was only thanks to Soldred's energy. But in any case, he admitted that it was pretty close, and Jin is still a great guy. He then used his secret technique, which created many chains that he thought were capable of binding Jin. Muran was sure that he was able to catch Jin in a mistake, but apparently he was the only one who made a mistake when he underestimated the power of the shadow energy that destroyed his chains one by one. But even after that, he had a very pleased face, and he said that it would be so great to destroy one of the Reincarnated, and all this became possible only because Jin Reincarnated himself came to him, so he was so grateful to him. This dull place, according to him, will once again be able to sparkle with colors that have not visited it for a long time. Jin, looking at all this, understood that all around, these were all traps created with the help of spells, and if he went straight, he would hardly be able to dodge them all, so he decided to dodge each one. Murakan also understood perfectly well where all this was leading, so he once again ordered Dino to take all the civilians away from here. Muran believed that all their efforts were simply useless, because these magic circles would reach everywhere his gaze fell. No exceptions, no mercy, and now he says he's finally ready to have fun with Jin. The young master immediately noticed that Muran had clearly begun to use a different level of magic, which was much stronger, and it would clearly be much more difficult to fight him in that case. He also noticed that he uses torn earth, which cuts the earth in two upon contact. And this could only mean one thing, that he had only one option left, and that was to move forward. But something else also worried him. He understood that such spells were clearly beyond the power of an 8th-class mage, and therefore it seemed to Jin that Muran was using some kind of artifact. Muran, watching Jin dodge his attacks, realized that his opponent clearly understood magic. After all, it was only worth remembering how he dodged the pillar of fire, and at the same time did not end up in the torn earth, after which he was able to disperse the pillar of fire. It was obvious to him that someone who does not understand anything about magic would definitely not have done this. Therefore, taking into account all these facts, he realized that apparently Jin is not just a swordsman, he is also a magician, which, as we know, is forbidden in Reincarnated. Muran was now sure that Jin was working so well only because he himself was casting spells, and now he was more than sure of it. And now that he knows that Jin is a magician, he will fight completely differently, and Jin clearly did not expect this. Reverse magic flow is the worst symptom for creatures with magic. It is a phenomenon in which magic accumulates in the internal organs and then bursts out of them, exploding all the insides. In a battle between mages, the mage with less magical power will have a faster reverse flow, so unlike warriors, the strength of mages is easy to determine. However, Reincarnated has no magical power, and therefore it was impossible to cause a reverse flow of magic in them. Even with a low-ranking one, they had to fight with magic. But now that Miran knew that Jin had magic, he realized that there was simply no point in him fighting and wasting time on the struggle. But he didn't take into account just one thing, that Jin also understands all this perfectly well, and he guessed that when Miran finds out about this, he will definitely do everything to reduce the distance. And so Jin, as a responsible guest of this place, prepared a gift for Miran, which he would most likely like, at least that's what it seemed to Jin. After a few seconds, Miran's body was transferred as if to another dimension in which he saw absolutely nothing. He had a hunch that it could be that same shadow force, but he quickly discarded this option because he had completely different sensations. And he thought so at least because there was a very bright light in front of his eyes, which hit his eyes, and therefore he lost consciousness. But he also understood perfectly well that if he was right, then most likely the next attack would be directed exclusively at him. That's why he managed to react before Jin finished him off, although he didn't do it without losses. Miran realized that Jin was using ancient light magic. He couldn't even imagine that Jin knew about such a technique. The power of light and shadow in one person, it was so amazing for him. Thanks to this, Jin cut off his hand, but he was confused that even after this, Miran was able to remove the energy remaining in the wound, and all this led him to the thought that all this did not look like a magician. His feelings and reactions were like those of an animal. In any case, there was only one conclusion from this, that even if his magical power was lower than Andre's, in a fight he was a much more difficult opponent. And judging by the fact that he has a lot of experience in battles, there must be something else besides the reverse flow of magic. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Miran, who began to talk about how Jin looked at him like he was crazy, didn't even want to try to be friends. But now, if he looks more closely, he can notice that they are both the same. Jin, in response to this, could only sigh and say that Miran was trying to talk some nonsense to buy some time. But all of this looked incredibly pathetic to him, and he thought that his last words sounded very pathetic. This caused the man to laugh wildly, because according to him, he was not going to die yet, and besides, his wild friends were still protecting him, after which he began to say that so far he had only used 3. But Jin did not let him finish, because he wanted to immediately find out what this madman was trying to convey to him. Miran was so happy to see that Jin, as his opponent, was finally interested, because he believed that someone like him would do anything to achieve their goal, and as he could see, Miran was only an 8th rank mage, and probably already guessed that it was impossible to do such things with such a low rank. So Miran was going to show something to Jin and thereby explain to him how he does all this. He began to talk about how these bugs, who dared to side with that journalist, are still under the protection of Zipel, but thanks to this, they are very useful for strengthening his magical power. But that's not all. He added that even though they are like corpses, they still breathe, so while they are alive, they supply him with mana. And having told Jin about all this, Miran decided to give the guy a hint that in order to destroy the magician, the guy would have to first destroy his people. Well, and in the end, he finally added that he had already said that they were the same, because in order to achieve what they wanted, they would both do anything. And now Miran wanted Jin to destroy them all, after which they would finally be able to have fun fighting each other. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, a child's voice was heard, who screamed and turned to Jin that every word of Miran was a lie, because it did not strengthen the magic, and according to this child, Miran understood this after he tortured them. These words obviously angered the magician, and he wanted this child to finally shut his mouth, but no one was going to stop there, and Jin was told that Miran simply understood how to use the divine item. Jin, hearing the word divine item, could not believe that Miran had already managed to find the mirror, because then it would be very difficult to destroy this guy. The child could not stop and continued to tell everything he knew about the fact that those who ended up here now were his compatriots who faced such a terrible fate. Miran was already tired of listening to this, So he asked this bug to finish immediately. But she simply couldn't stand all this anymore, because all her relatives died and all this because of this monster. Murin couldn't stand it and yelled at her to shut her mouth immediately, otherwise she would go to her family right away. But apparently, she didn't care so much that she wasn't even going to stop, so she continued to tell that this madman enjoyed playing with people and their lives. According to her, they were all used for experiments, and then simply thrown away like a thing. And even now he lies to manipulate everyone, so she told all this so that Jin would finally destroy this crazy magician. His teeth literally cracked with anger, and he immediately called her a stupid rat who doesn't know her place, after which he was going to destroy her so that she would finally answer for the words she had spoken. He wasn't going to leave the one who was going to ruin his show alive. The screams and despair of these people whose bodies were being cut into pieces was supposed to be the main event of this night, and he only left her because she could still be used. At that moment, Dino turned to Jin and said that they must save this man, because this girl is the goddess's person. She is the only support of the natives. Jin, looking at the technique that Muran used on this girl, realized that it was Zippel's secret magic technique, which was called the Blue Fire Magic Eye technique. And it seemed to him that he had already heard about this technique somewhere. It was an ability that only Zippel could use. His teacher told him about this in his past life, and according to her, with her help, you can create a blue fire just by looking at an object, and this fire will never go out. The victim rushes around in the fire until it completely engulfs the body. Jin immediately became interested in finding out how to resist this technique in this case, and the answer turned out to be very simple. You just needed to burn it, using something that could surpass this flame in strength. Thus you can defeat it. And the guy managed to find something that would be much hotter than this fire. He called his phoenix Tess. Muran's expression spoke for itself. He simply couldn't believe his eyes that Jin was able to summon this creature. After all, he knew perfectly well that the one Tess chose would become the greatest magician of the century and a magical swordsman at the same time. And understanding this fact made him even more angry, because he understood that Jin belonged to the Reincarnated family, and he could not even think about it. Jin liked that Muran was so nervous about this, because it made him more vulnerable. But for now, he needs to save this girl first, and only after that he will deal with Muran. This girl, meanwhile, woke up after losing consciousness and did not understand why she was inside the flames, but she was not hot at all, and the guy who was holding her also did not have a single burn. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who suddenly thanked the girl and added that if it weren't for her, this madman would have already finished with him. But she immediately shouted that now was not the time to relax, because Muran was using the power of a divine item, and although he could not find it. According to her, he tortured them to find out how to activate the divine item, but only they know where it is, and she almost immediately realized that he came here at the request of Saint Laosa. After which she told Jin without any doubt that when this battle was over, she would show him where the artifact was hidden, but before that, she asked Jin to stop their suffering. Jin left the girl in a safe place and turned to Muran Zippel, saying that he finally liked the look on his face. Was he really so shocked just because he found out that Tess chose him? The guy also added that he was disappointed that all Muran could do was create various kinds of traps or use one secret technique, so he decided it was time to finish with him. The genie promised him that in a little while he himself would go to hell, where punishment awaited him for everything he had done in his life. All these words angered Muran, and he decided to remind Jin that he was the one who was the favorite of the sorceress Haluram. And it was he who shared the cup with the kings of the Black Sea, and does Jin really think that after all this he can really send him to hell? Besides, Muran hadn't yet shown him what real hell was, but he was going to fix that in a jiffy. Jin didn't respond to this, and decided to just finish off this guy, who, as it seemed to him, talked too much but did little. Tess's phoenix fire was putting incredible pressure on Muran, and it was really becoming difficult for him to even endure Jin's attacks. But Jin wasn't in the best mood at that moment either, because he understood that Tess was currently very angry, and it was unclear what the matter was. Meanwhile, Kashmir wanted to ask Murakhan what they should do with the natives, but Murakhan immediately made it clear to him that now was not the best time to think about it, because he had evacuated them, and now they needed to focus on the spell to summon Orgul, the king of monsters. After all, he understood perfectly well that when Tess intervened in this process, they would need to stop it immediately. First of all, Murakami asked him to gather all his strength and direct it into the sword, after which he sent Jin a shadow, which he had to step on and run from there. But before that, he needed to cut the gates to that dimension, which is what Jin did. That was the plan, but Jin had no idea it would be so difficult for him. During the fight, he realized that he was experiencing a reverse flow of magic, and this was very bad news for him. And Muran also understood this, and immediately began to talk about how, in the end, the one who ended his glorious life alone fell from the blow of Heluram's dagger. But Jin clearly wasn't going to give up just like that, and gritting his teeth, he was going to continue the fight through the pain. The realization of this also came to Muran's mind, and his expression changed the moment he realized this. Jin raised his sword as high as he could at that moment, and was about to deliver the finishing blow. At this moment there were words in his head that even if you lift the sword 10,000 times, the effect should still be the same as it was the first time, so he was going to put all his desire into this strike, with which he will cut his opponent without any doubt. Apparently this blow will really end their battle, because Muran began to literally fall apart after such a blow. He couldn't say a word, although it was clear from his facial expression that he actually wanted to say a lot. Tess reserved the right to finish this guy off once and for all, so she created a powerful stream of fire that could incinerate even the hardest object. That's why after this, Muran's body became more like a piece of coal. At that moment, Jin was thinking that when he released the shadow, it was the first time he felt something like this. It seemed to him that it was similar to the response of the sword's heart. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when he saw how even in such a bad state, Muran was still able to grab his staff. Although after a few seconds it became clear that this was actually all he could muster, because immediately after that he literally fell apart. But Jin wasn't in good condition either, as he had clearly exceeded his limit, so it was pretty obvious that he had also passed out. The magic staffs of the Zippel family of mages have an interesting feature. A rune is inscribed on the tip, and when activated by the owner, the rune sends a distress signal to the Tower of Mages. That is, it is still too early to relax, and given all this, one could say that Muran was only the beginning, so it is better for Jin to come to his senses as soon as possible. And as soon as Jin began to come to his senses, Murakami immediately opened his mouth and poured some powder into it. This disgusting taste immediately made Gin jump up, but he didn't dare spit it out yet. Murakami had to explain to him that he almost died because of the backflow of magic, so Murakami gave him a unicorn horn to swallow, which he thought was an excellent medicine in such cases. Jin thought that this was complete nonsense until the moment when he felt better and the flow of mana calmed down, which unfortunately could not be said about the energy of the shadows and the aura. Kashmir was glad that Jin had finally come to his senses, and the boy immediately began to thank him for being able to get the unicorn's horn so quickly. But the man stopped his gratitude and said that in fact it was not his merit. As it turned out, this incinerated horn was given to him by the journalist and the surviving girl. Dino joined this dialogue with words about how he learned about the horn during one of his drinking parties with Muran, and he somehow mentioned that he stole it from the family home. And the girl decided that the moment had come when she should introduce herself properly. Her name is Latika Mamutika, and she is a novice of Miss Lyosa. She also immediately did not forget to bow before Jin and tell him that his deeds will never be forgotten, and she will always be grateful to him for this. She also suggested that the Saint of Laos probably asked to save them. But Latika explained to Jin that she didn't mean to literally save them. She wanted Jin and his friends to help restore their sacred relic. Jin didn't expect to hear that their relic was broken. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Murakami, who had seen 3,000 years in his lifetime, but he had never heard of any relic in these parts in his life, and in general, all this time, he thought that this was just a regular bluff. At that moment, he thought about the fact that the blonde Muran's strength was really enormous. Could it really be that some relic was to blame for all this? After which he decided to find out from Latika what god she worships, and according to her, his name is Klam, which even Murakami did not know. Kashmir could only add that if all this was true, then they clearly shouldn't stay here for long, because even if it was the wilderness, it was still Zippel territory, and no one knew how quickly they would react to what had happened. After these words, Latika decided to say that they would most likely have some problems with this. According to her, in order to take possession of the relic, it must be restored, and to do this, it is necessary to break the seal with the help of the sun's rays, and this was apparently the main problem because it was midnight outside. That's why they'll have to wait until midday and then perform the ritual with the tribe members, so they need to be returned to the city. Murakhan didn't understand why things were always so complicated with these artifacts, but in any case, even he understood that they needed to hurry before Muran's kind relatives came here. Only Jin stood at that moment, lost in his thoughts and thinking that something was clearly wrong here. Something was missing in all of this, something extremely important. Thoughts began to enter his head that Muran was no longer a tenant, and that he could thank Tess for that. Moreover, this was a wilderness that even Zippel had abandoned. All this gave him the idea that they needed to go immediately to the Tower of the Magicians. Jin told them that Muran Zippel was the master of the Tower of Magicians of their family, but Muran thought that today was not the evening of obvious facts, and asked to explain to them what he meant. The guy picked up Muran's staff and said that they really didn't have time because the guy's relatives would be arriving soon. Kashmir saw Jin's hand on the staff and realized that Muran was the master of the Tower of Magicians. Murakhan at that moment could not understand why they were mumbling this phrase. The noble sword tried to explain to him that it was said of masters with such staves that they could summon all the lower magicians. Murakhan couldn't believe it, but what surprised him most was that Jin actually knew about it. The young master responded by telling his shadow dragon that the Zippel were rapidly developing, and he was not entirely sure that this was the case, although in his mind he thought that it was all thanks to the teacher's word spoken during his coma, after which Kashmir added that there were at least 100 members in the Mage Tower, and most of them were of the 7th and 8th rank. Moreover, Kashmir believed that they needed to protect the civilian population, and considering that they only had 50 mages, it would be very difficult for them to do so. In any case, Jin wanted to first find out from Sir Kashmir how long it would take them to get here, and according to the noble sword, the 7th tower is located in the far north of the continent, and even with the help of teleportation, they will get there in 2 hours at best. Hearing this, Jin decided to ask Sir Kashmir for one favor. After listening to everything the guy wanted from him, Kashmir was a little unsure that they would actually be able to do it. After all, Kashmir wanted to point out that at least 1 second of delay and everyone here, including Jin, would die, and especially we're talking about them. So he believed that they would be denied this request. But Jin suddenly interrupted him to say that there was no need to worry about it anymore, because he actually already had consent. But unfortunately, they were running out of time and needed to come up with something urgently. Through his uncertainty and fear, Kashmir finally agreed and told Jin that he would do everything his boyfriend asked, and all he asked Jin in return was to hold out until that moment. After some time, Latika and other residents of these lands gathered together in order to begin restoring the relic. Murakhan, looking at all this, thought that the idea was not entirely successful, but Jin couldn't answer him because he was coughing too much. After which he looked at his hand and said that apparently he had gone too far. All Murakhan could tell him was that he was weak-minded and brave, after which he said that they were barely able to destroy one blonde Zippel, and Jin also decided to attack his 6s. Considering all this, Murakhan only asked Jin to learn to accept defeat. But Jin assured him that it wasn't really that bad because Sister Luna would help them with this, and Sir Kashmir had gone after someone, so everything would be fine. This was all clear to Murakhan, but he doubted that the microbe would be able to make it in time, although Jin was sure that if he used the teleport, he would make it in time without any problems. The people of the Zippel family had almost arrived at the scene, and one of them reported that the locals were conducting some kind of ritual, and next to them were 2 unknown people who were impossible to see. One of them turned to the master and asked him to calm down because there was still a chance that Muran was simply being held hostage. At that moment, the master only repeated that if something happened to his older brother, then everyone involved would beg for a quick death. Murakhan, meanwhile, watched the sky and at one point noticed 6 dragons and about 30 magicians. The shadow dragon once again turned to Jin before the fight to tell the guy that if things go really badly, he will remove the transfiguration, but then they will most likely call the entire Zippel horde, so Jin must cope alone. Looking at this picture, Murakhan sighed sadly, because he understood that in his best years there would have been no dust left of them. And all this is due to the injury of Timar, who inflicted a wound directly to his heart, which still makes itself felt. And now Murakhan, looking at these young dragons, did not even recognize them. He could only say that they were definitely not fire dragons, but red ones, a low-ranking type of fire dragon subordinate to Kaduna. But still, these were all his assumptions. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the cry of Midor Elner, who was the deputy master of the 7th tower of the Zippel family, and the first thing he wanted to know was where Master Muron was. Jin answered him without any doubt that they did not know such a person and especially had not met him, and mentally he tried to remember Midor Elner, but in his past life Jin seemed not to have met this guy. Midor interrupted his thoughts at that moment by saying that he of course didn't know why they came to destroy his older brother, although he didn't deny the fact that with Muron's character it was very easy to make enemies, so it seemed to him that they were the dogs of the Reincarnated family. Jin didn't understand what difference it made who they were. Midor was still calm, and noted that he wasn't asking them to take off their mask or throw down their weapons. He was only asking who they were. But what interests him most at the moment is the question of whether his brother is even alive, after which he could not stand it, and started shouting that he was his own blood, and therefore he literally begged them to tell him what was wrong with Muron, hiding behind the fact that they also clearly had their own family, and he also did not forget to say that if they told him the truth, he promised that he would not touch their loved ones. Jin found it funny to watch all this, so at one point he finally said that the man was quite funny. And all because it was strange for him to hear something about family ties from the murderers, so he asked Midor to stop talking nonsense. These words made Midor even more angry, so he literally started spitting and shouting how dare they talk to him like that. He continued to shout about how they couldn't equate the Zippel family with some insects, but suddenly he went silent when he saw the remains of his brother behind Jin. Midor realized that they were clearly too late, and not only had they not only wounded his brother, they had destroyed him. And for this, he will destroy them right here and now, so he immediately ordered his people to prepare for an attack. But first he would like to take these people alive. Each of them took out his staff and held it up, while Midor said that these people clearly did not deserve a quick death, only the excruciating agony that they were about to give them. He was going to do everything possible to make these guys beg for mercy, and thus they would avenge their brother's soul. Jin understood perfectly well that they were not ordinary Zippel mages. They were all masters of at least the 8th rank, and it would be incredibly difficult to fight them alone. And since Jin doesn't like to suffer too much and strain himself unnecessarily, he decided to call for help. Then Talaris and Dorma, the master of the Ice Palace, came out of the ice gates, and behind her was her daughter. But what was even more frightening for Medora was that this woman was capable of freezing 8th-level magic instantly. His ally immediately realized that this was the master of the Ice Palace, and judging by his reaction, one could say with absolute certainty that things were clearly bad for them. Jin was glad that Sir Kashmir had managed to fulfill his request, and Muraken finally solved his guess, in which he could not find out who was currently occupying the place of the master of the Ice Palace, and in any case considered it a good idea. He believes that the ice toad Moa can only be defeated by a select few, and Muraken would never have thought that there are people who are capable of this. Talaris began to cast a spell, and she told her daughter that she could rest for now while she would have fun with these magicians. But first she approached Jean to find out if her daughter had presented the bouquet to him. The guy introduced himself, and Talaris told him that there was no need for that because she had already heard about him. But what surprised her more at that moment was that he was still standing on his feet, because inside he was nothing but mutilation. But Jin assured her that in fact there was no problem. Well, since he was able to speak, the woman then decided to ask the guy if it was true that he really destroyed her toy. Jin didn't really understand what was going on until the woman reminded the guy that he would destroy Alcaro on one of the student assignments. Now the guy realized what was going on, and he realized that apparently the daughter of the Ice Queen was unable to keep her promise and told her mother everything. Talaris interrupted his thoughts by saying that she didn't really blame him, she just wanted to remind him of that. He essentially owed her, and that's why she wanted Jean to introduce her to everyone after they were done. She especially had her eye on Murakan, whom she called a not at all suspicious big guy, which clearly pleased the Shadow Dragon. Talaris even at one point decided to invite Murakan to go with her for a cup of tea, if he didn't mind, of course. But then she remembered why she came here, and so she asked her daughter Saizaru to look after her boy while he was busy, which angered the girl, because she had already told her mother 100 times that there was nothing between them. Then the woman did not understand one thing: why the girl gave him flowers at all, to which the girl had already answered many times. According to her, she did it so that no one would destroy him before the fight with him. In any case, Talaris believed that Jean owed it to her daughter to be grateful for everything she had done for him. Besides, she once again decided to remind him that if it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't be here either. But as soon as she finished telling him this, Jin suddenly lost consciousness and fell, saying at the end that he had managed to do it after all. Caesara caught him, and the first thing she said was that she always thought that the next time they met, they would fight again. But apparently this time we'll have to postpone this fight, because it was clear that the guy wasn't wasting his time. After which the girl decided to tell Jin that the man who brought her flowers, Kashmir if she was not mistaken, looked as if his own life depended on it. He quite boldly entered her mother's chambers and told her that the young man to whom her daughter had given this bouquet could die at any moment, and that was why he was here to ask her for help as the master of the Ice Palace. According to Caesara, he even managed to wake his mother from sleep, and all this surprised him, how faithful people can be. Jin responded to this with a smile, but he still thought that he clearly did not deserve that all people were so kind to him. The girl assured him that it was really not worth thanking, because she believed that it was her business too, because it was unpleasant for her to see how someone other than her was beating Jin. Her words were suddenly interrupted by Jin, who began to cough up black blood very heavily, and the girl immediately thought about how he had fought with such wounds, and this horrified her. At that very moment, she took out her medicinal brew and asked him to close his mouth immediately. Caesara clearly didn't understand why she was exhausting herself like that, but she still wasn't against helping him. Murakan, who was standing nearby, immediately noticed that the girl was clearly not indifferent to Jin, since she was so worried about him. Talaris, meanwhile, came out of her ice dome to finish what she originally came here for, and the first thing she noticed was that in front of her were clearly not pure-blooded Zippels, because they were not blondes. These words irritated Midor, although he understood from the very beginning that everything would clearly not be easy, so he notified the family before leaving. Well, now all he needs to do is buy some time until the main forces arrive, and so he starts shouting that he is Midor Elner, the deputy head of the Tower of the Seven Mages, who dared to ask Talaris why she was interfering in the affairs of the Zippel family on their own territory. In response to this, the woman told them that she had not really warmed up for a long time, but she still advised them to think twice before telling her anything. But she still understood their side, so she decided to give them a chance and said that she was ready to turn a blind eye if they immediately packed up and left, to which they reacted sharply, saying that she, as the master of the Ice Palace, had no right to threaten the rightful owners of this land. Apparently these words were said in vain, because the woman was clearly angry because she considered this far from an excuse to speak to her in such a tone, and apparently she will still have to punish them for such insolence. She just looked at the old man and he began to choke and foam at the mouth, and all that Talaris said at that moment was that she would really like the man to choke on his own rudeness. The third elder fell unconscious after a few seconds. This was clearly a bad sign. Midor immediately ordered his men to raise the barrier and also ordered them to make sure that the ice did not penetrate inside. But he was not going to stop there and ordered his dragons to strike at Talaris. But apparently he didn't even think that it would be such a simple task for her. With just one wave of her fan, she blocked this attack and froze all the fire. After which she smiled and asked Midor a question, in which she was interested to know, or did he really want to continue? In response, he shouted that even if they all died here, the world would still forget about her palace, but no one would ever forget about the Zippel family. After these words, a fiery seal appeared next to Talaris's head, which she didn't even notice. A second later, a terrible explosion thundered, which was quite large in scale. In this way, Midor wanted Talaris to feel the power over the flame given to him by the patriarch. Moreover, he believed that even she would not be able to dodge such a blow. But apparently he was a little hasty with such expressions, because the woman interrupted his victorious cry with words about how scared she was and how she was afraid of him. Although it was clear that this was clearly sarcasm, and she said it with a smile. Although she was not really prepared for the fact that Celiac taught him how to explode space, it was unexpected for her, for which she was ready to praise him. But she also didn't forget to say that Celiac had missed one small but incredibly important detail, namely the fact that he had forgotten to tell them a little more about the Ice Palace. And now she would have to correct this little mistake, so she decided to teach him the first lesson, which was called ice. The first thing he felt after she dealt him such an attack was the wind, which did not even allow him to stand still. But apparently he was lucky, because when he turned back, he saw how all his people were frozen. Talaris, meanwhile, quietly crept closer to him in order to find out from him what happened and why he was so surprised. She began to wonder if it was possible that his incredible trap had disappeared in an instant, or perhaps that his pen had miraculously disappeared. Midor really didn't notice how his hand literally disappeared, and all this was because he didn't even feel pain. But suddenly Talaris interrupted his thoughts, saying that the main problem with magicians is that they look in the wrong place when there is an enemy in front of them. A real warrior would never do such a stupid thing. He fell to the floor, not understanding how their strength could differ so much, but still did not hide the fact that it was his mistake, and he clearly did not even need to try to buy time, because even if the main forces arrived in time, even they would come to an end. All these thoughts led him to the conclusion that most likely at this moment, everything was lost and he could not do anything more. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when a huge yellow ball appeared around him, which looked like a magic seal. It was clear from Midor's face that he didn't understand what was happening, but this yellow light did not shine for a long time, because after a few seconds it disappeared, and with it Midor and his people, which was surprising for Talaris. A few seconds later, Midor and his magicians appeared in a completely different place where a mysterious voice told the man that he had done his job quite well, after which the same voice added that from now on the White Knight will deal with the violators, and they can rest easy. Talaris began to guess what was going on, and anger began to visibly overcome her. And her worst thoughts came true. A few seconds later, a huge ship appeared in the sky. Murakin understood perfectly well that this was not just a ship. This was a vessel that Zipel used in wars, but he did not believe that that crazy magician was such an important big shot to send such a ship for him. But it seemed to Jin that because of the destruction of Andre, Zipel decided that they would no longer be petty in protecting their people. In his mind, the guy understood that this ship was a huge problem for them in any case, and the people who were managing this ship clearly belonged to the White Knight group. This group included carefully selected magicians, who together were called the White Knights, and made up the strongest squad of Zipel. At that moment, Talaris approached Jin to tell him that she was not going to fight these guys here, so she was leaving. She also told him that she could take the locals to a safe place and could take him along too, but his answer shocked the woman. According to the guy, he was not going to leave until the ceremony was over. In any case, Talaris told him that it was not a question, and she would definitely take him with her because she did not care about his whining. The guy was surprised that she really didn't understand that if they didn't finish the ceremony now, then Zipel would simply be impossible to stop in the future, and the number of victims would grow every day. So he once again decided to ask her for help so that the tragedy of this place would not be repeated somewhere else. After thinking for a bit, she told Jin that she agreed to something like this, but they only had an hour to do it all, and she will do this only on one condition, that she will then exchange a few words with his parents. Latika and her compatriots, meanwhile, continued to perform the ceremony until Jin left them. He asked them to speed up the ceremony because the Zipels had gone on a full-scale attack. The girl responded by asking Jin to leave, and she also added that she knew what kind of ship it was in the sky, and that's why they didn't want to expose him to such danger. Besides, according to her, Jin had nothing to worry about, because they would do everything so that Zipel did not know about the relic, and she was ready to do all this for the sake of the guy who was the first one who dared to help them in a long time. Jin came closer to her in order to explain that he did not help them in order to abandon them later, after which he asked her again if there was any way to speed up the ceremony. Latika thought for a bit, and said that if the Princess of Laos were here, then perhaps they could come up with something, but unfortunately, this is currently impossible to do. Cersina came up at that time, was next to Jin and thought that Laosa must have died, since this was impossible. But the guy refuted this idea, saying that in fact Laosa is currently in Tikan, which made Cersei happy. And apparently her smile was connected with the fact that she could help deliver Laos here, and she would do it with the help of an ice toad. which she first suggested that Jin climb on. Talaris, meanwhile, was thinking about the fact that her daughter was already using Mott without any request. Although she was not against it, she was just embarrassed by the fact that children were growing up so quickly, although now was clearly not the best time to think about it, because she needed to somehow hold out for a whole hour. But apparently she won't be the only one to take the rap, because Murakan also wasn't against warming up, which clearly made the woman happy. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice from the ship. The white warriors of Zippel immediately made it clear to the master of the Ice Palace that they would not waste time on talking. But they still offered them a deal, in which they would let her go if she handed over to them the one who was guilty of the death of Muron Zippel and the local people. Then, according to them, the problem would be solved. Talaris, without thinking twice, immediately told them that if they wanted to cooperate so much, then it would be better for them to give her Keliak, and then she would think about whether to leave them alive or not. The reaction was immediate. They realized that she was not going to compromise, so they were going to start attacking. The attacks of these Zippels were clearly much more serious than Medora's, and fighting with such magicians is obviously more difficult. Although this was also a wave of fire, Talaris was able to easily block it with her magic. But this was only the beginning, because the Zippel mages were not going to give up so easily and they began to create a new spell. Talaris decided that standing still and waiting for it to be destroyed was clearly not the best option, so she also went on the attack and began to strike this ship one after another, but it was difficult to cause any serious damage yet. While she continued to attack, one of them tried to figure out who this man was who was standing next to Talaris and how dangerous he was. After all, he didn't stand aside and also reflected part of the blow, but he didn't use aura, but did it with his bare fists. It was absolutely clear that he was clearly not someone they could just turn a blind eye to. So, considering all these facts, one of them ordered to contact the base and tell them that they were going to use naval artillery. Meanwhile, Jin burst into Lyosa's house and started asking where she was. From his appearance, it was clear that something had clearly gone wrong. When suddenly she interrupted him, saying that in fact they had been waiting for him for a long time, Jin immediately began to say that they needed to go urgently, and on the way he would explain everything to her. But before he could finish speaking, Lyosa interrupted him and said that, in fact, she was already ready to go. Talaris continued to fight desperately at this time, and while her ice strikes were effective, even she knew that this could change at any moment. Murakan also did not stand still and reflected all of Zippel's fiery attacks. He was glad to finally be back in the fight, although fending off such a stream of blows was no easy task. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Talaris, who froze his hands, which was quite incomprehensible for the shadow dragon. So she had to explain to him that it was a gift made of pure ice. She thought that it was better than nothing anyway. At that moment, Murakan couldn't feel his hands, but it seemed to him that this was even good. He immediately decided to experiment with his new gloves, and the first thing he did was lift a huge stone above himself, which he quite successfully launched into the Zippel ship. Talaris at this moment understood perfectly well that everything that had happened before this was a child's play, because she remembered perfectly well what the kid from Reincarnated had said, that they needed to be here, so these guys would not use naval artillery, and all this was just a bluff. It reminded her of a situation in which none of them were ready to make sacrifices, and if everything continued in the same spirit, then they would just drag out the very time that she promised Jean. One of the Zippels understood perfectly well what the Ice Queen was thinking about now, and this really infuriated him, because they really didn't have an order to destroy yet. He also noticed that among the red people who were conducting the ceremony, 2 suddenly disappeared, and it was completely clear to him that they could not just fight while those guys were plotting something. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his people, who suddenly called him to tell him that they had received an order from the base, which told them to carry out the complete destruction of this place. Murakan immediately noticed that those guys on the ship had clearly gone quiet. He had the feeling that they had simply given up. But Talaris clearly didn't think so, because she understood perfectly well why there was such silence. And unfortunately, she was right, because these guys prepared a huge fireball in order to destroy all living things here. But before that, they turned to Talaris to tell her that they had just received permission, and they hoped that she understood perfectly well what this meant for them. But still they were merciful and ready to give her a second chance, While they would count to 3, they would need to run while they could. And if they do not obey this time, then he immediately wants to warn them that he will destroy everyone who is here. As soon as this madman said the number 2, Talaris's daughter appeared behind her, along with Jin and Lyosa. But it was too late to change anything, and Zippel still decided to launch this attack. Seeing the guys behind her, Talaris decided that she couldn't just stand there and watch them destroy them, so she used the maximum of her abilities to stop this attack. But the fiery stream was so huge that her ice abilities were practically useless, and they simply disappeared into thin air. But the fiery fragments from this collision began to reach the ground and explode. Caesara immediately understood that it was all because of her mother, because she knew very well that everything that her sword touched would freeze, so she asked her not to move and to move away. After which Jin and Caesara intervened in the fight, who immediately noticed that the guy had become several times stronger. She didn't even think that he would be able to keep up with her. Considering the wounds he had, Jin told her that the situation was too complicated at the moment, and therefore he didn't think that it would be easy to deliver the priestess to the ceremony site. The girl still could not believe that this ship was really opposing her mother. Now she was sure that Zippel had gotten something really powerful and serious in strength. The crew gave another warning to the Ice Palace Queen. They told her that if she did not want to cooperate, then they would simply destroy all her allies, even if it meant destroying Cologne. In response, they heard only her laughter, after which she calmed down a little and still told them that it seemed they did not even dare to think about destroying her. And she thought so because she was the mistress of the Ice Palace Talaris and Dorma, and therefore she was sure that even if they brought all their ships, they still would not be able to destroy her. In response to these words, one of them said that of course she was right. They would not be able to destroy her. But it seemed to them that the issue was different, namely that she simply would not be able to protect everyone who was near her. Therefore, they believed that they would endure a little humiliation, but she, in turn, would be disgraced and lose a client. She turned to Jin to clarify, or did they bring this woman specifically to continue the ritual, and all she needs now is to take her there? Jin said with confidence that if the woman could do this, then they would most likely be able to win. She heard Jin, after which she asked her daughter and boyfriend to listen to her carefully. She wanted them to understand that she would block their attacks while they delivered this woman to the desired point. In this way, she was going to prove that either the Ice Castle or Zippel would definitely be disgraced today. Zippel, in turn, began to prepare cannons to wipe Colin off the face of the earth, and along with him everyone who was on Earth at that moment. Jin continued to fend off the Zippli's attacks to give the priestess and Caesar time to act. Murakan also didn't waste any time covering Jin's blind spots. He warned that this was far from the end, and they better prepare for the next wave of volleys. The ship's crew continued their attacks, not even giving them a chance to catch their breath. However, one of the shells still hits Jin, and he falls exhausted to the ground. Jin is lost in his thoughts. He just can't believe he's come this far. He has to put his life on the line to bear the weight of the choice he's made. Caesara decided not to waste time and took advantage of this moment. She picked up Lao Su in her arms and rushed forward. The attacks became heavier and heavier, and one of them hit Caesara, who managed to throw Laos aside in order to protect her. She asks Laos to keep running so that all their efforts will not be in vain. The priestess realized that simple prayers would not help in any way, and it was time for her to make a choice herself. At this time, Jean opens his eyes and sees Talaris in front of him with the lifeless Caesar in her arms. The Zip army has surrounded them and is about to finish them off. Jin just can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on here. A moment later, he notices Murakan, who falls at the hands of Kiliak's protector dragon, Kaduna. Jin realized that he was not in his body, and all his allies were defeated. Had they really lost? He begins to torment himself, believing that he should have acted differently, but he discards these thoughts and realizes that only anger overwhelms him now. An unknown voice spoke to Jin and asked him to never forget this feeling, and a moment later he found himself in another place. His surprise knew no bounds. In front of him stood Clam, who had been sealed in the mirror with the help of Soldred. Jin doesn't understand what's going on here, but the creature explains to him that after today, he was able to understand which path he should take next. He has nothing to say. He doesn't understand what it means if it's already over for him. Clam interrupts Jin and says that nothing is over yet, and they will talk about everything else outside. A moment later, Jin opens his eyes and finds himself in his body on the battlefield. Caesara distracts him from his thoughts. and comes to the conclusion that, judging by his reaction, his life is dear to him. Before she could even think about her words, they were immediately followed by a strong blow from Murakhan, who was unhappy that Jin had been unconscious for so long. Jin asked Murakhan if Khadun had attacked him, and he was only surprised why he decided to remember this freak. Talaris said she wondered where Jin got his confidence from, but she never thought he would be able to reach the deity. The boy didn't even suspect that the priestess had summoned God into her body, who was able to get rid of the entire Kozek squad. Murakhan himself did not understand what had happened, but the White Knights could not do anything to counter such an attack. In addition, an infinite magical energy with a barrier appeared, which proved that this was definitely not some ordinary bad thing. Murakhan asks the deity to tell Jin about his future plans. Jin turns to the deity and realizes that she is not a priestess of Laos, but Klam, whom managed to descend into this world only thanks to the sacrifice of this child. She asked Jin to consider the pain and death he had witnessed today as a small lesson in what he wanted to achieve today. Murakhan doesn't believe that everything that happened today was just an illusion, and Klamu better stop lying to Jin. He doesn't understand why this whole performance was necessary and asks, what exactly did Klam want from the boy? The deity decided to reveal all the cards and called into his hands that same legendary mirror. Klam says that even though he was the creator of magical power, he still couldn't completely subjugate such power under his control, and almost destroyed the world because of it. The deity demonstrates everything at once, and with the help of shadow energy he calls upon the seal of Soldred, although it was weakened, but God needed someone who could support it. Klam decided to tell that this mirror contained endless magic, the source of which was him. He knew that if such a power was released, the world would be erased without a trace, and asked Soldred to seal it to stop this, and the children of Colin protected him for millennia. God said that before, Colin was completely different, and there was no one stronger than its inhabitants, but after it was sealed, his blessing could not even reach them. Klam expresses his gratitude to Jin, because only thanks to him and his 1,000-year contract with Soldred, he can put an end to all this. The deity hands the mirror to Jin, and he immediately feels that magical power literally overflows him. He realized that he had to protect the seal, which used to be the job of the people of Colin, but they were no longer capable of it. Klam asks Jin to watch the seal, because it is a gift to him personally from Soldred. Klam said that this was a true masterpiece of Soldred, into which he put all his efforts, creating something like this for the first time, and one could say that the seal was a part of himself. Jin thanked the deity for the information, but said that the priestess of Laos herself told him that she would call Soldred. Klam was surprised by what he heard, and decided that she had simply promised Jin the impossible, and that even Murakhan would not have been able to do it. The deity asks Jin to forgive the priestess, because she did not know that this was his second life. Since Klam had already handed over everything he needed, it was time for him to leave, and before that, he decided to thank Jin for his choice to stop the suffering of the locals. Finally, the deity said that he would always be in this mirror, always paving the way for the genie. Talaris admitted that she did not expect to see God thanking a person after so many years of life. The queen decided that it was time for them to run away while they still had the chance, because who knew when the enemies would call for more reinforcements. Jin agrees with this decision and says that they will all leave here together. When the priestess of Laos finally came to her senses, she understood why Klam did not answer her. She did not even guess that all this time he was imprisoned in the mirror. The deity asks forgiveness from the priestess for being able to save everyone by using her body, and asks forgiveness for the enormous burden he placed on her. At parting, the priestess does not hold back her tears and thanks Klam, because he heard her prayers and saved them, so she asks him not to apologize to her. When the priestess returned to the others, she told them that their people were once prosperous, but at some point they became a poor and weak tribe, and then completely slaves of the Ziplis. She is very happy to see the mirror in Jin's hands. If it had gone to the Ziplis, then all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Jin replies that he was only able to get this far thanks to Colin's help, realizing that if those freaks had gotten the mirror, the world would have ended. He promised that he would organize a refuge for them in the forces of Hufester, and gave them a letter, and if they showed it on the territory of his family, then it could be given to them. The reporter thanks the young master, but Jin asks him to do a better job of reporting on the Zippel family's atrocities. Dino is sure that he will be censored, but Jean assures him that he is not the only Ziplov hater and will only start a chain reaction. The youngest of the Runcandles assures him that after the article, people will start to rebel against the Ziples and take his side, and he will become a great journalist. Jin thanks Lady Talaris for her help and worries that the Ice Palace and the Zippel family will become enemies because of him. The lady assures him of the opposite, because Keliak will behave more carefully since he does not know that the deity has descended and will think that it is the Jin who has become stronger. Jin decided to ask how he could thank Talaris, but she refused such an offer, because she also learned a lot of valuable information. Saisora also bids him farewell and warns him that they will finish their duel next time. A moment later, Talaris comes to visit the head of the Runcandle family and offers him to tie the knot between Jin and the Ice Palace. Dino and Tika came to Jin's older sister to report everything and said that the battle was serious, but he was okay. Luna asks Nanny Taimoon to find a suitable job for them and talk to the locals so that they can settle here quickly. Tika and Dino are in disbelief and thank her for such a generous gesture. She promises that she will try to help as much as she can just to make sure they live up to Jin's expectations. After a month of the incident in Cologne, the whole world was talking about unknown saviors who punished the Zippel family for the murders of the locals. Although Zippel said that Muron acted independently of everyone else, the wreckage of Kozek was found at the scene, indicating the involvement of the entire family in the case. The Lutheran Magic Federation covered up the incident, and Emperor Bamenta personally declared the Zippel family innocent, and public opinion was soon divided. As a result, the Runcandle family gained in dignity, and Bement received the support of the Zipley family, giving them the opportunity to lie low. Suddenly, Tika distracts Dino from writing and throws hundreds of letters with donations and words of support on the table. Tika interrupted the reporter's surprise and said that many people had taken notice of them after they had been of no use to anyone for several hundred years. She is sure that their prayers should be directed to young Master Jin, and one day he will become the captain who will raise the status of the Runcandle family and bury the Ziples. Khan's thoughts are interrupted by the sounds of battle coming from ahead, and he decides to check what's there. At this time, Talaris attacks Chiron Rancondella with an ice block, but he does not hesitate to fight it off and does not understand why she decided that she could interfere with his meditation for the sake of some engagement. She replies that she came on business, and not just to get on his nerves, but their conversation is interrupted by Khan, who came to give a letter to the head. The leader read the letter and learned about his youngest son's new achievements. He never thought that Jin would go to that region, but Chiron is sure that he is not yet strong enough to defeat Kozek and the White Knights. Talaris asked the leader not to look at her like that, because it was Jin's own request. Chiron understands that Kashmir dared to hide something from him, but the lady takes his side and tells him to praise him better, because he made it clear that he is loyal only to Jin Runkadel. The head of the family admitted that he was wrong and should thank Talaris, but she was more interested in what he would do next, and asked Chiron to think over her proposals again. At this time, Jean senses something and attracts the attention of the others. Kashmir said that it began after returning from Cologne. Gilly suggested that it might be a growth spurt or something similar, and the goosebumps were a normal side effect. Jin analyzed his abilities and realized that he was able to reach the 7th rank simply thanks to the legendary mirror, but he couldn't go further. He couldn't weaken the seal even a little bit. The servant approached Kashmir and told him that a visitor had come to him. He wanted to drive him away at first, but he understood that this man knew the exact location of one of the secret bases of the 7 colors. Jin looked out the window to see who this stranger was, but his surprise knew no bounds, because in the yard he saw Jet. Jin remembered that in his past life that bastard Jet had betrayed him several times in his past life, and remembered that he wanted to tear him to pieces. But still, he decided that since he had a son, he understood that he simply could not do this. He saw one problem in all of this. Meanwhile, Kashmir had no idea who this was and why he came here. He decided not to keep him in suspense and ask how the stranger knew about the location of the secret base. The guest introduced himself as an information broker from Arkin, which gave Kashmir the opportunity to understand that he came from Tessing. Jed immediately began to deny this and admitted that it was he who informed them in order to stop the tyranny and destroy everything from the inside. Kashmir did not fall for the guest's words, and was absolutely sure that this was what young Master Jin had done before coming here, and decided to repeat his question on which the guest's fate depended, and still find out how he knew the location of the secret base. In response, Jet made a condition that he would not tell anything if he was not accepted into their ranks. Kashmir was seriously angry about this answer and wanted to lock Jet in the dungeon so that he would not see the sun's rays until he told everything he knew. The genie decided to be the first to greet the guest and remind him of the gift he had left for him. A moment later, Jet realized that the one standing in front of him was the one who had pretended to be Veridin Zipel and had brazenly deceived him and begged Kashmir not to trust Jin. Otherwise, Tikan would repeat the fate of Tessing. At the moment when Kashmir was about to punish the guest for insulting the young master, Murakan appeared, who was clearly angry because he did not find his ice cream, which Kashmir was supposed to buy for him. Kashmir turns his attention to the interrogation they had arranged here, and Murakan remembers that it was this bastard who poisoned his juice. Jet doesn't understand why the hell they're all here, but he does understand that they all answer to one person, namely Jean Rancandela. Realizing this fact, he falls to his knees in front of Jin and asks for forgiveness, because he could not admit it until this moment. And after these words, Jin remembers the old Jet that he remembered. Before the young gentleman could ask the question, the guest had already told him that Alu was a former cadet of the Rungkandal family, and his real name was Taken Marius. Jin remembers hearing something similar once, and Gilly tells him that the young lady's first nanny was Taimun Marius. Jet reveals that Spider-Arm Alu was a commoner from the Delka Kingdom, but passed the cadet exam for the Runkandel family, and that's when he used the name that they tried to erase from everywhere. The young gentleman learned that Alu had taken the exam almost 20 years ago, but Kashmir did not believe Jet and put a katana to his throat. He could not understand how a commoner could get into the exam when the kingdom of Delki was in the heat of war. Jet says that he told the truth, but if that is the case, then Alu must have had someone in the Runkadel family to help him. Jean comes to the conclusion that the only people it could be are the purebloods or their nannies who provide support. The nannies in the Runkandel family not only raise children, but also grow in authority depending on the child's position in the family. When Luna Runkandel was named the temporary head 20 years ago, the nanny of the older sister wielded considerable power within the family, and Jin realizes that if they are truly related, then the one who cursed him in his past life could have been his older sister Luna. The gentleman decided to immediately discard such thoughts, because Taimun could act on her own, but he does not understand why she needed to at all, and decides to trust Jet and go to Delki right now. He wants to see with his own eyes what they are going to do. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in the Delka Kingdom, a bandit beats up his protege because they failed to complete their collection before the deadline. The ward lies on the floor, and the scoundrel's huge boot squeezes his head. He begs to stop, otherwise he will tell the government about everything. This answer only angered the thug, and he was about to finish him off, but he heard a familiar voice that left him stupefied. The red-haired girl asked her brother Garber to stop, because it could cause problems. The brute didn't understand why the girl was here, but it could mean that she wasn't alone and that her partner was nearby. A moment later, Garber received a fatal wound and fell to the ground in agony. After the stranger got rid of him, he was only disappointed in how miserably he lived, after all the help from his mother. The poor guy, who was recently the victim of this monster, asks to be released. He offered to give all his savings and promised that he would not tell anyone about them. The man was once again surprised that Garber worked with such trash, and replied that they didn't care about money, after which he cut off the unfortunate man's head with one blow. Kashmir remembered that the surname Marius was quite common and often found throughout the continent, but in the kingdom of Delki, it was only borne by members of a special organization. Inside the Moon Victims' Orphanage, which seemed ordinary from the outside, orphans were raised to be murderers and spies. They say that they were given the opportunity to unite and then forced to eliminate each other, and the children who survived this became weapons for the kingdom's authorities. Later, this orphanage was closed, and since the prince's side won the civil war, 10 of the children from this orphanage were saved and given freedom, after which they received Delka citizenship. Having received this information, Jin decides to immediately go to Delki. He hopes that this will lead him to clues on the illusion of the blade and the one who cursed it. The next moment, He took Jet with him and went to the Delca Kingdom using the teleportation gate. Jeet shared information that the closest to the gate lives Garber Marius, who is engaged in robberies in the Neltar region. He tells Jin that he will be away for a short time and offers to find a place to live when they get there. But the young master has other plans and changes course to the western region where the 3 survivors are located, and they will look for a place to live later. Jet approached one of the doors, but no one opened it for him, and Jin's attention was drawn to the crowd of people, so he decided to come closer and take a closer look at everything. In front of him, he saw 2 bodies that had been eliminated in different ways. That is, the first was disposed of with poison, and the second with wind magic. Jin was beginning to think that the attackers had the guts to do something like this in Huvester, but his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of a man who said that Garber deserved it because he was always ranting and acting like a gangster. Jin decided to ask the man how he managed to identify the body, because it was in a very serious condition, to which he replied that he had already met him here many times, and yesterday, drunk at sunset, was no exception. Jin realizes that judging by the poison, their original target was Garber, and the other poor guy was only gotten rid of because he was a witness. He still can't understand why they didn't just wait until Garber was alone and had the opportunity to poison him, and comes to the conclusion that they were in a hurry, which gives him a new idea. He asked Jet to tell him who the next person on the list was, and it turned out to be Weatherway Marius, who lived 2 hours away, but the young gentleman was not satisfied with this and decided that they would get there in an hour. When they finally got to their destination, they entered the house, but there was no one inside, and at the end of the room they noticed another victim tied to a chair. Jin came closer and looked at everything carefully, and saw that the poor guy had died not so long ago, and from exactly the same poison that had been used to eliminate those first 2 men earlier. He realized that this was not an ordinary poison, but an adaptive deadly poison, because the skin tone and the condition of the body did not change, and this meant that this was the work of the same person. Jet decided to find out more about the thoughts of the young gentleman, and he told him that someone was already killing the survivors from the shelter, and they needed to hurry. They continued to follow the list, but when they came to the next place, they saw another dead body in a pool of blood. Without wasting time, they moved on. When they ran to the next address, they were stunned with horror before they could even enter, because there were many lifeless bodies lying on the floor, and marks from the magic of the hellish wind next to them. Jet says there are only 2 people left on the list, and they themselves could become suspects, because they were at all the crime scenes, if they don't catch the criminals. He suggests reporting everything that is happening to the guards, but Jin immediately denies this option, and says that if they report, they will also be interrogated, and then it will be too late. Jin just doesn't understand how these worthless bastards dared to disturb him on the land of the Run-Candle family, even though he is only a reserve captain, but he promises to catch up with the degenerates, no matter what it takes. The pair of killers continue to go down their list and realize that there is only one left, and they had such expectations, but in reality, everything turned out to be more boring. The stranger asked her partner because she did not understand how the elders could be so weak if they were trained the same way as everyone else. But the man only said that the fact that they were trained the same way did not mean that they were the same. He turned to his partner Varys and said that they were the chosen ones, and that they were obviously orders of magnitude better than some defective surviving orphans. The pair of killers ignored the obvious signs of an ambush and reached the last point of their path, instantly cutting through the wooden door, burst into the house, and realized that they had been beaten to it, and that there was no one at home anymore, and only the emptiness left after a carefully planned escape awaited them. At the same time, Jin had already managed to evacuate the last victim with his daughter, and said that he was the only survivor from a group of children from the orphanage known as the Victims of the Moon. But he was more stunned by the scale of the tragedy that had occurred, and realizing the danger, he began to prepare his companions for a possible attack. Jin explained that the unknown assassins were methodically eliminating everyone in a certain order, moving closer to the spatial gate. Their next target was him, and in order to save someone, he had to hurry and leave his partners no choice. Touched by his words, the man expressed his sincere gratitude, and said that although they had gone through harsh training, even that could not prepare them for such a cruel reality, in which only Varys and Kujan had enough skills to deal with the victims with ease. Stunned by the new details about the number of survivors, Jin realized that he was wrong in thinking that only 10 people escaped from the shelter. In fact, 12 people survived, and among the pursuers were 2 killers who were specially trained, turning them into real monsters. And suddenly, a powerful stream of wind magic fell next to Dan and his daughter, knocking them off their feet, and Marius, seeing this, heroically covered his daughter with himself, doing everything possible to protect her. At that moment, a mysterious woman approached Dan, calling him brother and asking how he knew that they were coming specifically for Nimon. She looked at him with obvious surprise, waiting for an answer, but he only remained silent. Dan, trying to understand why they were chasing him, asked his question, but the killers were not going to give an explanation, as they were too exhausted, because they had been chasing him since dawn. But their conversation was interrupted by the young master, who instantly appeared next to them with a powerful lightning spell. The young gentleman admitted that he became curious about who was interfering with his plans, and he stated that he would find out who was behind the order to carry out the massacre on his family's lands, and this alerted the killers. They understood that their situation had become much more serious. Jin, looking closely at the killers, noted that they were both under 30 years old. But the girl, to his surprise, possessed 8th-tier magic, although she did not belong to the Zippel family, and this stunned him, since such abilities were extremely rare. Varys asked Kujan if he knew how Brother Dan could have learned of their plans and why he had a bodyguard, but Kujan was sure that Dan himself could not have guessed anything. Confident in his superiority, Kujan said that they could eliminate Dan without any extra effort, since they no longer needed him, and Varys would take on his bodyguard, finding out everything that was needed since they did not see Jin as a threat, believing that they were capable of dealing with him. However, Kujan warned Varys that Jin was, in his opinion, the most dangerous opponent here, but she only laughed and attacked, noting that her partner had always been too cautious, and because of this, she never found him interesting. Not wanting to waste time, Varys launched her Windblade magic towards Jin, but he created a barrier and easily reflected her attack, which threw her off balance. But Jin did not pay much attention to this, but was ready for a counterattack. Puzzled that Jin had managed to repel her attack, Varys quickly justified herself by saying that she had spent a lot of energy throughout the day, and now she needed to conserve the rest of her energy. But nevertheless, she had already begun to prepare for the next attack, hoping to take him by cunning. The young master, watching them, realized that the problem was not with the girl, but with her partner, who turned out to be not only a swordsman, but also a skillful user of poison, which made him an incredibly dangerous opponent. And Jin increasingly realized that the situation required caution. Realizing the seriousness of the danger, Jin asked Jet to take Dan and his daughter and leave the place as quickly as possible, but they did not want to leave him alone. But Jin insisted, because he understood that they were torn between duty and fear for his safety. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a sudden and swift blow from Kujan, but Jin managed to block the attack at the last moment, which allowed him to continue the battle. He accurately entered into combat with the enemy and realized that he was facing a worthy opponent. The young master, when confronted by the 8th-rank magical swordsman, noted that Kujan was incredibly strong, and he offered Jin to simply hand over Dan and leave if he valued his life, but Jin categorically refused, which only increased the enemy's rage. Continuing to repel the furious attacks, Jin only chuckled and said that he was too attached to Dan to just give him up and was not going to back down, realizing that giving up was impossible. The young master, seeing that the battle was becoming dangerous, ordered Jet to take Dan and his daughter away and run away as quickly as possible, although Jet did not want to leave him at first, but then obeyed his order and left the battlefield, despite his own reluctance. Varys, noticing that they were leaving the battlefield, could not believe that they really intended to escape, and promised that she would find them while Kujan kept Jin in the fight. A moment later, Jin appeared before her with a spell in his hands that blinded the assassins, and the young master decided to take advantage of this moment and seriously wounded Kujan. Kujan was still able to defend himself from the next blow and force Jin to retreat, and a moment later Varys opened her eyes and saw a huge wound on her partner, which infuriated her. Varys yells at Jin for daring to hurt Kujan, and she swears that she will finish him off no matter the cost. Kujan interrupts her and asks her to calm down, because he can take care of himself, and there is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. She has already overdone it today, so let him stop his control. Otherwise, he will suffer from the backflow of mana. Kujan takes out a flask with an incomprehensible liquid and drinks it, but Jin felt some kind of terrible energy from it, although he himself did not understand whether it was energy, as he had never heard of anything like it. Jin is surprised that someone used poison resistance to recover, and although it shortens his life, it gives him the ability to use the power of a swordsman who uses magic. Kujan said that he had a worse opinion of Jin, because he uses light magic in addition, but although he is curious, the mission is much more important to him, and he changed his mind about taking the young master alive. The next moment, Kujan was already behind him and was ready to thrust his poisonous sword right into Jin's weak point, but he was able to turn around at the last moment and repel the crushing attack. Before Jin could catch his breath, the Varys began to attack him from the air with wind magic, leaving no chance for survival. While dodging attacks from above, he also needs to block Kujan's attempts, who continues to attack from behind. Kujan just doesn't understand what's wrong with this Jin Runcandle, because he has a rank 6 aura, and his movements are even better. But the worst thing is that he is sure that this is not all, and Jin still has secrets up his sleeve. Jin wastes no time and decides that the first thing he will do is deal with the mage, using Tess's blue flame and directing it at Varys, who cannot believe her own eyes. Tess's blue flames literally left her no chance, incinerating her body into ashes. But that wasn't the end, and there was still her partner who couldn't believe what was happening. Jin was surprised that Kujan dared to look away from him and did not forgive such a mistake, absorbing the bastard into impenetrable darkness. Before Kujan can even comprehend what's going on, he falls to the ground from 2 fatal blows that Jin delivers with surprising ease. In the last minutes of his life, he thinks that he has never seen anything like this before, because it was not magic or an aura, but some kind of dark energy. He realizes that he has met a strange opponent who first used the blue phoenix and then shadow energy, but he is still most interested in whether his poison will work on someone like Jin. At that moment, Jin realizes that this is not just like that, and the bastard managed to poison him, which is why it becomes unbearably difficult for him to breathe, and the blood from his mouth does not stop flowing. Jin tries his best, and realizes that he needs to hold on or he won't survive, rising from his knees with the help of his sword. They both got it badly, but neither was going to give in. But their battle is interrupted by the sudden appearance of the prince and his army, who pointed their bows at the couple. The prince introduces himself as Laika Delki and orders the strangers to immediately drop their weapons, but Kujan is not going to give up so easily, and taking Varys's body with him, promises that he will meet Jin again and repay him in full. The knights rushed in pursuit of the scoundrels, and the prince decided to ask Jin who he was, but as soon as he touched him, he immediately realized that he urgently needed medical help. At the same time, Jin was thinking only about the fact that he should never close his eyes, but the next moment, he woke up in Like's estate, who was already waiting for him to come to his senses. He says they couldn't identify him, which is why he's here now, but Gina is more concerned with how long it's been since he was knocked out. The prince replied that 3 hours had passed, and that he was very lucky to survive as the poison that was in his body could kill even an 8th-rank martial artist. But if it was about Runcandles, then it was a completely different story. Laika recognizes Jin and remembers that when they first met, Jin was rank 5, and even if he grew up, he should be rank 6. He is distracted from his thoughts by Jin, who thanks him for his help, but the prince only replies that it is quite natural to save a member of the Runcandle family, even if he is a reserve captain, and asks whether he did not inform Laika of the main estate. But the prince says that if he had done so, he would have been dead for a long time. He says that as soon as he brought Jin here, very powerful people began to cause trouble in Delki, and asks for forgiveness from him for causing so many problems, but still asks for a favor. He wants Jin to send as many knights as possible to protect him when he becomes the head of the family, and asks for his share of the gold mines owned by the Runcandle family to be returned. Jin was even surprised by what he heard, because he believed that the prince had valued the life of the young master rather low, and he decided that he would double the number of nights and return all the proceeds from the mines. The prince was shocked by this answer because it was too much, but Jin quickly explained that everything was fine, and in the future he would be able to do anything within the Reincarnated family's possessions. When Jin returned to his allies, Murakhan was extremely unhappy with the situation, because Jin did not even have time to rest from the battle in Kolon, as he immediately went to fight the magician and the knight of the 8th rank. Their conversation is interrupted by Jet, who is glad to see the young gentleman, but he notices that he was beaten and asks about it. Jet admits that he reported the situation to Murakhan, but he did not believe him and beat him. But Kashmir decided to interrupt him and ask a more important question, which was interesting to him. He wanted to know what happened to Dan Marius, because he did not tell them as he waited for Jin to return. Jin decided to talk to Dan. He says that he risked his life for his daughter, and he needs information about who trained them all, including Kujan and Varys. Dan can't take it anymore and shouts that his older sister Luna Runcandle's nanny, Taimun Marius, is their all-mother. At the same time, Kujan and Varys were kneeling in front of their mother, who was unhappy with how they had failed the task and dared to reveal their identities. She was sure that they both definitely wanted to die. She tells them to get out, and from this day on she will no longer keep in touch with them, but the couple does not understand what this means. Is Mrs. Taimun going to get rid of them? She had already made a decision for herself a long time ago, because this mistake turned out to be too big for them, but Varys simply cannot believe it and falls into hysterics, asking for another chance. She promises that this will not happen again. Taimun only slaps the red-haired hysteric. She tells them to never look for her again, but Kujan still wishes her to remain in good health. The nanny left, and on the way, she thought that the magical swordsman was definitely young Master Jin, and that the black shadow energy that her man informed her about meant that he had already found clues pointing to her. She is sure that he and the young lady will soon start looking for her, but Taimun is sure that even if they find out the truth, Lady Luna will still not be able to kill her, so now she needs more information regarding Mr. Jin. She already knows that he has shadow energy and uses magic, but she definitely doesn't know about one secret, so Kujan and Varys turned out to be not completely useless to her. At this time, Dan asks Jin if he has ever encountered Taken, who was also Alu's spider legs, but the young master said that he not only knew him, but also killed him. Dan does not believe what he heard, because why did Jinu need it? But later he learns from him that Alu was the head of a criminal group, and before eliminating him, he mentioned the name of the very person who ordered to kill him, and it turned out to be Taimun. Dan recalls that 15 years ago, when leaving the business, Taken told him that Taimun had made a deal with someone from the Runcandle family who had great power. He also warns the young master that if things don't go according to plan, their brothers and sisters will be in danger, so they need to be extremely careful. Jin asked about the details of this deal, but alas, Dan did not know this, and he realized that Runcandle, who was above Taimun, must definitely know something, and he decided to set off on a journey to meet Sister Luna. Meanwhile, in the living room of Lady Luna's estate, Tika thanks the lady that they were all able to find work, and the Colonians finally began to live in peace. Luna understands that her little brother will like this, but their conversation is interrupted by a sound outside the house, and outside the gate they notice Jin himself, completely soaked from the rain. When Luna and Jin were at the table, the brother shared all the information he had, but this only made his sister laugh, because she simply could not believe that the nanny raised murderers from orphans in order to order them to put a curse on Jin. She didn't understand why she had to do something like that, and insisted that her brother had simply been misinformed, and that he could see for himself when the nanny came back from vacation. Jin tried to address his sister again, but she only became angry and slammed her fist on the table with all her might, because Jin continued to act as if everything he said was true. She couldn't believe that her nanny was capable of such a thing, and was sure that she was simply set up, and the survivors from the shelter could have simply lied to him about everything. But if the nanny was really connected to this, then there must be some reason. Luna says that they can't just sit around doing nothing, and decides that it's time for them to go to her to find out for themselves. Meanwhile, Taimun thinks that Kujan and Varys have revealed themselves, But they will be dealt with. After all, she can always raise new hunting dogs. She is more interested in how the young master will be able to find out about everything and who from her circle made a mistake. And if no one screwed up, then she still does not understand how Jin managed to do this. Her thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of Jin himself with Luna, but the young lady decides to get down to business right away and asks the nanny if she knows Varys and Kujan. After a short pause, Taimun admits that he knows them, but then Luna doesn't understand why the nanny secretly raised killers and targeted Jin. Taimun only says that it was not she who gave such an order and was simply stunned by the fact that her dogs encountered young Master Jin, so she was waiting for them. Luna restrains herself from hitting the nanny. She doesn't want to hear such excuses in the hopes of forgiveness for the fact that she secretly raised murderers. Taimun only asks for forgiveness and asks the lady to send her to the family court so that she can explain everything in detail. But Luna does not believe that her nanny is now trying to escape. She just can't understand her actions and keeps asking her to explain everything, but Taimun just apologizes for hiding it all from the young lady. But the reason she raised assassins is for survival. The nanny reminded the lady of how many enemies she had within the family, and as a result, they had to face dangers together every day. Luna does not understand what Taimun is talking about, because no one could dare to attack her people. But the young lady did not even guess that the employees in the residence changed during the year for a reason, but because they were all killed by her brothers and sisters whom she loves so much. After hearing this, Luna asks why the nanny didn't tell her this before, but she simply couldn't, because she knows the young lady very well and understands that even if she had told her, she still wouldn't have been able to kill her brothers and sisters. Taimun recalls how Luna gave up her right to inherit precisely because she did not want to do so, and how immediately after the lady made such a decision, all her people inevitably became victims. Exactly 35 years ago, she had no choice but to become a dog for the nobility. But the Run-Candle family recognized her skills and hired her as a nanny so that she could start living like a person, not trash. That was her destiny. But it changed when Luna became the first child in the family, and the little lady became a real gift for her. It was not a problem for her that the other children became rivals for Luna, because the leader said that the young lady inherited all the talent. Taimun only continued to support her in everything, but was surprised when the young lady admitted that she did not like to fight, although the nanny understood that it was naive to refuse battles because of threats, but later became convinced that this was groundless. At one point, Luna decided to stop all this because she does not want to become the head of the family with the help of such methods, but the nanny tried to dissuade her, because there is no other way if she wants this. The young lady's words that otherwise she would not become the head shocked the nanny, but she insisted on her own, because for her it was not a way out to kill her own brothers and sisters, even for the sake of the family. She promised that she would achieve something new and become the sword that would always protect the Run-Candle family. At 19, her long adolescence finally ended, and her honor as a nanny faded away, and the realization that she had failed to make Luna the head of the family for her revenge broke her. Taimun still decided to follow the lady and share her dream, but in exchange destroy her own. But soon after that, her brothers and sisters realized that the lady had changed and began their hunt. It was unbearable for her to see what her relatives were trying to achieve, and despite the fact that she was involved in murders, the lady should not know about it, because she would certainly start to blame herself for everything. The nanny remembers how Taimun Marius approached her and asked her to fulfill his request, but she only asked to kill her quickly. But Taimun once again asked to listen to him and join him, because he can give her true freedom. Finally, Taimun asks for forgiveness from the young lady, because she hoped that she would take this secret with her to the grave, because the fact is that she trained soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at Jin. She says that she must be punished for what she did, so she has already reported her actions to the main estate, after which the executioner knights of the Run-Candle family enter the room. Jin realizes that Taimun has outsmarted them and is one step ahead. He finally promises to see her in court and understands that she trusts someone unconditionally to behave like this, because there are not many people who can save her from family court. Taimun just smirks and says that the young master is talking nonsense, and she only has Lady Luna, and even if they want to execute her, she will humbly accept the decision. But Jin interrupts her chatter because she talks too much for someone who is ready to die. He says that the court is unlikely to understand her position just because she carried out every order they gave her, which horrifies her, but she says goodbye to the master, hiding her surprise. She thought that Jin wasn't just lucky to get this far. Maybe she was really abandoned, but at least she was able to get information about the young master. Taemoon is confident that if she uses her to make a deal, she can achieve her goals, but one of the guards tells her that the secret man has delivered a message, and the next moment he takes out a sword from under his cloak to mortally wound her. Luna parries the knight's blow and becomes enraged that a mere servant would dare try to kill her nanny, and comes to the conclusion that they have all forgotten who stands before them. Jean understands that the executioner knights will not be able to cope with her, even though she cut off their tails, but they will not leave her alone, because they still remain hounds that will pursue her, even if they have to die. The young gentleman decided not to wait and instantly killed one of the knights, but one of the guards was already ready to attack Jin from behind, when Luna appeared and sent the bastard to the next world with one blow. But one of the knights caught up with the nanny and dealt an almost fatal blow, but Luna appeared again, torn apart by anger, and she slammed the scoundrel face down on the floor. He tried to resist, but he initially had no chance, and Luna continued to drive him deeper and deeper. Jin comes to the conclusion that he was right, and Master Taemoon was not going to save her, and at this time, Luna lifts the half-dead knight off the floor and tells him to answer her questions if he wants a quick and easy death. She decided to take off the iron mask, but underneath it, she saw a corpse, and blood continued to flow from his mouth, all because of the poison he had taken so that they could not interrogate him. Jin asks Taemoon to tell him everything she knows, because she simply cannot ignore the current circumstances. But Luna is more interested in whether she lied to her when she asked her to find out which of her relatives was targeting Jin. Luna screams in despair, because she sincerely could not understand how this could happen. But the nanny only smirks and says that she knew that something like this would happen, but she was too old to fall under such a simple attack, and began to cough up blood. She tries to say something to the young lady, but she asks her to remain silent because the poison will spread faster. How ironic that this poison was given to her by Kujan, and it is too late to try to save her. She understands that most likely it was karma, but Luna, sobbing, screams that this is not what she wanted and asks the nanny to hold on, because she does not want her to die. Taemoon realizes that she wants to continue living and beg for forgiveness from Lady Luna. She just wanted to stay with her as long as possible, but at some point everything went wrong. She realized that everything went wrong when her priority became revenge, and not Mrs. Luna, and asked Jin to listen to her carefully, but Luna continued to scream at her to be quiet or she would lose even more blood. Typhoon only replied that she understood that she would not pay for her sins even if she told everything, but nevertheless she wanted Jin to know that the magician who cursed him 15 years ago was Kedart Hall. Finally, she tries to tell about the man she ordered to make a deal with him, was the second captain Joshua Runcandle, and also that he knows about the power and contract of the young master, but her time is running out. She loses more and more blood, but still asks for forgiveness from Luna that she did not tell about everything earlier. She remembers all the happy moments with the young lady, and with her last strength asks her not to carry the memory of the fallen man for too long, finally wiping away the tears that rolled down Luna's face. Meanwhile, Joshua Runcandle is contemplating how Taemoon should have died with dignity, but the appearance of two of Nanny's subordinates distracts him, and he asks them to come in. Joshua says that Taemoon refused them and does not understand why they came to him then, but Varys does not want to make such a decision and asks the master to convince Taemoon because they will not be able to work without her. Kujan tried to stop Varys, but she continued to beg for help and offered anything in return, but Joshua only apologizes to the guests because he cannot fulfill their request, no matter how much he would like to. He understands that the couple doesn't know anything yet, and tells them that Taemoon didn't just decide to drive them away, but to save them from death, and she was killed by a magical swordsman whose identity is still unknown. Joshu revealed that Taemoon had spoken of being in danger and asked for help, so he sent 5 knights, but all of them, including the nanny, were killed. Varys is filled with anger. She just asks this damn magical swordsman and vows to kill him, no matter what it costs her. Joshua says that the killer is Soldred's contractor, and there is no other information about him yet. He does not know where he is from and who he is connected with, but he still asks the guests not to hang their heads, because sooner or later he will also come for him. He only asks for trust from Kujan and Varys, but at that very moment they interrupt the master and fall to their knees to thank him. In truth, Joshua was just making fun of these two. They want to take revenge for their adoptive mother, but it must be admitted that Tymoon managed to raise wonderful dogs. Joshua realizes that it was Jin who helped him get rid of the nanny in advance. He couldn't even think of a better gift, and once again his thoughts are interrupted by a voice behind the door. He allowed the servant to enter inside, as it was an urgent matter, and he told him something important. But Kujan noticed that the master's expression changed and asked if something had happened. Joshua just apologized and said that the couple would need to return today. He would prepare a place for them, so they would need to stay there and wait for him to contact them. At this time, the door of the estate shatters into pieces, and the guards fly off in different directions from such power. But when the dust died down, they saw the enraged Lady Luna. One of the knights asks the lady to calm down, because he does not understand what she is trying to achieve by this. But she is serious and quickly shuts his mouth, because she is the one asking the questions here. She asks where Joshua is now, but the servant was not going to answer the question, because the lady was breaking the family rules. But apparently she did not care much, and lifting the poor guy off the ground, he warns him not to even dare mention them in her presence. Luna orders the knights to go and do their duties, and she herself will finish what she came for, but they decided not to obey orders, for which they immediately paid, because it was not difficult for the young lady to throw the idiots in different directions with just her energy. Finally, she repeats once again to get out of here before her patience runs out. But she is interrupted by Mr. Joshua, who asks Luna about the reason for her sudden arrival. He stands behind the Black Knights, but Luna understands that he is simply afraid of her, because then he would come closer. She doesn't understand why he decided that she came to kill him, but Joshua only asks her not to talk about such things. Joshua pretended he didn't know anything, and asked his sister to tell him what happened, because he would definitely listen to her and support her as they were family. Luna was able to come to her senses, and at parting she says that she will not kill Joshua today, but came to warn him, because although a little, she is still worried about him. Joshua understands that now he will have to leave his sister because of the Zippel family. But when everything is over, and the Reincarnated family becomes his, then Luna will be the first one he gets rid of. Jin meets Luna and realizes that something is wrong with her, but her sister says that she is fine and she just needs to calm her emotions. The brother realized that Joshua was trying to provoke her after what happened, and Luna only confirms this, saying that he was hiding behind the backs of the Black Knights. Jin is surprised, because among the many knights of the Reincarnated family, only the top 10 receive this title, which means they must obey only the head of the family and his wife. The young gentleman does not understand how Joshua managed to persuade his parents to do something like this, but he decided to leave it for later, since what worries Luna most is that she could not even bury her nanny because of the poison, which even dissolves the body. She starts to cry because she can't come to terms with the fact that it was also used on her subordinates. But what's hardest for her is that if she knew how to help her, then none of this would have happened at all. Luna was able to forgive her nanny, despite the fact that she betrayed her, but she still considered her her family. But her own brother Joshua became a sworn enemy. Since childhood, she not only hated this family strife, but she hated it, because the hatred and hostility between brothers and sisters had originated a long time ago. She was afraid that they would all repeat the history of the past, and that is why she became the sword that protected the family and did not allow anyone to die. Only now does she realize that she simply ran in fear, afraid to fight, and now she is paying for her cowardice. Luna decided once and for all that from now on she would get rid of anyone who would target Jin, and if he wanted, she would deal with anyone who would threaten him. She decided that from that moment on her sword belonged only to her younger brother and no one else, because she would not forgive herself if something happened to it. Luna decided that this was the right thing to do and would help Juna, even if she had to turn away from the rest of her sisters and brothers, because that was the price of her cowardice. She had never been sure that she would stop everyone who would become a threat to her brother, and, if necessary, she would even kill her own relatives. Jin only reminds her of her own words that she once told him and says that it doesn't matter to him what she does or who she becomes. He will always support her. Luna, in tears, falls into her brother's arms, and he promises her that he will be able to protect her when he becomes captain, and she, in turn, promises to do everything so that Jin becomes the head of the family. At this time, Murakun cannot believe that Joshua used a magician and cast a curse on Jin, because even in Timar's time, something like this never happened. This environment is refreshing for Jin. He missed these screams and shouts so much, but Gilly interrupts this chaos and decides to find out about Joshua's intentions. Does he really want to harm the young master? Jin replies that there are many reasons, but the most important one is that Joshua does nothing, even though he knows he made a contract with Soldred. Gilly comes to the conclusion that Joshua broke the rule of the Storm Castle and tried to harm it, but did nothing in the main estate. Jin realizes that they need to figure out why he did it, because if his hypothesis is correct, then Joshua is trying to get his contract. He thinks about his brother's connections with the Zippel family, who are capable of stealing the contract with God, but realizes that Joshua was not close to them, which means there is another way to steal the contract. Kashmir interrupted the gentleman's thoughts and said that he had found information about a rather famous magician who was now in Meltador on the eastern continent. He handed the papers to Jin and revealed that the mage had previously used the alias Amal after he founded a high-level magic academy in the kingdom of Zypel. Jin read the papers and learned that the magician was currently studying a certain type of magic and asked his friends not to look for him for the next 3 months. At this time, a man in a white robe with a staff is sipping his drink in a pub, but is distracted by a stranger who addresses a man named Amal. The man was surprised that someone recognized him, but the stranger continued and introduced himself as an aspiring mage who was heading to the prestigious Meltador Academy. Having attracted the attention of everyone present, he said that he had heard about a noble elder and had come to meet him. Amal used only a fraction of his power and warned everyone to get out of here before he made them disabled. When everything calmed down, the elder decided to ask the stranger who he really was, because he had long ago realized that the stranger was trying to hide his body, but he could not hide the fact that he had trained with weapons all his life. Amal asks the stranger one last time to state his name, and if he does not listen, he will make it so that his carcass will never be able to use magic again. The stranger decided he should introduce himself again and called himself Huvil Heister, who was the last survivor of the Heister family. Amal can't believe that standing in front of them is a member of the Heister family, which at one time was on par with the Zippel family in terms of magic mastery, because the Zippels killed every Heister. Huvil asked to be heard and took out a book that the mercenary commander who raised him had given him before his death. The author of the book was Shujiel Heister, which shocked Amal, and he shouted for Huvil to give him the book, but he only allowed him to look at it, not touch it. Huvil had long ago sworn that no one would be able to touch the grimoire without his permission, and if Amal wanted to take it, he would have to kill him. Amal can't wait any longer, and simply asks to open the book quickly, which Huvil does, but only after looking at the book, the old magician realized that the protection system really does look like the Heister grimoire. He has spent his entire life searching for this family's legacy, so much so that he has no doubt about the book's authenticity. He simply needs to study it more closely. Amal invited the guest to stay with him for the night. He asks to follow him and assures that he will provide a worthy reception to a member of the Heister family. They came to a secret place that Amal uses for his research. He asks the young man to tell how he managed to survive. He said that as a child he was taken under the wing of a group of mercenaries of the Grey Owl, so he held a blade in his hands from childhood. But he had no talent for it, but with magic, everything was different, because he learned so quickly, as if he initially knew what to do. He remembered how it all started after he came across the family heirloom that was mentioned in the commander's will, but since then, the Zippel family began to pursue him, so he hid his identity with the help of the Magic Academy. Amal is sure that despite the fact that this happened 300 years ago, the Zippel family could not leave even a glimmer of a threat, and the reward for Huvil's head is already definitely more than 10 million. Amal says that if he does not want to continue living like a hunted animal, then he can become his student and write his name in history. The old man decided not to keep any secrets and admitted that his real name was Keydart Hall, which shocked Huvel, because he could not believe that the same Keydart was sitting in front of him. The old mage is surprised that the young man knows about him, since he was famous long before he was born. But Huvel can't help but be happy, because the man standing in front of him is the same one who became a 9th-rank mage without the help of the Zippel family. Keydart interrupts the boy and promises that he will teach him countercurrent magic, and his name will stay with him if he becomes his student. An old mage had stumbled upon the remains of the Heister family's legacy a long time ago, and, as if enchanted, had been exploring them his entire life. But at a certain point, there were no clues left, and he was ready to give up when Huvel Heister appeared. He is confident that with the help of his grimoire, he will be able to develop his countercurrent magic and pass on this improved magic to his student, because if everything works out, he will be able to live on. Huvel decided to demonstrate his skills, and the old man was surprised that the young man had already mastered such a difficult spell. Keydart couldn't wait any longer and asked the boy to show him the grimoire, but he was refused, because Huvel had already said that it went against his beliefs. The old man gets furious and screams, not understanding the stupidity of all these beliefs. He can easily steal it, like taking candy from a child, but he still respects the guy's choice. He soon asks not to take his words to heart, but Huvel interrupts him and offers a deal in which Keydart will show the young man something as important as his life, namely, to get acquainted with the Book of Countercurrent. The old man immediately agrees to this and asks to wait a little, because it is kept in the endless storage of the Holy Kingdom of Vankel. He says that he needs to go there personally and get her, but for now the young man must continue to study the intensive countercurrent system. Keydart understands that the countercurrent book contains the essence of his magic, and he was going to give it away before his death, but he is sure that it is worth taking the risk, because the Heister family's book contains their magic, and with its help, he will be able to surpass Zippel. He leaves Huvel, but the young gentleman is only happy with this outcome of events, because everything is going according to his plan, and he will immortalize his name in history. When Keydart returned home, he decided to ask the guy if he was still practicing with the intensive countercurrent system, but Huvel decided not to wait and demonstrated his power, which felt like it belonged to him from the very beginning. The old magician confirmed his suspicions. He knew from the very beginning that this boy was a genius, but he was more concerned about the book, and they were finally able to exchange them. He understood that it would take some time to decipher, but it didn't matter, and he allowed Huel to read the countercurrent book as much as he wanted, but he admits that he has not reached the level to understand the master's works, so he is just glad that he trusted him. Keydart decided that since the boy was learning the intensive countercurrent system, he should do some practical training, for example, test it on beetles. Huvel didn't know that countercurrent magic could work on more than just humans, but Keydart wasn't talking about insects, but about the little people who lived in the village where they met. He believes that these creatures, who simply live and breathe, are ideal for practice, because at one time the magician himself practiced on them, and they became only expendable material. Huvel interrupted the old man and said that in that case, he had a request, and he wanted the magician to use the countercurrent on him before he began practicing himself, because it would be useful for him to experience something like this for more effective growth. The old man is simply amazed at the guy's ingenuity and asks him to watch carefully, and the next moment he uses a countercurrent bomb, which causes the opponent's mana to be depleted using the force of mana attraction. He warns that he will now start to drain mana and he should concentrate and feel it, but his surprise knew no bounds. Heidert couldn't believe that his countercurrent didn't happen. He couldn't believe that Huvel's magic wasn't just higher than the 7th rank, it surpassed the 9th. The next moment, he is seriously injured and falls to the ground, and Huvel, in turn, takes out a magic mirror that contains an infinite amount of mana. He said that it was only thanks to him that he was okay even after the backflow, but initially the bastards from the Zippel family wanted to use the artifact, which would have led to terrible consequences. The next moment he takes a vessel of water out of his pocket and pours it over his head, washing away the false color of his hair, because initially it was he who should have suffered all his life because of their actions. The one who 15 years ago Heidert cursed and put a curse on in the Thunder Castle was Jin Runkadel, and he returned from hell to kill him. The old mage can't believe it, because he checked the facts about the mercenary group, but he remembered that this is the story of a real survivor from Heister, which happened 44 years ago. For Jin, everything had already been decided, and he pressed the scoundrel into the floor with his foot, because after all the suffering and humiliation he had endured, he simply had to take revenge for everything. He asks Heidert not to regret too much, as he will make good use of his book, which has become the work of his whole life, but in fact everything was not so, and the magic of the countercurrent originally belonged to the Heister family. Jean promises that he will tell the truth to the whole world, and if he succeeds, then everything that Heidert has achieved will disappear from the pages of history forever. In his last seconds of life, the old magician screams with all his might that he will not allow this. But the very next moment, Jin decided to stop the empty chatter, sending the bastard to the next world. Jin leaves and, covering his tracks, sets fire to the magician's house, and in all fairness, Heidert should be grateful to him for giving him a peaceful fate. Jin realizes that this is just the beginning and he definitely won't be as generous when he gets to Joshua. Gilly spends her time with Murakan, who is now in the body of a cat, and she only thinks about the fact that 3 months have passed since the departure of young Master Jin. Murakan recalls that after Jin became his student, he directly said that he would wait for the opportunity to kill him. But still, sometimes he is cunning as a fox. The nanny interrupted his thoughts with her tears, because no one could even imagine how worried she was about the young master's antics. Murakan tried to calm Gilly down, because when the 7 colors were looking for information, it turned out that Keydart admired Jin, which meant that there should be no problems, and the young man would be able to fool the old man. At this point, Jin decided not to wait, and distracted them from their conversation with his sudden appearance, which caused the nanny to immediately rush into his arms. Jin revealed that he had managed to obtain the Keydart grimoire and asked Murakan to explain its contents. At this time, in the main estate of the Rungkandel family, all the brothers and sisters gathered at one table to have dinner. Joshua placed papers next to him that contained information about the main suspect in the murder of Kadath Hall, known as Jean Grey. One of the brothers is sure that this is the second personality of the junior reserve captain, but the second does not believe such a thing, because even though the junior was good, he could cope with a 9th rank mage. Mew couldn't hold back after hearing this. She didn't believe that they were talking such nonsense when they had never seen a mage of this level in their lives, but this only made her older sister angry, as they were interfering with her eating. Joshua decided to stop the shouting, since they hadn't gathered at the same table for a long time, but he still added that he also thought that Jin could have killed Keydrat. He explained that Jin could hardly handle everything alone, but it would not be possible if Yona helped him. The brother can't take it anymore and asks Joshua to stop. He asks if he is really afraid of Jin that he decided to drag Yona into all this. Joshua hastened to reassure his sister and brother, as this was only an assumption since the cause of the magician's death was unknown, which could also be the work of nameless people. He said that the Nameless are considered the best organization of assassins, and Sister Yona has long been in their ranks on the orders of her father. Joshua comes to the conclusion that Jin made a deal with them to get attention, and Yona, feeling abandoned, helped the younger one to get him on her side. The sisters immediately understand what is going on, because if Yona helped him, then this explains how he coped with missions as a cadet. But Mary couldn't stand it and attacked her sister, sending her to eat the earth, and later to finish her off, but her brother stopped her. He asks her not to overdo it, because the more she reacts to something like this, the more it plays into Joshua's hands. Mary is filled with anger and admits that she cannot oppose the decision of the second heir, but she is sure that her father will not stand aside if they harm Yona. The brother asks Joshua to admit that he is simply afraid of Yona, but he can simply subdue her with the sword rather than using threats and incitement, since the Runukandeli do not do that. At this time, Haytona and Daytona pray only for Jin to return quickly, because they can no longer be here. At the same hour, Veridin Zipel and Dante Hiron discussed that at the scene of the murder of a 9th-level mage, a note with the name Jean Grey was found. They understood perfectly well who was hiding behind this name, and Veridin suggested Dante to discuss a plan to go to Jin together in a few days. When the butler heard about everything, he immediately reported to the unknown man about their conversation. He talked about a report that said that the relationship between their families was not the best, but considering that they are now together, everything fits together. The Zippel are somehow connected with the death of Kedart Hall, and Veridin gave something to Dante. There is also a version that the Zippel are looking for new allies and getting rid of those who do not agree with them. But it didn't matter whether it was true or not, because it would be a worthy reason to suppress the growth of the Zippel family. And the man asks the butler to leak all the necessary information to the press. The man considered the fact that the bastards from Zippel were definitely in a hurry, which was unusual for them, as if someone was directing them. At the same time, Julia does not want to let go of young Master Jin because he has not even had time to rest, as he is already heading to the dangerous city of Samil. She doesn't understand what he needs there, but the young gentleman replies that he just needs to meet someone and get something. The nanny was surprised that the young man had friends there, but then she immediately remembered Mrs. Yona, and the lady herself sat and thought about how her brother had left the family after he became a reserve captain, and then began to do some amazing things. Yona really wants to know how strong her brother has become, and time after time wonders if he will come to Samil, because she wants to play with him. Kashmir warned Jin that he would also be gone for a while because he forgot something in Bement, but the girl revealed that his father had simply called him. At this time, the door opens and Moroccan comes in, saying that he has completed what Jin asked him to do. He said that everything was ready so that he could write everything on the young master's back, because with this, he would be able to use Kedart's magic without any problems. Jin felt like he had received the weapon he needed, and Moroccan said that he had noticed several very useful elements of magic in the text, and even if a group of 7th-level mages wanted to eliminate the master, he would be able to crush them with one. Jin decided to immediately test Moroccan's words and released shadow energy that filled the entire room. They already thought that everything was going as it should, but at that moment, Mrs. Enya enters the room and Jin has no choice but to stop the magic before it gets to her. Enya said it was incredibly cool and asked to do it again, even though she was injured. Miss Kiantel hurried to pick up her partner because she was bothering the young master and it was getting worse every single day. Jin only said that it was his fault, and he would definitely apologize to Enya. But at the moment, Kiantel was more worried about the rumors that the master was going to send to Samil. She warns that the entire territory of Samil is a training ground for the Nameless, so you can't just go there because he might get killed. Kiantel admits that the current Jin will be able to withstand the attacks of the Nameless cadets, but the longer he remains in Samida, the stronger his opponents will become, and eventually the best assassins will come for him. She can't guarantee that he or his older sister will be able to escape the real Nameless killers, so she asks Jin to take this pouch from her. She said that if the assassins, whom he could not cope with, captured him, then he would have to show the contents of the bag, and then he would survive. The young master is very surprised by such a generous gesture and does not know how to repay him, but Kiantel calms him down and asks in return that he help Enya with training when he returns. Jin set out on his journey, and when he arrived at the southern gates of Samil, he decided to enter the city but was stopped by the guards. Jin handed over the ticket that Kiantel had left for him, and the guards immediately understood what was going on and asked the young gentleman about the purpose of his visit. He replied that he had come here for training, and the guards had let him in, saying that he had come to the right place and that it would be a good experience for him, and that he would receive his mark when he left the city. Jin felt that something was wrong and asked the guards, or did the laws of the Nameless really apply to a visitor as soon as he entered the city? The next moment, the man behind his back took out a knife and tried to deal with the young master. But it was no trouble at all for Jin to dodge such a simple blow and knock out the bastard with one blow. He threw a coin at the poor guy and told him that he had been carrying around murderous intent the whole way, so he should change jobs. Jin looked at the others and asked if they were also going to attack him, but they answered that they were not going to attack, because they were learning to kill and not to show off their martial arts. The gate opened and Jin was able to get inside, and the first thing he saw was the snow-white color, which symbolized the Nameless, because it was so customary that they were sure that there would be no blood stains on their light clothes. Jin noticed that he could see people in front of him, but he could barely feel their presence, and this city was much more beautiful than he had expected. But he still got goosebumps while being here. In this clean and quiet city, there are no prisoners, and the cadets, perfecting their killing skills, can spend a very long time in the so-called nameless buildings that tower over the entire city. For the residents of this city, guests were simply special opponents for them, and so every day they had to kill each other. So there was a high risk of being killed in the hotel. Jin asks the guard to rent a room for him, but the surprised guard does not understand whether the young master is seriously going to confront the nameless cadet in Salem, the city of murders. He suggests that Jin just go to the hotel and stay there, but the gentleman has long understood how this could end. He does not want a large number of visitors at night. The guard asks to follow him and says that he will not take money from him, and leads Jin to a room where he can rest, and be sure that he will keep his word, and not attack while he is here. Jin immediately decided to inspect the room for traps, but soon realized that there were none here, and he could rest peacefully. But before that, he needed to come up with a further plan of action. Jin's thoughts were interrupted by a clap behind him. He was about to draw his sword to defend himself, but when he turned around, he saw no one. He did not feel any presence of the enemy, while he was watching the master from the ceiling. The girl on the ceiling was thinking only about how she almost got caught. She noticed a guy who looked like the youngest person in the city, and decided to follow him, and it turned out to be Jin. Jin sat on the bed and thought about the loud bang that came from the roof, but most likely he was just imagining it because he was too sensitive right now. The girl notices that the young gentleman is very wary now, but he really needs to be careful, because he is now in Samil. The lady noticed something unusual about Jean, and decided to test her guess, instantly moving to Jean, who definitely noticed something. The girl realizes that it is her brother in front of her, and cannot believe that he was able to sense her presence, which means that he was able to half open his inner eye at such a young age. She decided that she couldn't just leave him like that, and as an older sister she had to train him. And the next moment, she started jumping all over the room. 4 days later, the man who rented out his room asks Jin to move out immediately, but the young gentleman does not understand what the rush is, so the man admits that he simply does not want to try to kill him anymore, and admits his defeat. He admitted that he thought Jin was the heir to a famous martial arts family when he showed him his nameless mark, but he never would have guessed that the boy's strength was so great, since he couldn't find a single hole in his defense. Jin realized that the man had been unable to get to him because Jin had spent the last 4 days trying to gather as much information as possible and had been on guard for the unexplained presence the entire time. The man admitted that the fact that he was unable to kill the visitor was a huge minus, because soon there would be a promotion check, and therefore he asked the young man to move out since he failed to achieve his goal. He also said that his progress had been stalled lately, but thanks to Jin, he was able to learn something, and for that, he decided to give advice. He asks the young man to always think of him as a mage or a swindler when he fights the killer. He warns that at the moment when the gentleman leaves this house, it is precisely such people who will stand in his way, and finally wishes him good luck. Jin had barely left the house when he noticed hundreds of traps on the floor, and immediately remembered the man's words to think of the enemy as a magician or a swindler. He realized that it could be an ambush, and at the last moment managed to fight off the poisonous dart. But the attacker had already disappeared without a trace. Jin still managed to notice the killer's tracks, and he went after him to the roof. But when he climbed up, there were already 3 opponents in front of him, who were clearly not in a friendly mood. One of them used the threads that were tied to the traps to bring them down on Jin, but such a move does not work against him, and he repels each threat with one swing of his sword. Soon, the young master realizes that it was the assassin's plan to get the sword stuck in traps, and he would not be able to do anything with it. The other 2 decided that this was the best time to attack and pulled out their daggers to finish off Jin. But the young man had other plans, and with just a wave of his hand, he was able to get rid of the attackers and free his sword. The bastard with the strings can't believe his eyes, and immediately falls to his knees to admit his defeat. But Jin finishes what he started, and finishes off the cadet, breaking the floor underneath him. Jin picks up the bag of coins and throws it to the man who just left the house. But he never thought that the young man could deal with high-level cadets so easily, let alone him. Jin was about to leave when he noticed one of the arrows flying straight at him, but he managed to react and deflect it. He doesn't know who is behind such a template trick, because using arrows after traps is too banal. He turned his attention to the air and noticed hundreds of arrows flying straight at him, but he also managed to dodge them by jumping into the air. He doesn't know how many attackers there are, and since it's come to this, he needs to get to a high place and spot the opponents, and not sit and hide. At that moment, 4 cadets attacked the youth in the air in hopes of catching him, but he defeated them all with the same ease using his sword. The arrow attacks continued anyway, and Jin had no choice but to dodge them, while his sister watched everything that was happening and was delighted with the speed of her brother's adaptation. She is sure that testing his level for 4 days was definitely worth it, and her brother needs to work a little more, because after a week of such games, his inner vision will be completely opened. She thought that Jin might be weaker than she thought and might die in the process, but it couldn't be helped since it was a common practice for people to die during training. Jin had defeated all of his opponents without any problems, and he had a chance to think things over and catch his breath before he was discovered again. He understood that the cadets were moving according to someone's instructions, but he didn't understand who needed this, and as soon as he found the culprit, he would immediately deal with him. Jin knew that everything was going according to his plan, seeing how many cadets he could control, despite them being some of the best nameless assassins. When the young man noticed the letter, he decided to open it, but inside there was only an invitation to play again at night, and he immediately realized that this was the work of his sister Yona. He understood that if everything went well, he would be able to ask her for what he needed so much, for example, the elixir of 1,000 poisons. In this world, Reincarnated's descendants can resist many poisons, such as Kujan, and his poison was very toxic. That's why Jin needed the elixir of 1,000 poisons, because it was a secret potion that was given only to the best of the nameless assassins. Jin recalls that those who drank it became immune to almost any poison, and Yona's sister, who is considered the best and youngest assassin, also received this elixir. He recalls that in her past life, Yona was originally born immune to poison, so she didn't have to drink it, and was eventually tricked by Sister Annie into taking it away from her. Annie was definitely on Joshua's side in a past life, which means Jin needs to get rid of them before they become just as strong. He understands that to do this, he needs to overcome the nightly trials from his sister Yona while dodging hundreds of arrows. Jin continues to easily get rid of the killers, and does not notice how he finds himself in someone's house, having broken the wall with another blow. He heard someone hiding behind the wooden door and asked them to come out, because he knew that they were not nameless cadets. Jin warned that he had been followed for the past 2 days, and it would be better for them to show themselves while he was still kind and calm. The door opened, and in front of him he saw old acquaintances who definitely shouldn't have been here. Jin asked the couple what the hell they were doing there, but Veridin told the young master to calm down, since they came all this way for him. Dante confirmed his words because they had to use all their savings to get the mark from the nameless ones, and that's how Jin addresses them. Jin realized that it was useless to remain angry any longer, and asked the couple why they had come here. The couple replied that they just missed him, which enraged Jin, but he was able to control his anger and asked how they got there. As they said before, they spent all their savings for the mark, and therefore they have to sleep and eat without having money. Jin says he will pay for their food since they are here because of him, but in return they will have to work and help him deal with the cadets. At that moment, one of the bastards dared to attack Dante, but it was not difficult for him to deal with the scoundrel with the help of his skills. Yona notices Jin's new friends, but feeling the strongest energy emanating from them, she doesn't understand what the hell is going on here and who the hell they are. At this time, Sir Owl, the king of the Nameless, comes to her and says that even she is forbidden to create more chaos. She has already destroyed several cadet houses, but that is not the main thing now, and she is most concerned with games with Jin, and some strangers are bothering her. Ool analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that Jin was in front, and behind him were the heirs of the Zippel and Hiron families. Yona, hearing this, said that she would deal with them, but Ool stopped her, because if she really went down there, then they were not bait. This is all Yona is counting on, but she still gets banned, because Owl offers her to play a game of their survival, which will start right now, and there will be only 3 rounds. He wanted to send real assassins instead of cadets, and if they died, she would win, and if they survived, she would lose. She understands the fact that then the chances of her brother's death will increase, but she still hopes that he will survive, because he was able to play with her for 2 whole days. Yona agrees to the game, but wants to be sure that Ool will not interfere in any way, and that she will choose the killers herself. He gives his word, but what's more important is whether Yona knows how many buildings in Samel have already been destroyed. She said she didn't know what had angered the man, and he shouted that 37 buildings had been destroyed because she had sent the cadets to play with her brother. The girl left silently, and Owl was only thinking that he should have also asked her not to interfere. But what was more important was that the future of the Nameless was almost in danger. At this time, Jin dragged his partners into the house, who immediately fell asleep after hearing that they would not be attacked during the day. He analyzed Dante's body and concluded that he was still physically weak, but his skills had improved due to his development through studying the secret techniques of the Heron family. And then Veridin, but he doesn't understand how someone who in a past life was a genius living in another world, and now looks for me without any cunning plans and helps in order to get money for food. Jin knew he had to get rid of them in a way that would also protect them from what would happen tonight, because he was sure that Yona would send more skilled killers. He didn't understand how he should prepare, when the next thing he knew, Owl appeared in front of him, but Jin couldn't notice his presence at all. This was the best nameless assassin he had ever met, but he still couldn't understand why he was here, since no one except Sister Yona had a reason to check on him. And this means that in front of him is the king of the Nameless. But Owl was more surprised that the boy was not even scared, but on the contrary, was in a good mood. Owl admitted that Chiron had a worthy younger heir, but still noted that it was rude to continue sitting on the bed when he realized who he was. Jin assured that he dared to do this, even though he did not know whether he would be spared, only because the Reincarnated are not afraid of death. Jin didn't understand why the king himself came to him, and the only guess was that it was somehow connected with his sister Yona. Owl can't stand it and says that even Chiron tried to speak less here, and he, the pathetic younger heir, dares to mention Yona. He lifted Jin by the throat and asked how he dared to act so brazenly after such a mess, or was it just because Yona was covering for him? Owl threw the young master aside, who didn't understand why he reacted that way to the mere mention of his sister. The king thought that tearing Jin to pieces would not be enough, but for the sake of Sir Chiron he would forget about everything this time. Jin asks for forgiveness because he dared to speak without asking only because he is inexperienced, and if he wants to punish him, then he will gladly accept the punishment. The king said that from this night onwards, he would be attacked by real killers in white masks, but most of all, Owl was concerned about the lives of his partners. Owl explains that Yona started this game, putting the lives of these two on the line, and Jin realizes that he is asking him to intervene in what his sister has started. Jin still didn't understand why the king needed all this, but could it be that he simply couldn't control his sister and thus asked Jin for help? He wondered what kind of relationship Yona had with the Nameless ones, but the main thing now was that the killers would attack 3 times, and they needed a plan. The king suggested that they better group together and head to the center if they wanted to survive the night, and tomorrow, Veridin and Dante would be able to leave the city. The genie told the king that he needed the elixir of 1,000 poisons, but Owl could not believe such impudence, because even if his father could not do it. Owl came to the conclusion that the elixir was worth about the same as his life, so Jin must save the heirs of Zipel and Hiran. The king wanted to warn the young man one last time, and told him that a person can kill anyone if he is determined enough. But does he know why they do not use this power thoughtlessly? All because when a person wields a powerful weapon, he is feared, but if he waves it left and right, the wrath of the strong overtakes him. But since Jin knew about it, why did he still mention Yona? And a moment later he realizes that he was deceived, and the young man didn't even know about his relationship with his sister. That's why he asked whether the reason for his visit was connected with her, because if you think about it, he unknowingly exposed the young man to danger. He had no choice but to say goodbye to the boy, and the next moment he was gone without a trace. Jin knew that the king wanted Jin to send Dante and Veridin away from here, but it seems he has other plans and is not going to follow his lead. Before the sun set, Jin decided it was time to act and warned his partners that today they would be hunted by real killers instead of cadets. The boys don't understand what the rush is about, but the young gentleman explains that when he fought with the cadets, he felt their presence at sunset. But now, he feels nothing. Jin felt something coming, as if they were prey and a hunter was chasing them. He knew, of course, that assassins were different from cadets, but this was a completely different level. Meanwhile, Yona and Owl were discussing that the girl had decided to send high-class assassins first. Was she really planning to kill Jin already? She denies his words, But Ul said that her younger brother is smart, and that is why he is running now. But when the killers attack, he will not be able to do anything and will die. Yona asks the king to calm down, because Jin has already opened the eye of the mind halfway, which shocks Ul, because he is too young, but has already developed it despite his age. She noticed that Jin seemed to move instinctively, but she was still sure that he felt something too, because over the past few days his mind's eye had begun to open. Yona is very proud of her little brother, and Aul sees her reacting like this for the first time, and perhaps he can expect something from her. At the same time, Jin was distracted by a dust cloud that had just appeared in front of him. He realized that there was no time to waste and rushed to his comrades to protect them from the trap. After all, in the dust cloud there was a mechanism that activated and began to launch hundreds of shurikens, preventing the group from moving freely. At one point, Jin sensed the presence of an enemy behind him and was able to instantly block his attack, and in response, Veridin used ice magic to freeze the bastard's head. Jin understood that they didn't have time, and the guys needed to get out quickly, because the killer was almost free and was ready to attack. The scoundrel immediately took out poisonous needles and threw them at Jin and the boys, but the young gentleman tried to fight them off while his friends ran away. He knew he couldn't delay this, because then the ambush killers would come here and they wouldn't have time to deal with everyone. Veridin decided to ask the assassins why they hadn't caught him yet, but Jin was more interested in the fact that they kept their distance and didn't attack. Before he could think, a killer flew out from under the ground at him, clearly aiming for his neck, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. Jin asked Veridin to stop talking nonsense and use his most powerful magic, but to do this he asked to buy him 10 minutes, as he needed to concentrate to prepare it. Veridin used the first form of the spell of 1,000 destructive flames, which shocked the killers because they had not seen such magical power for a long time. Jin was also impressed by this spell, as he couldn't believe that he had already managed to learn it at such a young age. But Jin's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that one of the killers wanted to get rid of Veridin, but he managed to protect his friend, blocking the bastard's attempt. Jin knew that there was only one enemy in front of him, and that could only mean that they could attack Dante, who was left all alone. Young Master Dante had expected this and used the dragon's sword armor, which was the Heron family's special secret technique. The killer was distracted by how all his partners were falling from this technique, but this was his fatal mistake, because Jin did not forgive him for daring to be distracted and deals with him with one blow. Jin had never seen such a skill from Dante. He wondered if he was really using aura for this secret technique. He understood that Dante had been training hard while they had not seen each other, but not only he, but Veridin had also become much stronger. Veridin asks the young master for forgiveness, because he screwed everything up and it looks like he won't be able to complete the spell, because he has started to have a backflow due to the fact that he hasn't practiced it for a long time. Jin ordered Dante to take Veridin and escape to the designated point, but the assassins must catch them that night. Otherwise, Lady Yona will personally train them, which causes them fear. At this moment, Yona doesn't understand what's going on and asks Aul if he dared to help her brother and his friends. It's really strange that they knew about the existence of a no-kill zone, and then they headed straight for it, right into the central district of Samil. This is the place where the relatives of the nameless and the benefactors lived, and as soon as they got there, they were convinced that it was true and the attacks stopped. Dante understood that as long as the killers had no emergency situations and the enemy did not invade, the nameless ones must follow the tradition of not carrying weapons in the central district. Veridin couldn't believe that this wasn't some kind of test, since Jin knew about this place, but the young master asked him not to worry about it. At the same time, Yona did not understand how they found out about this if no one told them, and Ul once again assures her that he did not tell them anything. But she easily realized that the king was lying to her and that he was the first to break his promise, which meant that tomorrow night she would take charge of everything herself and attack them. To the king of the Nameless Owl, the head of the best assassination organization, Yona was more than a daughter. She had an incredible talent that other killers couldn't even come close to, and she was already considered a natural-born killer. This is exactly how the few witnesses who saw the blade, colored by the chaos that slumbers inside her, spoke about the girl. She repeated once again that she would fight her brother and his friends, since Owl had broken his promise and should not interfere. The king knew there was nothing more he could do to stop her, and he could only hope that Jean Roncandel would be able to raise the heir of the Zippel and Heron families. Yona says that it's time for her to get rid of her little brother and his partners, and suggests that Ulu also go with her. Owl knew that Jin was a smart guy and would follow orders because he understood the seriousness of the situation, but he would still have to deal with Yona because he had no other choice. The king agreed to go with her, but deep down he hoped that Yona might take pity on Jin, since she liked him. At this moment, Owl noticed that Jin and his friends were in the neighboring building, but they continued to sleep despite the danger. Yona couldn't take it anymore and attacked to get rid of Dante and Veridon, because they dared to talk and laugh with her little brother in front of her when she hadn't even talked to him. Suddenly, Yona turned to Ulu to stop pretending that he didn't notice that Jin was holding the silver dragon's fang in his hands. Jin didn't understand why there was no reaction, because if everything was going as he planned, then the killers would definitely have said something if they had noticed the fang. He turned around again and saw behind him the king and his sister, who were in the same room with him, but he still could not even sense their presence. He sees and greets the 85th nameless king for the first time, and Yona's sister, which makes Owl surprised that Jin is smart enough to play along with him. The king noticed that Jin was ready for their visit, and even gave his friends a sleeping pill so that they would know less, and Owl decides to get straight to the point. He is more interested in where the guy got the silver fang. Jin said that he received it as a gift from a silver dragon he met during his travels. Owl came to the conclusion that the young gentleman knew how to use it, because he demonstratively held it in his hands and waited. After all, if you show the claw to the nameless killers, then regardless of the situation, the owner will be able to survive. Yona disagreed with this and said that there was no one they couldn't kill, but Ul tried to shut her mouth quickly and promised that he would guarantee his survival if he gave them the fang. But before that, Jin has a question. He is interested in why he was pursued by trained killers and not cadets. Owl reveals that she and Yona had a bet, and he bet that his friends would survive, and she bet that they would die. Since the king won the bet thanks to Jin, from that moment on, the assassins will stop pursuing them, and none of the nameless, including him and Yona, will harm them. He says that this promise will be valid for the next 10 years, and as long as the Roncandel family does not attack them, this will not change. Jin realizes that 10 years is enough time to not have to worry about the nameless ones coming for him, while he fights his brothers and sisters. The king admitted that since Jin had already received the silver dragon's fang, he was entitled to a reward, but they would discuss later what the young man would like to receive as a gift. And now he is sure that he and his sister have a lot to talk about, because they met for the first time after Jin arrived in Samil and left them. At the same time, a group of scumbags are discussing the connections between the reserve captain and Mrs. Yona, and since they have determined the situation, they will soon have enough evidence. They knew that the level of assassins targeting Jin was increasing, and the reason for it was unknown, but they still came to the conclusion that it could just be high-level training. Their vassal warned them that they could not kill the young master yet, but they still had to be on guard. At this time, Yona admits that in fact she did not want to fight with her brother, but on the contrary, to help him develop. But Jin interrupts her. He asked, "Or does this mean that it was his sister who sent assassins after him?" She admitted that she didn't want this, but then immediately changed the subject and asked who his partners were. Jin introduced her to the heirs of the Zippel and Heron families, but it was very unusual for her that one of the Roncandel would contact them. She asks him to understand that she was unable to complete what she started only because of the silver dragon's fang, which was more important than killing them. Jin thought that Yona would report everything to her family, but she denied it, because if she did, her little brother would be maimed or even killed. But Jean didn't understand what she was talking about, because if she herself didn't want to get rid of him, she wouldn't have methodically sent killers after him. He asked her again why she did it, but the girl admitted that she just wanted to play with him. Jin asked his sister if he really considered him just another toy. But Yona immediately started crying and hurried to apologize to her brother because everything was not like that at all. Jin didn't understand why his sister was crying, and did she really just want to play with him? The young master simply cannot understand why his sister continues to cry, because she is the best assassin who was taught to suppress her emotions. Yona admits that nothing like that happened, because her mother told the Nameless that she would be able to kill without it. Jin was surprised, and asked if she had been killing before she came to the Nameless, since she was sent here when she was about 12. She remembered that when she was about 8, she was in Storm Castle, and one of her cousins was bothering her, and she killed him. After that, the nanny, who was in charge of her training, disappeared. And then whenever Yona went to Thunder Castle or the main estate, she was forbidden to train with her siblings. She thought that she was being punished for killing her cousin, but she was wrong, because this was a talent from birth, and now she herself takes orders and kills people. Jin realized that his father had separated Yona from the others in order to protect the other children from premature death. Yona is glad that she can at least talk to her younger brother like this, and she doesn't care where they send her. She's just worried that she will never see her family again. Jin didn't understand how his sister didn't even feel guilty for the murder, but even that didn't mean she didn't have other feelings. He knew it was a difficult choice, necessary to protect the rest of the children, but was it really worth it for the leader to avoid his daughter like that? Yona noticed that Jin was angry and thought that he also hated her, but he quickly convinced her otherwise, because it was unfair that she was considered a puppet for murder since childhood. She didn't even understand that it was bad, but later she remembered that her younger brother had never killed anyone, and when he fought, he left everyone alive. Yona said that she was born like that, and nothing could be done about it. But the young gentleman asked his sister if she wanted to be a contractor since she was born like that. He was sure that his sister was hiding something, but she assured her brother that he didn't need to know, because he also had his own secrets. She said that she knew about his power, because from the moment she saw Jin, her instinct told her to kill him. Yona said that Jin might think that she liked him so much that she went against her instincts, but she wanted it to be mutual. Jin doesn't understand what her sister is talking about since they didn't have any pleasant memories, but Yona thought that she could share the elixir of 1,000 poisons to create such a moment. She understood that this was the only reason why her brothers and sisters came to her, but Jin also only needed him. She said that she would give him the potion since she didn't need it, but Jin refused the offer, which shocked Yona. He said that even if she gave him the elixir, his opinion would still not change because of it. Yona didn't understand what she needed to do to please her younger brother, because now she had a moment when she could finally get closer to someone from the family. Jin notices the bright moonlight and invites his sister to go for a walk, since connections are formed through conversations. He knew he needed time to think about how to treat such a stupid and pathetic older sister. Yona explained that there was no one on the street because they were having fun here, and because of that a curfew was imposed. They came to the place that Jin wanted to get to, and all they had to do was climb up to see the flowers and the cliff. Yona promised that she hadn't intended to push her brother, but even if he fell from such a height, he was still unlikely to die. Jin noticed green roses in front of him, which are usually considered weeds, but when they absorb the moonlight, they become incredibly beautiful. The sister admits that these are her favorite flowers, because they can survive even if you step on them or don't water them for a long time. But even if they die, new ones will bloom in their place. She picks a couple of roses to give to her little brother as a gift. Jin remembered that this was not the first time he had received green roses as a gift, because in his previous life someone had periodically left them in his room. He also remembered that he always received one branch with 2 buds whenever hard times came. They would appear in the inner pocket of his cloak. Yona admits that she only gives them to those she likes, and Jin decided to ask how she came to be here all this time. Jin asks his sister not to remain silent and to talk to him because they have so much to tell each other. The brother decided to ask if she really tried to kill the King of the Nameless. Yona replied that she was 14 at the time and that he had scolded her well, forcing her to write an explanatory note in his room. After that, she tried 2 more times, but each of them was a failure, but nothing worked because Owl scolded her. She admitted that she had failed then, but she knew for sure that she could handle it now, and Jin admitted that it was quite in the spirit of his sister to go against the King of Assassins. Yona asked her brother about the dragon who gave him his fang, and Jin told her that he was actually close to him. The sister already wanted to kill this dragon, but Jin asked her to be kind to his friends, because in the future they could also become her friends. Yona said that this was the first time she had communicated so freely with anyone other than Sir Owl and her father. Her brother decided to cheer her up, and said that she would be better suited to work as a florist than as a killer, and suggested that his sister start studying flowers periodically. She will then be able to open a store on his territory, and he will often drop in there, but he immediately warns that it is forbidden to kill visitors. He already wanted to say goodbye to his little sister, because he still needed to talk to the king of assassins. But Yona thought differently, and did not want to let her brother go. But then she suddenly remembered that she still had a mission for today, and she needed to leave for a while, and her brother could take his time for now. The genie had already come to the king, who had been waiting for young Runkadel, and told him that he had prepared in advance what he had asked for before the game. The king admitted that both heirs of the Zippel and Hiron families remained alive, and he received the claw of the silver dragon, so he agreed to fulfill his request. Jin said that all this time he needed to get closer to him, because he was sure that they needed the same thing. Owl replied that he could only delay Yona's return to the family for 5 years, but he was more concerned about what reason Jin would come up with and whether he would be able to answer for what he said. Jin told about his plan about working as a florist, because Owl himself knows that such a person who experiences so many emotions should not be a killer. She just does it better than others. He assures her that he will make sure that his family cannot use Yona when she returns, because he simply wants his little sister to be with people who understand her. Owl agreed to this and asked the young master what he needed from him. The genie replied that he would only need the king's help once, but as Genie Grey, not Runkendal. He also promises that he will leave Samil and take Dante and Veridin with him, so that they will not cause him any more problems, and Owl agrees to Jin's plan. A week later, Kashmir arrives at the stormy Black Sea, which was surprisingly clean here. Could it be that someone had cleared this area? And the next moment, he notices the head of the Runkandal family in front of him, along with Lady Talaris and the King of the Nameless, who were clearly surprised to meet them here, and everyone understands that everything will not end peacefully. The lady understands that while Kashmir is here, they will not be able to discuss the marriage of their children, and he, in turn, understands that it will be difficult for him to talk to them about Jin and John. The head of the Runknadal family calms Kashmir and asks for forgiveness from him, because it is Talaris and Owl who are uninvited guests, not him. Kashmir didn't understand what could have happened to Jin in such a short period of time, since he had gone to Samil not long ago. The leader distracts Kashmir from his thoughts and admits that he called him here to have a drink with him and offered to continue when the two left. Shiran asked how his youngest son was doing, and Kashmir said that the young master had already left Samil when he was just leaving here, and also that he wanted to prepare for the poisoning and murder. Owl also admits that he came here to talk about Jin, but he didn't want to discuss it in the presence of the Ice Queen and the Ghost Sword. Sharon reassured the guest and told him that Mrs. Talaris was one of his few friends, and that Kashmir knew how to keep his mouth shut and no problems would arise. Ool told him about the silver dragon's claw that Jin had given him, and also said that the young master had asked him to clear his history of being in Samil. To be more precise, this meant that he had to erase all memories associated with Jean Runkendel or Jean Grey from the minds of everyone except civilians, cadets, and assassins. Ool also said that he ordered his men to kill the knights who were pursuing the young master, because it was he himself who asked him to do so. The king also admitted that he was afraid that Shiran would want to take revenge on him for this, but he hastened to reassure him. Chiron admitted that his son had a keen eye and said that he didn't care about the number of knights who died. For him, it wouldn't be a problem. Owl sincerely thanks, but is still obliged to give the head of the note that Jin left in Samil before he left, but warns that this is not at all something worth showing in front of Talaris and Kashmir. At this time, Jin noticed that his partners were sleeping like dead people, due to the fact that he most likely overdid it with sleeping pills. He feels something in his pocket and takes out a flask with a note that his sister Yona left for him. He read the contents and realized that the flask contained the elixir of 1,000 poisons, and if he drank it, he would develop the abilities of the mind's eye to the maximum. Then no killer would be able to harm him. The sister understood that when the time came, she would not be able to make a surprise for her younger brother, so she congratulated him on his birthday right now. At the same time, Chiron read the letter from his son and learned about the elixir, as well as about Jin's request that the king delay Yona's return home. Ool revealed that in addition to the note, he had been betrayed several times, which only caused laughter from the head of Runkendel. Shironi recognized that not only the king had been deceived, but he himself as well, so he soon issued him a formal invitation to the Sword Garden to discuss the situation in detail. The chief was also interested in the reason why Kashmir came to him, and he in turn told him about the death of the Archmage Kedart Hall, who was killed by Mr. Jin. At the same time, Dante and Verdinar begged the young gentleman to stay with him for a couple more days, because they were exhausted since they met him, so they insisted on their own. Jin had no choice but to agree to his friend's demands. He simply couldn't stand the screams anymore. Jin wanted to know why they, the heirs of their families, were sitting here and wasting their time instead of thinking about it. Verdinar explained that this is precisely why they are idle now, because as soon as he becomes the head, there will be a ton of work. This would mean that he would be able to see Jin, but the young master says that it would be good for him, and he would be able to think about his future as the head. Verdinar reassured Jin that his position as head of the family was already secured for him, and he would become the head one way or another, and Dante was supported by his grandfather, who was the current head of the Haran family. The couple decided to ask the young gentleman about the death of Kedart Hall, but he only denied everything, and Verdinar noticed that Jean treated them like strangers and was going to continue to hide information from them. Dante supports the mage and confirms his words about how they won't be able to see Jin anymore when they become heads, so they all need to have fun together before that happens. Friends promise to raise the young master's reputation so that he can become a captain. The couple had already decided that they would be able to catch wanted criminals, but their fantasies were stopped by Jin, who said that they could not travel together. But the guys managed to convince the young master and he was ready to agree. But suddenly he finds himself in a room in which he does not remember how he ended up. He only remembered that he left Dante and Verdinar near the teleportation gate and returned to Tikan, but he has absolutely no memory of what happened next. He noticed that his body felt fresh, and when he got out of bed, he noticed Enya, who was waiting by the bed for the young master to wake up. The girl immediately asked Jin how he felt after he completely absorbed the elixir of 1,000 poisons. Enya said that she thought he was going to die because he fainted, and after a few minutes his body turned dark, and this process repeated itself. At that moment, Mrs. Kickentel entered the room and told Jean that he had been lying there for 5 days already. She pointed out that it usually takes about a month for those who drink the elixir to get used to its effects. But Jin was able to wake up much faster due to the fact that he is Reincarnated. Jin was glad that he didn't have to lie down for so long, and he decided to find out if something had happened while he was sleeping. Enya said that nothing had happened except that Sir Kashmir had returned and that Nanny Gilly had gone away for a short while, having been urgently called to the main house. The girl decided that since the gentleman had returned, she needed to go tell the others about it, and left Jin alone. When Murakan learned about the young master, he immediately hurried to him and took with him a pot with an incomprehensible liquid. Jin didn't want to drink it, but Murakan insisted and was able to convince the young man to drink at least for his early awakening. The young master had no choice but to drink the entire contents, but soon after he learned that it was poison that Murakan had ordered from Jet on the black market. It was a deadly poison that would instantly kill anyone weaker than rank 7 in one gulp. He asks the master not to worry, because in this way they have confirmed that Jin has fully mastered the elixir of 1,000 poisons properly. Lady Kikantel reminded the young master of his promise, and Jin agrees to help Enya with her training as payment for Lady Kikantel's claw. The lady said that Enya is only good in theory, and she really lacks practice. If she needs to grab an opponent, she simply doesn't have enough experience to do so. Jin didn't understand why the lady wanted Enya to do all this, but she explained that the young lady was also his partner, which meant that she would also fight by his side when he encountered his siblings. The young gentleman understood that Kikantel seemed to be scolding me, but he was definitely addressing Enya, who was standing outside the door at that time, and asked the lady not to worry because he had already figured out where they would go. He planned to fight the mages because it would be a great chance to teach her countercurrent magic, but his speech was interrupted by the appearance of Enya herself, who was delighted that she would be alone with young Master Jin. Meanwhile, in the Garden of Swords, Chiron scolds Joshua for delaying Yona's return because of him and his siblings. Joshua admitted that he had to do it for the sake of his family, but Chiron would not tolerate such a lie and administered a strong slap to his son. He ordered him to stand still and not move, otherwise he would regret being born into this world. Chiron once again hit his son and ordered him to remove the black metal armor, because he was not worthy of wearing it. The leader doesn't even want to talk to such a bastard, the second captain of the family, who was crushed by the reserve captain. He asked his son if he remembered what he had warned them about, and he replied that they had been asked not to touch Yona, But after that, another crushing blow followed. King Ul understood that this was not just a personal meeting between father and son, but also a warning to himself from Chiron. He knew that if something like this happened to Yona again, even if it was one of the heirs, no one would get away with it. Chiron said he knew Joshua had no intention of going against his orders, which is why the armor his mother gave him 17 years ago was still intact. The head of the family called his son a coward and ordered him to look at him while he spoke, because on the day he returned to the Black Sea, he would deprive him of the rank of captain. He asked the guards to take this beaten wretch away while Sister Mary watched everything that was happening, not hiding her joy. Chiron asked Nanny Gili how things were going with Jin, and she in turn told him that he had recently left Samil and drunk the elixir of 1,000 poisons, and was now resting. The head of the family hands the nanny a suit of armor made of dark steel and asks her to convey exactly everything that happened to his brother Joshua, because that is exactly why he called her. When the nanny returned to the young master, she told him about what had happened in all the details, but Jin could not believe that his father had actually punished his brother with his own hands, but Gili only confirmed these words. Jin immediately recognized this armor, which was forged 30 years ago by the legendary blacksmith Pecan Minch, because it was a war trophy of Uncle Zed, received after winning the battle against the 5th magic tower Zipel. The young master came to the conclusion that his father wanted him to be different from Joshua and return home only when this armor was almost destroyed after battles with strong opponents. Jin didn't understand why his father went so far. Was it really out of sympathy for his pathetic daughter Yona? He remembered how Yona had asked about his secret, and came to the conclusion that she was hiding much more than he currently knew. Gili interrupted the young master's thoughts and asked if he had decided on his next destination. Jin planned to go to a place associated with magic and also get rid of the rebels from the dark magic organization. Gili was surprised, because she heard that they were dealt with about 200 years ago. But Jin said that although there are few of them left, they still continue to exist. Enya had to help them with everything, and the opportunity to test the counter-current magic was not bad, and the southern region of Bement was exactly such a place. The next moment, Enya and Jin were already there, and the young lady addressed the gentleman by name, but he reminded her that this was forbidden and that she should not forget why they came here. Such close contact with the young master took Enya by surprise, and she fainted from an excess of emotions. The Dark Magicians Association was an organization that praised magic from the dark world. It reached its peak about 200 years ago, and when they were at the top, their activities affected the entire continent, which resulted in people being terrified, but Riul Zipel managed to get rid of them. This was the first and last time she used the 1,000 incinerating flames spell to kill the association leader. Riul was Soldrit's previous contractor, and the young master remembered how in his past life, the god of shadows himself wanted him to follow in her footsteps. Then Soldrit offered Jin to become stronger if he could meet a mage named Rule and pass a test she had prepared for him. Enya interrupts the young master and says that she believes that the only people left in the Dark Magicians Association are criminals who kidnap children, if the latest rumors are to be believed. The young lady noticed the lifeless expressions on the faces of the locals who were suffering at the hands of the Dark Magicians. But Jean assumes that the nobility is to blame for everything, because the girl herself should understand that not many countries maintain public order as well as Bement. Although criminals are quickly disposed of here, they turn a blind eye to organized crime, and he is also sure that Bement has not touched the Association of Dark Magicians so far, only in order to give the magicians from the Academy a chance to prove themselves. Enya was surprised that there was a possibility that the mages from the Academy would come here, but before she could finish speaking, many carriages appeared in front of her. The crowd of locals were happy that the capital had finally sent mages here, but the young master was more concerned about the need to avoid them as much as possible. Since everyone at the academy has a high sense of self-worth, if he crosses paths with them, as he did in his past life, he will only get into trouble. Jin is sure that those who come here will die, because it is impossible to destroy the association of dark magicians with their current power. During dinner, Jin suggested that Enya choose a bank and open an account there so that he could give her some pocket money for expenses. The young lady thanks the master but still asks him to explain what he meant when he said that the academy cadets would die. She believes that they have a high enough level of training, all 4th rank, so the remnants of dark magicians should not be a problem for them. Jin explains that the bastards in the organization were always experienced fighters who did terrible things, while the cadets have no real combat experience. He also said that according to the investigation of the 7 colors, there are about 50 4th-rank mages on average, and only about 30 cadets. Even if there are high-ranking mages on both sides, the Dark Mage Association still has a large numerical advantage. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of 3 cadets, who clearly did not know how to behave properly. The young master turned to Enya, but she couldn't even move because she recognized the 3 of them as the bastards who had bullied her. Jin realized something was wrong and soon learned that they were the same bastards, but now they had even more reason not to attract their attention. Not even a second passed before one of those scumbags asked the young master who they were anyway. Jin replied that it was none of his business, but the cadet did not like this answer, and he pointed his staff at the young master to find out why such a commoner dared to oppose him. He warned that Jin had better answer properly, otherwise he would personally throw them out of here and interrogate them later. The owner of the cafe asked the young cadets to calm down and said that they had introduced themselves as travelers. The cadet could not stand it and knocked out the poor old man because he dared to interrupt him. He comes to the conclusion that the inhabitants of the southern regions are not kind enough towards the nobility. He promises to personally teach everyone a lesson, but Jean is fed up with this chatter and sends the cadet to the side with a single uppercut. The other 2 cadets tried to stop the young gentleman, but he introduced himself as a member of Bement's Special Investigation Department, which shocked the offenders. Enya didn't understand at all what Jin was talking about, and the cadets asked how he dared to pretend to be someone else. The young gentleman decided not to waste his time, and with one movement caused a counter-current in the scum. He was even surprised that they poured out so quickly from the initial symptoms of backflow. Jin ordered them to stand up and warned them that if they continued to talk, he would have to take them to the interrogation room. He wonders what will happen if their families and the academy find out that not only did they abuse civilians, but they also ruined the work of his department. The cadets beg for one last chance. They are ready to do anything, just so that the young master does not tell their families. Jean decided to take advantage of the opportunity and came up with a job for them. He said that they were sent to find out about the plans of the rebels from the Dark Magic Association, but since everything went wrong, they would have to use their skills to accomplish the goal. Jin said that he and Enya would constantly watch them, pretending to be their servants, but this filled the cadets with real horror. The young master decided not to delay and asked for the last time whether they agreed to such conditions. The fools had no choice but to agree, and Jin ordered them to tidy themselves up, and then they would all go to their camp together. He turned to Enya, whom he called Austin in the presence of the others, and asked if he had played his role well. Jin said that it was her turn now, and Enya went to hurry up the idiots so that they would get ready faster, and also apologized to the owner of the establishment, cleaning up everything here. At the same time, all the cadets were gathered together and warned to remember everything that the platoon mages told them and to follow their instructions. Jin didn't understand why they didn't care that there were 50 enemies hiding in the forest around them. According to protocol, a scout was sent to find out about the enemy's strength, but Jin immediately realized that it was an ambush. He was right, and suddenly a vile orc appeared, which scared the cadets so much that most of them wanted to run away immediately. But the squad captain was able to calm everyone down in time and ordered the first platoon to use attack magic, and the second to take care of defense. The orc was defeated, and the squad captain decided to make camp right here, but Jin didn't understand how they could stay here. He ordered his slave to tell the commander that this place was ideal for an ambush, and that they should not stay here under any circumstances. The cadet didn't want to carry out his order at first, but as soon as Jean mentioned the interrogation room, he agreed to everything. Sir Orton did not take the cadet's words seriously, because he was completely confident in his choice, and if he was so scared, he could conjure a shield before going to bed. Jin understood that something didn't add up, because such a wretched orc, who had lulled their vigilance, was resting in such an open area, and a 7th-level mage couldn't even notice him. The young gentleman overheard the cadets talking about Professor Orton eating meat in the morning, although he was a vegetarian. Orton led the cadets to the entrance of a cave that supposedly served as a refuge for dark magicians and ordered them to be ready to attack. He ordered the platoon leader to wait at the entrance with the 4th and 5th groups, and after they united, they would go in for the rest. The cadets are surprised that the tunnel is so huge, as if the enemies wanted to make a fortress or tried to hide their secret weapon in this cave. The cadets were not afraid because they knew that Mr. Orton would protect them, but at that very moment the wall nearby breaks and a raging orc enters the room. The cadets ask the professor to give an order on further actions, but he had other plans. That damn bastard Orton sided with the orcs and suggested that the students behave well and become their guinea pigs. Orton ordered the orcs to catch them, and Jin was only surprised that these idiots from the academy could not recognize their own professor. He asked Miss Enya to get ready and stay close to him, because things would get a little more difficult from now on. Jin decided to punish the bastard and summoned the most powerful reverse tide spell of Kedart Hall, which completely filled the entire room. He dealt with all the vile orcs in an instant and was ready to finish off the main instigator, but noticed that two still managed to survive. He came to the conclusion that they both should be around rank 8, but the idiots were more concerned about the young master himself. One of the mages asked the young master if he was a student of Kedart Hall, since he was able to use the reverse tide spell. Jin admitted that the enemy had experience, since he knew this spell, but the magician still decided not to give up and continued the fight. He felt that the young master was too arrogant for someone who had pulled off such a trivial ambush, and he shouldn't be arrogant, since he had long ago realized that he was no more than a 7th rank. He shouted that his name was Rolt Joe and he wanted to deal with Jean, but the latter managed to calm him down. He said that he had heard about Frosty Joe's half-brother, who had mastered the elemental magic of the earth. Jean admitted that he was surprised that this amazing cave was also his work. Rolt liked the words of the youth, and he said that in the Association of Dark Magicians, there are 9 magicians stronger than him, and even if he manages to escape from here, they will pursue him for the rest of his life. But since he is a generous person and since Jin is not without talent, he will therefore give him the opportunity to join the Dark Magicians Association. Jin decided not to listen to the bastard and summoned a huge dark aura, because he really didn't understand how this idiot was so stupid that he could talk such nonsense before his death. The mage simply couldn't believe that the young man had managed to mix different types of energy with the reverse tide to increase its power. This dark aura only meant that Jean was not only a student of Kedart Hall, but also a contractor of Saldred. Jin decided not to give the bastard a chance to finish and sent him to sleep with one blow. He was even surprised that he dealt with an 8 ranker so easily. At the same time, Jin was surprised that Enya was holding up so well. She was doing better than he expected. He understood that this was her first time in such a situation, but she still hid her fear well and reacted accordingly. At some point, the entire cave began to shake, and a moment later a huge wolf appeared who was surprised to see people here. He was surprised that the young man managed to kill Rolt, and at that time, Jin told Enya that this situation would give her a lot of experience. The wolf was surprised by the young master's calmness. He could have been at least a little wary, and also admitted that he looked quite strong by the standards of magicians. Jin asked his name, but the wolf began to howl with happiness, because the young man was very different from the people he had to kill at the entrance to the cave. He confessed that his name was Goltef Hafalef, and since he knew his name, he had to fight him, but before that he wanted to offer the young man something. The wolf invited the young master to join Kinzello, which surprised Gino, because he believed that Kinzello was a cave of the Dark Magicians Association. Goltef hastened to explain that this is not entirely true, since the association itself is considered something like a branch of Kinzello. Only warriors can join it, so mages are forced to join the Association of Dark Mages. Jean realized that the white wolf he had come across was also somehow connected to Kinzello, which led him to believe that the white warrior tribe was somehow connected to the organization. Goltef explained that since Jean had managed to kill Rolt Joe, he was offering him a leadership position, but the young master was surprised that the wolf had offered him such a position, but refused because he did not agree to work for someone weaker than him. The wolf was angered by such words, and he immediately struck the young master because even his generosity has a limit. Jin used barrier magic to defend himself from Goltef's attacks, which further angered the white wolf. Enya decided to attack from the side and used her magic to finish off the bastard, but it wasn't enough. Goltef easily reflected the spell and asked her not to interfere. Because he was not interested in her, he would kill her later. The wolf couldn't stand it and shouted for Jin to lower his shield and show everything he could, but a sudden injury distracted him. He noticed Jin holding a sword in his hands. His surprise knew no bounds, because he had always thought that the young master was using a staff. He promised that he would not kill the magical swordsman, because he still wanted to show his discovery to his boss. The wolf attacked the young master, but he had no trouble parrying the scoundrel's blow with just one movement of his sword. Goltef admitted that he felt a 7th rank aura from the boy, but his strength and fighting skills, especially with such a body, were even better. The wolf realized that only a member of the Reincarnated family could do something like this, and ordered him to give his name so that he could risk it and fight. Goltef has sworn the honor of his clan to fight Jin Reincarnated, confident that the boy will be reborn with the blessing of Javier's soul once he has finished him. Jin understood that even if he swung the sword 10,000 times, he would still be able to cut it in the end, just like the first time. With the very next move, the young gentleman ended the duel and asked Goltef if he would tell him about Kinzello if he spared his life. The wolf explained to Jin that he was simply not familiar with their laws, because traitors have no honor, and in the tribe of white wolves there are no cowards. Jin promised the wolf that he would not be rude to members of his tribe when he fought them in the future, but made sure that Goltef was aware of the courtesy he had shown him. The young master promised to remember the brave wolf, and Goltef was only glad to fall at the hands of Jin Reincarnated. He will remember him when he stands next to Javier. And with the next blow, Jin ended Goltef's life with just one blow, cutting his body neatly in half. Enya praised Jin for being so amazing, but he was more concerned about how much the White Wolf's skills varied. He understood that Goltef was definitely stronger than the wolf he had met as a cadet. But even so, this battle could not be called difficult. The young gentleman asked Enya how she was feeling, since it was the first time she had seen so many deaths, but she admitted that she realized what she needed to do to avoid being a burden to her loved ones. Jin quickly said that he could always remain a non-combat mage if she didn't like it, but their conversation was interrupted by the surviving cadet. The last surviving cadet was Pascal Chip, who begged to be saved, promising that he would not touch civilians anymore. Enya decided that she had to stop playing this masquerade and took off all her disguise to introduce herself to her former acquaintance. He couldn't believe his eyes that it was that same Enya standing in front of him, but she quickly interrupted him and reminded him that if she wanted, he would already be dead. She ordered Pascal to remember that he was saved by Jean Grey and the contractor of the god of time Ulta, as well as the future archmage Enya. Enya also promised that she would never help scum like him again, but would only follow her dear comrades. Orton woke up tied to a chair. He was absolutely sure that he had tricked the academy upstarts and lured them into the cave, but he did not expect the back tide. He thought that the person in front of him was a student of Kedart Hall, so he offered to talk to him calmly about everything, since they were on the same side. He wanted to know why he had ambushed them, but the man only denied the fact because it was one of the scum who hid in the small nations and enjoyed killing that told him. The stranger believed that whoever planned to use the academy students as guinea pigs should not be talking about this now. The man knew that his real name was Maddo Baker, nicknamed the Gessam Killer. The bastard had already decided that since the man knew him, he had heard about his influence and should let him go. But the stranger doesn't give a damn about all this. He closes the mouth of the scoundrel, trampling him face down into the ground. He warned him to keep quiet, but Maddo didn't listen to him, and now he has to answer his questions while he still feels the pain that those he was slowly killing felt. At the same time, Jean and his friends were discussing that the hideout of the rebels from the association was in Oterium. Everyone was surprised because this was the capital of Vankella, but to be more precise, it was 500 years ago. While Murakan was sleeping, the capital of the sacred state of Vankella changed due to the invasion of demons. They invaded to reclaim an ancient demon relic that had been kept there since the founding of the kingdom. At that time, the Zippel and Runkadel families sent their knights to support and protect the kingdom, which became the only documented case of cooperation between these families. In the end, Vankella won and got rid of the demons, but it was impossible to rebuild the city due to the destroyed mountains, explosions in the sky, and scorched earth. Now Otherium is considered a protected area that has become a haven for demons. Jin understood that the legacy of Rule Zippel, the grimoire of 1,000 incinerating flames, was also in Otherium, but he was worried about why the demons decided to hide there and how long had they been hiding there. Jin was also informed that they had been there for the past 50 years, and that there were 3 ninth-level mages among their ranks. The first was Fezron Henserk, a high-ranking member of the Bement Academy. The second was the head of the Lilistar family, Susan Lilistar, and the last was the archmage from Ans, Chukon Telderer. Kashmir never thought that the enemy had so many ninth-rank mages, but that meant that if the Dark Mage Association members were at that level, then Kinzello would be their biggest problem. Now Jean understood why his family, the Zappel family, and even Bement had watched Kinzello's cruelty in his past life. He also had information that the enemies had mastered Kinzello's transformation magic, and that Bubar Gaston was behind all this. Kashmir remembered that when he was looking for information about Vishkal Ivliano, this name had already come up. Murakan was surprised that it was not a disguise, but a reincarnation, and it was not Bubar himself who reincarnated, but someone else. Kikantel is also surprised, because she thought that this ability was only available to dragons. Merkin suggested that Matto Baker himself did not know all the details, because after the anesthesia he passed out, and when he woke up, he had already been transformed. Jin remembered running into persistent pursuers from the Zappel family, who had transformed into escort knights when he left the Storm Castle. He decided that he needed to meet with Bubar Gaston, but in the meantime he had an errand for Kashmir. The young master asked him to investigate the relationship between Kinzello and the White Wolf tribe with the 7 flowers. A week later, at the main estate of the Heron family, the head was told that 20 cadets from the academy who had gone to exterminate the rebels had died. The chief understood that the plan had failed, but the man tried to quickly convince him otherwise. Thanks to the testimony of the surviving cadets, they learned that 2 unknown people disguised as escorts, Jean Grey and Austin Grey, won the battle with the Association of Dark Magicians. The chief does not understand the reason for their visit, but the man takes out a chest to show the contents. Inside was a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe, and if you looked closely, you could see that the blow had been dealt by a very skilled swordsman. Did he ask the young master, or did something come to his mind when he looked at it? Dante just laughed, but the chief quickly said that his son was indeed very talented and skilled, but even he could not make such a clean cut. The leader was sure that at least an 8th-rank swordsman had done this, and Dante only confirmed his father's words, since he had not yet reached that level. The guests realized that they had traveled all the way here in vain. It was time for them to leave. Dante immediately realized that they were talking about Jean, but he couldn't even imagine that he was already at such a level. The man understood that Dante Hiron was the only one who perfectly matched the description of a short man with a hoarse voice and excellent swordsmanship. He knew for sure that Dante Hiron was hiding his skills and ordered his men to track his every external activity. Meanwhile, near the teleportation gates of the Khan Empire, Jin is distracted from reading a book by some unknown girl. She asked the young gentleman to move his bag and sat down right next to him. Jin didn't pay attention, because he was thinking that Bubar Gaston's workshop should be located near the Principality of Kurano. The girl continued to watch the young man. She simply could not take her eyes off him. Jin still managed to get to Bubar's workshop, despite the fact that he had to stay late and visit other workshops so that Bubar wouldn't suspect anything. If we are to believe the words of the owners of other workshops, then Kinzello was a brilliant sculptor. Jean knocked on the door, and a moment later the enraged owner was shouting at him until he found out that he was Jean Runkandel. Bubar did not understand what Jin was doing there, but the young gentleman hastened to answer that he had come as a guest. He didn't even want to see him on his doorstep, but Jin reminded him of who saved him and how to properly treat his savior. Jin recalled that if his family had heard what Bubar said at the banquet, he would have been dead long ago. Bubar didn't like this and attacked the young master, but he dealt with the impudent bastard with one blow to the face. Jean walked inside and noticed Mr. Wishkel, who was clearly surprised by the young man's sudden appearance. Vishkel asked why he was here now if he was supposed to be taking a test to become a reserve captain. Bubar did not let the gentleman finish speaking, because he wanted Vishkel to kill him because Jin had dared to humiliate him at the banquet and now beat him up. Vishkel hid his anger as best he could and hastened to reassure Bubar that the young master had definitely had his reasons for doing so. Jin interrupted the gentleman and asked for forgiveness. He came here to order a sculpture of his father, but now they are putting him in a difficult position. Vishkel understood that something was wrong here, because the young man's behavior was different from the Jin he knew. He understood that Jin had more selfish motives from the start. He wanted to meet not Bubar, but specifically him. Vishkal was surprised that the young master wanted to meet him. Did he really want to fight him as a reserve captain? Jin admitted that Vishkal was right, because he was unable to meet the Ivliano family without an invitation, so he came to Bubar, who was always with him. Vishkal immediately refused because he came here to relax, not to fight. He also noticed that Jin was quite rude and decided to teach him a lesson. The next moment, he made a lightning-fast lunge towards the young master, who was unable to even notice the movement. Vishkal asked him a question, because he didn't understand how he was going to fight him if he couldn't react to such an attack. Jin thought it was dangerous because he would almost parry his blow, and that would reveal his disguise. The young gentleman leaves the workshop amid shouts and threats from Bubar, who even dared to insult his family. But at some point his patience snapped and he decided to deal with the bastard. But Mr. Vishkal stopped him again. Jin admitted that he had been rude and arrogant, but he would not allow the honor and dignity of the Reincarnated family to be humiliated. He asked Vishkal, or could he ignore the fact that someone insulted the Ivliano family right before his eyes? Vishkal understood that Jin left him no choice, and warned the young man that he was going to attack, and that he should surrender, because he could die. Jin didn't care because even if he died, he would still defend the honor of his family. Vishkal understood that the young man was not bluffing, and regretted that he had not immediately shut up that bastard Bubar. He himself had wanted to get rid of this idiot for a long time, but for the sake of his business he needed Bubar's abilities. He made it clear with his whole appearance that Bubar should get down on his knees and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise he would kill him himself. Bubar tearfully asked for an apology, but Jin was not satisfied with it, since he deserved to die for dishonoring the Reincarnated family. Vishkal admitted that Jin did the right thing, so he asks him to leave quickly. As soon as Jin left, Bubar began to appear again, but Vishkal was not interested, and ordered his servant to shut up and listen to him. He said that the commander had announced that the alliance with the Zippel family had been broken, which meant that the amount of ancient civilization remains they received from the Zippel family had been halved, and it would now be more difficult to obtain remains of dead gods. But according to the terms of the alliance break, they got back some of the products that were given to the Zippel family. Bubar understood that this meant that they would get back the compass, and with its help they would be able to find living gods and use them as material. Vishkal promised that they would definitely return it, but suddenly his attention was drawn to a rustling sound outside the window. He immediately hurried to open the window, but found no one and thought that he had simply imagined it, and decided to end the conversation there. At the same time, Jin was walking through the forest when suddenly an unknown girl attacked him from behind, but the young man managed to fight off her attack. He immediately saw through his older sister Yona and asked her not to make a fuss here, because everyone thought the island was uninhabited. Yona admitted that she continued to fulfill his request perfectly, but it was very difficult for her to pretend that they did not know each other all this time. Yona remembered how she received a letter and promised Ulu to return in a few days. He warned her that Mr. Sharan would be furious if he found out about this, but still asked her to be careful and take care of herself. The letter stated that Jean was planning to meet with the sculptor Bubar Gaston and needed information on him. He asked his sister to eavesdrop on his conversations, no matter who he was talking to, even if it was just himself. At the same time, Sister Yona was already sharing information that the alliance between Kinezlo and the Zippel family had broken down. Jin was surprised and thanked his sister, because in such a short time, she managed to obtain valuable information faster than the Reincarnated archives. Yona told Jin that she thought she was really in the same class as Bubar. The young gentleman did not understand what the girl was talking about and asked her to explain everything, but she said that she could not tell it now, because Jin also kept secrets. He immediately understood what was being discussed and decided to demonstrate his shadow energy to his sister. But something went wrong, and Enya went into a violent rage, leading Jin to conclude that her powerful killing intent was a reaction to his shadow energy. Yona asked him to never show this power near her again, and did not understand at all why he did it. She thought he would keep her secret until he became captain. Yona thought that a sister like her couldn't be relied upon, but Jin interrupted her. He remembered that he had planned to do just that, until she showed him those green roses that had become something he could rely on in difficult times. Jin said that this was enough for him and that he would never hide anything from his sister again in his life, but now he just wanted to spend time with her. The sister did not understand her brother because she had just tried to kill him, but he asked her to calm down because he was going to become so strong that even she would not be able to harm him. The next moment, Han came to the head of the Reincarnated family to report about his youngest son and said that Jin and Yona were just having fun for the past 2 days, but Joshua was more concerned about whether the youngest was using her help or asking for something. The Khan said that according to the knights, nothing like this had happened, and he believed that the young man had not even thought about it, since the leader himself had warned him about it. Joshua admitted that Jin was fearless, as even Owl had received several death threats, and Luna held him at arm's length, but Khan interrupted the chapter and handed over a letter from Kashmir, which stated that Jin had defeated Goltef Hafalef, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Joshua remembered that he once fought with the head of a White Wolf clan who was strong enough to be remembered. He also read that the young gentleman had cut Goltef's hammer in half, in his own style. Joshua knew that this was not just style, but that it all matched what was in the reports. The leader understood that it could be a shadow sword, and the last time this skill was used was 1,000 years ago. It was the technique of the first head of the Reincarnated family, Mr. Timar, but he did not believe that Jin had already surpassed him in level as a magic swordsman. At the same time in Tikan, Kashmir was pondering the fact that Zippel and Kinzello were allies, but they broke off their alliance for a reason, and the reason they broke up was because the Devil Stone that Andre Zippel had simply broken. Jin confirmed his friend's suspicions and also said that the fake stone was made by Bubar. He used the remains of dead gods and the ruins of ancient civilizations, using his special sculpting skill. He created or transformed dangerous artifacts, and one of these was the Kinzello core. Murakami remembered that Jin didn't know everything yet, and told about how he went to the Karano Principality to help the cadets from his faction. Then a grave giant appeared there, looking like it had 2,000 years ago, but he dealt with it quietly. Murakami didn't understand why he appeared there, but now he came to the conclusion that it was Bubar's doing. Kikantel suggested that Bubar might be related to Well, the god of sculptures, but Jean had never heard of him. But this was not surprising, because he disappeared from the pages of history, having made a huge contribution to the creation of the Stone of Origin. After some time, the stone was destroyed, and Well lost the rank of god and became an ordinary mortal, but in order to protect the graves of the fallen gods, he created grave giants. Kashmir couldn't understand. Could it be that Bubar Gaston had made a contract with a dead god? Kikantel immediately said that it was impossible, but the Well version was the only reasonable explanation for what happened. Jin also revealed that among the artifacts created, there was an item capable of tracking God's contractor. Murakami didn't want to listen to all this nonsense any longer. He shouted that until the contractor personally showed force, no one would know that the contract had been concluded. Jin said that the artifact is called a compass, but fortunately it does not work perfectly. He also remembered that when Julia was found, it was not her who was kidnapped, but the dragon protector Latria. Kikantel realized the seriousness of the situation, because the enemies would continue to search for contractors using the compass to force them to absorb the Devil's Stone. Jin knew that they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. They had to get the compass back before something terrible happened. The young gentleman told his partners that they would have such a chance in June of next year, when the Zippel family would be returning the artifact back to Kinzello. Jin knew that before the Zippel family got the compass back, the enemies would try to find as many contractors as possible, so they had to take Julia and Enya to the Ice Palace. Kashmir also noted that it was dangerous for 3 contractors to be together, as Tikan was not the safest city. Before they part ways, Jin sets a date for them to meet again. It will be in the Balado Empire in May of next year. He is sure that after that the enemies will go to the lands of the pirates, where the exchange will take place. Kashmir still asked where the young master was going, because there was no safer place than the Ice Palace. A few hours earlier, Murakami had suggested to Jin that he should go to the underworld, as now was the time. Gili decided to ask Murakami if he knew anything about his inhabitants suppressing the beastmen. Murakami confirmed her words, but Jin was more worried that he had no idea how to get into this underground world. Murakami said that it must be somewhere in the great desert of Mitra, in the lands of the beastmen, but only Jin can get there. Even the descending god could not do this, but the young man will succeed, because he is the contractor of the millennium. Murakami explained that he simply had to remember that there was a contract between Soldred and the people of the underworld, and that they were prepared for the appearance of a magical swordsman from the Reincarnated family. Jin has already reached the lands of the Beastmen, where his first cadet mission took place, but to get to the Mithra Desert, he needs to cross the mountains. Jin tried to avoid any contact with the locals, but still came across harmless watermen. They remembered Jin and noticed that he looked shabby, so they offered him food. But this time, Jin didn't come for food, but to pay them for the fish he got last time. He handed the water sprites a huge fish, which immediately interested them, and they began to jump for joy. Jin decided to ask if they had secret paths that only they used. The water spirits decided to help him and brought him to a cave. They warned that Jin would die if he did not change his mind about going there. Jin thanked the watermen for their concern, but there was no need to worry. He was confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, they came to a huge room where they were able to collect water, but they had to go a little further, and then they would end up in the desert. Jin also noticed the mouse and was surprised because he saw such a species for the first time. The mouse immediately began to scold the waterman who showed the strangers the way, because it was against the rules, and only he was allowed to use this way. But Yanchik offered a coin to his old acquaintance and promised that he could be trusted, and with him his friend didn't have to worry. The mouse immediately agreed to let Genie through after receiving his payment and asked the guest to follow him. He led Gene to the doors and told him that when he opened them, he would find himself in a convenience store, and then he could go out to the Yuka Yuka market. Finally, the genie thanks the waterman for his help and asks his name. He introduced himself as a dark spark, and he didn't even need to ask the young master's name, because he was able to immediately recognize Reincarnated. Jin left the shop and went to the market to find a trusted guide who would help him get to the Mithra Desert. He remembered that he had been told that dogs were the best guides, and luck had turned to him, and he was able to find one. The next moment, Jin is already thanking his guide for getting him to the desert without any problems. Jin went to look for the place where the shadow sword was transmitted, although he understood that if he died here, no one would find his body. The great desert of Mithra covered the entire center of the Beastmen lands, and according to legend, where in the underworld, untold riches, civilization, and resources are hidden. Travelers took risks without prejudice to find all this, but even the local beastmen could not do it. Traveling through the desert was considered a certain death sentence, for no one would survive the challenge. Murakami explained that 5,000 years ago, there were mythical species of creatures that maintained peace among all the beastmen, but Jin didn't understand. Could they really all disappear overnight? Murakami confirmed the young man's words, and also said that they were simply too self-confident and dared to challenge the gods. He reminded Jin of the Devil's Stone, which was created from the collected power of the gods, because it was with its help that they were able to be destroyed. But not all the gods turned away from them. There was one who took pity on them, and Gilly immediately understood that they were talking about Soldred. Murakami revealed that Soldred saved a small portion of the Myungwan species and made a contract with them. The dragon doesn't know about the terms of the contract, but he is absolutely sure that only they can teach Jin how to use the shadow sword. Jin remembered that Tamar Reincarnated, who was the first head of the Reincarnated house, also studied under them. Jin didn't know much about him, but he didn't understand how the founder of the family and the greatest hero didn't even have a tombstone in the Garden of Swords. He knew that if he met Myungwan, he would be able to learn more about the former leader. After a couple of days in the desert, Jin didn't even imagine that it would be such a difficult task. He would rather fight a strong opponent than end up here. A month later, Jin was already exhausted. He no longer remembered the last time he ate or drank. He understood that he couldn't go back, because the tracks in the sand instantly disappeared, but he had to endure it, because he had been in such despair before. At that moment, a voice called him from behind, and the next moment, when the dust cleared, he saw Haytona and Daytona, who were clearly unfriendly. They attacked the young master, who was surprised that his brothers had such a powerful blow that even he could hardly cope with it. The brothers had been waiting for their brother to lose his powers and become more vulnerable, and Jin finally realized that this was not an illusion. Jin didn't understand why his brothers were acting like this after such a long separation, but he had no choice but to try to run away from them. It was not difficult for the brothers to catch up with the young master, because they worked well as a pair, covering up each other's shortcomings. Jin continued to fight off the barrage of powerful blows, but at one point he saw his chance and managed to fight off their attack. The very thought that he had to bow his head before them, even though they were so weak, infuriated him. He always wanted to kill them, and the next moment he dealt with the brothers with one blow, sending them kissing the ground. Daytona and Haytona only begged for mercy, and Jin thought for a moment. He hoped that their relationship would be much better than in his past life, but he had to end this already in order to move on. He used the Shadow Sword to once and for all put an end to the bastards who had bullied him throughout his entire past life. A day passed, and Jin continued to sit on the sand near the bodies of his brothers. He could not believe that it was true, and he killed them. He decided to come to terms with this idea and made a grave for Daytona and Haytona, and later he himself set off on the journey. A dark figure appeared near the brothers' graves and acknowledged that Soldred had robbed and raised a worthy boy. When it was already approaching night, Jin decided to make a stop near the rocks and go to bed, but seeing a small scorpion, he could not refuse, so as not to eat it. He knew that if it weren't for the elixir of 1,000 poisons that he drank earlier, he wouldn't have been able to do this, but now he's more interested in what happened to his sister Yona. Jin no longer knew how much time had passed. He simply continued to walk forward, but he himself did not understand for what purpose he was doing this. The only thing he did was kill his brothers. He didn't believe that he had gone all this way and couldn't achieve anything. Falling from exhaustion, he thought that his end had come, but an unknown woman appeared and handed the young man some water. Jin immediately came to his senses and put a dagger to the stranger's throat, and this did not surprise her at all, because at their first meeting he did the same thing. The young man immediately recognized the voice. Standing in front of him was his first teacher, Valeria Heister, who was very happy to see her student. She was the sole heir of the Heister family, a 7th-level mage, and also Jin's teacher in his past life. Valeria was the first to recognize his talent when he was just a runt of the Run-Candle family, and she was the one who helped him survive. When they first met, he had just been expelled from his family and was wandering the world like a lowlife. But all that was in a past life, because they had not yet crossed paths in this one. They found themselves in the middle of an oasis, which surprised the young master very much, because he had not even noticed how it was here. But more importantly, his teacher now looked the same as she did during their last meeting in a past life. Jin thought that Valeria was another mirage because she was 2 years younger than him, but continued to look the same as the last time they met. She offered the young man a drink, but he refused because he thought that if he drank it, he would have to fight her. Valeria confirmed the young gentleman's words and noted that in such a state, he would not be able to withstand even one attack. Jin asked if there was some other way, but Valeria said that the young master himself understood everything perfectly well and asked him to drink faster because he had to fight with her. She allowed the boy to use the sword and shadow energy, but Jin was confident that he could do without the sword. Valeria noticed that Jin had become more impudent since their last meeting, but he would soon regret it. Jin admitted that Valeria was everything to him when it came to magic and would always be that way, so he wasn't going to lose. Valeria said that recklessness had always been his specialty, but he had better be prepared. The next moment, she used a spell and summoned a huge thundercloud that covered the entire horizon. Jin had a hard time dodging each thunder spear and finally realized that the teacher was actually trying to kill him. He had fought her hundreds of times, but had never won, but she had never actually tried to kill him like she was doing now. Jin understood that her lightning spears were at the level of the 7th rank, but with such a volume of mana, it would not last long. Valeria immediately noticed that her student was serious, judging by his expression, but she was more worried about whether Jin already knew how much mana she had left. She gave him one last chance to take up the sword, otherwise he would simply die, but Jin didn't think so and used counter-current magic. Valeria guessed that Jin had found himself a new teacher, but why then did he say that she was his one and only teacher? Jin understood that she was intentionally hurting him with her words, because if she decided to kill someone, she would do anything to do it. Jin was sure that the counter-current bomb and one thunder spear would not disperse, but he had no choice and would have to use the reverse tide. She knew he needed 3 minutes to use it, but she also knew Valeria wouldn't let him do it just like that. Valeria continued to attack the young man with various magics, and at some point she managed to catch him with a magic circle. Jin couldn't believe that she could maintain 5 copies at once, and she also had enough mana for a magic circle of that size. The fiery chains wrapped around the young man, causing unimaginable pain, but he also shouldn't forget about the spears that were already flying at him. He understood that among the 5 copies, only one contained real mana and summoned the Blue Phoenix Tess. Jin knew that Tess wouldn't last long with her remaining mana, but he only needed one moment. Tess helped the young man fight off the attacks and free himself from the chains, and he managed to use the most powerful reverse tide spell with his last strength. But Jin did not last long, and he fell to his knees without strength. Valeria said that mana backflow is something that those who don't know how to use magic properly experience, but she knew for sure that Jin knew about it and was just hiding something. The young man simply admitted his defeat. He had nothing to say because the teacher consumed a huge amount of mana left over from his spell. There was no one in the world who had the ability to endure the back tide and use different types of magic at the same time, except for Valeria. Jin began to approach his mentor, but she warned him that she would attack him with everything she had if he came any closer. The young man asked only to take a closer look at her one last time, but Valeria continued to scream at him to back off. Jin didn't listen and continued walking, so she launched all her thunder spears to finish off the young master. Jin knew that the backtide was the only way to identify a real spear. He was able to dodge every threat, and in the next moment he used the dark sword to end it all. He told his mentor that it was for this attack that he had abandoned the use of Bradamant and followed her strategy, using everything he could to lower his opponent's guard. He plunged his sword straight into the teacher's heart and admitted that this was his way of showing respect to her. Valeria asked the young master with her last bit of strength. Or was that why he hadn't used the sword from the very beginning? Her last words were that the young man had become incredibly strong and that she was very proud of her precious student. Jin knew he was serious during the last attack. Otherwise, he would have lost. He couldn't help but cry because of this. He started to cry, realizing that he had just been his only teacher. As the night approached, Jin saw many swords in front of him, and a very bright light appeared in front of him, behind which Timar Runkendel himself was hiding. Jin didn't have time to get closer before he immediately felt an incredibly powerful pressure that made him feel like a bug standing in front of God. He didn't understand what Timar wanted from him. If he could, he would never have come here. Jin knew that they were the same, and he had to keep going no matter what to defeat him. At the same time, the unknown girl noticed that Timar had just smiled at the young man, which surprised her greatly since she had not seen him smile for the last 1,000 years. The young master continued to move, resisting the enormous pressure that literally pulled him to the ground, because he had made a promise to himself to destroy Timar. The stranger admitted that she also felt excited when looking at Jin, because who would have thought that he had such a strong willpower to withstand such torment? The girl noticed that when Jin killed his brothers and teacher, he was incredibly sad, but he did not hesitate, but continued to move on. She acknowledged that the boy was quite capable and offered to finish his test, but Timar did not think so and only strengthened his spells against the boy. At the same time, Jin was being pierced by hundreds of dark swords, and the woman did not understand what Timar was doing. Did he really want to kill the child? Timar said that the test was already over, because Jin managed to get through the darkness and get to them. The girl admitted that he reminded her a lot of someone, and she would watch him from the sidelines, because she was very interested in how the young man who made Tamar smile would grow up. But Tamar decided that this would not happen, and directed dozens of swords towards the young master, which turned his body into a sieve. But Jin kept going despite the incredible pain, because he had come all this way to defeat him even though he had to kill his brothers and teacher. He screams with all his might that if anyone else were in Timar's place, he would have killed him too, because it is his will. He doesn't care what stands in his way. He is Runkendel and will destroy everything that gets in his way. Jin attacks with his lightning strike, but Tamaru easily dodges it, which enraged the boy. She shouted that she had come here to strike him down, but an unknown voice said that the young master was thinking incorrectly and asked her to think about the true reason for his coming. The young man remembered that he was supposed to meet Myungwan and receive the shadow sword, but he couldn't understand what that mysterious voice was. Was it really a third mirage? Jin remembered Murakan advising him to spread his shadow energy as wide as possible once the third mirage disappeared, and if he succeeded, he would be able to meet Myungwan. Jin knew he'd been a little crazy while crossing the desert, but now that the third mirage was gone, this was his chance. He released his shadow energy, but nothing happened, even though a decent amount of time had passed. Was it really just a legend? Jin was sure that Murakami could not be mistaken, and that the voice he heard was not a mirage, and came from where he came. He used his shadow sword and was able to create a breach from which an unknown man appeared, who said that Jin had passed the test, and he expected nothing less from the contractor Soldred. The man admitted that they all recognized the young man, having assessed his fighting spirit by their standards, having conducted tests, but he was not sure about Soldred. Jin immediately attacked the stranger when he realized that they and his friends had been leading him on all this time, but the man easily parried the young master's blow and admitted that his name was Tantel. The next moment, Tantel greeted the young master in La Prarosa in the lands of Myungwan. Tantel said that La Prarosa is also known to humans as the City of Black Light, but Jin really worked hard to come here. Tantel handed the bottle to the young gentleman, but after taking only a sip, he began to spit it all out because he did not understand what the hell alcohol was in it. The man said that it was not alcohol, but a precious drink made using their special method of cleaning diamonds, which relieves fatigue and increases willpower. Jin immediately felt a change, as if his head had become much clearer, but he still had to meet with the Tantel brothers. Jin was surprised that, considering that La Prarosa was built 5,000 years ago, the city itself and the civilization seemed too advanced. He immediately noticed the luxurious and extravagant buildings made of gold, the doors decorated with precious stones, and it became clear to him why many travelers disappeared in search of this city. Jin noticed that the decorations on the doors and on Tantel's chest were the same, and decided to ask what kind of stones they were. Tantel said that these are not just stones, but their hearts, and if the owner of the house is alive, then the stone on the door will shine. The young man noticed that they had been walking for quite a long time, but had still not met anyone, and there were no shining stones among the doors. He asked Tantel about the number of inhabitants of the city, and he answered that including the god of battles and the 12 white kings, there were 77 people. Tantel said that according to Soldred's contract, his brothers will be able to give the young man the shadow sword, and they are already waiting for him at the place where they are going. Soon they came to the Temple of Battle, where Jin would be given the sword, but the young man was more confused by the incredible energy emanating from within, which reminded him of the pressure in front of Mr. Temer. He understood that if the third mirage had not passed, he would not have been able to even move now, let alone be ready for anything. Tantel warned Jin before they entered that the boy had better watch his words when dealing with his brothers and sisters, because unlike Soldred, they would not be coddling him. Jin went inside, where many people were already waiting for him, eager to ask their question to the young master. An unknown woman ran up and joyfully lifted the young man up, because finally their student, for whom they had been waiting for a whole 1,000 years after Temer's death, had appeared. She said that it was impossible to welcome the battle god's family with a dirty body and asked who would wash the young master, but Jin was clearly not satisfied with this outcome, and he tried to say that he could handle it himself. Nobody even listened to him, because everyone wanted to wash the young gentleman, but to solve everything with the help of a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the last one who remains the last one will get such an opportunity. Jin still managed to convince that he could handle it himself. He understood that their knowledge about people was very outdated, because Timar was here a whole 1,000 years ago. Jin thought that everyone he met today had large, strong, and to some extent blessed bodies. It was not for nothing that they were called the warrior type. Jin walked outside after the introduction, wearing traditional guest clothes, and Tantel was quick to compliment the young master on his appearance. Jin was asked, or did all this preparation mean that he would soon go to meet with the king and the god of battles to hand over the shadow sword? Tantel confirmed the young man's words. They would go to the temple, where the battle kings were already waiting for him, but Jin was not allowed to carry weapons with him. When they arrived at the temple, Jin noticed that Tantel's heart began to glow brighter and brighter. There was no such bright glow when they were with the other battle kings. Tantel explained to Jin that while he was in the temple, he had to answer the questions asked, otherwise he would be sent back where he came from, at the first command of the god of battles. As soon as the door opened, Jin immediately felt the strong energy he had noticed outside. and in front of him stood 12 kings, and on the throne sat the god of battles himself. The young man noticed that, compared to the others, he looked noticeably smaller, but his presence was more powerful than that of all of them put together. God turned to the young man and said that he and Timar were not at all similar to each other, but their energy was very similar. The kings also noticed this, but they are not sure that Jin will be as good as Timar and will be able to become a better warrior. But they also rushed to protect him, because he was, after all, the first person here in the last 1,000 years, which meant he had enough skills. Jin understood that he was being protected by the king of battles that he had seen before, but most of them still considered him to be just a shadow of Sir Tamar. He understood why they thought that way, but he wasn't going to let them treat him like a dog. Jin decided to ask the kings if they were paying too much attention to his ancestor, since it was not him in front of them now, but Jin Reincarnated. King Kaio could not forgive such impudence of the young master and wanted to teach him a lesson, but God stopped him. He admitted that they were guilty before Jin because they talked too much about the past in front of the new heir and introduces himself as Van. God Wang said that unlike humans, they do not use honorific titles, so the young man can address him simply by his name, but until all the kings acknowledge him, he will not be able to call them brothers and sisters. Jin understood that most of them weren't even going to acknowledge him, but it was good that they didn't hide their hostility, because it was obvious from their faces. Even Van's was the same. Wang said that tomorrow they would give the shadow sword to the youth, but until then he should not use his blade. Instead, Wang gave him another sword. Jin already thought that God gave him his own sword, and the next moment, Jin realized that the sword was absorbing his shadow energy. Jin understood that the more he resisted, the more energy the sword absorbed. Wang told the boy that his ancestor Tamar was able to master the shadow-absorbing sword quite quickly, and she expected the same from Jin. Gina was annoyed by this arrogant goat, but he was sure that he would show them his strength again. After the meeting, several kings approached Wang to talk about how it was a little early for Jin to handle the absorbing sword. Even Timar only managed to cope with it after he was able to perfect the first form of the shadow sword, and he was over 20 years old at that time. King Garmund asks Belize to stop. He understands that she cares about the heir who appeared after 1,000 years, but Van herself understands that this is not the best option. Wang explained to the kings that time had frozen only here, but not in the entire world, and they must pass on the shadow sword to the heir, and also test how strong the Reincarnated family was after 1,000 years. Jin didn't even close his eyes the entire night, because the sword was sucking out his shadow energy until it completely absorbed it. The 8th king, Garmund, interrupted the young man's thoughts and said that he would be the first to teach him. He warned that before they started training, he needed to check something, because he still didn't recognize Jin. Garmund made a bet with the young master that if he could swing his sword 10,000 times so that each swing was the same, and if he couldn't even do that, he wouldn't be able to learn from him. This only piqued Jin's interest, and he began to swing after swing, and when he was already at 8,000, even everyone around noticed it. They saw him as a threat. Because he was an ignorant swordsman in his past life and was able to get rid of the curse, he was reincarnated into a prestigious family of swordsmen. Jin remembered how, after starting his training with Sister Luna, he underwent training in the pure rock method that all pure-blooded Reincarnated undergo. The method was that every swing of the swordsman should be the same, and it was created by the first head of the family. This is the way of thinking of the Reincarnated family. Jin was able to cope with the task and could not believe that Garmund actually gave him a swing test. He really miscalculated if he wanted to scare him. Garmund was surprised that the young man actually succeeded, because even considering that he was Reincarnated, few people were able to pass the test perfectly. He didn't even think about what to do if he succeeded. But the young man didn't give him much time to think and asked why the king was silent. Garmund admitted that Jin not only swung with equal force, but also managed to do it quite quickly, but the young gentleman wanted to hear a compliment that was not indifferent. The king did not understand what the youth was talking about, but Jean asked him to simply admit that Garmund was ready to teach him. Garmund had no choice but to admit that Jin was ready to learn the secret technique of the shadow sword from him, the 8th king of battles. The public only rejoiced at this outcome. They were glad that the 8th king had taken on the task of training the new heir. Garmund suggested that they start training, but Jin became curious, or would they fight? The king only laughed in response and asked the young man not to overestimate himself, because a battle is only possible when the opponents are on the same level. Jean cheekily asked Garmond how big the difference was between them. The king was angered by the youth's behavior and promised that he would not even waver with his sword, when suddenly Jin was already near him to deliver a crushing blow, but Garmond managed to put his sword under him and block the attack. Garmond asked the boy what he was doing, but Jin only said that he was trying to move his blade, since he said he couldn't, but he still managed to. The king began to justify himself, saying that this was not what he meant. He wanted to say that no matter how much their swords crossed, his sword would remain unshakable. Jin really enjoyed teasing him, but Garmond couldn't resist and decided to cross their swords, but that was all the boy was waiting for. Jin decided not to hesitate and repeat his lightning attack, but his blow was blocked again, and it felt like he hit a wall. He understood that it was not just about his muscle strength. There was clearly something else hidden here. The king was quick to disappoint the young man, because he said that his sword would not waver from his attacks, but Jin was not going to stop. Jin came to the conclusion that since he couldn't use shadow energy, he was using a skill that couldn't be used in real combat, using aura. He struck with tremendous force, but Jin didn't know that the difference in skill was so great, because Garmond didn't even move from his spot. Although Garmond didn't show it, the pain was such that it felt like his wrist was about to be torn off, something that hadn't happened in the last 1,000 years. He also noticed that the youth's strength was also rank 8. Could it be because of Reincarnated's inhuman strength and his progress in the Great Desert? Garmond gave the young master 1 week to perfect an attack that would shake his sword. Jin asked him to teach him this, because he is his teacher, but Garmond asked him if he didn't learn it during the third mirage. Garmond explained that faith can cut through anything, and the essence of this training is precisely to raise this thought and impose it on his shadow energy. It all became clear to Jin, and he only asked how much time it took his predecessor Tamar. This attitude raised the king's spirits. He said that Tamar had managed to do this in just 2 days. For 4 days, Jin honed his blows until he managed to break off part of the 8th king's sword, but the young man was still not satisfied with the result, because it was 2 days longer than Tamaru needed. Gurman realized that he had originally thought that a week was a rather short period of time, so he had expected that Jin would be done within a month. He can't believe that he did it in 4 days, but if he compares it to Tamar, it took him longer. But Tamar didn't use the absorbing sword, so even he might not be able to handle it like Jin. Gurman knew he couldn't tell Jin that this was a huge achievement, and he also remembered Van's words that it was his job to check how strong the Reincarnated family had become over the past 1,000 years. He didn't believe that they had really become so much stronger, and even thought that they had almost nothing to teach Jin. He shouted loudly that young Reincarnated had managed to impress him, and that he recognized him. Gurman said that his brothers and sisters will also open their hearts to him, because they have no choice. They feel in him a pure and strong warrior soul. He also asked to try the young master's achievement first, but Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, but still agreed. The king thanked the young man and took from him the piece of the sword that Jin had broken off with his blow, but the young man did not understand what had just happened and why he needed it. Gourmand ate a piece and admitted that La Prarosa liked the taste, but Jean was more concerned about what his teeth were made of. He praised the young master and warned him that their next training would be tomorrow, and said goodbye to Jin. Having already returned to the room, Jin looked at the night La Prarosa and did not understand how such a place could exist in their world. Jin doubted that he did not have the necessary skills to come to the land that only the contractor of Soldred, the magic swordsman of the Reincarnated family, and himself, the heir who came after 1,000 years, could enter. Tantel pulled the young man out of his thoughts. He didn't know that the first training session was so exhausting that Jin became so thoughtful. Jin only replied that she was normal, but Tantel laughed at such an answer, because he heard that the young man had not slept for 3 days because of her, but still admitted that, to be honest, he almost died. But if he had at least a little shadow energy, it would have been easier. Tantel said he just needed to get through it, and handed him a drink similar to the one he had given him earlier. Jin thought there was something suspicious here, but Tantel calmed him down and told him that last time he only had drinks with him, but this time it was their traditional snack of some kind. The king said that it is certainly not as good as drinking, but it also restores energy and also relieves swelling. Jean was really convinced that it had an effect. He was surprised that there were so many incredible things in Lepraros, and when he returned, he would definitely have to take some with him somehow. The young man also asked how the ranks of the Battle Kings work. Are those with a lower rank really stronger? Tantel replied that no, because the number was only determined by the order of becoming the King of Battles, and according to the rules, excluding God Wang, they had no ranks. Jin was surprised by such a rather honest system, but a voice came from behind him and said that unlike humans and beastmen, kings never drew blades on each other, so they did not need a hierarchy. The young man immediately jumped back, sensing danger and wanted to take out his sword, but the stranger was already near him and did not even allow him to move it from its place. Before him stood the fifth King of Battles. Boris and the youth remembered that he had seen him at the entrance next to Garmund, the eighth King of Battles. Boris immediately came close to the young man and opened his mouth. He was interested in why Jin was missing one wisdom tooth. Jin was surprised at how fast the king was. He was right in front of him, but he couldn't even react. The young man said that he lost a tooth during the last check on the way here. He used everything he could to cut through Tamar's mirage, but before his blade reached its target, the mirage disappeared. He was so angry that he clenched his jaw until a tooth broke off, but this only amused Boris, because he thought that Runcandel's teeth were stronger than most monsters. Boris offered the young man a new tooth, and without a second's hesitation, he immediately pulled out his own tooth, which can bite through cobblestones, steel, and diamonds. He warned that it would require a proper jaw, but he was confident that Jean could handle it. He just needed to file it down and put it in place of the old tooth. The next moment, Boris disappeared, and Jin came to the conclusion that he was simply crazy. The next morning, the young gentleman noticed that the stone under his feet was incredibly strong, and he wanted to check how strong it was. Jin took out his sword and struck the stone, but as he had expected, it was unusual, perhaps as strong as the 2,000-year-old iron that Bradmanti and the Black King's armor were made of. The young man noticed many blows to the rocks and was surprised at how hard the villagers trained. But among these marks was a huge cut that dwarfed everything else in the training hall. Jin couldn't figure out where he came from, but then Garmund showed up and said that the gym hadn't changed at all since yesterday, and he only saw marks, which meant that the boy was focused on training. The king said that this mark was left by Tamar, and if today Jin mastered the first form of the shadow sword, he would be able to do the same. But Garmund was not entirely sure that the young master would be able to use it at the same level. Jin only replied that he would achieve this at any cost. He would do even better. Garmund liked his attitude and told him that the first form was called Soul Slice and was the fundamental skill of the shadow sword. He said that instead of explaining, it would be faster to show, so Jin had better not faint and remember everything carefully. Garmund used shadow energy, but this did not impress Jin at all, because it was clear that since he was teaching him the shadow sword, therefore, he should use shadow energy, which was clearly given to him by Soldred. He asked to show him the soul cut, why they gathered here, and the king decided not to wait and used the soul cut with which he left a huge hole in the floor. Jin noticed that the technique was similar to Sister Luna's Red Moon, perhaps even weaker, but faster, and the stamina consumption was noticeably lower. He understood that if he could use Soul Slash continuously, then swordsmen below the 7th rank wouldn't even be able to handle it. He simply had to learn it. Jin admitted to the king that the blow was indeed big, powerful, and fast, but Garmund only admitted that it was only half his strength, so the mark was exactly half the size of what Timar left. Jin thought that the soul cut was the beginning and end of the shadow sword, meaning that the best it could do now was leave a mark the size of a training hall. Garmund admitted that it would work if the young man mastered it perfectly, but if he could master the shadow sword, then the soul cut would become a power, not a technique. Jin didn't understand what that meant, but Garmund decided to ask the young master why the first form of the shadow blade was called the soul cut. He said that the soul cut cannot be reflected or blocked, and in other words, this meant that even if the enemy is many times stronger, but his will and desire are weaker than yours, then he can easily take his life. Jin now understood what the king was talking about and asked to start training faster. Garmund explained that in order to learn soul cutting, one first had to learn the sensations of unity between shadow energy and the sword. Jin remembered that he had heard something similar somewhere before. He said that if it weren't for the energy-absorbing sword, he thought he could have repeated it. Garmund laughs and asks the young man to explain everything, and he tells him that he first felt something like this when he fought Muron Zippel. When Muron tried to open the gates to hell with the spell of the demon Orgel, something similar to a spell awakened in the young man. He said that it was as if the beginning and end of tens of thousands of swings merged into one whole, and he, with all his will, sent Muron to the next world. The young man also remembered that something similar happened when he fought with Gult of Hadalef, and in the battle with the mirage of Mr. Temar in the Great Desert. He felt at one with the sword and believed that he could cut through anything that stood in his way. Garmund confirmed the hero's words. It was not surprising that he knew this feeling, because it was already clear that the young man would naturally come to understand the principle of the first form of the shadow sword. He asked to show something else to the young gentleman, and next he delivered a powerful blow that split the stands and left a deep hole in the floor. It seemed to Jean that it was not Garmund who was teaching him, but he himself, because it looked as if he had learned something new for himself after his words. The king admitted that he was used to using the Myungwan sword, so he did not use the shadow sword that often, because he believed that the sword using shadow energy was not effective enough. Jin was surprised at how stupid the teacher's excuse was, but he only asked him to stop being angry at him, since it would be better for the boy to focus on the sword that absorbed shadow energy. Garmund is confident that once Jin gets used to it, he will be able to master the first form of the shadow sword very quickly and begin training with his brothers. Jin felt like he was the only one who was losing in this situation and asked to at least show the Myungwan sword. Garmund said that the boy was not their brother, and besides, to use him, one would need a heart of metal like theirs. Jin said that he had no intention of learning it, but just wanted to see it. But in reality, there was another reason why he wanted to see it. Last night, Tantel told Jin that he would have to fight real warriors every night after he finished his training, and suggested that he take a closer look at Myungwan's sword technique beforehand. In response, Jin asked him to show the technique himself, but Tantel replied that he could not, because if the brothers found out about it, it would put him in an awkward position. But he was sure that if the Battle Kings showed it, then no problems would arise. Jin remembered those words, and knew that he had chosen the perfect moment for this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jin decided to bluff, and told the king that if he didn't show anything, the young man would tell about how Garmund learned the first form of the shadow sword from him. Garmund laughed, because he couldn't believe that Jin was trying to blackmail him, but the young man confidently stood his ground. He knew that it would be enough for him to have everyone assume that Garmund was the one who inherited the shadow sword technique from his student. The king decided to play by the rules of the young master and show him the simplest form of the Myungwan sword. But at that moment, King Boris appeared, interrupting Garmund's explanation and telling Jin that he had finished making a tooth for him. Jin was surprised by this and was about to ask how to use it, but Boris didn't even give him a chance to finish speaking, as he was already holding his mouth to insert a tooth. The young man understood that he would definitely need to familiarize himself with Boris's movement techniques. The genie knew that the king was working on a tooth, but was it really okay to put someone else's tooth in his mouth like that? As soon as Jin inserted the tooth, a huge number of different moments began to appear in his memory, as if it were memory transfer magic. Jin remembered that in his past life he had heard about memory transfer magic from his teacher, who told the young man that modern magicians were not capable of such a thing. She revealed that the Heister family had a magical memory transfer device that her ancestor had developed. But right now, the information about the Myungwan sword moved into his mind, and he realized that Myungwan was not just a sword technique, but a term that described the martial arts used by kings. Jin asked Boris what type of magic he used to create the tooth he just had transplanted. Boris said it was a secret, but it wasn't magic at all, but Jin didn't understand what then. Garmund intervened and explained that they did not have such a term as magic, which all the other races had. Instead, magic users become blacksmiths, like the fifth Battle King, which surprised the young man, because he did not expect Boris to be a blacksmith at such a speed. Garmund confirmed the words, saying that Boris was the most skilled blacksmith and that long ago everyone lined up to get at least something from him. But that was before time stood still, because after that it was so calm here that there was simply no need to make anything, so his hands were itching to make something. Garmund said he didn't know what Boris did with that tooth, but from Jean's surprise, It was clear he'd gone all out. Jin did not believe that this was the magic of a civilization that was more advanced 500 years ago than the current one. He realized that the fact that they could fight the gods was not only due to their legendary martial arts, and thanked Boris for such a gift. Boris said that since he gave the boy a tooth, he wanted him to give him his second achievement, but Jin did not understand what was being discussed, because he did not understand what he had achieved. But he still agreed. A month passed, and during this time Jin learned soul cutting from Garmund, and was able to use his body more effectively from Boris. Boris taught him how to lighten his body, how to control his strength, and how to use superhuman abilities beyond his limits. Boris's physical techniques were crude and mystical, his training groundbreaking, his growth shocking. Although only half completed, the young man managed to form an aura heart similar to the Myungwan tribe's precious heart, and summon the legendary Myungwan sword itself. Boris admitted that it was a good attempt. It was very close to what was needed, but asked not to be upset, because it would be strange if Jin succeeded the first time. He explained that what was more important was that he had succeeded at all, since he was able to form a semblance of a precious heart with his aura and use the Myungwan sword. Even Timar couldn't achieve this, but Jin understood that Boris most likely didn't share his memories with Timar, because if it weren't for the memories from the tooth, he wouldn't have tried either. Boris warned the boy that if it turned out that he had used the Myungwan sword before he was recognized as one of them, then there would be a backlash. For someone who has reached the level of cultivating different forms of aura in the heart, it is quite possible, but will a fake be able to cope with the role of the heart of the Myungwan tribe? Each member of the tribe is born with a precious heart made of aura, and they can use it freely. And in human terms, each resident of the Myungwan tribe was of the 9th rank. Jin understood that in general they were warriors from birth, and he was not sure that he simply would not be able to use the Myungwan sword. They had finished their training for today, but the 4th Battle King was about to arrive, although Boris had planned to call him only after Jin had mastered the sword that absorbed shadow energy. But given the boy's progress, he decided that it would be a good idea for them to meet sooner, which surprised Garmund greatly, and he began to think that Boris simply wanted to get Jin's achievement as soon as possible. The young man wondered what the 4th king would teach him, and Garmund assured him that if he continued to practice the first form of the shadow sword, he would be able to learn the second form from the 4th king faster. Boris said that he had completely forgotten to say that the 4th king was mute, but Garmund hastened to explain everything to the young master. The 8th king explained that the 4th king was not mute, but was simply undergoing training in silence. They don't know why, but he has been silent for a long time, and it started after time stopped in Lepraros. Jin didn't understand how he would be taught the second form then, but his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the 4th Battle King. He couldn't even sense his presence in the temple. Jin knew that Garmund was easy to persuade, and Boris had been friendly from the start, so he was also easy. But one look at the 4th king was enough for him to know that it would be difficult. The king handed the note with his name to the young man. Her name was Rinfa, and she was faster than Boris. Jin couldn't even keep up with her with his eyes. Garmund laughed and remembered that Rinfa had recently locked herself in her room for the sake of the second successor. But the queen could not stand such treatment, and at that moment attacked the king. Garmund was barely able to block a blow of such force, but he was not going to tolerate such humiliation and attacked Rinfa. She dodged his attack but found herself in a vulnerable position, and Garmund was about to end the fight when Boris intervened and stopped them. He asked Rinfa to stop and restrain herself. Thinking about her predecessor, she knows that the 8th king constantly talks nonsense. Garmund didn't understand what he had done, and Boris had already rushed to take him away and leave the 4th king with Jin. Jin took a closer look at Rinfa and immediately noticed the similarities with his sister Yona. He needed to try to communicate the same way as her. When Rinfa's training began, the young man spent all his time alone and did not ask her any questions about the second form of the shadow sword. He understood that he didn't ask her, so she doesn't teach. Just like Yona, Rinfa looked at him as if he was an interesting toy. Every time Jin focused on using the aura, it would suddenly show him a second form, but then disappear. Also, when the young man used the soul cut, she looked at him with displeasure, and sometimes even hit him with her sword. Every time he endures pain that makes his body fall apart, she smiles, Or maybe she's just pleased with her attack, or glad that Jin was able to block it. But Jin understood that if it weren't for the eye of reason, he would have lost his head 5 times from her sword. But nevertheless, the young man had never asked the reason for her strange behavior. He knew that until people like Sister Yona stopped resisting their own interests and went for the contract first, he couldn't show his own interests either. 10 days later, Rinfa decided to ask the young man why Jin hadn't asked her about the second form yet, since she had already shown it several times. The young gentleman replied that he was not interested in this. It was much more important to him that she explained to him why she had not spoken all this time. Jin said that he heard that Rinfa had been silent for quite some time, and no one knew the reason, but seeing how Jin had been busy the last few days, she finally spoke to him. Jin realized that this was her training, her desire to remain silent clearly, and she did not allow herself to communicate with others in order to set an example. Rinfei was curious why the young man didn't ask about the second form, so the young man explained that he was simply bored, because he didn't want to learn from someone who was nothing special. She said that if she really was the Shadow Sword's predecessor, then she shouldn't engage in meaningless training that no one knows about, but rather give it her all in training, like Garmund and Boris did. The 4th and 8th were surprised that the young man had managed to corner the 4th king so much. Jin asked Rinfa for forgiveness if he had crossed any line and went on to train, but she stopped him, saying that he was wrong and that everything was wrong. From this turn of events, even the 8th and 5th could not contain their emotions and literally jumped from shock that Rinfa spoke. She admitted that she would be honest and show Jin something incredible. She focused and attacked, but Jin noticed that it was a completely different attack compared to the soul cut that Garmund had shown. After each swing of her sword, filled with shadow energy, her strikes looked like they were being reflected in a mirror. It was a 2-pronged attack that could normally only be used by dual swordsmen, but her shadow energy sword and the sword Rinfa was using were intersecting. Jin realized that this was the final form of the shadow sword, and Garmund and Boris rejoiced like children, although this was not the first time they had seen Rinfa perform it. She asked the young man what he thought after seeing the second form of the shadow sword. Jin said it was incredible and wonderful, and nothing compared to what she had shown before. Rinfa blushed after the young master's words, and Garmund was worried, or would she be okay after she started talking again. She asked not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Everything would be fine with her. But since that was the case, the kings planned to tell everyone about what happened and left Rinfa and Jin alone. Rinfa told the boy that her second form was called scissors, because the blades created by shadow energy intersected like blades. Jin admitted that he had never even thought about such a thing, but Rinfa was interested in whether Jin could repeat it. The young man admitted that this technique was not so simple for him to repeat it after seeing it only once. Also, one shouldn't forget about the absorbing sword, which was constantly sucking out shadow energy, so he couldn't even advance in learning the first form. Rinfa explained that the sword doesn't just absorb shadow energy, but processes it completely. She wasn't sure if the boy would understand, but she still told him to try to imagine scissors, not a sword, and to get the sword out of them, he had to take the shadow energy from the absorbing sword. If Jin used shadow energy without thinking before, then after he dealt with the absorbing sword, he would be able to use it much more effectively. Rinfa is confident that the young man will be able to get along with the absorbing sword, and after he masters it, he will be able to freely use shadow energy. Jin laughed and said that unlike Garmund, she knew how to explain and praised her for being an excellent teacher. But he was still worried about why she stopped talking, and Rinfa decided to admit that it wasn't about training, as Jin had said. Jin said it must have been hard for her to be alone for so long, but he wasn't one of his brothers or sisters, so she could tell him her story if she wanted. Rinfa still dared to tell her whole story to Jin, and the young master realized that Rinfa believed that she was to blame for the fall of the Myungwan tribe. She blames herself for not being able to stop the others, but Jin was unsure whether she was being arrogant or innocent, but later realized that it was Myungwan's way of thinking. Rinfa admitted that thanks to the young man, her punishment came to an end and was so simple that it even seemed painless to her. Jin asked if she regretted it, but Rinfa replied that she felt relieved and thanked Jin again, because he had the power to reach out to people. The young man thanked Rinfa, but at that moment their conversation was interrupted by a huge crowd that came running after hearing the queen speak. Boris turned to Jin and said that since he had managed to get Rinfa to talk, the young man owed him his achievement. Jin didn't understand what the second achievement was, but he managed to come to the conclusion that Boris knew everything in advance. He knew the reason for Rinfa's silence, and that it was not someone from Myungwan, but Jin himself who would be able to make her speak again. Jin understood that Rinfa had helped him a lot, not only in quickly overcoming the obstacle in the form of the absorbing sword, but also in mastering the forms of the shadow sword. It took less than 2 weeks to master the two forms, but he just learned how to use them. It was far from ideal, but Jin continued to train until he got used to them. After some time, Tantel decided to give Jin his sword since he was able to handle the absorbing sword. But the young man did not understand because the king himself said that he would not be able to use it. Tantel said that when he finished training with the fourth Battle King, he would have to fight with their brothers and sisters, and that everyone would gather this afternoon to watch the battle, and that the first Battle King himself would choose his opponent. Jin had been waiting for this. Ever since he arrived here, he had truly wanted to fight one of them, but Tantel thought it was too early for the young man to do so. Jin asked. Or did Tantel really think that Jin had no chance of winning? Were the ordinary Myungwan warriors not on the same level as the warriors of the White Wolf tribe? Tantel laughed, because the warriors of Myungwan were even stronger than the average warrior of the Red Tiger tribe, and the first king did not like the young master, so they would choose a difficult opponent for him. Jin came to the conclusion that the Myungwan tribe was of the 9th rank by human standards, or even stronger, so he would have a hard time with any enemy. Tantel promised to support Jin and asked him to listen to his advice, but the young man did not understand what the king was talking about. He said that he told Jin to look at Myungwan's sword technique, and the young man remembered that Boris had already shown it to him, but now he would be able to see it live during the battle. Tantel became confident in Jin after his words and said that he could rest in the waiting room until the evening. When evening came, Garmin and Boris appeared and approached Jin to ask if he was ready for the upcoming battle. Jin simply replied that he had nothing special to prepare for. He simply wanted to fight the chosen opponent. Garmin admitted that the young master was quite strong, so strong that it was hard to believe that Jin was really human. Boris also said that losing is like taking a blow to the soul, and this effect is experienced by those who have been pursued by success all their lives, but Jin should learn from his mistakes. Jin didn't understand what had come over the kings, because if Tantel had said that the young man would lose, then everyone else began to act as if he had already lost. Boris said they were just worried he would end up like Timar, but Jin didn't understand what the king was talking about. Garmin explained that Tamar said he had never lost in the outside world, but in Lepraros, he had been going through a series of defeats. Boris said that he was a little stronger than Jin, but for some time he still could not defeat even an ordinary warrior Myungwan. But after the first duel, even Tamar did not drink or eat for several days. He was literally the embodiment of depression. Boris thought that this was a common trait between him and Jin. Jin understood that unlike Tamar before coming here, he had suffered defeats countless times, even in his past life. If that was the case, then the young man knew that there was nothing to worry about, because he would not become like Timar. When the time came and all the spectators gathered in the arena, they began to place bets on how long Jin would last, since his predecessor could not even withstand a couple of blows. The first to enter the arena was the lightning-fast Shaku, who was clearly the crowd's favorite, and then the young master himself entered. Shaku asked Jin about his readiness, but the young man only replied that he had nothing to prepare for, but it would be great if Shaku attacked with the intent to kill. Jin said that it would be boring if Shaku fought like a simple duel. He would die of boredom. The king laughed and acknowledged his bravado, but the young man had overstepped the mark a bit, and Shaku was determined to teach him a lesson for it. Jin decided not to waste time and used the Myungwan blade, which shocked Shaka. He did not understand how he managed to do it, and which of his brothers and sisters dared to show the young man this technique. The young man didn't even give him time to think, and decided to end the fight with one blow, but Shaku didn't understand how the young man managed to do that at all. Even if someone showed Jin their technique, he would not be able to use it, because only the Myungwan warriors can fully use the Myungwan sword. Jin knew this, so he created a shining heart from the aura, but that alone was not enough to use the sword. He was able to find the answer in his own memories and realized that the tooth that Boris gave him was the missing link. Every day after finishing training, he studied it like crazy, without knowing despair, and it was the only thing he could do. Despite all the efforts of the young man, Shaku easily parried the young man's blow and angrily asked the fifth king, or was the unique technique the same? The next moment, he concentrated his energy to the maximum. Shaku threatened that the young man would pay for his frivolity regarding the blade of Myungwan. Jin wanted to call on Tess for protection, but he couldn't do it because this space was created by Soldred. Shaku noticed that something had gone wrong with the young man and wanted to end the fight with one blow, but Jin managed to react to the sudden attack and parried the opponent's blow. From such a force, Shaku and Jin flew in different directions, but still continued their battle. No one wanted to give in. Jin understood that not only was Shaku fast, but his defense was also impenetrable. He didn't see a single opportunity for an attack. Then the young man decided to take advantage of the universal human weakness that is inherent in everyone and struck the king right in the eye with his finger. To his surprise, Shaku didn't even feel anything, and the boy's finger was broken, because the eyes of the inhabitants of Lapraros were as strong as their hearts. Jin realized that there was a reason they were called the strongest species. He just couldn't believe that there were thousands like Shaku before Myungwan fell. Shaku interrupted the young man's thoughts and said that since the young master had already finished warming up, he would show him something interesting. Jin raised his sword to defend himself, but he could barely hold it. It felt like it weighed a ton. Shaku admitted that it was no wonder Jin was having a hard time, since he used weapon suppression, and explained that they put all their will into the sword to prevent the opponent from using it as they wish. Jin knew he had no other choice and blocked the blow with his bare hand. He didn't know how to use a sword when Shaku was so close. He had to stay away from him, but the king immediately saw through the young man's plan and began to pursue him. Jin knew Shaku wouldn't let up, but he needed to buy himself some time to use his first form of the shadow sword. After everything was ready, Jin finally used the first form of the shadow blade to use the soul cut. The young man had almost finished preparing, but then Shaku appeared in front of him, clearly not going to let Jin use the first form so easily. Jin knew he was caught off guard. Shaku sent the boy flying with one blow, but that was not all. He grabbed Jin's leg while he was in the air and said that if the boy wanted to get to know Myungwan's techniques properly, he would show him how to use them. He continued to hold the young man and deliver hundreds of kicks all over his body, literally trampling the poor guy into the ground. Shaku decided to end this fight and jumped into the air to deliver his most devastating blow, from which the young man could not even move. The king promised that he would cut off Jin's limbs, and that is what he was going to do, and said that he hoped that Jin would be more humble for their next duel. The next moment, Jin heard only voices that discussed the fact that Boris could use his blood to heal the air, but it was dangerous, because people cannot cope with their blood, and the young man could die. When Jin opened his eyes, he saw Barros, who finally decided to start the blood transfusion. He hopes that the young man will pull through.